Chapter 1 Rebirth. In the upscale hospital room of Sioux City, second brother, how are you? What do the doctors say? Gu Zil's anxious expression seemed utterly genuine. Although I'm on the brink of death. The company, Gu Zhixing's voice trembled as he sought to make arrangements for his impending demise. Second brother, do not worry, I will ensure the company flourishes and thrives. Gu Zhixing was taken aback. He gazed at his beloved cousin, feeling an unsettling sensation, as if something unforeseen was about to unfold. Although I have donated the company, Gu Zhixing managed a faint smile, a look of relief washing over his features. I hope that Iran and the child will find a good home due to the many charitable deeds I have done, and that in the next life, they will be healthy and safe. Upon hearing this, Gu Zil's eyes glinted with an unusual intensity. Gu Zhixing, do you even comprehend what you are doing? It is one thing for you to throw money around, but do you have any idea how much the company is worth? Although I have Rondaran. I must atone, Gu Zhixing stammered, his voice faltering. We are brothers, bound together even through broken bones. Are you really willing to let those who have stood by you for so long earn nothing because of that deceased woman? Gu Zhila retorted, a mischievous smirk creeping across his face. Though you disregard me, I still wish to consider you. Gu Zhixing. Do you know how Su Iran and your daughter perished? They starved to death, literally, starved to death. What do you mean? You must be lying. Gu Zhixing's anger flared, his eyes blazing as he gripped Gu Zhila, desperate for the truth. Huh. You didn't know, did you? You are a fool. Allow me to enlighten you. That year you fled, leaving me and mother to care for them, yet I never informed her. That winter was exceptionally cold, with no food or drink, and Su Iran and your daughter succumbed to starvation or perhaps frostbite. Gu Zhila cackled, his laughter echoing. Mockingly, he continued to ridicule. Isn't it amusing, Gu Zhixing? You have built a lifetime of reputation, yet remain oblivious to the fate of your wife and daughter. Ha ha. At this, Gu Zhixing felt a surge of rage. A sharp pain piercing his throat, blood staining the white sheets. He realized there was no time left for disputes. He could only silently pray for a second chance in another life. Gu Zhila, you will not lay claim to a single penny of my wealth. I end this life. I may have failed to recognize the true nature of people, but if there is a next life, I will ensure your demise. With that, Gu Zhixing closed his eyes. In the resuscitation room, the doctor announced his death. The patient has succumbed. Resuscitation efforts were unsuccessful. Time of death is April 17th, 2022 at 3:20 a.m. Please notify the family. The doctor reported in a mechanical tone. The news spread like wildfire, shocking the world. The most charitable man in Sioux City had passed away just like that. Indeed, good people do not live long. At Gu Zhixing's gravesite, a multitude had gathered. Some expressed heartfelt gratitude for his years of support, while others secretly reveled in the demise of an old rival. In this moment, Gu Zhixing did not descend into hell nor ascend to heaven. He floated above, bewildered about his next destination. If given the chance to start anew, would you still make the same choices? The graveyard, enveloped in profound silence, resonated with those words. Gu Zhixing replied, without a moment's hesitation, I shall not. He presumed that the inquirer, like him, was a wandering soul amidst the graves, that a lifetime spent capturing eagles had culminated in him being blinded by one of them. Years ago, having attained great success, he returned home only to discover that Su Yanran had long since passed. He had believed that Su Yanran and their daughter were being cared for by the Gu Zhila family, which is why he had extended his kindness towards them. Now, reflecting on his generosity towards Gu Zhila, he felt a tumult of regret and resentment. If there truly exists a next life, may he never be born nor find peace in death. Then I shall grant you another opportunity, cherish it well. A celestial voice echoed. As soon as the words were spoken, a blinding light suddenly pierced his vision, striking his forehead, and memories began to unravel in reverse. Visions surged forth, vivid and gory that year. Gu Zhixing was instantly captivated by the beautiful, city-bred youth Su Yanran, who wept like a rain-laden pear blossom when she found herself lost, ensnaring his heart. For several months, he pursued her relentlessly, and then one fateful day, she fell into the river without hesitation. He plunged in to save her. Due to the scandal, she was compelled to marry him, marking the happiest period of his life. At that time, he was merely 20, newlywed, devoid of parental guidance after their early demise, and subjected to oppression from the production team, enduring deductions from his labor points. Thus, he renounced the toil of the production team. It was the 1980s, a time of scarcity, where in today's terms, wealth lay all around, yet no one dared to seize it. Back then, he also lacked the courage to engage in business ventures. Wandering aimlessly in search of a lucrative path, that by chance, he became acquainted with gambling, succumbing to its addiction, and was ultimately ensnared in a disastrous scheme at the casino, losing everything. He naively believed that gambling could sustain Su Yanran and their daughter, yet he could not fathom that such fortune was a mere illusion. Fearful for his life, Su Yanran relinquished all their savings to him, urging him to escape. Halfway through his flight, his conscience stirred, and he could not shake the worry for the two of them, deciding to return. However, he encountered Guzhila, who urged him to flee quickly, assuring him that he would care for Su Yanran. At that moment, he had left some money for Guzhila to deliver to Su Yanran, imploring him to look after them well. Little did he know that upon achieving success and returning home, he would find only the graves of Su Yanran and their daughter, Xingra. Memories flickered before his eyes like a film, the searing light striking his forehead in agony, as if he were caught in an oceanic whirlpool, helpless and unable to grasp anything. "Mom, why hasn't Daddy gotten up yet?" A soft, sweet voice chimed. "Shoo, be quiet, don't wake Daddy, or he will be upset," a gentle voice admonished cautiously. It was the voices of Yanran and Xingra. He was alive. It was real. Heaven had granted him a chance at rebirth. He abruptly opened his eyes, sprang from the bed, and pushed open the door. Su Yanran sensed the movement behind her and turned around sharply. Hearing Gu Zhixing's voice, Su Yanran instinctively pulled Xingra behind her. She feared that Gu Zhixing would once again threaten her with the sale of their child to extort money. Gu Zhixing stood frozen, his thoughts gradually returning to clarity. Indeed, he was still a gambler, unrepentant, a wretch who resorted to threatening his wife with the sale of their child for money. Gu Zhixing hastily halted his steps, trembling as he said, "Yanran, please don't misunderstand." Su Yanran gazed at Gu Zhixing, unable to articulate the peculiarity of his behavior today. Perhaps it was yet another ploy to deceive her for money. He crouched down, looking at their daughter, who, though for years old, was as frail as a 3-year-old. He intended to smile at her, to alleviate her fear of him. Yet, tears fell faster than smiles could form. Streaming down his face, "Xingra," he called out, his tone pleading. Xingra, a name he had chosen, shone like a star, yet he had failed to protect his star, allowing her to wither prematurely. "Daddy, can I have a hug?" Gu Zhixing said, his voice choked with tears. At that moment, all he wished was to embrace the daughter he had never held in his previous life. This was his flesh and blood, and it was his gullibility towards Guzhila that had brought her harm. However, Su Yanran remained vigilant, her gaze fixed on Gu Zhixing. She understood that if he gained the upper hand, she would have to produce money today, lest Xingra risk being sold. But she had no money left to give him. Seeing Gu Zhixing holding onto little Xingra, she knelt down abruptly, exclaiming, "Ah Xing!" Su Yanran looked at him, tears streaming down her face without a word. After softly calling his name, she found herself choked, unable to continue, her tear-filled eyes pleading with him. "Ah Xing, please let Xingra go. Let's live a good life, shall we?" Su Yanran said, her body trembling. Gu Zhixing realized she had misunderstood him and quickly sought to clarify. "Mommy, Daddy isn't crying," the little girl softly said, stretching her body out from behind Su Yanran. Gu Zhixing reached out to lift little Xingra and helped Su Yanran to her feet. "Yanran, you've misunderstood me. I regret my actions. I will work hard to provide for you both," he assured her, guiding her into the house. Inside, Su Yanran sat in a daze, lost in thought, reflecting on Gu Zhixing's words. What did he truly mean? Did he genuinely wish to lead a good life, or was it merely a ruse to extract money? "Ah Xing, do you truly wish to live well? If you're willing to do so, I will work diligently without needing you to toil in the fields," Su Yanran said, her trembling hands streaked with tears, her words coming out in fits and starts. Yet she still endeavored to express herself. Gu Zhixing embraced Su Yanran, gently patting her back. "Yanran, rest assured, I am sincere. I will never gamble again. Will you trust me this once?" As he spoke, Gu Zhixing's eyes caught the calendar hanging by the door, marking February 11th, 1982. Not good, he thought to himself. as if recalling something, his expression shifting abruptly, his gaze turning sharp, and his complexion paling dramatically at this moment. If Zhixing's expression could speak, it would convey that the sky had fallen. Yanran, stay at home. Await my return, do not venture anywhere. Chapter 2. Saving lives. Zhixing's countenance was ashen as he hurriedly made his way outside. Gujia village lay nestled against the majestic Panlong Mountain, where a notorious band of gold thieves had made a habit of illicitly mining for gold. Their minor skirmishes had previously gone unnoticed, until one fateful day when they stumbled upon a small vein of gold. In their reckless ambition, they endeavored to extract it using makeshift tools, which ultimately triggered a catastrophic landslide. If memory served him correctly, it was February 11th. The landslide had struck an old house at the foot of the mountain, where Su Fu and Su Mu had taken residence after moving to the countryside. Although they returned to the city in the 1990s after their names were cleared, the pain of their past had tragically prevented them from resuming their teaching careers at Peking University. Moreover, due to their ailments, they had never witnessed the ensuing era of peace and prosperity. Given that fate had granted him a second chance at life, Zhixing silently vowed to alter this outcome. His family lived a considerable distance from where Su Fu and Su Mu resided. Thus he quickened his pace towards the foot of the mountain. At the mountain's base, a thunderous roar erupted from above, reverberating through the air. In an instant, half of the dilapidated house collapsed. Before Zhixing could fully comprehend the situation, a more violent tremor struck, shaking the ground and causing the entire structure to crumble. He swiftly kicked aside the fallen debris and ran towards the cries for help. "Help! Help!" echoed the feeble voices. Upon discovering Su Fu and Su Mu trapped beneath the fallen beams, he rushed to lift the beams and extricate them from their perilous situation. After dragging them a short distance away, he assessed their condition, his voice laced with concern. "How are you both? Are you all right? Should I take you to the clinic?" Given the remoteness of Gujia village, reaching the township clinic would require over an hour of travel. To spare Zhixing any further trouble, Su Fu hastily declined. No, we are fine." Yet his body trembled uncontrollably, reminiscent of a leaf in the wind. Su Mu, her face pale and biting her lip, managed to utter, "Xiao Xing, why have you suddenly come? Is Yanran in trouble?" "Yanran is fine. I just had a nagging feeling today and wanted to check on you," Zhixing replied. Unsure how to explain his unexpected visit, he fabricated a casual lie, as people in this era often harbored biases against those living nearby, and he himself seldom ventured here. "Please, come back to my home with me. You cannot stay here any longer. I will speak to village chief Gu and request repairs," he insisted. Unbeknownst to Zhixing, the village chief had already heard the commotion and had no desire to see him. Supporting the elderly couple, he guided them back to his home. Upon their arrival, Su Yanran was taken aback to see her parents with Zhixing. "Mom and Dad, how did you come here?" she inquired. Su Fu and Su Mu recounted the events of the house's collapse and Zhixing's heroic rescue in detail. After hearing their story, tears welled in Su Yanran's eyes. "No wonder I heard that thunderous sound," she remarked, turning to Zhixing. "Ah Xing, thank you. If it weren't for you, I shudder to think of what might have happened." Upon hearing Su Yanran's heartfelt gratitude, Zhixing felt an unbearable ache in his heart. He was acutely aware of the countless debts he owed her, having subjected her to hardship while he merely fulfilled his obligations. Yet, she expressed her thanks to him. Stepping forward, Zhixing gently enveloped her in his embrace. The fragrance of her hair enveloped him, bringing a sense of tranquility to his heart. "In this lifetime, I shall personally safeguard you," he silently vowed. Just then, a rumble emanated from Zhixing's stomach. "You must be hungry. Allow me to prepare a meal for you," Su Yanran said, wiping her tears with a smile as she busied herself in the kitchen. Meanwhile, at the doorway, little Xing Ruo gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes. Though merely 4 years old, her stature was less than that of her peers. Observing her withered, leaf-like hair and frail frame, clad in a billowing black coat, his heart ached with sorrow, and he cursed himself for being such a scoundrel. Xing Ruo looked up at Zhixing with a mix of trepidation and admiration, yearning for the tender embrace and affection that other children receive from their fathers. In her heart, she believed her own father only pushed her away, finding her bothersome, despite her efforts to remain quiet. Noticing the look in Xing Ruo's eyes, Gu Zhixing quickly pulled her into his arms, examining her closely. She was far too thin. A pang of inexplicable pain surged through him as he gazed at his smiling daughter, and feelings of guilt, affection, and reluctance began to intertwine within him, forming a tender emotion. He resolved to devise ways to earn money, to improve their living conditions, ensuring his daughter could enjoy better health and nourishment. "Go ahead and eat," Su Yanran said, holding out a bowl of vegetable porridge. The porridge, enriched with wild greens and a hint of salt, wafted an enticing aroma. Gu Zhixing glanced down at little Xing Ruo, who was watching with sparkling eyes, her mouth watering in anticipation. "Xing Ruo, come and eat with Daddy, shall we?" He invited her warmly. "Okay," little Xing Ruo exclaimed joyfully. Su Yanran hesitated for a moment before saying, "That's just a small portion. Don't let her have too much. You should eat first. The child is growing. A bit of rice will do her good," Gu Zhixing countered. With a smile, he continued, "Tomorrow, I will venture into the mountains to gather some goods to sell, and I'll buy some meat from the butcher for Xing Ruo to help her regain her strength. She appears quite undernourished. Is it all right, Daddy, if you bring back meat for me tomorrow?" Xing Ruo chimed in brightly. "Yes, of course, my dear," Gu Zhixing reassured her. Once he had finished feeding little Xing Ruo, he took the bowl to the sink to wash. As he carried the dishes outside, he stated, "From now on, I shall handle the washing of the dishes." This action left Su Yanran astounded. In the past, even getting him out of bed had been a struggle, let alone washing dishes. She pondered, perhaps he truly intends to change. Yet, shaking her head, she thought, how could that be? Merely managing to get through each day is already a stroke of luck. Gu Zhixing efficiently fetched a basin of water from the well and began scrubbing the dishes with a loofah, all the while contemplating his plans for financial stability. Now that his in-laws had been rescued, he felt unburdened by any further concerns. In his previous life, he was not only a real estate magnate, but also a mine owner, specifically of gold mine. He acquired exceptional skills from the gold prospectors, learning the art of gold panning, mining, and refining through hands-on experience in the mountains and rivers. His foremost desire for tomorrow was to venture into the mountains in search of mineral veins while also gathering some wild produce to sell. After all, one should not put all their eggs in one basket, and locating mineral veins requires time. After dinner, Gu Zhixing sought out the village chief to explain the situation, requesting that Su's parents stay at his home. The village chief readily agreed, acknowledging that the houses at the foot of the mountain were already in disrepair, leaving no alternative for accommodation. As night fell, the little one, having enjoyed a hearty meal, was soon cradled to bed, sleeping soundly. Suyanran Lai Bisaid Feu Zhixing, who gently pulled her closer. Though she was hesitant, fearing his intentions and concerned about waking the child, she heard his soft voice, "Yanran, don't move. Let me hold you." With a sigh, he experienced a profound sense of tranquility. Realizing that Gu Zhixing merely held her without further action, Su Yanran relaxed, daringly wrapping her arms around his waist. The two embraced intimately, savoring the warmth of each other's bodies. "Ah Xing, this is the last time I trust you. Do not let me down," Su Yanran murmured. In less than a quarter of an hour, they both succumbed to slumber. The following day, before dawn, Gu Zhixing took a sickle and a sack and made his way to the back mountain. Chapter 3. Leaning on the mountains for sustenance. There's an old adage that states, rely on the mountains to eat from the mountains. Rely on the water to eat from the water. However, despite Gujia village being nestled against Panlong Mountain, few ventured up to seek sustenance. Only a few young wives would dig for wild vegetables at the mountain's base. This reluctance stemmed from the dense foliage of Panlong Mountain, teeming with weeds and poisonous creatures, which deterred most villagers. Furthermore, hunting for living creatures in the mountains requires both physical strength and skill, which the average person lacks. And those who possess such expertise are often unwilling to share it with others. Consequently, the villagers believed they could make do by tightening their belts, and that subsisting on what they could cultivate was sufficient to support their families, leading to infrequent excursions into the mountains. These factors also resulted in their failure to discover the patch of Ganoderma lucidum. In Gu Zhixing's memory, A team of inspectors would arrive in 3 days to investigate the incident of the gold theft gang that had caused a landslide in the back mountains. During their exploration, they would uncover a patch abundant with Ganoderma lucidum, renowned for its size and quality, causing quite a stir, a detail he remembered vividly. His intention was to gather these precious fungi, which could be exchanged for meat to nourish his daughter. As he walked, he contemplated his daughter, who appeared to be suffering from malnutrition and needed to be supplemented soon. Otherwise, she would grow up to be a short girl, which would not be appealing. The journey up the mountain was fraught with challenges, including poisonous insects, rodents, and ants, with the ground covered in thick underbrush, teeming with venomous creatures. Zhixing persevered, finally locating the coveted patch of Ganoderma lucidum. In this era, such mushrooms held great value and, if sold to the right person, could fetch a high price. The wild Ganoderma lucidum in the back mountain was genuine, boasting superior medicinal properties compared to cultivated varieties, and due to its obscurity, some had already produced spores, which were also highly valuable. Zhixing cautiously wielded his sickle to excavate 3 or 4 larger specimens, which he carefully placed into his bag. He also unearthed several smaller ones, roots and soil intact, in preparation for sowing. This foresight was essential. Should his memories fail him and he be unable to locate the veins of his past life, he could still engage in trade, enough to sustain his family. The villagers of Gujia village lived in modest circumstances, unable to afford the luxury of Lingji mushrooms. Thus, Zhixing's market was not the villagers, nor was it the herbal shops, which in this era of newly sanctioned individual entrepreneurship were fiercely competitive, driving prices down significantly. Moreover, these shopkeepers often appeared to regard their acquisitions as favors bestowed upon the seller, perhaps even expecting further gifts in return, prompting Zhixing to avoid dealings with such individuals. His true aim lay in a mining district government office located 20 miles away in the neighboring county, a place frequented by those who value their lives and were willing to pay for quality. Among them were high-ranking officials, whose lucrative salaries and penchant for health and wellness made them ideal clients. The efficacy of wild Lingji, renowned for its ability to soothe the nerves and enhance vascular health, rendered it particularly beneficial for the overworked mine supervisors. With effective promotion, he could establish a thriving business in this field, maximizing the value of his wild Lingji. After completing his tasks, Zhixing gathered his belongings and prepared to journey to his next destination. He sought the mining vein from his previous life, aware that the current circumstances had shifted. The nation was vigorously advancing its economy, necessitating a substantial gold reserve to support this growth. The output from state-owned enterprises was insufficient to meet the burgeoning demand, prompting the government to encourage individuals skilled in gold mining to engage in legal extraction. The methods sanctioned by the state allowed citizens to contract mountains and riverbeds for gold mining, provided they obtained the necessary permits and adhered to regulations, selling the extracted gold exclusively to the national bank. The government's stance on gold mining was notably lenient. Thus, Zhixing's immediate objective was to locate the vein, sell the mountain goods, and amass capital to secure the necessary licenses and permits for gold extraction, which required a security deposit in this era. Having mentally organized his plan, Zhixing quickened his search, traversing deeper into the mountains in accordance with his past memories. After covering a considerable distance, he paused to assess the terrain, measuring the mountain paths and making a wide detour. This appeared to be the area he sought. The ancient adage, to seek a dragon, one must examine the winding mountains, echoed in his mind as he considered the topography. He possessed only a sickle and a bag for the Lingji, devoid of any detection instruments, and thus relied on the traditional methods he learned from gold miners in his previous life, supplemented by his own experiences. His foremost task was to locate the accompanying gold-bearing stones. As the ancient text advised, commonly, miners extract gold by digging over 10 feet deep until they encounter the blackened stones, which indicate the presence of gold-bearing stones beneath. Discovering such stones would invariably lead to gold deposits. Zhixing scanned his surroundings, recalling that this was where he had mined gold before, albeit as an owner, without first-hand knowledge of the original landscape. Suddenly, he spotted a pile of scattered stones and a thrill of excitement surged within him. A few large round stones lay in disarray. Above the stones, a naturally formed small spring bubbled forth, measuring merely 2 centimeters in width. Gu Zhixing's eyes brightened as he hurriedly approached. He touched the stones, lifting one to examine it closely. While others might view it as an ordinary rock, to Gu Zhixing, it represented a mother stone. Among miners, stones are categorized by gender. Those with rounded ends are deemed mother stones, while sharp-edged ones are classified as father stones. A rich presence of mother stones underground often indicates the proximity of gold deposits. "I found it!" Gu Zhixing exclaimed with delight. Heaven rewards the diligent. He had expected a lengthy search, but fortune favored him swiftly. He crouched there for a while, beginning to shift the large stones. Each was substantial in size, and he lacked the strength to move them all at once. Nevertheless, he persevered, gradually shifting them aside. The backside of the stones revealed a lush green expanse, thick with moss, a testament to years of accumulation. After considerable effort, Gu Zhixing managed to create a small opening. Lowering his head, he began to sift through the earth. Perhaps an hour passed when suddenly his eyes sparkled upon discovering a nugget of gold the size of a baby's fist, a smaller variety of doghead gold with moderate purity, yet worthwhile for his expedition. Realizing he had indeed found gold, he quickly stood, glanced at the sky to note the approaching dusk, and replaced the large stones before shouldering his cloth bag in preparation to return home. Upon arriving home, Gu Zhixing eagerly pulled Su Yinran into the house. "Yinran, I found something on the back mountain. I must head to the county town this evening." Su Yinran, pleased by his ambition, refrained from inquiring about the specifics of his find and simply advised, "Make sure to eat before you go and be cautious on the road." Noticing her lack of curiosity, Gu Zhixing felt slightly discontent and remarked, "Aren't you even going to ask what I brought back?" Su Yinran, bemused, thought it amusing how childlike he seemed, considering that his haul from the mountain was likely nothing more than common goods. Nevertheless, she played along and asked, "So what did you bring back?" Gu Zhixing promptly retrieved his pouch. "Look." Upon seeing its contents, Su Yinran was taken aback. "Ah Xing, have you made a mistake again? Have you done something against the rules?" She mistakenly assumed he had resorted to theft. Gu Zhixing was momentarily taken aback, but soon chuckled as he clarified the situation, presenting the nugget of gold to her for safekeeping. He urged her to keep it confidential until they could decide how to handle it once the proper procedures were in place. Though Su Yinran remained somewhat skeptical, she nonetheless hid the item away securely. Observing her caution brought Gu Zhixing a sense of relief as he prepared to leave with the prized Ganoderma. Just as he stepped out of the village, regret washed over him. He should have taken Old Wang's ox cart. The journey to the county town stretched 20 miles ahead, and the walk would surely exhaust him. After approximately 2 hours, he finally reached the mining office building, where the hustle and bustle of the industrial district was evident, with people coming and going in a steady stream. Chapter 4. Benevolent souls abound in life. Gu Zhixing meandered around the vendors, his cloth bag slung over his shoulder. He exchanged a few words with his vendor and engaged in brief conversations with that one, yet he refrained from opening the bag to sell anything. This peculiar behavior piqued the curiosity of the surrounding vendors, who noted that Gu's attire did not resemble that of a typical buyer from the county town. Some, driven by their inquisitiveness, scrutinized him closely. "Young man, are you here to buy or to sell?" An elderly gentleman inquired. Noticing the kind demeanor of the old man, Gu Zhixing responded gently, "I am indeed a seller, but my wares are rather unique, and I wish to observe first." The old man, a warm-hearted soul who had been peddling in the area for several years, sensed the sincerity in Gu and felt inclined to offer his assistance. "What is it that you wish to sell? Speak to me, and I might be able to recommend some people. I've been around here long enough to know a few folks," he said with a smile. Gu Zhixing was pleased by the old man's offer, recognizing that his connections could prove advantageous. "I happened upon 2 wild Ganoderma on the mountainside back home, and knowing there are many affluent individuals here, I thought I might chance upon a sale," he replied, wearing a sheepish grin. He intentionally understated his possession of the Ganoderma, as there were many folks in the county who sought mountain goods, making it less likely to attract unwanted attention. Furthermore, he was aware of a local bully who had long extorted protection fees in this area, This lifetime, he wished only to safeguard his wife and daughter, avoiding trouble that might cause distress to Su Yanran. The old man paused, then chuckled. "Young man, you are in luck." "What do you mean, sir?" Gu Zhixing asked, perplexed. "A few days ago, the director of the mining district collapsed from exhaustion at work and is still in the hospital. It is the perfect time for supplements. Surely, those beneath him will be inclined to show their gratitude," the old man whispered conspiratorially. Realizing the potential opportunity, Gu Zhixing eagerly sought further guidance. "Just wait here for a short while longer. They will emerge for their meals soon. Observe the well-dressed individuals. Approach them and inquire if they're interested in nourishing goods. I assure you, you will make a sale," the old man said confidently. Gu Zhixing was astonished by how fortuitous this seemed and expressed his gratitude to the old man profusely. As the allotted time passed, people began to exit the government building in groups. Among them was a middle-aged man clad in a suit. Gu Zhixing quickly approached him. The middle-aged man, accustomed to the sight of vendors seeking office workers, greeted Gu with a smile. "Young man, what do you have to sell?" Gu Zhixing, inwardly pleased by the man's receptiveness, beamed and replied, "I have 2 wild Ganoderma, freshly picked today. They're exceptional, and, as my family is in need, I hope to exchange them for some money to buy nourishment for my daughter." The middle-aged man felt a surge of joy. Having served as the deputy director for many years without any advancement, with the director poised for retirement, he hoped to receive a recommendation. Just as he lamented his lack of noteworthy contributions, an excellent opportunity presented itself. "Is this Lingji truly wild?" he inquired. He picked it up, inspected it, and inhaled its fragrance. Gu Zhixing, eager to please, responded, "Absolutely. I gathered it from the mountain today. If I can deceive others, do you really think I could fool you cultured individuals who sit in offices?" The middle-aged man, flattered by Gu Zhixing's words, felt a sense of pride and asked, "Young man, how much for these wild Lingji? I would like to buy them." Gu Zhixing rejoiced internally, knowing the price for 2 was a mere 100 yuan. The middle-aged man felt a pang in his heart, realizing the cost was quite steep. 100 yuan was indeed an inflated price. However, having already spoken, he could not retract his words. With a grim expression, he counted out the money and handed it to Gu Zhixing. Gu Zhixing, delighted, counted the 10 crisp bills, enough to enhance the lives of his daughter and wife. His thoughts turned to what he might purchase for his daughter, and he quickened his pace towards the supply and marketing cooperative. In this day and age, while the cooperative could not compare to the grand supermarkets of the past, it offered a wide array of food and daily necessities, including ample fabric for clothing. As he left, he planned to buy some fine rice and flour for Su Yanran and his daughter, having thoughtfully brought along his grain coupons issued by the village, which held little value without money. He was relieved they were not wasted, unlike in his previous life. Upon entering the cooperative, he scanned the neatly arranged shelves. Delighted to see everything he wished to buy was available, he called over a sales clerk, requesting 5 pounds of rice and 5 pounds of flour. "Young man, do you have a grain bag?" "Without one, it will cost 5 cents, the clerk informed him. "That's fine, just weigh it out," he replied without hesitation. The clerk swiftly measured the grains, and after completing the transaction, handed the goods to him. As Gu Zhixing thought of his daughter and the elderly gentleman who had just guided him, he decided to buy a pound of White Rabbit milk candies to share. He then noticed a vendor hawking quality fabric and recalled that Su Yanran had not made new clothes in a while, so he purchased a bit for her as well. After meandering through the cooperative with no further purchases in mind, he settled his bill and exited, first delivering the milk candies to the elderly man and expressing his gratitude. He then made his way to the meat stall. "How much for your meat?" he asked the vendor. The vendor paused, looking up to respond with a meat coupon. "Fatty meat is 90 cents, lean meat 60 cents. Without a coupon, fatty meat is 1 yuan 20, lean meat 1 yuan. Gu Zhixing shook his head. "No coupon. I'll take 2 pounds of fatty meat and 1 pound of lean." In these times, every household craved meat, having not tasted it in ages, and naturally, they desired fatty cuts, which were more expensive. The lean meat was a more economical choice to help supplement his daughter's calcium intake. As he observed the butcher sharpening his knife with a carefree demeanor, Gu Zhixing resolved to work harder to earn more, lest he feel reluctant even to buy a bit of meat. "All right then." As I approached the vendor, The butcher skillfully wielded his knife, effortlessly slicing 2 pounds of succulent pork, leaving Zhixing astounded. Indeed, excellence can be found in every profession. In a matter of moments, the butcher completed his task, weighed the meat, wrapped it meticulously in oil paper, and handed it to Zhixing, totaling 3 yuan and 4 jiao. Come back after you've enjoyed your meal, he advised. After settling the bill, Zhixing hurried home, aware that time was slipping away. Over 2 hours later, he finally arrived home and placed the meat on the table. The glistening fat peeked through the oil paper, catching Su Yanran's eye. You really bought meat? Don't spoil Xing Ruo too much. Save some of your earnings, she chided gently. Xing Ruo is growing and needs to eat well. Zhixing chuckled, offering some white rabbit milk candies to their little darling. With a teasing smile, Su Yanran remarked, will candy really nourish her? This candy is made from milk, and it's good for her health, Zhixing explained. In this era, white rabbit milk candy is indeed made from real milk. It is said that just a few pieces could equal a cup of milk. If it weren't for the current limitations on buying milk, he would have happily arranged for his daughter to enjoy it daily. Xing Ruo, would you like another piece of candy? You know, Daddy would love to give you one more, he coaxed the little one. Seeing Zhixing indulging their daughter, Su Yanran couldn't help but smile. You only know how to spoil her, and I spoil you too. Just look at what I bought for you, Zhixing said softly, his gaze seemingly piercing through to Su Yanran's heart. As she rummaged through the bag, she found a piece of cotton fabric and questioned, what on earth did you buy this for? It's neither food nor drink. Everything I buy for you is worthwhile, Zhixing replied. Wrapping his arms around Su Yanran from behind. Yanran, don't worry. I will ensure you and our daughter live well. From now on, all my earnings will be managed by you. Hearing such words from him moved Su Yanran deeply. With tears glistening in her eyes, she embraced him back, her heart pondering whether their hardships were finally yielding to better days. Chapter 5. Actions speak louder than words. He then handed over the remaining money from selling the reishi mushrooms to Su Yanran. I made 100 yuan from the mushrooms. After purchasing these items, including the pork, it cost just over 30 yuan. The rest is right here. You can count it, he said, shoving a paper packet into her hands. As Su Yanran carefully unwrapped the paper layer by layer, she smiled and asked, Didn't you buy anything for yourself that you wanted? Zhixing glanced at her, unfazed as a man. What do I need to care about those things? What I desire most is for you and our daughter to enjoy good food and clothing. With that, he rolled up his sleeves. Today I'm cooking. I want both you and our daughter to experience my culinary skills. Zhixing first coaxed little Xing Ruo to play outside, ensuring she wouldn't disturb him in the kitchen. He then grabbed the meat in a basin, heading towards the well. Despite Zhixing preparing a meal, it is important to note that in these times of scarcity, enjoying a dish of meat is a rare treat. Families typically eat only 2 meals a day, and when preparing meat dishes, they often wait until the farmers have gone out to work before they begin cooking. Firstly, there are those who would mock families that have not tasted meat for a year or more. Secondly, some thick-skinned individuals arrive with bowls and chopsticks in hand, making it difficult to refuse them. However, Zhixing, after being reborn, paid little heed to these trivialities. It was not that he was indifferent. Rather, he was eager to prepare delightful dishes for the mother and daughter, hoping to atone for his past misdeeds. He silently vowed that once the mining application was approved and his pockets were filled, he would treat them to milk. As Zhixing contemplated the future, his hands became increasingly nimble. He cut the clean pork into chunks and began the blanching process, placing the pork into the pot along with a handful of rolled scallions and a small amount of ginger. Once the water boiled, he skimmed off the froth and set the meat aside for later. Typically, in this era, people would skip this step to save the lard. Yet, having lived a previous life and savored the delights of good lard, Zhixing chose not to overlook it. He added cold water to the pot, introduced the fatty meat, and brought it to a roaring boil until the water evaporated, then reduced the heat to allow it to simmer gently, releasing the fat in bubbling bursts. The enticing aroma of the lard made Zhixing's stomach grumble, and he couldn't help but lament that this body was incomparable to his previous one. Meanwhile, Xingru was frolicking with the other village children in the fields. A chubby boy of around 4 or 5 tugged at her braid and exclaimed, "Little stinky girl, when you grow up, marry me and let me ride you like a horse. I'll treat you to delicious food." "I don't want to. We're having meat at home today." Gu Xingru pouted in displeasure, attempting to shove the boy away. However, despite being of similar age, the chubby boy was well fed, and Gu Xingru, being frail, could not budge him, causing her to stumble instead. "What?" Gu Xingru cried out as she sat on the ground, her loud wails drawing the attention of nearby workers. The chubby boy, noticing the adults looking over, feigned fear and taunted, "Gu Xingru, you little stinky girl. You don't want to marry me and be my horse." The surrounding onlookers paused, then burst into laughter, dismissing it as mere childish play. Su Yanran, seeing the villagers gathered around the 2 children, approached. The chubby boy's mother, noticing Su Yanran, gave her son a light pat on the hand and cheerfully remarked, "The children are just playing. Don't take it to heart." Although Su Yanran felt displeased, she recognized that they were merely children's jokes and refrained from reacting harshly. She picked up Gu Xingru and turned to leave. The chubby boy's mother, seeing that Su Yanran ignored her, felt quite displeased. After all, her family was the first in the village to become affluent, and it was uncommon for anyone to treat her with such disregard. As she watched Su Yanran walk away, the chubby boy's father cast a lingering gaze after them. The boy's mother, increasingly irked, spoke out, "I wonder how those city women are so adept at enticing men, neglecting their own husbands while trying to lure others. Perhaps they teach their daughters such shameless ways, too." Hearing her words, some villagers exhibited discomfort, wishing to interject, for they were all from the same village and should strive for collective progress. However, due to the wealth of the chubby boy's family, she harbored a hope that they too could prosper. Hence she refrained from speaking out for fear of offending him. Su Yanran understood the implications of the chubby boy's mother's words. She had initially intended to let it go, but since the insult this time was directed at her daughter, she could not remain indifferent. With a cold sneer, Su Yanran retorted, "Do not just criticize others without reflecting on your own household. Just because you possess some wealth does not give you the right to consort with the widows of neighboring villages. Is your man more handsome than mine? If I wish to pursue your husband, would he even be worthy? Nonsense." Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as the woman struck Su Yanran across the face. Before Su Yanran could react, a loud thud followed, and the chubby boy's mother found herself on the ground, having been knocked down by Gu Zhixing, whose eyes burned with fury as he yanked the woman's hair and delivered several sharp slaps. Afterward, Gu Zhixing straightened his attire and declared, "I typically abhor striking women, but what choice did I have when you dare to insult my wife's daughter?" With that, he cast a menacing glare at the woman, who sat helplessly on the ground. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Although Gu Zhixing had gained a reputation for brawling and causing trouble, he had never before laid a hand on a woman. This was indeed a first. Some villagers were astonished that Gu Zhixing would stand up for Su Yanran, as he had appeared to change drastically since his gambling days. A few villagers, unable to bear the sight, spoke up. "How can a man like Gu Zhixing strike a woman? Be cautious, or the village chief will come and deal with you." Gu Zhixing scoffed. "And where were you when my wife was struck and my daughter was insulted? Now you choose to speak up?" Hearing his words, the villagers began to see the reasoning behind his anger, and some of the more bashful young men lowered their gazes. Noticing the silence from the crowd, Gu Zhixing continued, "I may have been a rogue in the past, but I am striving to change. Therefore, I ask for your respect towards my wife and child. They are also human beings and deserve no less dignity because of me." After uttering these words, Gu Zhixing extended his hand to support Su Yanran and turned to head home. Su Yanran remained momentarily stunned, while little Xingru joyfully exclaimed, "Daddy is the best. Daddy is amazing." Gu Zhixing paused, then laughed, "What makes me so great?" Little Xingru sweetly replied, "Before, the chubby boy said I was like an orphan, that he could bully me at will, claiming that one day you would sell me. But now I know my daddy is the best and would never sell me." Gu Zhixing looked at his daughter, his eyes moistening as he suddenly embraced her. "Daddy will never sell you. Do you believe in Daddy?" "Yes, I believe." Little Xingru responded with delight. As they conversed, Gu Zhixing gently touched Su Yanran's bruised cheek and asked, "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt. You needn't worry," she replied. Their exchange continued, as they returned home. Wow, it smells so good, Su Yanran exclaimed in delight. Yes, I prepared the dishes, intending to call you back to taste them. But I did not anticipate such an incident, Gu Zhixing reflected. Su Yanran nodded slightly, saying, It's all right. I have grown accustomed to it. Whenever you are not home, it would behave like this. Behave like this? Indeed, I am an outsider, and they cannot speak on my behalf. It would be better to endure and let it pass. Su Yanran recalled with a smile. Upon hearing her words, Gu Zhixing felt an overwhelming pang of sympathy. He gently embraced Su Yanran, placing a tender kiss upon her forehead, assuring her, as long as I am here, such things will not happen again. His words caused Su Yanran's cheeks to flush instantly, her heart warming slightly. She softly replied, Thank you, Xing. Thank you for improving and for cherishing this family. Although Su Yanran found Gu Zhixing's sudden transformation perplexing, she felt a surge of happiness within her, hoping it would remain unchanged, never turning into a fleeting dream. Mama, your face is so red. A sweet, playful voice chimed from below. Chapter 6. To find someone in the small courtyard, Gu Zhixing hastily arranged the tables and chairs, guiding Su Yanran and her daughter to sit. He served them fragrant bowls of rice, accompanied by a small dish of stir-fried green beans with meat. Concerned that his daughter might suffer from an upset stomach due to the richness of the food, he also prepared a small plate of sautéed vegetables for them. As soon as little Xingru spotted the meat laid before her, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she exclaimed, Daddy, I want to eat this meat. Gu Zhixing chuckled, all right? But before we indulge in the meat, let's first have some greens, or else your tummy might hurt. He was wary of her delicate digestion. Understanding her father's words, little Xingru promptly picked up her small bowl and spoon, taking bites of rice interspersed with vegetables. Seeing his daughter so obedient, Gu Zhixing eagerly added a piece of meat to her bowl before lowering his head to prepare for his own meal. He gazed at the steaming bowl of rice before him, the fragrant steam wafting up and evoking a flood of emotions. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed a meal so heartily. In his previous life, despite accumulating wealth over the years, he often found himself unable to eat. The years of relentless toil had left him with a stomach ailment, and each meal would remind him of his deceased wife and daughter, rendering food difficult to swallow. As he chewed on the rice, tears unexpectedly streamed down his face. Daddy, what's wrong? Little Xingru tilted her head, puzzled. Why is Daddy crying over such delicious food? Gu Zhixing, fearing that Su Yanran might notice his emotional outburst, quickly wiped his face and smiled, reassuring his daughter, It's nothing. The food is just too delicious. In the next moment, a fluffy little head leaned close to his ear. Daddy, Xingrua likes you so much. After speaking, little Xingrua, with a trembling little spoon, carefully scooped a piece of meat into Gu Zhixing's bowl. This soft, tender voice and action effortlessly coaxed the freshly wiped tears from Gu Zhixing's eyes. This was a scenario he had never dared to imagine in his previous life. Living alone, he had often fantasized about such moments. Since his rebirth, Gu Zhixing had been living in constant apprehension, feeling as though this was merely a fantasy before his death, or perhaps a dream conjured by his soul after passing. Yet, with his daughter's words, his heart settled back into his chest. He realized that no matter how wonderful his past life had been, whether this life was an illusion or merely a dream, as long as he existed for a single day, he would protect Su Yanran and their daughter. If there ever came a day where he truly did not exist or vanished, he would seek to safeguard these two women wherever they might encounter one another. Eating the food his daughter had served him, Gu Zhixing was filled with an overwhelming sense of happiness. Everything felt so profoundly real. Perhaps there would be no unexpected turns. After finishing the meal, Gu Zhixing swiftly tidied up the dishes, put little Xingrua to bed, and then sat in the courtyard, watching Su Yanran busy herself by the candlelight. The flickering flame cast a warm glow, making Su Yanran appear even more beautiful and gentle, and he found himself entranced. Noticing Gu Zhixing's gaze upon her, Su Yanran turned her head, her eyes questioning. What is it? Is something wrong? Hearing her voice, Gu Zhixing responded, Yanran, I need to go to the county town tomorrow. He spoke slowly, looking at her intently. Su Yanran smiled softly. What do you need to do in the county town? Do you need money? I can get some for you. She began to head inside. Gu Zhixing quickly stopped her. I'm going to find someone who can help me mine in the back mountain. I also need to apply for some paperwork with the relevant departments, so I might be back a little late. Don't worry at home. As he spoke, he wrapped his arms around Su Yanran. Okay, I understand. I'll wait for you at home, Su Yanran replied softly, leaning against him. Gu Zhixing responded with a sound from his chest. After discussing the matter at hand, he promptly carried Su Yanran to bed, and they embraced as they fell into slumber. The next day before dawn, Gu Zhixing quietly rose, stoked the fire in the stove, warmed the leftover porridge from yesterday, and boiled an egg, skipping breakfast before heading out. This time, he had learned to be wise. Early in the morning, he waited at the village entrance for the ox cart. As soon as it arrived, a group of women eager to go to the market jostled aboard. But Gu Zhixing remained unperturbed, waiting until everyone else had settled before climbing aboard. Before long, all the passengers were seated, and Gu Zhixing noticed a space had been deliberately left for him. Ladies, are you all comfortable? If it's too cramped, I can sit outside, he said with a smile, growing up under the watchful eyes of these women, who had seen him through his early years after his parents had passed away and he had strayed further from the right path. They were now pleased to see him stand up for Su Yanran. His promise to improve brought them comfort, and they were all the more willing to look out for Gu Zhixing. Old Master Wang, herding the cattle with a handful of grass, approached to feed the ox that pulled the cart. Observing Gu Zhixing still holding back, his face cold, he remarked, "If I offer you a seat, just take it without so much chatter." Master Wang, the eldest in Gujia village, had no children or spouse, having lost his partner long ago. He had once cared for the orphan Gu Zhixing as if he were a younger relative, having watched him grow since childhood. However, Gu Zhixing's previous rebelliousness had disappointed Master Wang, leading to his current cold demeanor. Despite Master Wang's frosty exterior, he harbored no ill will. He knew well that Gu Zhixing possessed a kind heart and was not a wicked person. He recalled a year when a calamity had devastated the crops, leaving him on the brink of starvation. During that dire time, this foolish lad had somehow procured a rabbit and braved the snow to deliver it to his home, refusing even to show his face. Had it not been for his keen observation through the crack of the door, he would not have recognized him. Seeing Master Wang's silence, Gu Zhixing, unfazed, cheerfully thanked him and hopped onto the cart, awaiting him to drive. Throughout the journey, aside from a few women occasionally exchanging mundane pleasantries, both Master Wang and Gu Zhixing remained taciturn, caught in an awkward silence. Upon arriving in town, as soon as the cart stopped, Gu Zhixing leaped off and pulled out $5 from his pocket, offering it to Master Wang. "You took a ride. Why give me so much money?" "I can't change it," Master Wang grumbled, thinking Gu Zhixing was just causing mischief, his anger evident as he huffed. "Take it. Old man, doesn't he have time for your nonsense?" Gu Zhixing replied, turning to run away. Noticing Gu Zhixing was about to flee, Master Wang called out, "Be sure to come back for the ride tonight." "All right, understood," Gu Zhixing responded without looking back, waving his hand. Pleased that Gu Zhixing had agreed to return for the evening ride, Master Wang settled back beside the cart, leisurely enjoying his tobacco. As Gu Zhixing walked away, he inquired about the location of Zhangjiao Lane. Eventually, he arrived at an alley and stopped at the entrance of the second courtyard. Noticing the door tightly shut, he knocked hastily. Moments later, a languid voice drifted from within, "Coming, coming. Who's there so early, disturbing my sleep?" As the door opened, a figure emerged, clad in a sleeveless vest and dragging slippers, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, swaying as he approached Gu Zhixing. "Who are you?" Chapter 7. The Master of Tomb Robbing. Zhang Jiaxiang, the Master of Tomb Robbing, Zhang Jiaxiang. A smile crept across Gu Zhixing's lips as he succinctly unveiled Zhang Jiaxiang's identity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiaxiang was taken aback, breaking into a cold sweat. In this era, tomb robbing was scarcely more respectable than grave robbing. To the ordinary folk, tomb raiders were akin to thieves attempting to defy the king of hell, who would meet a grim fate. Who would dare to associate with such individuals? Fearing that Gu Zhixing's revelation might be overheard by the neighbors, Zhang Jiaxiang quickly glanced around and pulled Gu Zhixing into the courtyard. In a hushed yet furious tone, he demanded, "Who are you and what do you want?" Gu Zhixing, observing the pallor of Zhang Jiaxiang's face, remained unperturbed. He patted Zhang's shoulder and refrained from answering his inquiry. Instead, he posed a question. Do you wish to mine gold with integrity? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiaxiang's spirits lifted instantly, and he replied with a smile, in our line of work, who wouldn't desire to mine openly? Yet, who possesses the means to do so without the backing of the affluent and powerful? I have a way. Are you willing to follow my lead? Gu Zhixing responded with an air of mystery, confidently settling into his chair. Zhang Jiaxiang, taken aback, raised his head in astonishment. You truly possess such connections? Indeed, and I assure you it will be entirely lawful. So, do you wish to join me? Gu Zhixing affirmed. What if I choose not to follow you? Zhang Jiaxiang, feeling somewhat begrudged by Gu Zhixing's confidence, feigned nonchalance. Should you unearth gold, you shall receive 20%. You have no grounds to refuse. Gu Zhixing proclaimed with pride. Gu Zhixing understood that in their profession, the notion of percentages was seldom discussed. Typically, the mine owners simply compensated workers with a nominal fee. However, Gu Zhixing did not wish to conduct business in such a manner. He regarded Zhang Jiaxiang as a brother, someone with whom he had shared a life-and-death bond in their previous existence. In his former life, Gu Zhixing had already found success in real estate when he stumbled upon the news of a gold mine being developed in his hometown. On a whim, he invested heavily in its acquisition. It was during this time that he met Zhang Jiaxiang, who initially appeared to be an ordinary miner. Yet, whether by luck or skill, it was Zhang who consistently unearthed high-quality gold. Due to Zhang Jiaxiang's competence, Gu Zhixing always made it a point to look after him, greeting him first upon arriving or leaving work. One day, however, Gu Zhixing accidentally tumbled down a hillside and suffered a broken leg, rendering him unable to move. It was night, and he was close to being preyed upon by wolves when Zhang Jiaxiang arrived and took him to the hospital. Zhang recalled, I remember you greeting me in the office that morning, and when you didn't return that evening, I sensed something was amiss. It was during that incident that Gu Zhixing truly recognized Zhang Jiaxiang as a brother. Subsequently, Zhang gradually revealed his past. He had been clandestinely mining gold since before the Reform era. As time passed, Zhang became increasingly affluent and renowned within the mining community. In his youth, Zhang Jiaxiang's newfound wealth attracted unwanted attention, leading to thieves targeting his home, in an attempt to protect their son as possessions. His parents tragically lost their lives. This event shattered Zhang Jiaxiang, who ceased mining and, in middle age, resorted to working at a mine as a mere laborer to make ends meet. Thus, Gu Zhixing's purpose in seeking out Zhang Jiaxiang was not solely for his expertise, but also to spare him and his family from the tragic fate they endured in their past lives. Upon hearing Gu Zhixing's proposal, Zhang Jiaxiang leaped with excitement. Is this truly the case? Absolutely, Gu Zhixing replied, understanding that Zhang Jiaxiang had agreed. All right then, when do we commence our venture? Zhang Jiaxiang inquired, his thoughts racing with enthusiasm. Gu Zhixing smiled and said, just wait a little longer. I'll handle the paperwork first. Zhang Jiaxiang, with wide eyes filled with curiosity, leaned closer to Gu Zhixing and whispered, Brother, do you have someone up top? It seems you can surely get it done. Gu Zhixing smiled mysteriously. I won't tell you just yet. You'll find out in due time. Rising to leave, he added, I have matters to attend to. Wait, I still don't know your name, Zhang Jiaxiang exclaimed, grabbing Gu Zhixing's arm. Gu Zhixing patted Zhang Jiaxiang on the shoulder and replied, I am Gu Zhixing. If you need anything, just ask someone in Gujiakin and they'll guide you to my home. After departing from Zhang Jiaxiang's house, Gu Zhixing did not head home, but instead proceeded to the gold office. Upon arrival, he greeted the staff, Hello, I heard that the application process for gold mining is now available. The clerk, without looking up, replied, Yes, please fill out this application form. Have your village issue a recommendation letter and submit a deposit of 500 yuan. The relevant authorities will review it. The clerk showed no intent to engage further. Although the application process was not overly complicated, some still found it insurmountable. This was likely why the clerk lacked enthusiasm when approached by inquiries. Realizing the application was straightforward, Gu Zhixing quickly requested a form, completed it, and expressed his gratitude before heading out. His priority now was to locate that individual. Noticing that the day was still young, Gu Zhixing hastened his steps towards the county government office. Upon arrival at the office building, he stated the name of the person he wished to see, and soon, someone came to escort him to an office. Knocking on the door, he heard a voice say, "Come in." Gu Zhixing entered, cheerfully greeting Uncle San. "It's been a long time." The man paused momentarily, then stood to welcome him, patting his shoulder with a smile. "You must be little Zhixing. It's been so many years. You've grown so much. What brings you here today?" Gu Zhixing, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Uncle San, I wish to apply for a gold mining permit. As you know, the current situation makes it impossible to proceed without a guarantor, so I came to seek your assistance." The man pondered for a moment and spoke earnestly. "All right, I will help you, but you must promise me to avoid any illicit activities. Engaging in this line of work is like walking a tightrope. You have a wife and daughter. You must weigh your choices carefully." Gu Zhixing chuckled. "Uncle San, I understand. If I truly wanted to engage in unlawful activities, why would I bother with the application? I might as well run an unregulated mine and earn more. I have a wife and daughter, and perhaps in a couple of years, I might even have another daughter or son. I am quite content." Seeing Gu Zhixing's earnestness, Uncle San felt relieved and patted his shoulder, saying, "As long as you know where you stand." Though not blood relatives, they shared a bond akin to that of brothers, and out of gratitude for the Gu family's support, he was determined to assist. With matters settled, Gu Zhixing promptly took his leave. Later that evening, he arrived at the rendezvous point for the ox cart, where he found Grandpa Wang still waiting for him. Grandfather Wang noticed Gu Zhixing approaching and urged him, "Hurry up. It's quite late. Aren't you worried your wife will be concerned?" Gu Zhixing listened to Wang's nagging, which, despite its repetitive nature, brought him immense joy. He smiled in response. "I've already informed Yanran that I would be out." Seeing that Gu Zhixing was somewhat considerate, Grandfather Wang seized his admonitions and hurried back to his vehicle. As Gu Zhixing sat in the car, his thoughts turned to the need to gather 500 yuan. Just as he pondered this financial requirement, he recalled the wild ginseng patch on the back mountain. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to Sue's parents not having been harmed, the patrol had not rigorously investigated the matter of stolen gold, thus leaving that ginseng patch undiscovered. Reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of nostalgia, sensing that many aspects of his life had transformed for the better since his rebirth. Lost in thought, he chuckled, recalling how in the web novels he had read in his past life, those who were reborn often had a system accompanying them. He wondered if, in his case, he had been granted a ginseng patch. Hearing Gu Zhixing's laughter, Grandfather Wang couldn't help but think that the young man might be a bit foolish, and he felt an increasing inclination to treat him with more kindness in the future. Chapter 8. Revenge from the past after a bumpy ride on the ox cart. They finally reached the village entrance. Gu Zhixing was the first to disembark, reminding Grandfather Wang to drive slowly before he hurriedly made his way into the village without looking back. It was late, and he was quite anxious about his mother and sister waiting at home, so he quickened his pace. At that hour, the villagers were enjoying the cool evening air. As Gu Zhixing reached the center of the village, he encountered someone he wished to avoid for the rest of his life. Chun Xiangmei, Gu Zhila's mother. He merely cast a glance her way, dismissing her entirely. However, some individuals, oblivious to propriety, felt compelled to bully others under the guise of seniority. Unable to tolerate Gu Zhixing's apparent indifference, his aunt finally spoke up. "Oh dear, some people haven't even achieved success yet and already look down on others. If only they could study diligently like my son Zhila, who might become a prominent official someday." One bystander chimed in, flattering Chun Xiangmei. "Why compare him to your Zhila? He is just managing to feed himself, not his whole family. He has a wife and children. Your words are quite misplaced." Laughter erupted from the crowd. Hearing their loud mockery, Gu Zhixing refrained from engaging in an argument, knowing he was not in a position to do so. After all, every word they spoke had once been a harsh truth. He resolved to prove through his actions that he was no longer the person he once was. In this life, he would firmly grasp his wife, children, reputation, and achievements. Though he chose not to argue back, he silently registered the malicious faces that reveled in his misfortune, recognizing them as warnings and reminders not to disappoint Su Yanran again. Gu Zhixing quickened his pace to return home, but at that moment, Gu Zhila blocked his path. Brother, please don't take it to heart. My mother often speaks without thinking. Please be understanding. A sly glint flickered in Gu Zhila's eyes, hinting at his concealed satisfaction. Gu Zhixing, anxious to return home, chose to ignore him, for in this lifetime, they no longer existed on the same plane. However, Gu Zhila obstinately refused to yield. Gu Zhixing approached and whispered into Gu Zhili's ear, "Does Chun Xiang Mei know about your indiscretions?" Startled, Gu Zhili's eyes widened with terror, and he hastily stepped aside, fearful that Gu Zhixing would expose his misdeeds. Observing Gu Zhi les compliance. Gu Zhixing silently mused that it was fortunate he had been attentive to Gu Zhili in his previous life, well acquainted with his affairs. In truth, Gu Zhili had not been the diligent student Chun Xiang Mei claimed. Rather, he spent little time at school, often cavorting with delinquents and engaging in romantic escapades. While there was nothing inherently wrong with adults dating, Gu Zhili had merely sought amusement, never intending marriage. This matter only came to light in the 1990s, when it was revealed by the girl's family. But by then, the crime of hooliganism had ceased to exist, resulting Gu Zhili merely paying a sum to settle the issue. Reflecting upon this, Gu Zhixing felt a flicker of irritation. After all, it was his money. With a cold smile inwardly, Gu Zhixing thought, but in this lifetime, your luck has run out. Initially, he had not recalled this incident. But Gu Zhili's deliberate provocation, aiming to incite his ire and render him a village laughingstock, compelled him to reconsider. If that was the case, then let him become a joke indeed, he thought resolutely. Lost in contemplation, Gu Zhixing soon arrived home. In a small courtyard, Su Yanran was enjoying the cool evening breeze with little Xing Ruo, who had just finished bathing. Su Yanran's long, soft hair cascaded down her back, illuminated by the moonlight, casting a serene and elegant glow upon her delicate features. Upon hearing the door, Su Yanran turned with a bright smile. "You're back." Gu Zhixing returned her smile. "Yes, I'm home." As he spoke, he took little Xing Ruo into his arms. "You should take Xing Ruo to bed. I need to speak with the village head," he said, preparing to carry her inside. At that moment, however, Xing Ruo awakened, her soft voice chiming, "Daddy, I want to go with you to find Grandpa Village Head." "All right, my dear. Let us take you along," Gu Zhixing replied, unable to resist the charm of the little one in his embrace. Thus, he carried little Xing Ruo all the way to the village head's house. "Village head, are you there?" Gu Zhixing called while knocking on the door. "Yes, yes," the village head replied, opening the door and immediately bristling upon seeing Gu Zhixing. "What do you want?" In the village head's mind, Gu Zhixing was no paragon of virtue, often scheming and causing trouble. And the village folk would come to him with grievances, leaving the village head no choice but to mediate given his position. Gu Zhixing, unperturbed, smiled cheerfully. "Village head, could you issue me a letter of introduction? I plan to open a mine and would appreciate your assistance in recruiting some workers from the village. Have you applied for the necessary permits?" The village head asked, somewhat irritably. The village of Gujia is a fabled gold mining haven, attracting numerous individuals, both local and from afar, eager to strike it rich. Thus, Gu Zhixing sought a letter of introduction to commence his mining endeavors, which the village chief found unremarkable. He anticipated that the application would be processed within 5 or 6 days, merely awaiting Gu Zhixing's presentation of a letter. "Of course, I will provide it for you," the chief remarked, sensing a return to serious matters. "Make sure to work diligently this time. You can't continue relying on your wife for support. It's quite embarrassing." With a cheerful smile, Gu Zhixing replied, "Thank you, uncle. I appreciate your assistance with the mining work." "Understood, understood. How will you handle the wages?" Although the village chief had heard murmurs indicating Gu Zhixing was ready to be a responsible man, he still worried about the payment for laborers and inquired in advance. "The pay will be 25 yuan per person per month, with additional bonuses for exceptional finds," Gu Zhixing explained. The chief deemed this wage reasonable, nodding in agreement. "Very well. I will arrange for your workers at that rate. Come by tomorrow, and I will prepare a list for you to select from." "Thank you for your help, uncle," Gu Zhixing responded. Noticing that the chief had more to say, he quickly interrupted, "Rest assured, I have a wife and daughter to care for. I am content with them and will not stray from the right path again." Pleased with Gu Zhixing's assurances, The chief nodded in satisfaction, reflecting to himself that education is essential for personal growth. He felt a swell of pride at having guided another wayward soul back to the right path. Gu Zhixing continued, "All right, uncle, I shall take my leave now. Little Xingru is quite tired. I will carry her home. I appreciate your continued help with the remaining matters." Seeing that little Xingru was indeed fatigued, the village chief escorted Gu Zhixing to the entrance before bidding him farewell. In high spirits, Gu Zhixing made his way home, soothing his daughter as they walked. Upon arriving home, he discussed with Su Yanran the plan to gather the medicinal mushrooms from the mountains to sell in the county, aiming to raise the necessary 500 yuan. He also informed her about the progress on the paperwork. The couple then retired for the night. Yet, he refrained from mentioning his intentions regarding Guzhila, partly due to a belief in fate after living a second life, and partly to shield Su Yanran from the complexities of his grievances with Guzhila. Perhaps he would never find the words to explain, or perhaps he would simply choose to remain silent. Chapter 9. The list of gold miners the following day as dawn broke. Gu Zhixing rose early to prepare for his journey into the mountains. Noticing that Su Yanran and little Xingru were still asleep, he chose not to disturb them. After kindling a fire and preparing breakfast for the mother and daughter, he served himself a bowl of porridge before stepping outside and closing the courtyard gate behind him. Alone, he made his way to the back mountain, carrying a basket intended for gathering medicinal mushrooms. Familiarity breeds ease. Soon, Gu Zhixing arrived at the mushroom patch and began to carefully select and harvest several large specimens. He prioritized gathering mushrooms for sale, transplanting a few smaller ones into his basket, intending for Su Yanran to cultivate them in their yard, hoping they would thrive like the previous batch. Before long, Gu Zhixing had gathered everything, shouldering his basket in preparation to descend the mountain. Just as he was about to leave, a wild chicken suddenly flapped out of the grass, appearing to have been in a scuffle and injured, lying helplessly among the foliage. Gu Zhixing quickly seized it, gathered some wild grass from the ground, bound the chicken, and tossed it into his basket. It would serve as a delightful addition to his daughter's meal, he mused contentedly. With a joyful heart, he made his way home. Upon his arrival, he spotted Su Yanran tending to the vegetable garden in the backyard with little Xingrua. "Daddy, you're back," little Xingrua exclaimed with delight. Perhaps due to the bonds of blood, in just a few short days, the little one had developed a special reliance on her father. "Indeed, father has returned, but he must venture out again shortly," Gu Zhixing replied, mimicking Xingrua's tone. Su Yanran observed Gu Zhixing before her. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, his back dampened with sweat, he no longer complained or expressed fatigue, instead gently coaxing their daughter. This was an unprecedented sight. A wave of emotion washed over Su Yanran. There was nothing more heartwarming than this transformation. Gu Zhixing first set down the basket, revealing the small Ganoderma seedlings he had collected, meant for Su Yanran to plant, as she was quite adept in such endeavors. He then produced the wild chicken he had fortuitously captured on the mountain. Su Yanran stared at the sizable bird, her eyes widening in astonishment. "How is it so large?" "I was picking Ganoderma in that patch when it tumbled down from the grass, likely injured from a fight. I managed to catch it just in time. Afterward, you should prepare it and serve half to my parents. They don't dine with us. Fearing their presence might bring us trouble, but we must not neglect our filial duties." Since the house on the other side of the mountain had been renovated, the elderly couple had moved back, anxious that their status might burden Gu Zhixing and his family. As Gu Zhixing spoke, he conveyed his profound gratitude towards Su Yanran's parents. In his previous life, after the tragic loss of Su Yanran and their daughter, they had not blamed him but rather offered him comfort, even encouraging him in the subsequent years to find companionship, wishing to spare him from a lonely existence. In Gu Zhixing's heart, Su Yanran's parents had long since become his own. Hearing Gu Zhixing's words, Su Yanran felt a surge of joy. In the past, he had discouraged her from caring for her parents, fearing they would be a burden. Yet now he spoke of them with fondness, indicating a genuine change in him. As the day waned, Gu Zhixing briefed Su Yanran on matters at home and set off for the county town with his basket. This time, he did not head to the mining office to sell, but made a beeline for the pharmacy. Unlike his previous fortunate encounter at the mining office, He was acutely aware of the ticking clock and had no time to squander. Thus, he proceeded directly to the pharmacy to exchange his goods for cash. In the county town of Guja village, there were two pharmacies, and he first approached the larger of the two. "Do you purchase medicinal herbs?" he inquired. Unfortunately, the sales clerk had just been reprimanded by a superior for accepting inferior goods, and in his eyes, Zhixing, a country bumpkin, was merely a source of annoyance. With a glare, the clerk snapped, "Where did this country bumpkin come from? What do you think this place is? A dumping ground for your worthless trinkets?" The salesperson, without even glancing at Zhixing's backpack, abruptly pushed him away. Zhixing, known for his amiable temperament in both this life and the previous, felt a surge of anger and exclaimed, "You might regret this," before turning to leave. The salesperson wished to say more, but Zhixing had already distanced himself significantly, and thus he fell silent. Zhixing swiftly entered another pharmacy. Unbeknownst to the salesperson, years later, when this new pharmacy expanded into a national chain and even the employees became millionaires, Zhixing would emerge as the largest supplier for the pharmacy, though that was a tale for another time. After enjoying a fruitful collaboration with the small pharmacy, Zhixing promptly took the money and the introduction letter from the village chief to the Golden Office. This time, the staff member at the Golden Office no longer exhibited the previous disdainful demeanor. The same staff member attended to him, but with a much more welcoming attitude. "Ah, Comrade Zhixing, please come in and take a seat. It's hot outside. Let me get you a glass of water. You mentioned knowing someone at the municipal bureau last time. You needn't even introduce yourself. I'll take care of everything for you." Zhixing smiled, not taking it to heart. He understood the art of conversing appropriately with different people. "Here, comrade, this is the introduction letter from our village chief, along with a deposit of 500 yuan, he said, producing the money as the staff member swiftly prepared a receipt. The staff member, with an ingratiating tone, replied, "Great. Everything is nearly in order. It should be finalized in a couple of days, and I will deliver it to your home." "Thank you for your assistance," Zhixing replied, appreciating the staff member's courteousness, feeling fortunate that he had made the right move. The significant task ahead for Zhixing was to deal with Zhila. He located Zhila's school and, armed with a meticulously prepared letter of denunciation, deposited it directly into the complaint box, awaiting a favorable outcome. His intention was not to have Zhila punished, but rather to peel away his hypocritical facade. Once his errands were completed, Zhixing returned to the village in old Wang's ox cart. Upon arriving, he headed straight to the home of the village chief, Zhixing. Seeing Zhixing at his doorstep, Zhixing quickly produced a carefully curated list of gold prospectors. "Take a look at these individuals. I have handpicked them with utmost care. I've been so anxious about offending anyone that I feel my hair may soon fall out," Zhixing remarked. Noticing Zhixing's silence, he hastily added, "Look, I assure you, I have not favored anyone. None of my relatives are on this list. You need people, and you must lend a hand to the impoverished, right? I have selected only those from underprivileged backgrounds." Glancing over the list, Zhixing interjected, "Village chief, Zhila is not among the impoverished candidates, so I do not require him." Zhixing pondered the implications of Zhixing's rejection of his cousin. Was it a test to see if he would show favoritism? The more he thought about it, the more he convinced himself it was reasonable. Thus, he replied earnestly, "If you don't want little Zhila, no one will criticize you. He is educated, strong, and capable. Moreover, he is your relative, so they wouldn't dare gossip." Zhixing looked at Zhixing with a smile that was neither entirely genuine nor entirely mocking. Anyone can do it, except for him. As for the others, as the village head suggested, let us settle on someone else. Zhixing wished to persuade him further. After all, they were brothers who would see each other frequently in the village. However, Zhixing had no intention of indulging in the village head's ramblings any longer. In high spirits, he rose and departed, thinking to himself that with his tasks completed, it was time to return home to embrace his adorable, soft daughter. Why should he engage in idle chatter with Zhixing, that old codger? Chapter 10. The Commencement Ceremony on the third day. The sales representative from the gold office truly delivered the paperwork to Zhixing's doorstep. In the early morning, Zhixing was in the yard. watering the newly planted Ganoderma lucidum seedlings with his daughter, Xiao Xingra. Hearing a sound at the gate, Su Yanran hurried over to open it. "May I ask if Comrade Gu Zhixing is home?" "Yes, yes," she replied, recognizing that the voice belonged to someone not from their village. She surmised that it must be the paperwork Gu Zhixing had mentioned would be arriving. He had previously advised her to be vigilant for anyone from outside the village seeking him, as they would likely be delivering important documents. Upon opening the door, she promptly welcomed the visitor inside. Gu Zhixing moved a stool for the representative to sit. As the representative settled down, he began to unpack the items from his bag, laying them out and pointing to each one. "Comrade Gu Zhixing, here are the documents you requested. Everything is in order. This is the mining permit, and this is the gold panning license. Please keep him safe." With a broad smile, he continued, "Comrade Gu Zhixing, make sure to work diligently. As long as you meet the weight requirements, you can contact the bank directly for collection." Leaning closer, he whispered in Gu Zhixing's ear, "Last month, we just established a team for gold tax collection. Those who are operating illegal mines are bound to face consequences, so please do not follow their reckless example." The representative aimed to make a good impression on Gu Zhixing, recognizing that he had influential connections. Gu Zhixing chuckled, assuring him, "Rest assured, I understand the importance of staying above board." He had no intention of engaging in illicit activities, having heard many cautionary tales of imprisonment in his past life. And being inherently patriotic, he had contributed generously to his country. This was a pivotal time for the nation's economic development, and he was determined to contribute his share. After the paperwork exchange was completed, Gu Zhixing escorted the representative to the door. Turning immediately, he scooped up Su Yanran and spun her around joyfully. Yanran, your husband is about to make a fortune." Gu Zhixing was elated, while Su Yanran, upon hearing his words, felt her cheeks flush and called out, "Xing, put me down." "I won't, unless you kiss me," she said. Upon hearing these words, Su Yanran's face flushed even more. Shyly and hesitantly, she placed a gentle kiss on Gu Zhixing's cheek. Seizing the moment while Gu Zhixing was momentarily stunned, she hurriedly pushed him away and dashed into the inner room. Gu Zhixing stood in the courtyard, still in a daze. He had not anticipated that Su Yanran would actually kiss him. His heart felt as if it were melting. He was aware of his long-standing affection for her, yet he had never before experienced the sensation of being kissed by her. The area where she had kissed him tingled pleasantly. That evening, after dinner and putting his daughter to sleep, Gu Zhixing promptly made his way to the village chief's house. Gu Zhiyong, sitting at the door with a bowl in hand, looked up at Gu Zhixing and furrowed his brow, thinking, "Oh dear, why has this troublemaker come again? Wasn't he supposed to have found someone already?" However, since he had arrived, he could not simply turn him away, especially as he was counting on Gu Zhixing to help resolve issues with impoverished households. With a forced smile, he greeted, "Xing, have you eaten?" "I have, uncle. My paperwork for the gold mining has come through, and I would like you to help me choose a date to commence work," Gu Zhixing replied. Gu Zhiyong's eyes lit up with excitement. "Really? That's wonderful. Let me show you." He set aside his bowl and hurried inside to retrieve an old almanac, flipping through its pages while muttering to himself. Eventually, they settled on April 24th, Saturday, as the auspicious day for the groundbreaking. A perfect day for such endeavors. Seeing that the start of work was just 2 days away, Gu Zhixing promptly asked the village chief to inform the 5 workers to convene the following day at the village committee to discuss preparations and safety precautions for the project. That night, he borrowed Old Wang's ox cart to head to the county town, notifying Zhang Jixiang to come to the village, ensuring he brought sufficient luggage for a long stay. The next day, before dawn, Gu Zhixing rose early to groom himself, symbolizing a fresh start. After breakfast, he set off towards the village committee with a polished Zhang Jixiang in tow. At the village committee, the village chief had kindly lent the office to Gu Zhixing. Arriving early, he found that the others had not yet arrived, so he took a moment to rest quietly on a bench. "Brother Gu," came a cheerful call. Coincidentally, the 5 had arrived together. The Gu family village was predominantly populated by those with the surname Gu, and it just so happened that all of them were from the same generation. Gu Zhiji, Gu Zhitong, Gu Zhiyong, Gu Zhiyo, and Gu Jidong. Gu Zhixing scanned the group and noticed they were all honest, hardworking youth from impoverished backgrounds who had not received formal education. He felt a sense of satisfaction with the village chief for not deceiving him. Excellent. He would lead the Gu family village towards prosperity. Now that you're all here, let me outline the regulations, he began. The village chief has instructed you to work under my guidance. I trust you've been informed about the wages, so I shall not repeat them. However, I assure you that as long as you work diligently, your pay will only increase. What I must emphasize is this. Once we begin work in the mountains, keep your chatter to a minimum in the mines. Should any unexpected situation arise, exit immediately. Your safety is paramount. Should I be unavailable, you must follow Zhixing's lead. He will be your guide. As for any other uncertainties, Zhixing will assist you on site. There is no need to rush, just work diligently and honestly. Although it was common for villagers to be recruited for gold mining, this was the first time for these 5 individuals. Seeing that Zhixing made no excessive demands, they quickly agreed without hesitation. Zhixing, noticing their compliance, chose not to elaborate further. His intention in summoning them was merely to assess their integrity. He had no use for deceitful or cunning characters. Once he felt that the instructions were sufficiently clear, he dismissed them to prepare for the following day's work. On the next day, Zhixing moved a shrine to the foot of the mountain, where a statue of the mountain deity was placed. This statue had been crafted specifically for him. Surrounding the shrine were offerings of a pig's head, apples, pastries, and other items that Zhixing had purchased. After arranging the offerings, he beckoned Zhixing over to pay his respects. Zhixing, preoccupied with playfully teasing Zhixing, took a moment to respond. Upon being called again, he hurried over and whispered to Zhixing, "Brother Gu, if you pray, wouldn't the good fortune be mine as well?" Zhixing, amused yet exasperated, playfully swatted his head and thought to himself that if it weren't for Zhang's unfortunate luck, he wouldn't even consider sharing the first offering with him. "Hurry up, you chatterbox," Zhixing remarked, rolling his eyes. With no other recourse, Zhixing knelt and performed a deep bow, then stood to light 3 incense sticks and bowed 3 times. After he finished, Zhixing called the other 5 individuals to step forward and pay their respects. Their prayers were earnest, seeking auspicious beginnings, distinct from Zhixing's earlier antics. Once everyone had completed their offerings, Zhixing led them up the mountain. They traversed the familiar path until they encountered a few rounded stones. Zhixing, upon discovering the stones, was nearly beside himself with excitement, having not seen such sizable round stones in years. This could be his fortune. Brother Gu, is this is the one," Zhixing exclaimed, his words tumbling over one another in his excitement. Calm down, it's exactly what you think it is," Zhixing replied, both amused and exasperated. After the initial thrill subsided, Zhixing regained his composure and asked, "Brother, are you a virgin?" Zhixing's expression darkened instantly as he kicked Zhixing playfully in the rear, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? If I were a virgin, where will my daughter come from?" Realizing his blunder, Zhixing rubbed his backside and recalled, "Oh right, I saw that sweet little girl at your house yesterday. She was so polite, saying hello, uncle. How could I have forgotten such an adorable child?" Zhixing facepalmed. If it weren't for their past encounters, he might have felt pity for Zhixing for giving away a portion of his fortune. Not wishing to engage further, Zhixing quickly called Zhixing over. "Brother Gu, is there something you need me to do?" Zhixing inquired as she approached. In his previous life, Zhixing had known that she was wholly dedicated to her studies, balancing work and academics to graduate with her degree, which was why, even in her 20s, she had yet to have a boyfriend. Observing her quietly standing there, awaiting instructions, Zhixing hesitated, feeling somewhat awkward as he asked, "Zhixing, you don't have a boyfriend, do you?" This question felt uncomfortable for him to pose. After all, it was not typical for a cousin to concern himself with another's romantic affairs. Although Zhixing was perplexed, she honestly replied, "No, brother, what's wrong?" Upon hearing their conversation, Zhixing burst into laughter. Once he finally managed to stop, he remarked, "Gu, not having a girlfriend doesn't imply you've never been with a woman. Your question is somewhat flawed." Zhixing was momentarily taken aback. Her face flushed as she quickly understood the implication. "No, I haven't." She then took the shovel handed to her by Gu Zhixing. Obediently, she raised the shovel and struck at the patch of earth before her. Upon witnessing her first attempt, Gu Zhixing promptly called everyone over. "All right, everyone, come and continue digging." As soon as he finished speaking, all gathered around, shovels in hand, began to excavate the freshly disturbed earth. A few of them worked swiftly, and before long, they had cleared a significant area. After about 10 minutes, Gu Zhixing called for a halt, crouching down to examine the soil at the edge of the excavation. "Dig another 30 centimeters and take a look. This soil is not suitable." Upon hearing this, the group redoubled their efforts and resumed digging. Moments later, Gu Zhixing glanced at the soil and commanded, "Stop. Zhixi, you all should bring this soil up. Do not mix it with the previous soil." Below, 5 individuals energetically shoveled the soil from one area into the pit above. Suddenly, Zhang Jiaxiang heard Gu Zhixing speaking and hurried over, grabbing a handful of soil to inspect. His eyes brightened. Gu, this is Chowching." Chowching is a term used by tomb raiders, but it is equally applicable in gold mining. Gu Zhixi, curious, asked, "Brother, what does Chowching mean?" Seeing her inquisitive nature, Gu Zhixing explained earnestly, pointing to the mound of soil beneath their feet. "Take a close look. Doesn't this soil have a different hue than the others?" Gu Zhixi grabbed a handful and examined it closely. Indeed, it has a reddish tint. "How does this differ from the soil we previously dug?" Noticing her seriousness, Gu Zhixing candidly replied, "This soil is a deep red, firm in texture, indicative of gold-bearing soil, and this type yields the highest gold content." Zhang Jiaxiang leaned in eagerly. "This is the fire-scorched earth. Why are you going into such detail? Are you teaching him how to identify mineral veins?" He whispered. Gu Zhixing, without looking up, responded, "Yes. Zhixi is eager to learn and intelligent. With our family's poor circumstances and both elders incapacitated, I wish to find him a way to earn money so he can afford to pursue his education." Zhang Jiaxiang, upon hearing this, gave Gu Zhixing a thumbs up, admiration evident on his face. "You're quite the brother." Zhang Jiaxiang admired not wealth or power, but loyalty, which deepened his trust in Gu Zhixing. Before long, the fire-scorched earth was piled into small mounds, and Gu Zhixing called for everyone to come up to proceed with the next step, gold panning. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiaxiang, at the edge of the mining site, was crafting a sloped earthen channel with water and soil, creating a sluice box supported by wooden planks, with the sluice lined with the felt that Gu Zhixing had purchased at great expense. With fewer people raising sheep nowadays, the felt was quite costly. Zhang Jiaxiang was responsible for shoveling the soil, while Gu Zhixing poured water into the sluice. The water had been prepared in advance by the 5 of them, who had brought up 5 or 6 buckets. With each scoop of soil that Zhang Jiaxiang took, Gu Zhixing would follow with a ladle of water. Both were seasoned veterans, their cooperation seamless. The lighter weight of the water-soaked soil transformed it into a muddy mixture that flowed down the sluice, leaving behind gold on the felt mat. After approximately half an hour, as the gold washing process concluded, Gu Zhixing carefully rolled up the felt mat, while Zhang Jiaxiang eagerly held the gold pan, awaiting Gu Zhixing's instruction to brush the gold down. Gu Zhixing, wielding a small brush, meticulously swept the contents from the felt into the pan. Once everything from the mat had been transferred, they beheld small, glimmering particles, somewhat dark in hue. Gu Zhixi, both excited and puzzled, inquired, "Brother, is this really gold? Why is it black?" Gu Zhixing replied, "It still needs to be sifted." With that, he motioned for everyone to gather around. As Gu Zhixing shook the gold pan, Zhang Jiaxiang added water. As the water became increasingly murky, they poured it out. After several rounds of washing, the mud and sand were nearly all gone, revealing the true color of the gold. A smile finally broke across Gu Zhixing's face upon seeing the gold, indicating they had recouped their investment for the day. He instructed Zhang Jiaxiang to pack it into a prepared red velvet pouch. Curiously, Gu Zhixi asked, "Brother, how much gold do we have?" Gu Zhixing chuckled in response. "Over 30 grams, but it's still raw gold. We must purify it before making any conclusions." With that, Gu Zhixing directed the 5 to return to the pit for another 100 shovels. With the sight of gold invigorating their spirits, they worked even more quickly than before, quickly finishing the additional 100 shovels. This time, It took Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiaxiang a considerable amount of time to sift through the gold. They toiled until 5 in the evening, when the fires were lit in every household, before finally returning home for dinner. Upon arriving home, Zhang Jiaxiang sat at the dining table, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he asked, "Brother Gu, did we get 100 grams today? What's the quality like?" "It's decent. After purification, it won't quite reach 100 grams, Gu Zhixing replied calmly. His response was not without reason. Unrefined gold sold to banks fetched 19 yuan per gram, while purified gold was worth 20, though the price difference was minimal. The disparity could be significant if the quality was high and the quantity substantial. Gu Zhixing then inquired, "How do you wish to sell it?" Zhang Jiaxiang looked at him intently. "Brother, can you purify it?" "Yes," Gu Zhixing nodded. Zhang Jiaxiang exclaimed in delight. "Then it's settled. We must purify it for sale." He silently lamented not having met Gu Zhixing sooner, realizing how much more profit he could have made from the gold he had previously panned. Meanwhile, in the neighboring home of Gu Zhila, the head of the household, Chen Xiangmei asked, "Have you heard? Gu Zhixing has been panning for gold on the back mountain. Is it true that he can really find gold?" Gu Zhigang scoffed. "He is always causing trouble outside. What gold could he possibly find? He is just a man living off women. Do you seriously believe that?" Chen Xiangmei found his words amusing, chuckling softly indeed. Considering he has let his wife and children go hungry all these years without making any effort to earn money, how could he possibly find gold? With that, she felt reassured. Gu Zhigang sneered. "He has nothing compared to Argila. Argila is destined to become a great official." Chen Xiangmei beamed with delight as Gu Zhigang mentioned his son, exclaiming, "Indeed, who wouldn't envy us? In the entire village, only our family has a child like Zhila who is diligently studying. They're truly blessed." Chapter 12. Gu Zhixing becomes the object of desire the following day. Gu Zhi coaxed his daughter to finish breakfast before carrying her to the village head's house. "Uncle, may I borrow your clay furnace?" Gu Zhiong thought to himself. Has this boy not burned incense in his past life, that he now comes to trouble me in this one? Such a valuable item. Who could simply borrow it? However, he reasoned that lending it to him was preferable to having him instruct other children to steal, so he reluctantly entered his woodshed, retrieved the homemade clay furnace, and said, "Here, take it, but don't break it." "Thank you, uncle. Also, could you lend me a crucible?" Gu Zhixing cheekily smiled. Gu Zhiong coughed several times, choking on his dry tobacco, exclaiming, "How could someone be so shameless? What do you want? Should I give you my life as well?" Gu Zhixing merely chuckled. "Uncle, what nonsense are you talking? If you cannot lend it, I am willing to purchase it." Realizing that refusing to lend it would not drive him away, Gu Zhiong hastily retrieved it and allowed Gu Zhixing to take it. Having secured the items, Gu Zhixing did not linger, but sweetly bid farewell to the village head and returned home. Once back, Gu Zhixing set up the borrowed old clay furnace and placed the crucible atop it, igniting a fire. After waiting for the crucible to glow red, he took a sheet of paper, wrapped the gold dust he had collected the previous day, and tossed it into the crucible to melt. This process was lengthy. The fire needed to be just right, neither too fierce nor too weak, to eliminate impurities. With remarkable patience, Gu Zhixing tended to the fire while amusing his daughter, Zhixing grew. When the gold dust transformed into liquid, Gu Zhixing extinguished the fire and set the molten gold aside to cool. The cooled ingot would represent the simple purification of gold. Although this method would become commonplace in later times, few possessed the knowledge of it, and those who did often inherited the skill. Zhang Jiaxiang initially watched Gu Zhixing with keen interest, occasionally asking questions. However, as time dragged on, his patience waned. By noon, with the rising heat, he lost all interest and retreated to his room to sleep. Unperturbed by Zhang Jiaxiang's departure, Gu Zhixing measured the ingot and estimated it to weigh over 50 grams. He hurried to awaken the slumbering Zhang Jiaxiang, and together they made their way to the county bank to exchange the gold. They arrived at the bank riding Mr. Wang's ox cart. "Excuse me, where can we exchange gold?" Zhang Jiaxiang excitedly inquired of the bank staff. Upon realizing they were there to exchange gold, the bank employees promptly welcomed them into a VIP room. During this time of national gold scarcity, the bank was particularly eager to assist anyone wishing to exchange gold. Before long, a bank manager was summoned. "Hello, my surname is Chun. Are you here to exchange gold?" "Yes," replied Gu Zhixing. "Please show me your mining permits." The manager requested, as it was customary to verify the completeness of the necessary documentation before proceeding with gold exchanges. Gu Zhixing leisurely retrieved the mining certificate and handed it to Manager Chun. Manager Chen's enthusiasm upon seeing Gu Zhixing's complete documentation was even greater than before. "Please show me the gold." Gu Zhixing promptly retrieved the gold from the cloth bag and handed it to him. Manager Chen's eyes sparkled upon seeing the gold bar. "Clearly refined. Today's market price for refined gold is 20. Let me weigh it for you." As he spoke, he took out the scale, and upon weighing, it showed 56 grams. Manager Chun, astonished by the quantity, smiled so broadly that his eyes nearly closed. The amount of gold recovered was directly linked to his bonuses. In total, 56 grams amounts to 1,120 yuan. He counted out the sum and handed it to Gu Zhixing. Gratefully, Gu Zhixing expressed his thanks and added, "I will come back to exchange more gold next time," which delighted Manager Chen immensely. As the two were leaving, he accompanied them to the door, where an elderly couple from Gu's village happened to pass by. Noticing Gu Zhixing exiting the bank, they curiously inquired of Manager Chen about their purpose. In a good mood, he answered they came to exchange gold. This revelation astonished the couple, who had heard rumors of Gu Zhixing's gold prospecting and learned just the previous day that he had struck gold on the back mountain. Just outside the bank, Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiaxiang were approached by a man who introduced himself as Jiang Bao. "Hello, I saw you coming out of the bank. Are you exchanging gold? If you have any left, I can offer you double what the bank pays." Gu Zhixing, not wishing to offend these unscrupulous dealers, replied, "I have none left. It's all sold out," and stepped aside, pulling Zhang Jiaxiang with him. Zhang Jiaxiang turned to Jiang Bao with a smile. "You should be careful. Conducting such a blatant operation right at the bank entrance. Not even Jiang Bao can protect himself." Jiang Bao was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Jiaxiang's words, left speechless as he watched them depart, his expression darkening. Gu Zhixing then took Zhang Jiaxiang to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some food and necessities for his daughter-in-law before returning home. Upon opening the door, Gu Zhixing was taken aback. In the yard, there was a basket of eggs on the east side and a pile of cabbages on the west, and more surprisingly, there was a pound of meat on the table. Gu Zhixing knew well that Su Yanran was frugal and would not purchase such items, so he called out, "Yanran, where did all this come from?" Su Yanran chuckled helplessly. "It's from Aunt Wang. She must have seen you coming out of the bank in the county and spread the word about your gold prospecting when she returned to the village. All of this is from those who wish to curry favor with you." Gu Zhixing sighed and rubbed his forehead. "We cannot accept this. It's unfair to them, as everyone is struggling." Su Yanran, equally resigned, replied, "I said the same. Our family is not lacking in food. When they brought it, they insisted on leaving it. I'll return it to them tonight." Gu Zhixing, feeling there was no alternative, acknowledged, in our society, relationships matter. "I'll have to return the gifts one by one tonight." Meanwhile, at the village entrance, Aunt Wang had just visited Chen Xiangmei's house. "Guess where I saw Gu Zhixing today?" Aunt Wang said mysteriously. Chen Xiangmei, busy mending shoes, smiled and asked, "Where did he go?" After posing the question, she amused herself with a chuckle, disdainfully remarking about Aunt Wang, "He merely stirs up trouble. Where else could he go? Is this truly worth your special visit to my home?" Aunt Wang, renowned in the village for her amiable disposition and loquaciousness, felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing Chen Xiangmei's words. "I saw Gu Zhixing exchanging gold at the bank. The bank manager confirmed it personally. Just look. I told you Gu Zhixing has always been more resourceful than your Gila," she retorted, casting a withering glance at Chen Xiangmei. Chen Xiangmei, momentarily lost in thought, inadvertently pricked her hand with the needle while mending shoes, causing her to yelp in pain. Unable to concentrate on her task any longer, she discarded the shoe sole and rushed to the field, dragging Gu Zhigang back with her. "What are you doing, woman? Are we not going to have grain next year? Welcome me back. You ought to be working," Gu Zhigang exclaimed. Detecting the irritation in his tone, Chen Xiangmei's anger flared. "You dare shout at me now? Did you not claim that the wretched Gu Zhixing could not strike it rich?" Today, Aunt Wang witnessed him exchanging gold at the bank. What do you have to say about that? Gu Zhigang was taken aback. How could that be possible? How could it not be? She saw it with her own eyes. Gu Zhixing clearly knows how to strike gold. Why didn't he take our Zhilo along? Does he not regard you as his uncle? Qin Xiangmei replied with a sarcastic tone. Gu Zhigang's expression hardened. Our Zhila is an educated person. How could he stoop to their level, scrambling for money in the dirt? Many have fallen into ruin in recent years. That is a perilous livelihood. Do you wish for our Zhila to meet the same fate? Qin Xiangmei instinctively countered. If this is unacceptable, and that is also off the table, then we shall merely watch him prosper while we are left with nothing. Reflecting on the situation, she declared, After all, I am his uncle. Gu Zhigang, smoking a dry cigarette, was quick to shift gears. Wasn't your cousin Qin Hong previously interested in Gu Zhixing? I heard she was about to send someone to propose, but her mother, Zhang Erhua, intervened. Is there any truth to this? Gu Zhigang inquired. Qin Xiangmei, not being of the same household as Gu Zhigang, recognized the implications behind his question. She understood what he was insinuating. Yes, it is true that Gu Zhixing, at his age, has not yet been engaged, and now he is the subject of village gossip. Do you wish for her to marry him? Do you think that is feasible? Gu Zhigang scoffed. What is unfeasible about it? That Su woman merely clings to Gu Zhixing by playing the victim. Without such tactics, how could she ever marry him? Ultimately, only a true rural person of respectable lineage is worthy of our Gu family. Gu Zhigang deliberately overlooked Gu Zhixing's relentless pursuit of Su Yanran prior to her rescue, dismissing it as youthful folly. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiangmei found the notion appealing and joyfully conspired with Gu Zhigang on how to facilitate contact between the two. Gu Zhixing, now engaged in his quest for gold, would undoubtedly be frequenting the county town where they could wait for him on the road, allowing for an introduction. Gu Zhixing, known for his charm, would surely make an impression, and thereafter she could persuade the Su family on his behalf. If all went well, the young starlet could remain with the Gu family until she found another suitable match. In this scenario, Gu Zhixing would become one of their own, and his bride would belong to the Chun family. How could they possibly go without their share of fortune? Gu Zhigang, puffing on his dry tobacco, gleamed with ambition. Qin Xiangmei, her eyes alight with possibilities, could no longer remain seated and hurriedly packed her belongings to return to her maternal home, dreaming of a future filled with lavish meals. As she walked, she mused that once Chun Hong married Gu Zhixing, his wealth would naturally become hers. She envisioned having a fine piece of fabric for a new garment, one she had long coveted, and perhaps indulging in a few pounds of meat to satisfy her cravings. Her mouth watering at the thought, with her mind racing, Qin Xiangmei quickened her pace and soon arrived at her family home. Mother, are you home? She called out, knocking vigorously on the door. By this time, dusk had nearly settled, and in such an era, entertainment was scarce, leading people to retire early. Rural folk believed that rising with the sun brought a refreshing start to the day. Thus, when Qin Xiangmei knocked, the Chun family was already asleep. Hearing the commotion, her sister-in-law, Zhang Erhua, donned her clothes and opened the door, puzzled as to who would be knocking at such an hour. Upon recognizing her sister-in-law, she scoffed, Oh, isn't this my little sister-in-law? What brings you back at this hour? Have you been sent back, or perhaps chased away? Zhang Erhua was not inherently cruel, but Qin Xiangmei's penchant for stirring discord had strained the already tense relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. The more grievances Zhang Erhua endured, the less she could tolerate Qin Xiangmei, resulting in a mutual exchange of barbed words whenever they crossed paths. Undeterred, Qin Xiangmei pushed past Zhang Erhua, declaring, I'm here to see my mother. What are you blocking my way for? She strode into the inner room, boldly flinging open the door to Old Lady Chen's quarters. Mother, I'm back. I have wonderful news to discuss. Old Lady Chen had already heard the commotion outside, but remained seated, comforted by the knowledge that her daughter had not met with misfortune. With a slow smile, she inquired, What is the matter that you would return so late? Qin Xiangmei, her face alight with joy, replied, Mother, did you know? Our family's nephew is currently prospecting for gold in the back mountains. Word around the village is that he exchanged gold at the bank this morning. He must have amassed quite a fortune, considering they only accept exchanges starting at 20 grams. He certainly wouldn't have less than that. That nephew of yours, I've heard tales of him. He's quite a scoundrel. How could you possibly expect to benefit from him? It seems you're regressing in wisdom, old Lady Chun retorted, her tone tinged with skepticism. Madame Chun let out a sigh, lamenting how her daughter seemed to be losing her wits since marrying into the Gu family. Oh dear, mother. Why are you so forgetful? Did I return solely for this matter? I was thinking about our Chun Hong, who is yet to be betrothed to Gu Zhixing. Given her age, it is hard for her to find a match. If only Chun Hong could secure Gu Zhixing, wouldn't that be a double blessing? Chun Xiangmei gazed at Madame Chun with an ingratiating expression. Upon hearing this, Madame Chen's eyes brightened, and she inquired, "What about Gu Zhixing's wife and children?" Chun Xiangmei dismissively replied, "That woman surnamed Su has an unsavory background. Were it not for Gu Zhixing saving her and tarnishing his own reputation, the Gu family would never have accepted her. Once Chen Hong and Gu Zhixing's relationship is consummated, we can simply send her away." Madame Chun chuckled, patting Chun Xiangmei's hand. "Your foresight reassures me. Just remember to look after your own brothers when the time comes." Just as she finished speaking, there was a loud crash as Zhang Erhua kicked the door open, storming in with fury. "Are you trying to bring ruin upon yourselves? Don't use my daughter as a pawn. She is my only child, and if you continue to belittle her, I shall take her to the river and jump." Seeing Zhang Erhua's temper flaring, Chun Xiangmei feigned comfort. "If you are unwilling, so be it. If you do not wish for your daughter to prosper, then my efforts as her aunt are in vain." Zhang Erhua would not relent. Hands on her hips, she retorted, "You have no man in your house, and now you covet the wealth of others." Madame Chun, growing increasingly incensed by Zhang Erhua's harsh words, nearly lost her breath. Observing this, Chun Xiangmei quickly urged her elder brother to escort Zhang Erhua away. Though Chun Xiangmei felt equally vexed, she sought to pacify Madame Chun, feigning nonchalance. "Mother, you need not consult Zhang Erhua. Simply summon Chun Hong. If it works, splendid. If not, then let it go. Just don't blame me later if I lack the means to support my brothers." Madame Chun shot a glance at Chun Xiangmei, panting, "Very well, go fetch Chun Hong." Once Chun Hong entered, Chun Xiangmei took her hand, ingratiatingly saying, "Xiao Hong, my dear, I know you have long harbored feelings for Gu Zhixing. Now that he has struck gold and become wealthy, do you still wish to marry him? If so, I can devise a plan for you to wed him. What do you think?" At that moment, Chun Hong sat beside Madame Chen's bed, her head bowed, flushed with shyness and affection, softly murmuring, "Aunt, I will heed your wishes." With Chun Hong's acquiescence, Chun Xiangmei rejoiced, and both mother and daughter felt a sense of relief, each formulating their plans. After dinner, Gu Zhixing was in high spirits, carrying small Xingru and assisting the Zhang family with their belongings, blissfully unaware that his own uncle and family were scheming against him. Chapter 14. The golden hoof of a great horse the following day. Gu Zhixing continued his routine, taking Zhang Jiaxiang to the back mountain. This time, Gu Zhixing contemplated the terrain and, shifting his position, began to dig with a shovel. "Do you see? Continue digging according to this section I've worked on." Zhang Jiaxiang curiously gazed at the patch of earth that Gu Zhixing had been excavating. Within the soil, several flat stones lay embedded, not unique to the mountains, but rather shaped by the relentless erosion of time and water. The greater the number of such stones, the more likely it was that gold was hidden beneath the surface. Upon noticing the arrival of others, Gu Zhixing commanded, "Dig down about 3 meters and call for me." With the tasks assigned, the 5 individuals began to work in unison. After digging down 3 meters, Zhang Jiaxiang anxiously called out, "Gu gu gu gu, come down quickly." Gu Zhixing promptly leaped into the pit, his eyes lighting up at the sight of several enormous gold-bearing stones obstructing their path. "Move the stones aside and keep digging," he exclaimed with excitement. Zhang Jiaxiang, equally exhilarated, shouted, "There are plenty of mother stones here, which means there's a substantial amount of gold. Everyone dig faster. There will be bonuses today." The mention of rewards spurred the group into even greater fervor. Zhang Jiaxiang's rallying cries did not seem excessive to Gu Zhixing, as it was customary for gold miners to share bonuses when they struck it rich. After 3 to 4 hours of diligent digging, Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiaxiang were summoned by Gu Zhixing's companion, who excitedly shouted, Gu Gu Jiaxiang Gu Wei Ve struck gold. Come quickly. Gu Zhixing swiftly set down his shovel, and Zhang Jiaxiang hurried over, eager to witness the impressive mother stone for himself. Cautiously, Gu Zhixing approached the area surrounded by the 5 miners. Let us spread out a bit to catch the light, he instructed, crouching down to meticulously sift through the soil. Suddenly, he paused, a sense of disbelief washing over him. Give me a small shovel, he said, his hands trembling with excitement. The gold he was uncovering was undoubtedly enormous. The others stood transfixed, watching Gu Zhixing excavate the sand with bated breath, fearful that any movement might cause the treasure to vanish. Before long, Gu Zhixing unearthed a medium-sized horseshoe-shaped gold nugget, weighing about a pound. The group erupted in joyous disbelief, their exclamations echoing around them. Zhang Jiaxiang's eyes widened with excitement, though confusion lingered. Typically, such nuggets were found in riverbeds. How could it possibly be here in the mountains? Zhang Jiaxiang, straightforward in nature, voiced his thoughts aloud. Gu Zhixing, cradling the horseshoe gold, explained this mountain must have been connected to the river many years ago. Over time, geological changes occurred, and due to the lightweight nature of gold, it gradually accumulated to form this nugget. As Gu Zhixing examined the horseshoe gold, his heart raced. He had never encountered such a treasure in either his past or present life. He recalled the old adage that different miners produced different types of gold. Although he had previously been surrounded by gold or in his own mine, he had never unearthed a nugget like this one. Maintaining a facade of calm, Gu Zhixing announced, albeit with a quavering voice, let's call it a day and resume tomorrow. Why wait until tomorrow? Gu Zhixing's companion asked, puzzled. Despite his own heart racing, Gu Zhixing replied, it's an old rule in this trade. One should not exhaust all their resources at once. We must leave a path for the future. Let us head back, and after dinner tonight, we can gather at my house for the bonuses. Gu Zhixing did not carry a large bag. Instead, he adeptly wrapped the gold ingot in his clothing and hurried home. Upon his arrival, he placed the gold on the table and called out, Yin Yin, come over and see what this is. Su Yin, who was busy cooking, wiped her hands and approached with a smile, inquiring, what is it? Sister-in-law. Open it and take a look, he urged. Su Yin chuckled, opened it, and was momentarily taken aback, her mind blank. How could such a large piece of gold exist? Although Gu Zhixing had given her the money from selling gold just 2 days prior, she had assumed that was the end of their fortune. She never anticipated that today would yield something even larger than before. After weighing it, they discovered it was 1 gene and 2 tails, a shocking revelation for all 3. Gu Zhixing promptly instructed Zhang Jiaxiang to go to the bank after dinner and arrange for someone to collect it, hoping to avoid any unforeseen complications. After placing the gold in the house, Gu Zhixing asked Su Yin to cut 6 red envelopes, each containing 100 yuan, to distribute to Gu Zhixi and the others that evening. Su Yin smiled and replied, understood. I'll prepare a sumptuous meal for you and Jiaxiang tonight. She swiftly untied her apron and went into the house to fetch some money to buy a chicken from a neighbor, intending to prepare a meat dish for them. Later that evening, just after finishing dinner, Zhang Jiaxiang eagerly set off in Old Man Wang's bullock cart to find Manager Chen. Approximately an hour later, Manager Chen arrived, beaming even brighter than before. Comrade Gu, on the way. Comrade Zhang has already informed me. I came over first to weigh it. Once that's done, I will handle the paperwork for you. Gu Zhixing offered a chair for Manager Chen to sit, then sent Zhang Jiaxiang to fetch the gold ingot. Upon seeing the gold, Manager Chen's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, with this, I have completed my annual quota. He brought over a professional scale to weigh it, finding it to be 1 gene and 1 tail, slightly less than what Gu Zhixing's scale indicated, but still within an acceptable range. Manager Chen gazed at Gu Zhixing with a complicated expression, pondering how someone could be so fortunate as to strike gold so effortlessly. While contemplating, he began preparing to issue a savings book for Gu Zhixing, realizing that such a substantial sum could not simply be transported. As Manager Chen prepared to write Gu Zhixing's name, Gu Zhixing quickly intervened. He first crossed out Zhang Jiaxiang's share, then suggested that the remaining funds be placed in Su Yin's name for the savings account. Manager Chen, hearing that Gu Zhixing wanted to use his wife's name, teased. Comrade Gu, your family truly is a model household. He mused that if he were a woman, he would likely wish to find a man like Gu Zhixing. As manager, Chen efficiently completed his tasks. He prepared 2 savings books, stamped them, and was ready to leave. Just as he departed, Gu Zhixing and the others arrived as instructed by Gu Zhixing. He handed them the red envelopes prepared by Su Yinyin and advised, "Follow your brother diligently, and you will not suffer any losses in the future." Gu Zhixing gazed at the envelope with immense excitement. It contained enough money to sustain him and his parents for an entire year. Furthermore, as long as he worked diligently alongside his brother, his aspiration to pursue education might also become a reality. Little did Gu Zhixing know that Gu Zhixing had already planned to sponsor his education once the gold mine was fully extracted. After finishing his words, Gu Zhixing sent them away. On their way back, the 5 encountered Old Wang's wife, who pressed them for details. Reluctantly, they recounted how Gu Zhixing had gifted them a red envelope containing 100 yuan. Within less than half an hour, the entire Gu family village was in an uproar. That night, Gu Zhigang and Chen Xiangmei remained sleepless, both secretly vowing to arrange matters concerning the incident the following day. Meanwhile, Gu Zhixing lay in bed, tightly embracing Su Yanran, exclaiming, "My dear wife, your husband has struck it rich. I can now provide you both with the finest food and attire." Su Yanran, smiling, gently patted Gu Zhixing's back as one would soothe a child, responding, "Thank you, my dear Ashing, you have worked so hard." Gu Zhixing was deeply moved by her words. While outsiders only cared about one's wealth, it was family who truly cared about one's struggles. The next day, before dawn, Chen Xiangmei hurriedly made her way to her parental home, determined to bring Chen Hong back so that Gu Zhixing could get to know her. Chapter 15. Encountering Chen Hong in town at this moment. Chen Xiangmei had not yet reached home, and the Chen household was already in turmoil. Chen Hong, rather naive and indiscreet, had inadvertently revealed to her mother that she wanted to marry Gu Zhixing. Zhang Erhua, in a fit of tears, vehemently opposed the idea. Having endured hardships for over a decade to raise her only daughter, Zhang Erhua had never allowed Chen Hong to toil in the fields. Now, having been schooled by the matriarch, she regretted her decisions, wishing she could take her own daughter away from this world. In a frenzy, Zhang Erhua berated her family, and just as Chen Xiangmei approached the door, she overheard the commotion. Bursting through the door, she pushed Zhang Erhua down and shouted, "What good does your cursing do? Ask your daughter if we forced her into this. If Chen Hong says no today, I will apologize to you right now." With disbelief and tear-filled eyes, Zhang Erhua turned to Chen Hong, pleading, "Hong Hong, tell me this isn't true. She is deceiving me, isn't she? Mother, you don't understand. I've liked brother Zhixing since childhood. Now that I have this chance, please support me. Besides, brother Ashing has changed for the better and is earning good money. Once I marry him, I will often return to honor you." With that, she broke free from Zhang Erhua's grasp and rushed towards Chen Xiangmei, joyfully asking, "Aunt, what brings you here?" Chen Xiangmei, filled with pride, replied, "Aunt is here to take you to stay at her home for a couple of days." "At my home? You can get to know Gu Zhixing better." Chen Hong, pleasantly surprised by the swift opportunity, exclaimed, "I will go pack my things right now. If you dare leave, I will disown you as my daughter." Zhang Erhua cried, tears in her eyes. "Disown me if you wish," Chen Hong retorted angrily, turning to dash into the house to gather her belongings. Seeing Zhang Erhua sitting on the ground in a daze, Chen old lady could hardly bear to watch. She quickly called for her eldest son to take Zhang Erhua back to their room, internally scornful, thinking, once Chen Hong becomes wealthy, you will be the one trying to curry favor. Right now, you create chaos, but in the future, you will be the one begging. After finishing their breakfast, Zhang Jiaxiang proceeded with his usual routine, taking 5 individuals up the back mountain. Meanwhile, Gu Zhixing played with his daughter for a while, and one of them used a ladle to water the Lingji mushrooms. After several days of gold panning in the mountains, he took his daughter, Zhixing, to water the Lingji seedlings again that morning. Exhausted, Gu Zhixing sat down on a small stool, watching his little girl play with an expression full of adoration. "Daddy, you look so tired. Can I give you a back rub?" Zhixing asked. "Of course. Thank you, my dear Zhixing. Gu Zhixing replied with a smile. Her tiny hands kneaded and patted his shoulders. Although Zhixing lacked strength, Gu Zhixing felt immense satisfaction, something he had never experienced in his past life. He stretched his arms widely, then turned to pinch her little face. How about I take you and your mother to the county town to buy some beautiful clothes? Zhixing beamed widely. That sounds great. Thank you, Daddy. Can Mommy come too? Absolutely. I will take both you and your mother. Thus, the father and daughter held hands, making their way to the front yard to find Su Yanran. Yanran, let's take Zhixing to the county town soon, Gu Zhixing said, looking at Su Yanran. What do we need to go to the county town for? Su Yanran inquired, returning his gaze. I want to take Zhixing to explore the county town. She has never been there at her age. Su Yanran pondered for a moment. All right, let me tidy up and we can go together. She quickly hung the washed clothes and went inside to prepare. Soon after, Gu Zhixing, along with Su Yanran and their child, boarded old Wang's ox cart, chatting and laughing all the way. Coincidentally, Chen Xiangmei was walking along the same path with Chen Hong. On the road, Chen Hong spotted Gu Zhixing sitting in the ox cart immediately. Auntie, is that Gu Zhixing? She exclaimed excitedly. Chen Xiangmei smiled and replied, It is him. Saying this, she led Chen Hong to approach him. Gu Zhixing, where are you headed? Chen Xiangmei asked. Gu Zhixing ignored her, while it was Su Yanran who smiled and replied. Air, we're taking Zhixing to the county town for some fun. Chen Xiangmei's face lit up with joy. Perfect. We can go together. After saying this, she climbed onto the ox cart with Chen Hong. Chen Xiangmei was the first to occupy the seat next to Su Yanran, directing Chen Hong, Xiao Hong. You should sit beside your brother Gu. She helped Chen Hong settle down. With a flushed face, Chen Hong sat down and asked, Brother Gu, do you still remember me? Gu Zhixing quickly responded, I don't remember. After saying this, he leaned against Su Yanran and closed his eyes, pretending to doze off. Su Yanran was momentarily taken aback by Gu Zhixing leaning closer, entirely missing the resentful glare from Chen Hong. Upon arriving in the county town, Gu Zhixing led his wife and daughter off the ox cart first, ignoring the other two. Zhixing's eyes sparkled with curiosity about the county town. Gu Zhixing took the mother and daughter to the supply and marketing cooperative. Holding his daughter's hand, he walked around the cooperative, first purchasing a variety of fine fabrics for Su Yanran's clothing. Zhixing then tugged on Gu Zhixing's hand, stopping in front of the colorful array of candies. Daddy, I want to eat this. Gu Zhixing, now cherishing his daughter as a treasure, readily agreed and immediately called over the salesperson, ordering 1 pound of each type of candy. In this day and age, candy has become a rare delight. Gu Zhixing's extravagant spending drew the attention of many, with Chen Xiangmei and Chen Hong trailing behind, their eyes ablaze with envy. Gu Zhixing purchased a substantial bundle of items, leaving Su Yanran in astonishment at the checkout. The total exceeded 50 yuan, which was quite a sum in these times of meager pennies. Gu Zhixing's lavishness made Su Yanran wish she could return everything. Observing the conflicted expression on Su Yanran's face, Gu Zhixing leaned in and whispered, Your husband is affluent. Choose whatever you desire. Today, I shall cover the entire bill. Upon hearing Gu Zhixing refer to him as her husband, Su Yanran's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her gaze averted, unwilling to meet his eyes. Watching his daughter enjoy her candy and his blushing wife, Gu Zhixing couldn't help but smile, realizing the true significance of the money he earned. The funds he had previously accumulated were merely figures on a ledger. Now, with these two women in his life, his earnings held warmth and meaning. After settling the bill, he took their belongings and declared, Let us go. I shall treat you to a meal. Gu Zhixing had become the wealthiest individual in the vicinity. With nearly 10,000 yuan deposited in the bank from the sale of a valuable piece of gold, not to mention another piece yet to be sold, he had temporarily achieved financial freedom, unconcerned with such trivial expenses as he led his daughter, Xiao Xingrua, towards the finest restaurant in the county. Upon arrival, Gu Zhixing seized the menu and called out, Waiter, please bring forth your specialty dishes. The waiter, taken aback, replied, All of them? That will be quite expensive. Gu Zhixing, with a smile, reassured, Money is no object, bring them all. Do you have any recommendations for children's meals? Recognizing him as a wealthy patron, the waiter promptly suggested. As it happens, we just received a batch of silverfish this morning. We could prepare a silverfish and egg stew. It's nutritious and excellent for children. Very well. Let's have a portion, Gu Zhixing replied. His extravagant ordering was overheard by the two women trailing outside. Chen Xiangmei, upon hearing Gu Zhixing's selections, scolded him for being wasteful, secretly wishing she could indulge in the feast herself, her mouth watering at the thought. Meanwhile, Chen Hong's eyes were red with jealousy. Her hands clenched tightly as she thought, this should be mine. This life was meant for me, for I was the one who knew Brother Gu first. Chapter 16. Xiao Xingrua gets hurt when the dishes arrived. Xiao Xingrua took the spoon and began to eat independently. Though Gu Zhixing cherished his child, he did not indulge her, resulting in her remarkable self-sufficiency. Despite appearing smaller than her peers in the village, her little face had grown rosy and plump from the nurturing she had received, coupled with her ability to excel in skills typically mastered by older children. Gu Zhixing held a special affection for his daughter. Go ahead and eat. I will take care of Xingrua. You've held her all day, Su Yanran said gently. As she spoke, she scooped a piece of the stewed egg for Xiao Xingrua, advising her to eat slowly. Gu Zhixing, in turn, served Su Yanran a generous portion of braised pork, urging, you should eat as well. The pork will lose its flavor if it cools. Heeding his words, Su Yanran promptly picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Despite being pan-fried, the braised pork was still delightfully rich and savory, filling each bite with a profound sense of satisfaction. Gu Zhixing couldn't help but think to himself, this era is truly splendid. The pork of today is infinitely more fragrant than that of future generations, and moreover, he currently enjoys good health, free to indulge in whatever he desires. Before long, Gu Zhixing had nearly finished the several dishes he had ordered. Noticing that Su Yanran and her daughter had also finished their meal, he poured them a glass of water to cleanse their palates. Once they had finished their drinks, Gu Zhixing settled the bill, preparing to take the mother and daughter for another stroll around the county town. Meanwhile, Chen Xiangmei and Chen Hong, who had been following them, were still resting at a table on the other side of the restaurant, and Gu Zhixing paid them little mind. Daddy, I want that candied hawthorn. As they stepped outside, little Xingru's gaze was instantly captivated by a vendor selling candied hawthorn. Having just finished their meal, Su Yanran remarked somewhat reproachfully, what do you want with candied hawthorn right now? Gu Zhixing chuckled and reassured her, it's all right, we can buy some and take it home. He then crouched down to negotiate with little Xingru, saying, Daddy will buy it for you, but you can't eat it now. Can we wait until we get home tonight? Little Xingru beamed with joy. Okay, then we'll eat it when we get home. Thank you, Daddy. Hurry and buy it. Su Yanran shook her head in exasperation. You spoil her. Seeing that Su Yanran had acquiesced, Gu Zhixing hurried off to catch up with the candy hawthorn seller. Meanwhile, in the corner, Chen Xiangmei and Chen Hong seized the opportunity to confront Su Yanran, now that she and her daughter were alone. Chen Xiangmei approached Su Yanran with a mocking tone. You see, our Gu Zhixing has become quite successful. Do you really think it's appropriate for you to still cling to him, given your status? Your parents must still be living in that old shed, right? What do you mean by that? Xing and I are married. Are you trying to drive me away? Su Yanran responded in astonishment. Chen Xiangmei scoffed. Married? You haven't even registered your marriage. You are merely a passing fancy for Gu Zhixing. If you have any sense, you should pack your things and leave. His uncle has already found a suitable match for him. Upon hearing this, Su Yanran's face turned pale, and she felt unsteady. For the absence of a marriage certificate was customary in rural areas. No one specifically sought to obtain one, as they simply lived their lives together. Although little Xingru did not comprehend the adult's words, she could see that Su Yanran's expression was not good. She quickly stood in front of her mother, declaring, You bad people must not bully my mommy. She tugged at Su Yanran, trying to lead her away. Chen Xiangmei, displeased at little Xingru's interference, felt her words had not yet been finished and worried about what would happen if Su Yanran took them lightly. She subtly signaled to Chen Hong to pull little Xingru away. Receiving the cue, Chen Hong steeled herself and, with a sudden push, sent little Xingru tumbling to the ground. The little girl burst into tears, her large droplets of sorrow cascading down like pearls strung loose. Su Yanran was momentarily stunned by the unfolding scene, unable to react. But Gu Zhixing had already rushed over. Gu Zhixing, consumed by fury, questioned, "What have you done to my daughter?" "Brother Gu, we haven't done anything," Chen Hong replied, her gaze lingering affectionately on Gu Zhixing. "What are you pretending for?" Although Xingruo is merely 4 years old, she stands firm. How could she possibly fall without reason? After speaking, Gu Zhixing turned to little Xingruo. "Xingruo, tell daddy how you fell. It was that wicked woman. She bullied mommy, and I came to protect her. But they pushed me," little Xingruo responded, her voice choked and intermittent. Upon hearing the child's account, Chun Xiangmei, resolute, exclaimed, "Zhixing, you have indeed changed. You cannot associate with someone of the Su family any longer. Her background might adversely affect you in the future. You must send her away at once." Gu Zhixing, realizing their intentions, scoffed coldly, "Oh, if Su Yanran were to leave, who do you propose I marry instead?" Chun Xiangmei's countenance brightened at his question, perceiving hope. She promptly brought Chun Hong forward. "Zhixing, look at Chun Hong. She has followed you since childhood and has always harbored feelings for you. She has refrained from expressing them, waiting for you." Gu Zhixing scrutinized Chun Hong, whose short stature and twin braids, coupled with her faded attire, made her appear bashful as she fidgeted under his gaze. Unable to suppress his laughter, Gu Zhixing remarked, "Her? What could she possibly offer in comparison to my wife?" Chun Xiangmei, displeased by his words, retorted, "Zhixing, that's not fair. Although Chun Hong may not be as beautiful as Su Yanran, she has a good background and would not bring you any disgrace. Would she?" Growing impatient, Gu Zhixing replied, "You truly are a peculiar individual. If you covet my wealth, you should state it plainly. I would respect your honesty. This is my final warning. Keep your distance from those two, or I shall not be kind." Having spoken, Gu Zhixing took Su Yanran's hand, attempting to bypass the two peculiar individuals. Realizing that the outing was futile, he carried little Xingruo back to Grandpa Wang's carriage. Observing the sensible child weeping, Grandpa Wang, after a brief inquiry, became furious and, without waiting for Chun Xiangmei and her companion, drove directly back to the village. On the journey home, Gu Zhixing adjusted little Xingruo's pant leg, revealing her swollen ankle. His heart ached, tears brimming in his eyes. This was his cherished daughter, whom he adored so deeply. As he held her, he contemplated the situation. They had yet to face consequences, and he was uncertain about the school's investigation into Gu Zhila's matter. If matters did not improve, he would take matters into his own hands. Meanwhile, Su Yanran pondered whether she truly was a burden to Gu Zhixing. She reflected on her family's background. Had Gu Zhixing not rescued her, would he have been spared from marrying her and enduring such hardships? Chapter 17. Gu Zhila's arrest that night. After soothing his daughter to sleep, Gu Zhixing lay down, preparing to rest. Su Yanran tugged at Gu Zhixing and said, "Ah Xing, may we have a conversation?" Gu Zhixing smiled and inquired about what. "I wish to take Xingru to stay with my parents for a couple of days. If you miss your in-laws, invite them over. I can prepare some delicious meals for them to replenish their strength." Gu Zhixing gazed at Su Yanran with a smile. "Ah Xing, that is not my intention. I feel as though Xingru and I are a burden to you. It was the same before, when we were earning points. Because you married me, the team leader allocated the fewest points to you. You hesitated to work in the fields, while others claimed you were not supporting the family. Yet, you have never let us go hungry, always catching fish and shrimp for us. We have been the ones weighing you down. I think I should take Xingru to live with my parents, and you can find someone suitable to marry. We haven't registered our marriage yet, so there is still time." As she spoke, her voice trembled. Gu Zhixing observed the little figure before him, who was speaking and crying simultaneously, and recalled how she had been when they first met, lost and weeping when she encountered him. Lost in thought, he chuckled softly. How is it that this little girl has grown, but remains the same, still so prone to tears? He embraced Su Yanran and said, "Yanran, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I was certain of you. Nothing will change that. Do not overthink it. Once I am done with my current obligations, I will take you to register our marriage. All right?" He patted her head gently. Su Yanran was taken aback. "You heard that?" Gu Zhixing laughed. "I didn't hear it. I merely guessed." The following day, as dawn broke and the village dogs began to bark, a police car drove in. The village chief's door was knocked upon. "Hello, are you the village chief of Gujia village?" Officer Lin inquired. Yes, yes, is there something you need? The village chief, somewhat puzzled, responded, as it had been a long time since the police had inquired about anything in their village. Is there someone in your village named Guzhila? We have come to learn about him. Officer Lin asked with a smile. Yes, indeed. I will take you to his home. At this hour, he should be at home. Gila is a good child. He is probably studying this early in the morning, the village chief confidently introduced. He assumed someone had committed a crime, and they were seeking information from acquaintances, not considering Guzhila himself, while he eagerly anticipated that Guzhila might one day become a prominent figure, bringing honor to Gujia village. Upon arriving at Guzhila's home, Gu Zhixing had already awakened and was in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Hearing the village chief's voice outside, he curiously opened the door. Gu Zhixing watched as the officers approached Guzhila's house and realized Guzhila could not escape this predicament. Who is it? Coming by so early without working? Chen Xiaomei's harsh voice rang out. Gu Zhixing leaned against the doorframe, coldly smiling at Chen Xiaomei's ignorance, as she continued to scold despite her dire situation. Chen Xiaomei opened the door, and Officer Lin stepped forward, asking, "Hello, is this the home of Comrade Guzhila?" Upon seeing the police uniforms, Chen Xiaomei forced a smile and replied, "Yes, he is my son. We wish to inquire about him. Please call him out." Chen Xiaomei was visibly displeased. She had anticipated something more auspicious. She wondered which young scamp had erred this time, prompting a visit to her family as Gila. "Please wait a moment. Our Gila is asleep. We shall speak once he awakens," she retorted. The village chief's face flushed with embarrassment. He had just boasted that Guzhila was studying at home. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and call him out," the village chief exclaimed, his temper rising. Noticing the village chief's agitation, Chen Xiaomei hastily entered the house to summon Guzhila. "Comrade Guzhila, do you know Comrade Lin Tian?" Officer Lin inquired. Guzhila exhibited signs of unease, his gaze wavering. "I know her." Upon hearing this, Officer Lin's expression darkened, and he coldly stated, "Your school has received a report alleging that you've been accepting protection fees, engaging in misconduct, and even having inappropriate relations with female Comrade Lin Tian. You are required to accompany us." "I didn't do anything. This is slander," Guzhila stammered, trembling. Officer Lin's face hardened, his tone frigid. "We are the police. We do not mistakenly apprehend the innocent, nor do we let the guilty escape. Come with us, and you will be released once we ascertain the facts." As he spoke, Officer Lin produced handcuffs, restraining Guzhila. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Xiaomei clung to Officer Lin's leg, weeping and pleading, "You cannot take my son. He is incapable of such acts." Officer Lin, unable to detach her, exchanged a glance with the village chief, silently requesting his assistance. Receiving the cue, the village chief hurried over to pull Chen Xiaomei away, urging the officers to proceed. Desperate, Chen Xiaomei clung to Gu Zhiyong's trousers, crying out for him to intervene and retrieve Guzhila. Gu Zhiyong kicked Chen Xiaomei aside, sneering, "You had better find someone to persuade the police. Otherwise, you may never know how your son meets his end." With that, he stormed off toward home, leaving Chen Xiaomei, in tears, collapsed on the ground. Gu Zhixing stood at his doorstep, having overheard the entire exchange. He returned home with a smile, embracing Su Yanran as he recounted the events. Su Yanran, puzzled, asked, "Who could have reported him? It's so strange." Gu Zhixing chuckled, far away yet close at hand. "It's you. But Guzhila is your cousin. Why would you do such a thing?" Su Yanran guidith bewildered. "I seek revenge for you," Gu Zhixing murmured softly, ensuring Su Yanran did not hear his words. He remained haunted by the memories of Su Yanran and their daughter's demise in his past life. Even in this rebirth, he could not find solace. The pain was too profound. Su Yanran, unaware of Gu Zhixing's whispers, ceased her inquiries. In her heart, she believed that whatever Gu Zhixing did was justified. Chapter 18. True revenge is silent after breakfast. Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiaxiong, as usual, took their tools to Panlong Mountain, where the group busied themselves on the hillside. In less than an hour of bustling activity, Su Yanran hurriedly called out for Gu Zhixing while leading her daughter down the mountain. Unfamiliar with the exact location of Gu Zhixing on the back mountain, she shouted as she walked, Zhang Jiachong, possessing keen hearing, caught the distant call. Brother Gu. That sounds like my sister-in-law's voice. Gu Zhixi teased him. Xiang Gu, you seem to be quite adept at avoiding work. You can hear anything that spares you from labor. Zhang Jiachong ignored him, well aware of his own acute hearing. Otherwise, he would not have escaped detection during his previous mining endeavors. He reflected on how gentle and compliant Gu's sister-in-law was and recalled her prior warning not to come up the back mountain unless necessary. Her urgency this time surely indicated that something troubling had occurred at home. Although he had not resided with the Gu family for long, he genuinely regarded it as his own, and he felt anxious about any potential misfortune. Zhang Jiachong anxiously looked at Gu Zhixing, awaiting his decision on whether they should descend the mountain. Upon hearing Zhang Jiachong's call, Gu Zhixing also felt a twinge of anxiety, knowing well Zhang Jiachong's capabilities. Everyone, let's take a break. I will go down with Jiachong to investigate, he declared, tossing aside his shovel and swiftly making his way downhill. Brother Gu, we will accompany you. It is better to have support in case of any issues, the five chimed in unison. Although Gu Zhixing initially wished to decline their involvement, he noticed their resolute expressions and consented. Very well, you may come with me, but remember to remain calm, regardless of what transpires. In unison, the five affirmed, we will heed Brother Gu's words. Thus, the seven descended the mountain together. Before long, Gu Zhixing spotted Su Yanran, who was anxiously scanning the surroundings at the foot of the mountain. Upon seeing Gu Zhixing's descent, Su Yanran rushed to meet him, expressing her concern. Gu Jigang and Chun Xiangmei are causing a scene at our home, demanding to see you. I told them to come by tonight, but they refused. They are quite aggressive, and I fear they might frighten Xingru, so I had no choice but to seek you out. Hearing her words, Gu Zhixing understood the situation and gently reassured her. Let us return first. Do not fret. As he spoke, he took the daughter Su Yanran was holding, glancing at the injured foot of little Xingru, his expression darkening. This time, they would need to pay a price to learn a lesson. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Gu residence, Chun Xiangmei anxiously questioned Gu Jigang. If we seek out Gu Zhixing, can he save Zhila? Gu Jigang, tapping his hand against his smoking pipe, replied brusquely, How should I know? All I know is that Gu Zhixing's father had ventured out years ago and must have made connections with influential people. If we don't ask him, do you have another option? Chun Xiangmei timidly interjected, but that is his father, not him. Seeking his help may be futile. Gu Jigang shot a disdainful glance at his foolish wife, retorting, wouldn't his father pass on his connections to him before he passed away? If Gu Zhixing had overheard this exchange, he would have found it amusing. After all, Gu Jigang was indeed his father's brother, and he understood him well. Upon arriving at the door, Gu Zhixing gently set down his daughter and greeted, Uncle, what brings you to my humble abode? Gu Jigang felt a slight discomfort at Gu Zhixing's sarcastic tone. However, upon realizing that Gu Zhixing could save his son, he quickly adorned his face with a sycophantic smile. Zhixing, let's speak indoors. Gu Zhixing, still smiling, replied, Let us converse here, so everyone may hear what business our esteemed production team leader has with a mere village dweller like myself. At this moment, the villagers, ever eager to join the fray, gathered around. Gu Jigang's face turned pale upon hearing these words. Gu Zhixing had not forgotten past grievances. Previously, when Gu Zhixing married the educated youth Su Yanran, Gu Jigang had surreptitiously deducted their work points, while Su Yanran, as an educated youth, was only entitled to communal meals without the option to exchange work points for grain. Her marriage to Gu Zhixing transformed her into a villager of the Gu family, granting her the right to exchange points for grain. However, he had denied them this right under the pretense that they had not obtained a marriage certificate. Remembering these events now filled him with regret and resentment. How had he offended this living devil? With a grimace, Gu Jigang cut to the chase. Zhixing, I shall not beat around the bush. As long as you can retrieve Zhila, I will find a way to provide you with whatever you desire. Gu Zhixing nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this, for it aligned perfectly with his own intentions. He sought to reclaim all that Gu Jigang had unjustly withheld from his family. With a light chuckle, Gu Zhixing replied nonchalantly, Then let us start by returning the grain you deducted from our family. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiangmei collapsed onto the ground, wailing in despair, utterly opposed to the notion, as it seemed tantamount to a death sentence for her. Gu Jigang, looking up at Gu Zhixing, was about to interject when Gu Zhixing preempted him, since Annie disagrees. You may return home. With that, Gu Zhixing turned to leave the courtyard. Seeing Gu Zhixing's unwavering stance, Gu Jigang gritted his teeth and stamped his foot. I agree. He then raised his hand and struck the still sobbing Chun Xiangmei, gritting his teeth as he declared, grain cannot outweigh the importance of Jilla. With that, he turned and hurried home to fetch the grain. Realizing that her relentless clinging bore no fruit, Chun Xiangmei swiftly got up to pursue Gu Jigang. Once they had departed, Gu Zhixing, along with several brothers, opened the courtyard door and sat down to rest. Zhang Jiaxiang, having observed the unfolding drama, discerned that Gu Zhixing and his uncle had long-standing animosities, yet Gu Zhixing's willingness to save his son baffled him. After all, Gu Zhixing was not in need of such meager provisions. Zhang Jiaxiang, unable to contain himself, whispered to Gu Zhixing, Brother Gu, do you not harbor disdain for that family? Why would you rescue their son over such trivial grain? You're not in want of it. Gu Zhixing coldly chuckled. The thrill of revenge lies in its subtlety. Merely imprisoning someone lacks intrigue. Zhang Jiaxiang pondered this for a moment before suddenly grasping the meaning behind those words. Dramatically, he ran a hand over the hairs on his arm, silently thanking his stars for not opposing Gu Zhixing. Otherwise, his life would surely be forfeit. As these thoughts swirled, Zhang Jiaxiang felt a swell of pride, secretly marveling at his astute judgment. Staying close to Gu Zhixing meant having food to eat. Before long, Gu Jigang returned with 3 sacks of rice. Gu Zhixing opened them to inspect, finding them filled with fresh grain, which further pleased him regarding his shrewd uncle. In the coming days, I shall go to the county to find someone for him, he mused. He then instructed Gu Zhixi and 5 brothers to divide the grain and take it back to honor their parents. Gu Jigang, upon hearing Gu Zhixing's consent, displayed no reaction to the subsequent mention of distributing the rice. With a solemn expression, he turned and departed, seemingly indifferent to the 3 bags of new rice. Yet, within his heart, he mused that one day he would reclaim these items in a most honorable manner. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Zhixing was no longer the person he once was. In this lifetime, no matter how many schemes he devised, he could not outmaneuver Gu Zhixing. While festivities abounded on Gu Zhixing's side, the couple Gu Jigang remained shrouded in gloom at home. Chapter 19. Obtaining the certificate at noon, after the meal, Gu Zhixing's family relaxed in the courtyard, where Su Yanran cradled little Xingru in a reclining chair. Gu Zhixing approached, squatted down to play with Xingru for a while, and then turned to Su Yanran, saying, Yanran, tomorrow, I would like you to accompany me to the county town. Assuming Gu Zhixing's visit was related to Gu Zhila's affairs, Su Yanran did not inquire further and simply replied, all right. In the evening while dining, Gu Zhixing informed Zhang Jixiang of his plans to visit the county town the following day, instructing him to take the brothers to work in the mountains. Zhang Jixiang initially lamented, expressing that his efforts were no match for Gu Ji's prowess in the mountains. It seemed that gold recognized its own, for only when Gu Gu was present could one unearth good fortune. His own attempts fell short. As he bemoaned his fate, Zhang Jixiang hastily produced a collection of receipts, thrusting them into Gu Zhixing's hands. Upon seeing the assorted receipts, Gu Zhixing inquired, where did you acquire these? In a hushed tone, Zhang Jixiang replied, I procured them from the black market. Gu, you mentioned wanting to rescue Gu Zhila, so naturally one must present gifts. You lack for nothing. Giving you money would be futile. A sudden inspiration struck me, and I went to procure these. He beamed with pride at his cleverness. It was no wonder he had been absent all afternoon. He had been out gathering provisions. When not laboring, Zhang Jixiang either slept at home or roamed with the village children to catch fish and shrimp. Today's absence was merely a pursuit of resources for their cause. Touched by the antics of his comical brother, Gu Zhixing expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you in advance. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Zhang Jixiang, delighted by this promise, grinned broadly, content despite desiring nothing in return. The following day, bright and early, Gu Zhixing's family boarded old Wang's rickety cart, swaying their way toward the county town. Upon arrival, Gu Zhixing cradled little Xingru and led Su Yanran to the entrance of the marriage registration office. Perplexed, Su Yanran asked, "Why you brought me here? Are we supposed to rescue Zhila?" With a smile, Gu Zhixing replied, "We are here to obtain our marriage certificate. Otherwise, you would be lost in your thoughts." Embarrassed, Su Yanran laughed, "I am not." Gu Zhixing merely chuckled, choosing not to contest her assertion. After all, what his wife said was always correct. He took her hand, holding little Xingru, and they entered the registration office together. The process of obtaining the marriage certificate was straightforward. Gu Zhixing produced the introduction letter he had prepared, and both he and Su Yanran signed their names. The staff then affixed the official seal. After reciting their vows together, they finally held their marriage certificate in hand. Gu Zhixing examined the document, noting its resemblance to an award rather than a modern marriage booklet, adorned with the marks of a bygone era. "My dear, now that we have obtained our marriage certificate, which is recognized by the state, you need not worry any longer," Gu Zhixing said with a smile. Su Yanran, feeling shy, chuckled softly in response. "You shouldn't point fingers at me. Look at the delay in your introduction letter." Gu Zhixing grinned broadly, his heart filled with joy. "Wife, let me take you somewhere special." Su Yanran, elated, chose not to question further and simply followed him alongside their daughter. They traversed a quaint alleyway, arriving at a shop with a bright red sign that read Eastern Red Photography Studio. "Wife, how about we capture a wedding photo to commemorate this significant day of receiving our marriage certificate?" Gu Zhixing inquired with a smile. Upon hearing his suggestion, Su Yanran hesitated. "Ah Xing, aren't wedding photos quite expensive? Perhaps we should forego it." Gu Zhixing understood her apprehension. After years of financial struggles, she was not truly averse to the idea. How could a lady from a city not long for the elegance of her previous life? Patiently, Gu Zhixing reassured her, "Yanran, fret not. We are not short on funds now, and I promise you shall not endure hardship in the future. Today is a momentous occasion. Let us take a photo to remember it." Convinced by his words, Su Yanran nodded in agreement. As they entered the photography studio, they were greeted by a chilly atmosphere. The photographer, who also owned the establishment, quickly approached them. "Are you here for a family portrait? You are in luck. We have just launched our family photo service." Gu Zhixing paused, realizing he had not considered capturing a family portrait. How delightful it would be to include their daughter. "Yanran, shall we take a family photo?" he proposed. Seeing that their daughter could join, Su Yanran readily agreed. After some discussion with the owner, they learned that Su Yanran could wear a wedding dress for the family portrait for an additional fee. At that time, wedding dresses were scarce in conservative poster form. Yet Su Yanran eagerly selected one. After choosing her gown, she also picked out outfits for Gu Zhixing and their daughter. Little Xingru looked like a doll in a charming white dress, while Gu Zhixing, clad in a brown suit, appeared even more handsome. Once they were all dressed, they stood before the backdrop. Unlike modern photography with elaborate settings, it was merely a backdrop where they posed for their first family portrait. Though the technology of the time could not compare to contemporary standards, Gu Zhixing felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. In his past life, such moments were but a distant dream. He wished to capture more images, but Su Yanran had already changed out of the wedding dress and handed it back to the owner. Seeing her reluctance to continue, Gu Zhixing hurried to settle the bill. The total for the dress and photos amounted to 15 yuan. Su Yanran gasped at the price, reflecting, "Thank goodness I didn't heed Ah Xing's suggestion to take more pictures." After Gu Zhixing completed the payment, he left their name and address, requesting the owner to expedite the processing. As they stepped out of the photography studio, Su Yanran inquired, "It's nearly noon. Should we head back?" Gu Zhixing did not respond directly. Instead, he posed a question. "Yanran, do you recall the uncle who assisted me with my documentation?" Su Yanran nodded affirmatively. "Yes, what of it?" Gu Zhixing elaborated. "Although the matter concerning Gu Zhilu is not particularly grave, it is still prudent to have him make a formal introduction. We have not troubled him in years, and it is time we sought his assistance once more." Noticing that this involved meeting Gu Zhixing's true kin, Su Yanran promptly suggested, "Then let us procure some items. We cannot arrive empty-handed." Gu Zhixing, amused by Su Yanran's enthusiasm, agreed. "Very well, let us go shopping." With that, he led Su Yin Ran and her daughter towards the supply and marketing cooperative. The county's cooperative was not far from their location, and they arrived within a matter of minutes. Upon entering, Gu Zhixing requested a dozen packets of biscuits, 2 boxes of canned goods, 2 pounds of sugar, and several boxes of mill powder. The shopkeeper, noticing the quantity of items, inquired, "Do you have ticket?" "Without a ticket, we cannot proceed with the purchase." Gu Zhixing quickly produced the ticket given to him by Zhang Jiaxiang, realizing that without it, their shopping would be in vain. After settling the payment, he collected the items and accompanied Su Yin Ran towards the municipal bureau. This time, Gu Zhixing faced no obstacles, as Uncle Gu had already made the necessary arrangements. In the future, he would not be hindered upon his visits. Chapter 20. Uncle Gu is truly family. Gu Zhixing knocked on the door, and a voice from within called out, "Come in." Inside the office, Uncle Gu, clad in a 72-style police uniform, was seated, engrossed in paperwork. Upon seeing Gu Zhixing, he promptly closed the documents and approached with a warm smile, exclaiming, "What brings you here, young man? Shouldn't you be mining up in the mountains?" Gu Zhixing smiled back, leading Su Yin Ran and Xiaoxing Ruo into the room, and cheerfully replied, "Uncle, I have brought my wife to express our gratitude. It was thanks to you that the paperwork could be completed last time." Su Yin Ran, upon being introduced, graciously greeted, "Hello, uncle." Xiaoxing Ruo, following her mother's lead, sweetly called out, "Hello, uncle." Observing this heartwarming scene, Uncle Gu chuckled, "You rascal. After all these years of marriage and children, you never invited me. Your father, before his passing, entrusted me with your care, and yet you have been so obstinate, avoiding me. What has changed? Have you finally acknowledged me as your uncle?" Feeling a bit sheepish, Gu Zhixing rubbed his head and replied, "Uncle, I apologize. In my youth, I was foolish and believed we were not truly family. Reflecting on it now, I realize that my bond with you is even stronger than with my own father." Uncle Gu laughed heartily, patting Gu Zhixing on the shoulder. "It's good to see you've come to understand. Your father and I were genuine brothers." Gu Zhixing joined in the laughter. "Uncle, I also have a matter to discuss with you. My cousin, Gu Zhilu, has encountered some trouble and has been detained. Is there any chance of his release?" Uncle Gu paused, then replied, "What trouble? We are family, so there is no need for formality. I have heard reports about this individual. His situation is not serious at all. He was meant to be released after a couple of days, but due to some disrespectful remarks made towards the police, his release has been delayed. If you're concerned, I can make a call right now to facilitate his release." Upon hearing these words, Gu Zhixing exhaled a sigh of relief, as he no longer needed to seek assistance from others. He promptly responded, "Uncle, there is no need for any trouble. Let him learn a lesson inside." Gu Sanshu chuckled at this and said, "I comprehend your intentions." After a brief exchange, Gu Sanshu gestured towards the items Gu Zhixing had brought. "Take these back for the children. Uncle, this is a matter of discipline." Su Yinjin, with a generous smile, remarked, "3 uncle, this is not merely a gift. It is a token of filial respect from the younger generation to their elders." Gu Sanshu, amused by her words, turned to Gu Zhixing and said, "As the saying goes, marrying a good wife brings prosperity for 3 generations. It seems that adage holds true. You, my lad, are indeed fortunate." Gu Zhixing smiled at Su Yinjin and affirmed, "Indeed, I have married a wonderful wife." Their shared compliments made Su Yinjin blush with modesty. "I will take Xingruo out to play. You may continue your conversation." As Su Yinjin exited, Gu Sanshu shifted the topic, moving to his desk to retrieve a letter of complaint from the drawer. "Zhixing, I find myself perplexed. You brought him in, yet now you wish to extricate him. What does this mean?" Gu Zhixing, not one to conceal the truth, replied candidly, "I have some grievances with his family, thus." Before he could finish, Gu Sanshu interrupted with a heavy sigh, chuckling, "Zhixing, you are just like your father. A vendetta must be repaid. Go ahead, and should any issues arise, Uncle will shield you." Seeing Gu Zhixing's honesty, Gu Sanshu felt a great sense of relief. "Come, let Uncle treat you to a meal." After Gu Sanshu's generous invitation, the 3 returned to the spot where Grandpa Wang had parked his ox cart, joyfully heading home. However, unbeknownst to Gu Zhixing, the villagers were already stirring up trouble with the village head, upset over not being included in the earnings Gu Zhixing had brought to Gu Zhiji and others. Chapter 21. Renovating the school. Although Gu Zhixing had spent the last few days leisurely wandering with his daughter, largely neglecting prospecting on the mountains, the villagers had observed his transactions at the bank with keen interest. Those knowledgeable understood that the bank required a minimum of 20 grams for gold exchange. With Su Yanjin and little Xinghua adorning increasingly fine garments and their complexions brightening, it was evident they were well fed. It was apparent that Gu Zhixing must possess a sum of 1 or 2,000 yuan, a modest amount that nonetheless could incite frenzy among the villagers. In a community where having several thousand yuan made one a target of flattery, Gu Zhixing, however, refused all gifts. Those with discerning eyes noticed that the individuals mining alongside Gu Zhixing were handpicked by the village head. Consequently, ill-intentioned individuals turned their spite towards the village head. However, after repeated attempts to curry favor with him proved fruitless, these malicious individuals incited the simple-minded villagers to protest at the village head's residence. Village head, our family is not well off either. Why not arrange for us? Indeed, our family has many children. We could also contribute. The crowd engaged in a lively debate. While the village head remained silent, puffing on his pipe, his thoughts drifting far away. Why does that foolish Gu Zhixing have to be so careless, flaunting his wealth? It's a burden to be a good village head. Once he finished his pipe, he sighed and muttered, "What good is it to shout at me? I am not Gu Zhixing." A villager, seeing the village chief's demeanor, quickly interjected, "Well, chief, why not summon Gu Zhixing for a discussion? We could take turns, after all." The village chief's expression darkened, and he retorted sharply at the speaker, "Who do you think you are to suggest summoning Gu Zhixing? When his family was struggling to make ends meet, did you ever invite them to dine at your table?" The chief was resolute in his refusal to call Gu Zhixing, while a scheming individual incited the villagers, refusing to relent. Sensing the situation escalating, someone hurried to Gu Zhixing's home and brought him outside, conveying the village chief's predicament. Upon returning home, Gu Zhixing, upon hearing the news, wore an expression of understanding. He had anticipated this day. In truth, part of him had orchestrated the situation deliberately, seeking to demonstrate to the villagers that he had become a man of means, thereby earning their trust for future endeavors. Naturally, he intended to offer them some benefits beforehand. After a brief exchange with Su Yanran, Gu Zhixing made his way to the village chief's residence. At the village chief's home, the chief was still earnestly explaining the reasons behind selecting certain individuals to accompany Gu Zhixing. Gu Zhixing, overhearing the chief's heartfelt discourse, felt a wave of emotion wash over him. After his father's passing, he had caused no small amount of trouble for the chief. Each time he found himself in a predicament, it was the chief who intervened. Although the chief would admonish him afterward, he never turned his back on him. This village chief had shown him more kindness than even his own uncle during his lifetime. Steeling himself, Gu Zhixing stepped into the village chief's home. "Uncle, no need for explanations," he said. The village chief, caught off guard, stood up. "What brings you here?" Gu Zhixing thought to himself that he hadn't summoned him. "I heard there was some commotion regarding matters concerning me, so I thought I'd come by." "Please, take a seat, chief. Don't tire yourself," he replied, surveying the gathered crowd. Touched by Gu Zhixing's concern, the village chief felt a swell of pride. This child had finally matured. "Uncle is still capable. No need for your worry," he said hurriedly. "Uncle, I have something to discuss," Gu Zhixing stated. The village chief responded, "Go ahead, it's fortuitous that everyone is here." Gu Zhixing pulled a stool and sat down before speaking. "Currently, I do not lack for minors, but I wish to contribute 500 yuan to renovate our village's primary school, ensuring that the children from our village receive an education. What do you all think?" The crowd exchanged glances, some unable to believe the generosity. Education without expense was an extraordinary opportunity. The prospect of having even one child from their household attend university was remarkable, especially at no cost. The village chief, elated, exclaimed, "Zhixing, I must thank you in advance. But we lack educated individuals in our village. Who will teach?" Gu Zhixing smiled. "My in-laws are scholars and would be perfect for the role." The village chief hesitated. "But they are newcomers. If they do not participate in labor, I would find it difficult to justify to the authorities." Gu Zhixing chuckled. Chief, the policies have become more lenient. You could submit a proposal. If that fails, we could request assistance from above. Upon hearing these words, Village Chief Gu comprehended that Gu Zhixing's visit was not merely to extricate him from his predicament, but also to secure a more manageable task for his esteemed in-laws. Enlightened by this realization, the chief felt a profound sense of contentment. This young man had finally matured and begun to consider his family. Very well. I shall endeavor to advocate on your behalf, he declared. The villagers nodded in agreement, recognizing that Gu Zhixing's financial support for their children's education also benefited them. They harbored no avarice or envy, having cast aside any incendiary rhetoric, and now eagerly anticipated Gu Zhixing's success, hoping he would contribute further to their village. As Gu Zhixing concluded his discourse and prepared to depart, the villagers expressed their gratitude. Observing the earnest faces before him, Gu Zhixing understood that their intentions were not malevolent. They were merely impoverished and fearful. By offering them a glimmer of hope for a better life, he believed they would not resort to unscrupulous deeds. He pondered the true villains, those who exploited the simplicity of the villagers, and vowed to hold them accountable. Upon returning home, Gu Zhixing recounted the events at the village chief's residence in full detail to Su Yanran. She promptly provided him with money to deliver to the chief. You're no longer upset with me for spending recklessly? He inquired with a smile. Su Yanran replied gently, this is a noble cause. Aiding in times of need is commendable. The children will be grateful to you in the future. Embracing her, Gu Zhixing expressed his gratitude. Yanran, thank you for your kindness. Rest assured, I will ensure you never endure hardship. Su Yanran gazed at him with warmth. I believe in you. I must also thank you for alleviating my parents from arduous labor will greatly improve their health. Gu Zhixing seemed to recall something. Do not worry. They will soon be free from their tarnished reputation and can proudly serve as teachers. Su Yanran's eyes sparkled with delight. Really? How do you know? He replied. I heard in the county that the policy now permits the collection of data for applications, and a notification will be issued shortly. But how will we manage this from the village without returning to Sioux City? Su Yanran asked anxiously, wishing to fly back immediately. Gu Zhixing reassured her. I have a plan. Do not fret. Once we complete our current tasks, I will take you to Sioux City. With his words, her anxiety dissipated, and she responded eagerly. All right, thank you. Xing Chapter 22. What is there to be discontented about? Gu Zhixing returned to the village chief's home, carrying the money, and in front of everyone. He presented 500 yuan to the chief. His intention was to demonstrate his reliability to the villagers, ensuring that they understood he was a man of his word, thereby fostering a more prosperous future together. Village Chief Gu gratefully accepted the money, showering Gu Zhixing with thanks. I will see to it that this matter is handled well. If there are any funds remaining, I shall return them to you. Gu Zhixing promptly declined. No need for that. If there are any surplus funds, please keep them for yourself, and if any family requires assistance, simply allocate it from the relief fund. Consider it my contribution to the welfare of the village. The village head gazed at Gu Zhixing with a sense of satisfaction. Although there were affluent families in the village, and a few households boasted a wealth of 10,000 yuan, none had willingly offered assistance to the villagers as Gu Zhixing had. Gu Jiong escorted Gu Zhixing to his doorstep, where they fortuitously encountered Gu Zhila, who had just been released from the police station, having been brought back by Gu Jigang and Chen Xiangmei. The two brothers exchanged no words. The village head was aware that Gu Jigang had repaid Gu Zhixing's family with 3 bags of grain to persuade him to help retrieve Gu Zhila. The village head looked at Gu Zhila sternly and remarked, Zhila, your return is largely due to your brother. You should express your gratitude to him and refrain from making such mistakes in the future. Gu Zhila stood rooted, glaring resentfully at Gu Zhixing. I don't need him. I could have gotten out without him, he retorted. Gu Zhixing, hearing this, let out a cold laugh. What are you so indignant about? Did you manage to get out on your own, or was it through your insults to the police? Gu Zhixing deliberately omitted mentioning that he had not exerted much effort in the matter. He simply wanted the villagers to remember his assistance to Gu Zhila. Gu Zhila, his face flushed with embarrassment at having his secrets exposed, snapped, I don't need your interference. With that, he turned on his heel and ran away. Gu Jigang, Witnessing this scene, felt a surge of anger. Just a short while ago, his family had been the envy of all, with his son being the only promising student in the village. But ever since Zhixing had improved, everything had changed. He sensed something was amiss, but could not pinpoint the issue. Troubled thoughts propelled him to leave the scene swiftly. The village head, observing Zhila's inability to even express gratitude before fleeing, sighed and shook his head. He had once believed Zhila to be a promising individual, potentially the first in the village to attend university, yet he had not anticipated the boy's reckless behavior. Zhila was far inferior to Zhixing. Although Zhixing also indulged in mischief, the nature of their actions differed entirely. Zhixing was playful and owned up to his mistakes, while Zhila was inherently troublesome and refused to acknowledge his wrongdoings. The villagers, still lingering nearby, had heard of Zhila's misconduct and, upon spotting him, gathered in small groups to share their thoughts, resulting in a chorus of condemnation. Zhixing, witnessing the unfolding situation, felt a sense of amusement and reflected, "This is how it should be. Once Zhila's facade is stripped away, dealing with him becomes truly engaging. Otherwise, others might mistakenly believe I am bullying him." After engaging in light conversation with the village head, Zhixing returned home contentedly. At that moment, Zhang Jiaxiang, who had been prospecting in the mountains, returned, his expression clouded with despair. Upon seeing Zhixing at home, his eyes gleamed with hope. "Gu, do you have any plans to go out tomorrow?" "No." "Why do you ask?" Zhixing replied, puzzled by Zhang Jiaxiang's sudden concern for his affairs. "Brother, come with me to the back mountain tomorrow. I can't manage it alone. The gold seems to have sprouted legs, disappearing wherever I dig. Today, I only unearthed over 20 grams. At this rate, I won't even have enough to pay the workers." Zhang Jiaxiang lamented as he slumped onto a stool. Zhixing teased Zhang Jiaxiang, saying, "How can a man claim to be incapable? You're already quite capable. Those out there could manage to accomplish what you do in a day, and they would likely be satisfied. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure." Zhang Jiaxiang, no longer pleading with Zhixing, chose to remain, gazing at him with imploring eyes. Feeling uncomfortable under Zhang Jiaxiang's earnest stare, Zhixing hastily replied, "Then I shall accompany you to the back mountain tomorrow. Is that not agreeable?" Upon hearing Zhixing's consent, Zhang Jiaxiang's eyes sparkled, and he solemnly added, "Brother Gu, I have another matter I wish to discuss with you." Zhixing smiled and inquired, "What else do you need?" "It cannot be a long-term arrangement for me to reside here indefinitely," Zhang Jiaxiang expressed. "I wish to move to Gujia village. You seem to be comfortable here. Is there something troubling you?" Zhixing asked, puzzled. Zhang Jiaxiang sincerely replied, "No, brother. I am merely thinking about following you in the future. I cannot always stay in your home. Furthermore, my parents are aging, and I wish to bring them here for easier care. The countryside's air is also beneficial for their health." Seeing Zhang Jiaxiang's intentions, Zhixing further inquired, "Are you planning to rent an old house in the village or build one yourself?" Zhang Jiaxiang chuckled, "I intend to build one to ensure their comfort." Noticing that Zhang Jiaxiang had made up his mind, Zhixing said directly, "Then let me provide you with some funds." Zhang Jiaxiang quickly interjected, "Brother, please do not trouble yourself. I have sufficient funds prepared." Seeing that Zhang Jiaxiang refused the money, Zhixing continued, "Then I will speak to the village head and arrange for an introduction letter to secure a plot of land for your house. You cannot refuse that, can you?" Zhang Jiaxiang, in agreement, promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, brother. I will also need your assistance in finding craftsmen to do the work." With matters settled, Zhixing rose early the next day to speak with the village head about Zhang Jiaxiang's plans to build a house in Gujia village. Upon understanding the situation, village head Gu welcomed the idea with enthusiasm, as who would not desire more promising youth in the village. The village head reported the matter to the village committee, which promptly convened and approved a plot of land adjacent to Zhixing's home for Zhang Jiaxiang to construct his house. Seeing everything in order, Zhixing approached the village head again, requesting assistance in locating craftsmen for the construction, thereby relieving himself of that concern. The village head, now amicable, readily agreed and sought out the well-known chun tile maker in the village. Chen tile maker had a small crew consisting of 2 tile makers and 3 laborers, with each tile maker earning 38 yuan per month and each laborer 25 yuan. Lunch would be provided, and building materials could be either supplied or purchased. During this busy farming season, no household had spare funds or time for construction, leading to Chen tile maker's crew finding themselves with idle time. Recognizing that a promising newcomer from the village wished to build a house, Chen tile maker readily accepted the job. Meanwhile, Gu Zhixing's land had already been contracted out, leaving him with little to occupy his time. Directly engaging the construction team from Chanhua's family, though not numerous, he also planned to lend a hand whenever possible, for it was, after all, his brother's house, deserving of earnest attention. Thus, unknowingly, a month slipped by swiftly, and the newly constructed residence was ready for its roof-raising ceremony. The auspicious date for this event was arranged by the village head, set for the 8th day of the 8th month. On that evening, Gu Zhixing strolled with Su Yanran and little Xingru, arriving at Zhang Jiaxiang's new home. Little Xingru gazed at the tall, gleaming house with delight, exclaiming, "Uncle's house is so high and beautiful, so different from ours." Gu Zhixing, noticing his daughter's enthusiasm, inquired, "Does our little Xingru like this new house?" "Yes, yes." Little Xingru responded in a sweet, soft tone. Seeing his daughter's joy, Gu Zhixing beamed. "Good. Once Uncle Jiaxiang's house is complete, shall we also build a new house for Xingru?" Little Xingru, wise beyond her years, shook her head. "No, it's too expensive, and Daddy works hard for money." Gu Zhixing laughed heartily, charmed by her words, and replied, "But our little Xingru is Daddy's treasure. I want to see her living in a beautiful house, like a fairy." Having heard stories of Chang'e's moon journey from Gu Zhixing, little Xingru understood that living like a fairy meant residing in a lovely home. Suyanran, somewhat surprised, interjected, "Are you truly considering building a new house, or are you just teasing Xingru? Our current home is quite good. We shouldn't waste money unnecessarily." Gu Zhixing, smiling, expressed his true thoughts. "Originally, I intended to purchase a house in the county for Xingru's schooling. However, since our village now has a school, it may be better to renovate our home and stay here." After sharing this sentiment, he gazed affectionately at Su Yanran, adding, "A house must be built. I want everyone in the village to know that you did not marry the wrong person." Upon hearing this, Su Yanran's face flushed with embarrassment, and she softly replied, "No, I did not marry wrong." Finally, the day arrived for Zhang Jiaxiang's roof-raising ceremony. On this day, the brothers gathered at the new house, none venturing to the back mountains. In rural tradition, the roof-raising ceremony holds great significance. Prior to the ceremony, offerings were made to the deities, including a pig's head, a pig's tail, symbolizing the entirety of the pig, along with fish, goose, tofu, eggs, salt, and soy sauce, all presented on a wooden tray painted red, adorned with a banner proclaiming the auspicious occasion. As the villagers began to gather, Gu Zhixing distributed red envelopes containing 10 yuan each to the 2 craftsmen and their apprentices. Noticing the envelopes were given, craftsman Chen promptly announced the commencement of the ceremony. Zhang Jiaxiang, as the head of the family, took 3 incense sticks, ignited them, and bowed 3 times at the altar. Craftsman Chen lit firecrackers, reciting, "On this auspicious day, we raise the roof. May prosperity and fortune bless the household." Holding a cup of wine from the Dong family, blessings were bestowed upon descendants to achieve high honors. 2 apprentices of Master Chen, the carpenter, were hoisting the main beam up to the new house. Once the beam was placed, the ceremony would be complete. As the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Jiaqiang stood on the 2nd floor, showering the gathered villagers with prepared candies, rice dumplings, and pastries, inviting them to collect the offerings. In this era, gathering sweets and pastries from the house, raising signified sharing in the homeowner's joy, symbolizing hopes that their own lives would flourish similarly, perhaps even leading to the construction of a modest 2-story building in the future. The villagers, eager to partake in the festive spirit, exchanged auspicious words. Yet in a corner, Chen Xiangmei, having collected her share, wore a grim and disgruntled expression. She believed that the funds for Zhang Jiaqiang's house were provided by Gu Zhixing. The thought of Gu Zhixing spending both money and effort for outsiders, while neglecting his own kin, infuriated her. Contemplating this, Chen Xiangmei turned to Chen Hong, who stood beside her, and reproached, "If only you had shown some ambition. This would all be yours. There will be no need for outsiders to spend money on your behalf." Chen Hong, gazing at the newly erected building, felt tears welling up. Recently, after a visit home, she learned that her mother had completely disowned her. With no path of retreat left, her only option was to marry Gu Zhixing, so she could regain her dignity and perhaps earn her mother's respect once more. After sorting through her tangled thoughts, Chen Hong grasped Chen Xiangmei's hand and implored, "Aunt, please help me. I wish to marry brother Zhixing and live a good life. Once my wish is fulfilled, I will certainly honor you." This was precisely the affirmation Chen Xiangmei had been waiting for, and she felt a surge of satisfaction as she smiled and patted Chen Hong's hand. "As long as you still wish to marry Gu Zhixing, I will find a way for you. However, you must endure for a few more days. He is still upset about you rejecting his daughter. Once he calms down, your matter will naturally fall into place." With the beam raised, the construction of the new house was nearing completion. Master Chen, seeing that there was little left to do, sat down on a stool to rest with his 3 apprentices and another carpenter. Meanwhile, Gu Zhixing, having finished chatting with the villagers, approached Master Chen and handed him a box of the Qianmen cigarettes with a smile. "Master Chen, do you have any work left? If you are free, we would like to renovate our house as well. Do you have the time to take on this project?" Master Chen, upon seeing the box of cigarettes, was taken aback. He had never encountered such generosity from a homeowner towards laborers before. A box of the Qianmen was worth nearly a day's wages. Furthermore, such luxuries were not easily obtainable without connections or tickets, and those lacking such resources had to turn to the black market, where prices skyrocketed and luck played a crucial role. Gazing at the box of cigarettes, Master Chen was now more than willing to undertake any task for Gu Zhixing, not just the renovation of the house. With great enthusiasm, Master Chen replied, "Yes, indeed. Who would refuse work when business is available? What kind of renovation do you envision?" Gu Zhixing contemplated for a moment and said to Master Chen, "I wish to construct a 2-story building with a courtyard. I will provide you with the blueprints, similar to this one." Chen the craftsman smiled and said, "All right, please expedite your part so I can hasten mine. I have already prepared the materials in advance." "Understood. I will get it to you as soon as possible." In the corner, Gu Zhila listened intently to their entire conversation and thought to himself, "Is mining for gold truly so lucrative? If I were to venture to the back mountain and mine for gold as well, could I not also reap profits?" After pondering this, Gu Zhila resolved to join the quest for fortune, vowing silently to surpass Gu Zhixing, proving to the villagers who truly possesses the capability. Although he had been expelled from school, his ability to earn was certainly on par with Gu Zhixing. That evening, Gu Zhixing gathered pen and paper to draft a design for his house. Su Yanran was somewhat astonished. "Oh, you can draw? I had no idea." Gu Zhixing felt a twinge of guilt and cleared his throat. "I learned a bit from my father in the past, though I'm not particularly skilled." He thought to himself, thankful she had never met his father, for he would be at a loss for words. In his previous life, Gu Zhixing had methodically climbed the ranks to become a real estate tycoon, filled with knowledge. Moreover, he had witnessed numerous architectural designs in the modern world. Thus, creating a simple structural design for a small building was a trivial task for him. He sketched fluidly, and in no time, he completed the drawing. After finishing the blueprint, he called Su Yanran over. "Yanran, come take a look and let me know if there are any additions or adjustments needed." Su Yanran set aside her needlework, wiped her hands, and approached. Upon examining the drawing, she was momentarily speechless. She had never seen a house like this before. The design Gu Zhixing created transformed their original 3-room brick house into a 2.5-story small high-rise. The second floor featured a long balcony, while the first floor comprised a living room and guest room, and the second floor contained 5 bedrooms, all enclosed by a circle of red bricks creating a small courtyard. The white plaster walls complemented the red brick fence, exuding an elegance rarely seen in rural homes, resembling something more befitting a city dwelling, though even such houses were uncommon in urban areas. After reviewing the design, Su Yanran expressed both surprise and concern. "Ah Xing, won't building this be rather expensive? Although we have some money now, it's still wise to be frugal." Gu Zhixing smiled and asked, "Do you like it?" "Of course, I adore it. I've never seen such a magnificent house in my life," Su Yanran replied with a smile. "Then it is worth the price. I will find a way to make it happen as long as you cherish it," Gu Zhixing reassured her. He continued to comfort her. "Do not worry, my dear. Just consider what I do for a living. As long as I am here, I will ensure that you and our child will live well." Gu Zhixing turned Su Yanran to face him and earnestly promised. "But the house seems too large for just the three of us." Su Yanran still had some reservations. Gu Zhixing shook his head mysteriously. "You will understand in due time. Not only will it accommodate us, but it may even be insufficient." Seeing Gu Zhixing unwilling to elaborate, Su Yanran chose not to press further. She thought to herself that she would let him handle the affairs as he pleased. After all, the one who earns the money has the say, and her role as a woman was to support her husband and raise their children. Gu Zhixing noticed that Su Yanran had ceased her preoccupation with the matter of saving money and promptly arranged, "Tomorrow, please deliver the blueprints to Master Chen. If there are any uncertainties, he can come to me in the evening for clarification." Su Yanran playfully responded with a smile. "All right," as she swiftly gathered the blueprints and tidied the table. The two then settled down for the night with their daughter. The following day, Gu Zhixing ascended the back mountain alongside Zhang Jiaxiang. While at home, Su Yanran prepared herself and, holding her daughter, Xingruo's hand, made her way to Master Chen's residence with the blueprints. Upon receiving the blueprints, Master Chen was filled with astonishment, having never encountered such an architectural design before. He inquired with a smile, "Did Zhixing truly create this?" Su Yanran affirmed, "Indeed, though I'm not an expert, I find it quite impressive. Should you have any questions, feel free to visit us in the evening to consult Zhixing." Master Chen, renowned as a skilled craftsman across many villages, had constructed numerous beautiful houses. Yet this was his first encounter with such a design, and he praised Gu Zhixing profusely. Su Yanran felt a sense of relief upon hearing Master Chen's commendations, as she had initially feared that the blueprint might be too unconventional for him, potentially leading to his refusal to undertake the project. She was eagerly anticipating the realization of this new home. Having entrusted the blueprints to Master Chen, Su Yanran prepared to return home with her daughter. On their way back, they fortuitously encountered Chen Hong. Upon seeing Chen Hong approach, Su Yanran instinctively pulled Xingruo behind her, anxious that Chen Hong might push her daughter again. Chen Hong, noticing Su Yanran's actions, grew increasingly irate and thought to herself, "What is so impressive about this? It's just a daughter. Once I marry brother Zhixing and bear him a strong son, we shall see who surpasses whom." As Chen Hong passed by Su Yanran, she rolled her eyes and taunted, "Just wait, one day brother Zhixing will be with me." Su Yanran, bemused, retorted, "Why do you believe that a Xing would choose to be with you?" Shen Hong, brimming with confidence, declared, "I grew up with brother Zhixing. I know him best. To him, you are merely a fleeting interest. That is his nature." Straightening her posture, Su Yanran replied, "I'm sorry, but your brother Zhixing and I are already legally recognized as a couple." Upon hearing this, disbelief flooded Chen Hong's eyes. "Impossible. You're lying. You're a master of deceit." Su Yanran, growing impatient, pushed past Chen Hong, ready to leave. "Believe it or not, ask your brother Zhixing if you wish," she said, scooping up little Xingruo as she headed home. Chen Hong stood frozen in her tracks, while Master Chen, engrossed in the blueprints, was bewildered by the elegance of the designs, wishing to seek clarity from Gu Zhixing immediately. Little did he know that such visions were abundantly vivid in Gu Zhixing's mind. In the evening, Gu Zhixing returned home, embraced his playful daughter Xingruo in the yard, and called out for Su Yanran. When she did not respond, he assumed she was not home and anxiously asked Xingruo, "Dear, where has your mother gone?" "She's at home." Little Xingruo pouted. "Then why isn't she answering me?" Gu Zhixing pondered, puzzled. As Xiao Xingru's eyes sparkled with realization, she exclaimed, "I know. On our way back from visiting Grandpa Chen today, we encountered an ant." "Which ant?" Gu Zhixing inquired, puzzled. "Is there a girl in the village whose name is unknown?" "She's the one who pushed Xiao Xingru," came the response. Though Xiao Xingru had not met Chen Hong, she had managed to piece together the situation and articulate it well. Upon hearing that it was indeed Chen Hong, Gu Zhixing felt a sense of understanding mixed with helplessness. After his rebirth, His sole desire was to mine diligently and live a good life with his wife and children. He never anticipated entangling himself in such troublesome romantic affairs. What could he do? He had to appease his own wife. Gu Zhixing approached Su Yanran, who was seated in the bedroom engaged in needlework. After much coaxing, telling stories and sharing light-hearted banter, he finally succeeded in calming her anger. Once reconciled, the couple prepared to head to the kitchen to cook. Just as Gu Zhixing had ignited the fire, a knock resonated at the courtyard door. "Who is it?" Gu Zhixing called out. "It's me," came the voice from outside. Confused as to why Chen Xiangmei had arrived at this hour, Gu Zhixing nonetheless opened the courtyard door. As soon as the door swung open, Chen Xiangmei bombarded him with questions. "Is Chen Hong at your house?" With a scoff, Gu Zhixing retorted, "No, how could she possibly be here?" Feigning a look of desperation. Chen Xiangmei continued, "Since Chen Hong saw Su Yanran this afternoon, she hasn't been seen. What if something has happened to her? Would you accompany me to search?" Feeling a pang of impatience, Gu Zhixing was about to refuse when Chen Xiangmei subtly threatened. "You surely wouldn't want the villagers to know she spoke with Su Yanran before disappearing, would you? What would they think of Su Yanran then?" Glancing at Su Yanran beside him, Gu Zhixing noticed her anxious expression, clearly worried that Chen Hong's disappearance might somehow be connected to her. Unable to bear the thought of causing her distress, he quickly reassured Su Yanran, "Stay at home, lock the door, and I will go look for her. Wait for my return." Seeing Gu Zhixing's concession, a gleam of triumph flickered in Chen Xiangmei's eyes, although she pretended to be sorrowful as she urged, "Zhixing, hurry and go, hurry." Gu Zhixing shut the courtyard door, reminding Su Yanran to secure it from within before departing. Chen Xiangmei instructed, "You search to the west, and I will head east." Gu Zhixing chose not to respond to Chen Xiangmei's directive, but instead set off towards the west. A sense of unease gripped him, fearing that Chen Hong's disappearance might somehow implicate Su Yanran. After a moment of contemplation, he redirected his steps towards the village chief's home. Upon arriving at the residence of village chief Gu Zhiong, Gu Zhixing urgently relayed, "Village chief, Chen Xiangmei's niece is missing. Please organize a search party swiftly." Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the village chief hastily set down his meal and replied, "Of course. I will gather people immediately. You should search as well. Perhaps you might find her." Seeing the village chief mobilize a search party, Gu Zhixing turned once more towards the west. This direction led to the abandoned youth commune, a desolate area filled with dilapidated houses, devoid of any inhabitants. As Gu Zhixing approached the youth station, he noticed a dim candlelight emanating from one of the rooms. Puzzled, he wondered why there would be a candle flickering in such an uninhabited place. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding struck him. Reminiscent of the whispers he had overheard in his past life when Chen Hong was wed, the aunts gossiping about her marrying a wealthy schemer. He recalled hiding in a stack of straw, eavesdropping on their conversation, and thought to himself that, in the eyes of the villagers, he must now also appear affluent. A feeling of dread washed over him. However, he hesitated to investigate further, aware that if something were amiss with Chen Hong, Su Yanran would bear the brunt of the blame. He considered stepping inside. It sensed it could easily be a trap. Just then, Ermatzi, who had been sneaking around, bounced into view, heading toward the village. Spotting Ermatzi, Gu Zhixing seized the opportunity. "Ermatzi, come here." With a grin, Ermatzi hurried over. "Brother Gu, what do you need?" Gu Zhixing gestured toward the candlelit room. "Go inside and see who is in there." In Ermatzi's eyes, Gu Zhixing was a figure of admiration, capable of thievery and cunning, someone they all aspired to emulate. With Gu's request, there was no hesitation. Ermatzi dashed toward the door, and, just as he entered, the candle within was abruptly extinguished. Perplexed, Gu Zhixing wondered why the candle had gone out. Just then, Chen Xiangmei came rushing from afar, shouting, "Everyone, come quick! Gu Zhixing is up to no good. Hurry! He is tarnishing his reputation again." Coincidentally, the village chief, carrying a torch, approached nearby. His expression darkened as he bellowed at Chen Xiangmei, "What nonsense are you spouting? Be careful, or I'll report you for slander." Chen Xiangmei quickly explained to the village chief, "I'm not making things up. I saw with my own eyes that he entered the room with Chen Hong. You must intervene. We cannot allow Gu Zhixing to sully my niece's honor." The village chief's countenance soured. Although Gu Zhixing had been unruly before, he had never committed such an act. Yet, he felt a twinge of worry. What if Gu Zhixing were to act foolishly again? Just as he contemplated dispersing the onlookers, a voice called out from behind him, bringing a flicker of relief. Then let us open the door and see for ourselves. Chun Xiangmei felt a cold sweat break out on her forehead, frozen in shock. How could this be? The village chief, now less anxious, began to piece together the situation. He passed Chun Xiangmei, casting her a disapproving glance, and approached the door. Pushing it open, curiosity piqued. The villagers surged forward, their torches illuminating the small room like midday. Inside, they beheld Chun Hong, her shoulders embraced by her Matsi, who struggled in vain to break free. The village chief, unable to bear the sight, quickly covered his eyes, exclaiming in outrage, "What are you two doing? This is utterly disgraceful." The torch illuminated the room, yet Chun Hong's vision remained somewhat unclear, preventing her from discerning the identity of the person before her. Hesitantly, she addressed the crowd. "My feelings for Brother Zhixing are mutual. Please do not misunderstand." The crowd paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted in laughter, realizing that she had attempted to manipulate Gu Zhixing, yet had failed. Just then, someone jovially called out, "Chun Hong, is that your Brother Zhixing behind you?" Confused, she turned to look at the person she had just embraced, only to find not Gu Zhixing, but the notorious Heir Matsi, a local ruffian. Chun Hong contemplated feigning unconsciousness, but under the scrutiny of the crowd, she found it impossible to maintain the charade. As she considered fleeing, Heir Matsi's mother pushed through the throng, exclaiming, "Oh dear, why is everyone sitting on the ground? Son, help your wife up." Heir Matsi, bewildered by the sudden designation of a wife, complied with his mother's request and lifted Chun Hong to her feet. At that moment, Chun Hong's mind was a blank slate. She was at a loss for what to do and barely noticed Heir Matsi's assistance. His mother, still smiling, called out, "Everyone disperse." They were already together and are soon to discuss marriage. Young people can be impatient, you know. "Quickly, everyone, go on your way." Chun Hong's face drained of color in shock. She wished to protest, but was silenced by Heir Matsi's mother, who leaned in and whispered, "Chun Hong, I know what you were plotting today, but your scheme has failed. Please do not involve my son in your troubles. You wouldn't want to find yourself imprisoned for immoral conduct, would you?" Heir Matsi's family was impoverished, having lost his father early, and the only name he bore was Gu. He and his mother relied on one another, and while he had a rebellious streak, his mother was astute, managing to secure a decent home for them in these hard times. Marrying Heir Matsi would not be entirely mismatched for Chun Hong. The village chief, feeling a headache coming on, had already discerned the unfolding drama, but knew he must maintain a facade of peace, lest he dishonor Heir Matsi's deceased father. Gu Zhixing exhaled a long, frustrated breath and shouted at Chun Hong, "You must clarify what is happening." Chun Hong stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. The village chief, growing increasingly exasperated, glared at her and demanded, "Tell me, are you involved with Heir Matsi?" Chun Hong remained silent, tears brimming in her eyes as she gazed at Gu Zhixing. The latter, understanding her unspoken plea for rescue, remained resolute. He would not extend a hand to save her. It would be beneath him to take pity on her plight. With a cold smirk, he retorted, "Is it so difficult to answer? If not, perhaps we should alert the authorities and let them investigate the true nature of some individual's intentions." Heir Matsi's mother, sensing the implications in Gu Zhixing's words, chose to withhold her intervention, allowing her heart to settle back into her chest. At this moment, Heir Matsi also realized the situation and quickly interjected, No, it's fine. Chun Hong and I are just dating. My mother is about to go to the Chun family to propose. You mustn't call the police." He was reluctant to find himself in a police station, although he was uncertain why Brother Gu made such a statement. He was well aware of Gu's character and trusted he would not harm him. Meanwhile, Chun Xiangmei, trembling in the corner, interpreted Gu Zhixing's words differently. Suddenly, she stepped forward and declared, "I can testify that Chun Hong is indeed dating Heir Matsi." Upon hearing this, Chun Hong's face drained of color, and she attempted to refute. However, Chun Xiangmei continued in a hushed tone, audible only to the two of them, "Chun Hong, you better admit it. If this implicates others and you return to the Chun family, you will be beaten to death. It's better to live a wretched life than to die. Think carefully. Listening to this, Chen Hong felt a wave of despair wash over her, collapsing to the ground in tears, unable to utter a word. Gu Zhiyong, seeing the situation was dire, urgently addressed the onlookers. You ladies, please help support Chen Hong and let us discuss this back in the village. The women scoffed. We do not wish to be entangled in this misfortune. We have our own families to consider. Ermatsi's mother, noticing their dismissive attitude, cheerfully remarked, We can manage on our own. There's no need to trouble you. Ermatsi's mother was always strong-willed and preferred to avoid burdening others. Ermatsi, disdainful of the bystanders, promptly assisted his mother and Chun Xiangmei in escorting Chen Hong home. As the three departed the crowd, the village head called out Ermatsi's mother. When will your family go to propose to the Chen family? Ermatsi's mother halted, patting her chest in assurance. Given this incident, I shall go to the Chun family first thing tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, the village head sighed with relief, but replied with a serious tone. Then I will accompany you. The village head was apprehensive that Ermatsi might tarnish the Chun family's reputation without making a proposal, which could lead to dire consequences. With the village head's endorsement of their relationship, the crowd erupted in cheers, urging Ermatsi's family to buy wedding sweets and pastries. Satisfied that the matter was settled, the village head decided to leave. Observing his departure, the onlookers found little amusement left and began to return to the village. Some, intrigued, excitedly recounted the evening's events to their wives upon their return. As a result, the stories recounted that night kept the village's candle flames burning a little longer. Back at home, Gu Zhixing relayed the events to Su Yanran. She expressed a mix of anger and concern, questioning Xing. Although Chen Hong is not a commendable person, isn't it a bit excessive to have her marry Ermatsi? Gu Zhixing, noticing Su Yanran's soft-heartedness flaring up again, quickly clarified, while Ermatsi may be a bit unruly, his mother is a good woman. Chen Hong has been spoiled. Marrying Ermatsi might mean his mother can keep her in check. Moreover, despite Ermatsi not being the head of the household, his mother had already built a house for him before the new year. Their circumstances are quite adequate, so you need not worry about her. Su Yanran listened to this explanation, still somewhat apprehensive, given how astute Ermeizu's mother is. What shall we do if she catches wind of your scheme? Gu Zhixing chuckled lazily and replied, Ermeizu's mother has already caught on. In fact, once she realizes, she will likely be grateful to me. Su Yanran, puzzled, inquired, and why is that? Gu Zhixing continued, after their house was built 2 years ago, Ermeizu's mother has been tirelessly seeking a match for him. Yet, as you know, Ermeizu is notorious for his mischief. No decent family's daughter would consent to marry him. I dare say, she has been fretting to the point of turning gray. With my intervention, I shall be providing her with a daughter-in-law at no cost. Surely, she must thank me for that. He playfully pinched Su Yanran's cheek. Afterward, he yawned and said, It's quite late. You should rest. Seeing that Gu Zhixing had managed everything adeptly, Su Yanran chose not to ask further questions and nestled into his embrace, drifting into a peaceful slumber. In the early morning light, as roosters began to crow, Ermeizu's family busied themselves preparing 6 types of gifts, acquiring a plethora of candies and pastries, and even purchasing a pig's head from the pig farm, all in anticipation of going to Chen Hong's house with the village chief. Shortly thereafter, the village chief arrived, accompanied by some inquisitive women, who claimed they were there to assist in matchmaking. Zhang Jiexing, a man fond of social gatherings, gathered his brothers and joined the procession. Thus, a lively throng formed, making their way to Chen Hong's residence. Unbeknownst to the Chen family, Chen Hong had spent the night at Chen Xiangmei's home, and no one had informed them of the events that transpired in Gu's village. Early in the morning, Zhang Erhua was in the yard feeding the chickens with a bucket of feed when Ermeizu's mother cheerfully approached, greeting her, Oh, dear mother-in-law, good morning. This unexpected address left Zhang Erhua bewildered, as she had but a single daughter and no engagement had yet been arranged. How could she claim to be a mother-in-law? Noticing Zhang Erhua's confusion, Ermeizu's mother remained unperturbed, smiling as she said, Let us discuss this inside. Once inside, she invited old lady Chan to join them. With everyone gathered, Ermezu's mother boldly stated, "I've come to propose a match for my son. Ermezu and Chun Hong have been getting along quite well. Perhaps we should select a date for Chun Hong to come over." Old Lady Chun was both perplexed and incensed. She had heard of Ermezu's reputation as a miscreant and had hoped for Chun Hong to marry Gu Zhixing for financial gain. How could she possibly entertain the idea of her daughter being courted by someone like Ermezu before Old Lady Chun could voice her objections? A well-meaning woman recounted the events of the previous night in detail. Ermezu's mother remained silent, a smile playing at her lips as she awaited a response from the Chun family. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Erhua's complexion drained of color. As a mother, she felt the weight of her daughter's plight. No matter Chun Hong's shortcomings, she was still her own flesh and blood, and it was unacceptable for her to tarnish her reputation through marriage. Realizing the situation was beyond her control, Zhang Erhua reluctantly conceded, gritting her teeth. "Since the children seem to get along well, let us set a date." The village chief, upon hearing Chun Hong's mother speak, found little to add. He perused his old calendar and suggested, "Next week offers an auspicious date. How about the 15th of August? The chief's choice of such a near date was deliberate. Should the couple indulge in reckless behavior and find themselves expecting, this timing would provide a convenient cover. It was unlikely they would be dragged off to face public scorn. Ermatzi's mother clapped her hands with a smile. "I have no objections." The Chin family remained silent, save for Zhang Erhua, who spoke up. "We have no issues on our end either." Ermatzi's mother had no intention of taking advantage of the Chins. After all, they had finally acquired a daughter-in-law. She promptly produced a prepared list of gifts. Chapter 27. The wedding interlude. With a cheerful demeanor, Ermatzi's mother said, "Dear mother-in-law, here is the list of dowry. If anything is lacking, do let me know, and I shall procure more." She was a perceptive woman, having already inquired about the situation. It was clear that only Zhang Erhua had the interests of Chun Hong at heart, while the rest were merely driven by greed. Thus, the dowry list was presented directly to Chun Hong's mother, bypassing the elder Chun altogether. Zhang Erhua, unperturbed, accepted the list when offered. Upon examining it, she was taken aback, her eyes welling with tears. She had assumed that the dowry would be a mere gesture, a matter of face. But what lay before her was more substantial than what was customary. In addition to the standard gifts of 66 yuan and 3 gold items, there was a sewing machine included. All traditional sweets and fruits were accounted for as well. Wiping her eyes discreetly with her sleeve, Zhang Erhua asked Ermatzi's mother, "Is this dowry list perhaps a bit extravagant?" Ermatzi's mother gently patted Zhang Erhua's hand. "As mothers, we understand the challenges of raising children. This is but a small token. My only wish is for you to trust us with your daughter, and if Chun Hong and my son share a good life together, all will be well. I shall not let her down." Though bearing the name Ermatzi, he was quite handsome, and those unaware might mistake him for a scholar. Zhang Erhua glanced at Ermatzi, who stood behind his mother, and nodded in agreement. "Ah, I am reassured." As noon approached, Zhang Erhua had intended to invite Ermatzi's mother to share a meal, but the latter declined, explaining, "We have so many guests, and your hospitality cannot accommodate us. We still need to prepare for the wedding, so we shall not stay for lunch." Zhang Erhua, recognizing the validity of Ermatzi's mother's reasoning, refrained from insisting further and kindly saw them to the door. Just as she bid farewell to Ermatzi's mother, Elder Chen emerged, leaning on her cane, and inquired, "What does the dowry list from Ermatzi's mother contain?" Zhang Erhua, her gaze flickering, replied, "Nothing extraordinary, just the usual gift from a typical family, some pastries and sweets." Elder Chun, puzzled, queried, "Then why do you deem it extravagant?" Given Chun Hong's unfortunate situation, receiving 66 yuan in dowry was not insignificant. "Was it?" Zhang Erhua responded dismissively. Elder Chun, unconvinced, retorted, "What is extravagant about it? And that 66 yuan should be saved for Gila's education." Zhang Erhua rolled her eyes in exasperation and declared fiercely, "Don't even think about it. You wish to use my daughter's betrothal gifts to fill Chen Xiangmei's void? That will only happen over my dead body." Although the betrothal money had yet to be received, they were already scheming. "If you have the guts, let Chen Xiangmei say it to my face, and we shall see if I give her a piece of my mind." Zhang Erhua's words flushed Chun Laotai's face with indignation, her cane striking the ground as she cried out, "Injustice! Injustice!" Time passed swiftly, and before anyone knew it, the day of Ermatsi and Chun Hong's wedding had arrived. On this day, Ermatsi had borrowed an ox cart from old Wang's family, adorned with a grand red satin flower atop its head, exuding festivity. He slipped old Wang a red envelope, requesting his assistance in driving the cart, and together they merrily made their way to Chun Hong's home. Though Chin's family resided in a neighboring village, the journey was not long, and soon they arrived. Upon reaching the Chun household, Ermatsi, accompanied by several groomsmen, burst inside, causing a ruckus until they finally laid eyes on the bride. After overcoming the initial obstacle, Zhang Erhua arranged 8 plates on the table, filled with pastries, fruits, candies, and other auspicious delicacies, allowing the guests to pause, enjoy a bite, and soak in the joyous atmosphere. Before long, the matchmaker emerged from the inner room, announcing, "The bride is ready. Groom, come forth to carry your bride." Under Zhang Erhua's gentle persuasion, just days prior, Chun Hong had reluctantly agreed, and on her wedding day, she refrained from causing any further trouble. Ermatsi entered Chun Hong's chamber, beaming as he addressed her, "Xiao Hong, I have come to take you home." Thus, Ermatsi lifted Chun Hong and made his way to the outer room, where Zhang Erhua and Chun Hong's father sat in the honored seats. With a sudden thud, Ermatsi knelt down, startling the matchmaker, who nearly dropped her cushion. He proclaimed loudly, "Dear parents-in-law, rest assured, I will cherish Chun Hong. I vow to be diligent and earnest in my ways, and should I fail to uphold my words today, may I meet a grim fate." Zhang Erhua, initially anxious, felt her heart settle upon hearing his solemn promise. What more could be said? The boy had sworn an oath. She helped the couple to their feet, wiped her tears, and handed Ermatsi a red envelope from her pocket. "From this day forth, treat each other well. If Chun Hong encounters any trouble, come to me directly." With their bows completed, Ermatsi embraced Chun Hong and climbed onto the ox cart, which carried the betrothal gift back to Gujia village unscathed. Upon reaching Gujia village, the celebrations ensued in earnest, and everyone sat down for the banquet. The feast was scheduled to commence at noon, featuring a total of 12 tables. Villagers arrived in groups, including the family of Chun Xiangmei. Chun Xiangmei brazenly tossed a single dollar into the gift box at the entrance before leading her family inside. Typically, as an aunt, she should have contributed more, yet she was stingy, offering not a single additional penny. Before long, the banquet began, and as Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiaxiang settled in, Ermatsi and the bride approached to toast them. Strangely, it seemed that today, everyone was toasting Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiaxiang, and the toasters were mostly young folks. A mix of earnest and frivolous. Zhang Jiaxiang, chuckling, enjoyed the drinks offered to him. However, Gu Zhixing felt that something was amiss, although he could not quite pinpoint what it was. In a hushed tone, he inquired of Zhang Jiaxiang, "Have you noticed anything unusual?" "Not all. What is up, brother?" Zhang Jiaxiang replied. Gu Zhixing shook his head. "Nothing, just don't drink too much." With a smug expression, Zhang Jiaxiang boasted, "No matter how much I drink, I want to get drunk. You know my capacity for alcohol." Gu Zhixing chuckled and nodded, reassured by Zhang Jiaxiang's ability to handle his liquor. Thus, Gu Zhixing did not pursue his concerns further, sipping the drinks offered by others while observing the lively newlyweds. After the banquet concluded, Zhang Jiaxiang supported Gu Zhixing on their way home, feigning inebriation as he teased, "Brother, you really can't hold your liquor. You need more practice. Look at me. I can walk in a straight line." Naturally, Gu Zhixing responded with a stream of nonsensical banter. In this manner, the two of them assisted each other back to Gu Zhixing's residence. Once the courtyard door was closed, Gu Zhixing gently pushed Zhang Jiaqiang away, his gaze clear and unmistakably sober. Zhang Jiaqiang, adjusting his clothing, curiously asked, "Why did you want me to pretend to be drunk?" "I don't know. It was just a feeling," Gu Zhixing replied. Zhang Jiaqiang, somewhat resigned, mused that he had not anticipated such reasoning behind their charade. "Let us not go home tonight. Let us just sleep here," Gu Zhixing suggested. Zhang Jiaqiang shrugged nonchalantly. "Wherever it is, it's still sleep," and he made his way to the usual room. Gu Zhixing followed suit, unaware that a shadow flitted past the courtyard gate, heading straight for the back mountain. Chapter 28. Someone has visited the mine the following day. Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiachong, accompanied by a few brothers, resumed their work as usual. Upon their arrival, just as Zhang Jiachong was about to descend into the mine, he suddenly shouted, "Don't move." "What's the matter?" Gu Zhixing queried, having not visited the mine in several days and unsure of what had transpired. "Brother, someone has been here," Zhang Jiachong stated gravely. "Look at this footprint. When I returned from work, I deliberately cleared a patch of dirt, and now it has been flattened." Zhang Jiachong, being mature and seasoned in mining practices, understood the importance of vigilance against intruders. Regardless of the circumstances, he always excelled in ensuring safety, which was precisely why Gu Zhixing had chosen him as a mining partner. Upon hearing Zhang Jiachong's words, Gu Zhixing's demeanor grew serious as well. Gu Zhixing expressed his confusion. "Brother, how is that possible? We arrived so early. Who could have come before us, unless they arrived in the dead of night?" Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiachong exchanged glances, recalling the raucous group from the previous evening who had relentlessly toasted them. Gu Zhixing felt convinced that someone was orchestrating this. "Let us head back. We can't accomplish anything today," Gu Zhixing declared, rising to his feet. "Brother, why?" Gu Zhixing asked, puzzled by the abrupt change in plans. "This is gold mining. Missing a day means losing money. Because of superstition, generally, a mine that has been tampered with by others yields no gold," Zhang Jiachong explained, putting an arm around Gu Zhixing. Gu Zhixing remained perplexed, unable to comprehend. Gu Zhixing was intentionally guiding this young lad into the mining business, recognizing his intelligence, honesty, and favorable fortune as qualities befitting a leader in gold mining. The golden rule of the gold miners dictates that one should not tread upon the same pitfalls as others. "Let us return for now," said Gu Zhixing, "and choose a propitious day to honor the mountain god." After conveying this, he took the lead down the mountain, followed with a sense of dejection by the 5 others. Although the labor of gold mining is arduous, the prospect of striking gold brings joy amidst the toil. However, the sudden announcement that they could not mine for several days cast a shadow over their spirits. Zhang Jiachong approached Gu Zhixing from behind. "Brother, do you suspect that group from yesterday?" he inquired uncertainly. "What should we do?" "This leaves us utterly at a loss." Zhang Jiachong expressed his frustration, feeling that without capturing that person, peace would be elusive. "Then we must apprehend them and inquire why they got us drunk that day," Gu Zhixing resolved, hastening his steps down the mountain. In the courtyard, Su Yanran was teaching Xiao Xingru to recognize characters. Upon seeing Gu Zhixing return so early, she promptly asked, "Why are you back so soon?" "The mine has already been visited by others, so we cannot work today. We need to honor the mountain god," Gu Zhixing explained. Not fully grasping the nuances, Su Yanran merely thought of ensuring logistical support and added, "Then I shall fetch money to buy offerings." Gu Zhixing took Xiao Xingru from Su Yanran's arms, saying, "There is no rush. I must first ascertain who entered the mine, if they left anything behind. It could be dire." That evening, after dinner, Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiachong made their way to the large poplar tree at the village entrance, where the local youths often gathered after their meals. Upon arriving at the tree, they indeed found several of them engaged in spirited conversation. In rural areas, most people retire early, leaving only a few restless souls lingering for amusement. "Ayang, are you here?" Gu Zhixing called out. The young man named Ayang, upon recognizing Gu Zhixing, took off running but was swiftly apprehended by Zhang Jiachong, who had been lurking behind the tree. "Brother, I have a question for you," Gu Zhixing said, cigarette in mouth. "Ask away. I'll tell you everything I know. Just don't hold me like this." "Let me go, I want to run," Ayang replied, a hint of confusion in his voice as to why Gu Zhixing was only questioning him. Gu Zhixing turned to Zhang Jiachong and instructed, "Let him go. He won't dare to flee." Once released, Ayang, with a somewhat sycophantic demeanor, asked, "Brother, what do you wish to know? Tell me, on the day of Matzi's wedding, why did you and those fellows bring me drinks?" Gu Zhixing inquired with a smile. "Brother, there's no particular reason. We simply respect you," Ayang replied. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhixing noticed his demeanor darken. With a smile, he remarked, "Ayang, Why won't you speak the truth to your brother? This tendency of yours to weave falsehoods irks me deeply. Yang's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Brother, if I tell you, what's in it for me? There's no reward, but should you choose to remain silent, you might find yourself on the receiving end of a beating, Zhixing retorted with a sidelong glance. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yang conceded and confessed. It was your cousin. He gave us 100 yuan to ensure you got drunk. For the two of them, 100 yuan was indeed not a significant sum. However, for Gu Zhila, it represented a considerable amount. How could Gu Zhila possess such wealth? Even his father, as the production team leader, wouldn't embezzle that much in a year. Zhang Jiaxiang pondered. Did he provide any reason for asking you to do this? Zhang Jiaxiang inquired. No, he didn't say anything. He just gave us the money, and we felt it inappropriate to ask. Yang replied honestly. Brother, do you think it was him? Zhang Jiaxiang turned to Gu Zhixing, questioning whether it was Gu Zhila who ascended the mountain. Gu Zhixing, smoking a cigarette, remained silent. After the cigarette burned down, he retrieved some money from his pocket without counting it and handed it to Yang. Take this for your mother's medical expenses. I understand your difficulties, but let this be an exception, he said, before striding away, with Zhang Jiaxiang following closely behind. Yang, gazing at the money Gu Zhixing had given him, felt tears welling up. His mother had been ill for many years, a constant burden of medical expenses. He had no choice but to resort to such actions, and Yang silently vowed to repay Brother Gu in the future. Brother, he treated you that way for money. Why do you still give him money? Zhang Jiaxiang pressed. We are from the same village, and besides, he is not inherently bad, Gu Zhixing replied as they walked. How is he not bad? He has been doing Gu Zhila's bidding, Zhang Jiaxiang retorted indignantly. Gu Zhixing patted Zhang Jiaxiang on the shoulder, saying, a single act of sincerity can outweigh a multitude of evils. You will understand this in time. Zhang Jiaxiang then asked, can we still enter the mine? What if he places something in there? Concerned, Zhang Jiaxiang feared that Gu Zhila might leave some sort of drug or traps in the mine, a common occurrence in illicit mining areas, merely for the sake of seizing resources. From what I know of Gu Zhila, he wouldn't dare. After the rituals in a couple of days, we can enter the mine. Gu Zhixing, possessing memories from his past life, understood Gu Zhila's character well, timid and selfish. Brother, does your wife know about your stash of secret money? Zhang Jiaxiang, relieved that there was no trouble, teased. Gu Zhixing shot him a glare. I am the head of the family. What is wrong with having a little money in my pocket? Chapter 29. Sister-in-law, you've come. Upon noticing Gu Zhixing shivering, Zhang Jiaxiang immediately called out behind him, Sister-in-law, why are you here? Gu Zhixing quickly turned with a smile, wife. However, upon looking back, he realized that Su Yanran was not behind him, and he immediately understood that Zhang Jiaxiang was playing a prank. He turned back and kicked Zhang Jiaxiang. If you keep shouting nonsense, that money was given to me by your sister-in-law for emergencies. I spend my days in the village either taking care of children or mining on a mountain. When would I have the time to spend money? Gu Zhixing explained to Zhang Jiaxiang, annoyed at the thought of him making such wild claims in front of his wife. Brother Gu, I find you somewhat altruistic, aspiring to benefit the world, Zhang Jiaxiang remarked. Gu Zhixing remained silent, thinking that if one could be reborn and know the fates of all, they too would extend a hand when others were in distress. Seeing that Gu Zhixing did not respond, Zhang Jiaxiang cheerfully returned home. The next day at dawn, Gu Zhixing pulled Zhang Jiaxiang onto Old Wang's ox cart heading toward the county town. Zhang Jiaxiang, still yawning as he settled onto the cart, asked, Brother, didn't we say we would choose an auspicious day for the rituals? Why must we shop today? Tomorrow is an auspicious day, Gu Zhixing replied. Brother, do you read the lunar calendar? Zhang Jiaxiang asked in surprise. No, Gu Zhixing coldly uttered, closing his eyes. Then how do you know tomorrow is a good day? Zhang Jiaxiang inquired, growing even more curious after Gu Zhixing's response. Who else is like you? Everyone else is up early, yet you still sleep, Gu Zhixing explained, helplessly rubbing his temples. Deep down, Gu Zhixing regretted dragging Zhang Jiaxiang to the county town so early in the morning. Wasn't his wife more appealing? Zhang Jiaxiang, feeling bored, simply replied with an "oh" and ceased further conversation, and thus they traveled in silence to the county town. Upon alighting from the ox cart, they hurried directly to the pig slaughterhouse. "Hello, Butcher Wong. Do you still have any pig heads today?" Gu Zhixing inquired. Yes. I'll fetch one for you right away," Butcher Wong cheerfully responded, promptly rising due to Gu Zhixing being a regular customer. After retrieving the requested pig head, Gu Zhixing also asked for some spare ribs, intending to prepare soup for his daughter. While Butcher Wong sliced the ribs, he chatted amiably. "You've come at a good time. We slaughtered 5 or 6 pigs today, and just now 5 have been sold. This is the last one. Why buy so many pig heads?" Gu Zhixing asked, puzzled by the extravagance of purchasing such costly items without any festival. "It's likely those involved in illegal mining. Up to no good, probably for a ritual to appease the mountain spirits," Butcher Wong chattered on. Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiaxiang exchanged glances. Being knowledgeable in the trade, they understood that whether mining legitimately or illicitly, such excessive offerings were unnecessary. Only those wishing to dispel bad luck required them. Gu Zhixing's intuition suggested that the buyer of the pig heads might be Gu Zhila, as there was a local saying about miners needing to rid themselves of bad luck every 3 years. Gu Zhixing quickly asked Master Wong, "Is the person who bought those 5 pig heads tall and slender, with a scholarly appearance and glasses?" Yes, Butcher Wong recalled with a smile. Confirming that it was indeed Gu Zhila, Gu Zhixing refrained from asking further questions. Butcher Wong handed the prepared ribs to Gu Zhixing, stating, "That'll be 20 yuan for the ribs and 15 for the pig head." After paying, Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiaxiang made their way towards the supply and marketing cooperative. As they were about to turn towards the cooperative, they caught a glimpse of a fleeting figure. "That must be Gu Zhila," Zhang Jiaxiang speculated. "Indeed," Gu Zhixing replied coldly. "Let us follow him and see what he is up to. He shouldn't know anyone in the county town," Zhang Jiaxiang remarked. Assuming that Gu Zhila only associated with local ruffians and could not possibly be acquainted with those in the city, Gu Zhixing chose not to explain that Gu Zhila had studied in the county town and simply quickened his pace to follow. Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiaxiang trailed Gu Zhila through several turns until they arrived at a courtyard. Gu Zhila knocked on the door and waited for quite some time before someone finally answered. This person, dressed in a white shirt and black pants, appeared rather frail. "It's him," Gu Zhixing exclaimed. Zhang Jiaxiang whispered, "Brother, do you know him?" "Let us leave," Gu Zhixing urged, patting Zhang Jiaxiang on the back. "Brother, who is he?" Zhang Jia inquired as he chased after him. "Do you remember the first time I took you to the bank to exchange gold? There was someone who blocked our way." Gu Zhixing replied slowly, handing Zhang Jia a cigarette. "I remember. What about it, brother?" Zhang Jiaxiang asked eagerly. "That person is an underling of Jiang Bao," Gu Zhixing stated while lighting his cigarette. "Then why is Gu Zhila looking for him?" Zhang Jiaxiang questioned. "If I am not mistaken, Jiang Bao is in that room. Gu Zhila must be seeking some form of collaboration with him," Gu Zhixing remarked, furrowing his brow. "Brother, does this mean that Gu Zhila is behind the incident in our mine?" Zhang Jiaxiang responded, realizing the implication. Gu Zhixing sneered. "It seems so. Gu Zhila knows our mine is in the back mountain, and Jiang Bao just happens to desire our gold." Zhang Jiaxiang, feeling anxious, asked, "Will they take action against us?" Gu Zhixing replied, "No, they likely only wish to steal the gold. However, the areas surrounding that gold mine are under my contract, so stealing it won't be an easy task." After finishing his cigarette, Gu Zhixing extinguished it. "Let us go. We should head to the supply and marketing cooperative." Upon arriving at the cooperative, Gu Zhixing purchased the necessary items and returned home with Zhang Jiaxiang on an ox cart. Once inside, Zhang Jiaxiang eagerly asked, "Brother, do you have any plans to deal with them?" Gu Zhixing settled onto a stool and said leisurely, "Didn't team manager Chun from the bank mention that the county has formed an anti-smuggling team?" Zhang Jiaxiang exclaimed with delight, "Brother, you know about the anti-smuggling team. But aren't they operating covertly?" Gu Zhixing chuckled. "I happened to encounter them once." "How did you get to know them, brother?" Zhang Jiaxiang probed, curious. "Once, while I was wandering with Xiao Xing, I happened to overhear them talking. I approached to chat for a bit, and it turned out their captain and I shared similar interests," Gu Zhixing explained succinctly. Zhang Jiaxiang thought to himself, what wandering? He must have specifically gone there after hearing about them. Someone like Brother Gu wouldn't engage in trivial pursuits. Let us go find a Yang. Gu Zhixing declared as he stood up. Zhang Jiaxiang was taken aback. What for? Jiang Bao and his crew will surely return to our mine to steal gold. We need someone to keep watch over that area. This time, they are merely confirming that gold is indeed present there, Gu Zhixing elaborated. All right, let us go then, brother. Zhang Jiaxiang replied excitedly. Chapter 30. Intimate contact with Su Yanran. What are you so excited about? Gu Zhixing asked, observing Zhang Jiaxiang's eager demeanor. Brother, you wouldn't understand. Zhang Jiaxiang thought to himself. When you're scheming with a clever person, that thrill is simply irresistible. Noticing Zhang Jiaxiang's air of mystery, Gu Zhixing refrained from further questioning and headed towards a Yang's home. A Yang lived in the same village as Gu Zhixing, and their homes were not far apart. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a Yang's residence. A Yang only had an elderly mother still alive, so their living conditions were not very good. Most houses in the village were made of tiles, but his was a straw house, providing little sound insulation. Just as Gu Zhixing was about to knock on the door, a series of coughs emanated from inside. Mother, the medicine is ready. Please drink it, a Yang softly said. Enough. Let me die, came a weak reply from Mother. Echoing A Yang's words. Mother, please rest assured. Take your medicine diligently, and I will work hard like Brother Zhixing, earning enough to afford even the most expensive medicines in the future. In A Yang's heart, Gu Zhixing had become his role model. If only I weren't a burden to you. If I were as healthy as Air Manyang, I could also earn enough for you to have a big tiled house, Mother said, her voice choked with emotion, interrupted by a cough before she could finish. A Yang, feeling agitated, exclaimed, Mother, as long as you are alive, I have a home. Nothing else matters. Thus, he comforted his mother until she finished her medicine. As he stepped out with the bowl, he spotted Gu Zhixing standing at the door. Quickly wiping away his tears, he ran over, smiling, and asked, Brother Gu, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Initially, Gu Zhixing intended to give A Yang some money to help watch over things for a while, but after overhearing the conversation between the mother and son, he had a change of heart. A Yang, how is your mother's health? Gu Zhixing inquired, focusing on A Yang's mother rather than answering him directly. It's been the same. She keeps saying she's a burden, A Yang replied, feeling somewhat dejected. Gu Zhixing paused and asked, A Yang, would you like to work with me? Brother, are you serious? I would love to work with you. A Yang responded with excitement. He continued, Brother, are we going to pan for gold in the back mountain? Not quite. I have other tasks in mind for you, Gu Zhixing said slowly. All right, Brother Gu, I trust you with whatever you ask me to do, A Yang assured him. Tomorrow, we have a ceremony at the back mountain. You should join us. Okay, thank you, Brother, A Yang replied, touched. Zhang Jiaxiang listened to Gu Zhixing's decision, gaining a new understanding of him. He had heard many villagers speak ill of Gu Zhixing, but the way he was acting now didn't align with their descriptions. Instead, he seemed to genuinely care for everyone, wishing to assist each person in need. Seeing A Yang agree, Gu Zhixing said little else, bidding farewell to A Yang before leaving with Zhang Jiaxiang. Upon arriving home, Gu Zhixing found Su Yanran sitting in the courtyard. He smiled at her and asked, Why are you still awake? I was worried since you hadn't returned, Su Yanran replied with a smile. The school needs renovations, and the village chief asked me to inform you that a ribbon-cutting ceremony has been scheduled for you to attend. Gu Zhixing contemplated briefly before responding, understood. Come here, he said, pulling Su Yanran closer so she could lean against him. Go to bed. I can wait for you, Su Yanran teased. Isn't it better with you here? Gu Zhixing tightened his embrace around her petite form and kissed her delicate, fair cheek. Let's go. It's time for us to sleep, he declared, lifting Su Yanran and carrying her indoors. Su Yanran gasped, Don't be silly. Gu Zhixing whispered softly, I'm not being silly. He gently placed Su Yanran on the bed, and she softly murmured in resistance. Gu Zhixing, mistaking her reluctance for unwillingness, spoke softly, Yanran. Her eyes held a glimmer of pleading. Su Yanran hesitated for a moment before throwing herself into Gu Zhixing's embrace, her eyes glistening with tears, revealing her own longing for him. Gu Zhixing, witnessing Suanale's initiative, smiled and, unable to restrain himself any longer, lifted her delicate face to kiss her. In the stillness of the night, only the soft murmurs could be heard. After what felt like an eternity, until the moon shyly hid behind the clouds, the candlelight in the room finally extinguished. Yinran, let us have another child. I promise to be a wonderful father, Gu Zhixing whispered in her ear. Su Yinran, feeling drowsy, vaguely heard Gu Zhixing ask something and simply replied, all right. Satisfied with her response, Gu Zhixing closed his eyes contentedly. The following morning, Gu Zhixing rose early as was his habit. He glanced at Su Yinran, who was still asleep, and unconsciously tidied her tousled hair. Su Yinran sensed something, and mistaking it for a dream, murmured. Xing Gu Zhixing chuckled softly, quietly dressing and slipping out of the room. He went to check on their daughter, who had already woken, and swiftly dressed her before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Little Xingru dashed towards Gu Zhixing's room, but was caught by him. Your mother is a bit tired. We will wait for her to wake up. Gu Zhixing gently reassured Xiao Yinran. Understanding, Xiao Xingru nodded eagerly. All right, Daddy, I will help you cook for Mommy. Gu Zhixing lifted little Xingru with a smile, praising, Xingru, you are so considerate. Together, they entered the kitchen, where Gu Zhixing started the fire while little Xingru handed him firewood, their cooperation seamless. Before long, the porridge was ready. Gu Zhixing retrieved a few eggs from the cupboard, scrambled them, and prepared some pickled vegetables made by Su Yinran, completing a simple yet heartfelt breakfast. After preparing everything, Gu Zhixing returned with his daughter to rouse Su Yinran. Yinran, it's time to wake up, he called softly. Su Yinran rubbed her eyes, and upon seeing Gu Zhixing, shyly nodded. I will get up now. Come over for some porridge, Gu Zhixing said as he brought 3 bowls of porridge to the table. Sitting down, Su Yinran took a sip, feeling warmth spread through her heart. The family enjoyed a harmonious breakfast together, after which Gu Zhixing carried the pig's head and pastries towards the back mountain. Others had not yet arrived, so Gu Zhixia began to set up the altar, placing a shrine at the foot of the mountain with the familiar statue of the mountain god. Outside the shrine, Gu Zhixing arranged the pig's head, fruits, and pastries. Once everything was set, Gu Zhixing sat nearby, waiting for the others to arrive. Before long, 5 individuals arrived together. Brother, let us begin, Gu Zhixing said with a smile. Not yet, let us wait a little longer, Gu Zhixing replied leisurely. Gu Zhixing looked puzzled, wondering whom they were waiting for. Who are we waiting for? She inquired. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Zhixing was expecting a Yang. We are waiting for a Yang, Gu Zhixing answered. Gu Zhixing recognized the Yang, having known him from their village, though they had never interacted. Understanding that Gu Zhixing was expecting someone, the others had no objections and sat down to wait together. As soon as he mentioned waiting for someone, a Yang hurriedly ran over, breathless. Brother, am I late? I lost track of time while boiling medicine for Mother. I'm truly sorry. Gu Zhixing patted his shoulder reassuringly. It's fine. Your timing is just right. Gu Zhixing prepared incense to distribute among the group, and this time, the brothers bowed 3 times together. After the ceremony, Gu Zhixing exclaimed, Brother, can we ascend the mountain now? Jiaxiang, please lead them up the mountain first. I have matters to discuss with Ayang, Gu Zhixing instructed. Zhang Jiaxiang understood the situation and waved to the others, guiding them towards the back mountain mining area. Brother Gu, whatever you need me to do, just say the word, and I will ensure it is accomplished, Ayang declared confidently. Gu Zhixing did not conceal his intentions and spoke plainly. Indeed, there is something I need you to do, but it must be done at night. Starting from today, I need you and your 2 brothers to keep watch on Gu Zhila for a few days. He paused before continuing. He entered my mind a few days ago, likely with the intent to steal gold, but I cannot draw any conclusions without having seen it with my own eyes. Ayang responded with enthusiasm. Brother, I understand. I'll catch the thief in the act. He was eager to rush out, but Gu Zhixing halted him. Haven T finished speaking. Ayang stood at attention, ready to listen. You might find these next few days a bit arduous. We'll head to the mine first so you can familiarize yourself. Otherwise, you might get lost next time, Gu Zhixing explained. Understood, brother. Ayang beamed. Gu Zhixing felt a headache coming on. Another lively character was joining the mix. Your wages will be the same as theirs, but you won't be panning for gold alongside them. I have other tasks for you later. Ayang didn't pry into what those tasks were, still reveling in the joy of being treated like family by Gu Gu. Upon reaching the mining area, Gu Zhixing and Yang settled beneath a tree root. Yang eagerly looked around while Gu Zhixing closed his eyes to rest. Zhang Jiaxiang was directing operations at the mine below. After some time, a voice called out, "Brother, come down and take a look." Gu Zhixing opened his eyes and descended. "What is it?" he inquired upon reaching the base. "Brother, something seems off down here." Zhang Jiaxiang scratched his head. Gu Zhixing picked up a clod of earth and examined it. "It's nothing. Hand me the shovel, and I'll take care of it." "Brother, do you think the geology this time is similar to the last? Could we uncover something substantial?" Gu Zhixing asked earnestly. Gu Zhixing replied, "It's possible. Oh my brother, let us dig quickly. If we don't find anything, I want to be able to sleep at night." Gu Zhixing exclaimed, "If you can't sleep now, what will you do when we discover a mine so rich that it takes days and nights to excavate? Will you ever return home?" Zhang Jiaxiang teased. "Brother Gu, look here." Gu Zhixing and the others suddenly shouted. Gu Zhixing approached, and a smile spread across his face. "This is a gold nugget. It's similar to doghead gold." The nugget was about the size of a bowl, and Gu Zhixing weighed it in his hand, finding it comparable to the previous piece of doghead gold. "Jiaxiang, take this back to your sister-in-law for safekeeping." Gu Zhixing handed the golden millstone to Zhang Jiaxiang, who, upon seeing it, immediately removed his clothing to wrap it up, ensuring that no outsiders would catch a glimpse. Gu Zhixing, observing Zhang Jiaxiang's actions, hastily intervened. "Do not conceal it. Let us return with great fanfare." Zhang Jiaxiang was momentarily taken aback. "Brother, why? We want to stir those people. I initially thought we would have to toil for a few more days, but if they catch sight of this, can they remain composed?" Gu Zhixing replied with a smile. Zhang Jiaxiang instantly understood, promptly beckoning Yang, and they made their way back to the village with much ado. Meanwhile, Gu Zhilu and Jiang Bao were closely monitoring Gu Zhixing and his entourage. Initially, upon hearing that Gu Zhixing had acquired an additional companion, they contemplated waiting a few more days. Yet, upon learning that Zhang Jiaxiang was returning to the village with a golden millstone, they could no longer remain still. Jiang Bao's eyes reddened at this news. "We cannot delay any longer. That golden millstone was meant for us yesterday." Upon hearing Jiang Bao's subordinate report, Gu Zhilu indulged in fantasies about seizing the millstone, envisioning himself commanding the elements while keeping Gu Zhixing beneath his heel. Without hesitation, he agreed to Jiang Bao's call to action. "Very well. I shall lead you up the mountain tonight." In the evening, Yang, accompanied by several brothers, lay in wait at the mountain's base. "Brother Yang, what are we doing here at such a late hour?" one of Yang's companions inquired. "Silence. Do not ask what you should not," Yang retorted, his focus unwavering for Gu Zhixing. After enduring a spell of mosquito bites, they spotted 3 indistinct figures in the distance. "They have arrived. Go summon Brother Gu and Brother Jiaxiang," Yang quietly instructed. "Brother Yang, what comes next?" the designated messenger asked. "What follows is beyond our control. We shall merely observe the unfolding drama." At that moment, Zhang Jiaxiang and the patrol team awaited the outcome at Gu Zhixing's residence. "Brother, you have summoned everyone. What if Gu Zhilu and his crew do not come?" Zhang Jiaxiang asked in a hushed tone. "They will come. Based on my understanding of Gu Zhilu, he will persuade them to join, even if Jiang Bao chooses not to attend." "Zhixing, we truly appreciate your help this time. We have been trying to capture Jiang Bao for a long while, but he is exceedingly cunning and has evaded us thus far," the patrol team leader, Captain Zhang, proclaimed. Just as Captain Zhang finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, a Yang subordinate, breathless, announced, "Brother, Gu Zhilu and his crew are heading up the mountain. Brother Yang sent us to inform you." Captain Zhang, upon hearing this, instructed, "Lead the way." The group proceeded towards the back mountain. Meanwhile, Gu Zhilu and his companions, stealthily navigating in the dark, eventually reached Gu Zhixing's mine. They descended into the cave. "Light a lamp for me. Let us see what geological marvel could yield a golden millstone," Jiang Bao commanded. His subordinate lit the prepared candles. By the flickering candlelight, Jiang Bao examined the earth beneath him, showing it to those nearby while commenting. "This geology is promising. Gold output could exceed 80, not accounting for any explosive points. It is no wonder Gu Zhixing has been donating to build schools and constructing homes for Zhang Jiaxiang." Jiang Bao then instructed Gu Ji Lu to begin excavating with a metal shovel to sift for gold once they had dug. However, Gu Ji Lu glanced around, sensing that something was amiss. Suddenly, Gu Jila turned towards the mouth of the mine and shouted, "We must leave quickly." Chapter 32. Captured and sentenced. "Brother Jiang, hurry!" Gu Jila exclaimed in a panic. "What is it?" Jiang Bao was quite displeased with Gu Jila's raucous behavior. Had it not been for his usefulness, he would have long since cast him aside. "Brother Jiang, Gu Zhixing must know we are here. This is a trap they have laid." Gu Jila insisted urgently. Jiang Bao, however, dismissed the notion, saying, "How could that be? He is not a deity who can foretell our arrival." "Brother, I speak the truth. Each time I came here for reconnaissance, they obscured the entrance with weeds, making it hard to find. This time, there was no concealment. We could see the mine directly." It's illogical. Despite Gu Jila's lengthy explanation, Jiang Bao was entranced by the high yield of gold and could think of nothing else but the fortune at stake. Impossible. Even if that were the case, he wouldn't be able to do anything if he caught us. Jiang Bao was unaware that Gu Zhixing was familiar with the patrol team and, unbeknownst to him, had already become a target for their scrutiny. "Brother Jiang, let us leave. Where there are green mountains, one need not fear the absence of firewood," Gu Jila urged anxiously. "If you wish to leave, then go. I still have aspirations for wealth." Jiang Bao bellowed in anger. Meanwhile, the patrol team and Gu Zhixing had silently arrived at the mine entrance. Captain Zhang of the patrol team sneered, "Listen up, no one is leaving today." He led his team into the mine. Upon seeing Captain Zhang, Jiang Bao experienced a fleeting moment of panic but quickly regained his composure, smiling as he said, "Ah, Captain Zhang, are you here out of curiosity to see Gu Zhixing's mine?" Jiang Bao attempted to downplay his actions, feeling a sense of smugness. Convinced that he would only face minor consequences and could easily compensate Gu Zhixing. After all, he had plenty of money. "Jiang Bao, you need not deflect blame. We heard everything clearly from outside," Gu Zhixing remarked, bemused. How could Jiang Bao naively believe they would simply come in and arrest them without concrete evidence? "Brother, please let me go. I did not mean to," Gu Jila cried out from his side. Zhang Jiaxiang shot him a disdainful glance. "Now you acknowledge him as your brother? Why didn't you mention it when you were stealing gold?" He particularly detested such duplicitous individuals. Captain Zhang, uninterested in their verbal sparring, ordered his team to bind Jiang Bao and the others for transport back for interrogation. Turning to Gu Zhixing, he smiled and said, "Zhixing, thank you for your cooperation. Please check to see if anything is missing on your end." Gu Zhixing responded with a smile. "I had nothing to begin with. I would like to know, how many years will they be sentenced for such actions? It's hard to say. If things go poorly, they could be charged with gold theft or illegal trading, which could lead to 5 or 6 years. Captain Zhang replied after a moment of contemplation. Gu Zhixing nodded. "Very well, take them away. At dawn, I will inform the village about their situation. I do not wish to waste your time. Otherwise, the village may mobilize to search for Gu Jila, who was captured." Captain Zhang took Jiang Bao and a few others away, and Gu Zhixing, in turn, brought Zhang Jixiang and Ayang back home. Upon returning, he found Su Yanran waiting for him in the courtyard, having dozed off in a lounge chair. Hearing the sound of the door, she opened her eyes and said, "Ah Xing, you're back." Gu Zhixing, observing Su Yanran sleeping in the courtyard, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Why are you sleeping out here? What if you catch a chill?" Although it was 1982, medical care was not yet advanced, and a cold could prove fatal. Gu Zhixing was anxious about this possibility, fearing both gain and loss. Su Yanran smiled and replied, "I didn't even realize I fell asleep. I was worried since you came back so late. How did everything go?" Gu Zhixing sat down on a stool, pulling Su Yanran onto his lap before responding, "It's all settled. Captain Zhang has taken them away, so we can finally rest peacefully." Su Yanran inquired, "What if the villagers find out someone was taken away so late? What will they do tomorrow?" "I'll speak to the village head tomorrow, so you need not worry," Gu Zhixing reassured her, gently patting her head. "By the way, the school has been renovated. Let us go together tomorrow. My parents are going too. I spoke with the village head today to encourage the village children to attend school, and they all agreed." Su Yanran shared her day's events with a smile. "All right, I understand. Let us sleep now. You look utterly exhausted," Gu Zhixing said indulgently, lifting Su Yanran and carrying her inside. As they walked, Su Yanran yawned. I don't know what is going on lately. I just can't seem to get enough sleep. Gu Zhixing casually remarked, perhaps Xing Ruo is too lively. If you're tired next time, just hand her over to me. Before he could finish, Su Yanran had already fallen asleep. Seeing this, Gu Zhixing gently placed her on the bed, washed up, and then climbed in beside her, closing his eyes. Tomorrow would bring another battle. The following morning, Gu Zhixing prepared breakfast. Noticing that Su Yanran was still asleep, he did not rush to wake her and headed directly to the village head's house. Village head, are you home? Gu Zhixing knocked on the door. Yes, I'm here. The village head cheerfully responded, emerging from inside. He recognized Gu Zhixing's voice. After all, he was now regarded as the village's benefactor. Village head, I'm here to discuss something, Gu Zhixing said with a smile. What is it? The village head asked, puzzled, as Gu Zhixing hadn't been involved in any major affairs recently. Gu Zhila has been taken away by the municipal bureau, Gu Zhixing said nonchalantly. What? Again? The village head's face darkened. What is he up to this time? He has been mingling with those who steal gold from outside. His charges are likely severe. You should prepare yourself, Gu Zhixing said with a hint of amusement. Will this affect our village's chance of being recognized as a civilized village? He takes great pride in that, the village head said, somewhat anxiously. It might, but should you be more concerned about how to address this with the Gu Zhila family? Gu Zhixing replied. The village head slapped his forehead. Oh dear, this family is truly a headache. If they weren't from our village, it would be so much easier. Gu Zhixing remained silent, but inwardly he thought, sooner or later, they will choose to leave this place. The village head then returned to discussing the upcoming school inauguration. As Chun Xiangmei completed breakfast, she called out for Gu Zhila, Zhila, come out for a meal. When she received no response, she mumbled to herself, this child locks himself away every day. I truly wonder who reported him. If I find out, I shall dig up their ancestral grave. Grumbling, she made her way to Gu Zhila's room. Chapter 33. Chun Xiangmei's outburst upon entering Gu Zhila's room. Chun Xiangmei found it empty. The space remained as meticulously arranged as she had left it the previous day. Alarmed, she shouted, this is bad. Gu Zhigang, come help me find the village chief. Zhila is missing. Missing? How can he be missing? Gu Zhigang, leisurely eating, inquired slowly. Stop eating. Zhila has been unhappy lately because of those people. What if he did something foolish after not returning all night? Chun Xiangmei expressed her anxiety. Yes. Gu Zhigang finally understood, hastily setting down his bowl and heading towards the village chief's house with Chun Xiangmei. Upon arriving at the village chief's house, Chun Xiangmei burst through the door, calling out, Village chief, are you home? Our Zhila is missing. You must send someone to find him. Qin, the village chief's wife, had just finished tidying up the kitchen and was furious to see this scene unfold. She had always found Chun Xiangmei bothersome, constantly stirring up trouble. Now, she had barged in without knocking. What business do you have of my husband? Qin retorted angrily. Our Zhila is missing. You need to summon the village chief and organize a search. Chun Xiangmei commanded imperiously. Qin snapped back. The village chief is not home. He has gone to the village primary school. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chun Xiangmei shot Qin an irritated glance and hastened towards the school at the village's end. Wait for me. Gu Zhigang hurriedly pursued her. Villagers nearby engaged in their work, watched the two rush towards the village's edge and assumed they were off to see some spectacle, abandoning their tasks to join in. Upon spotting Gu Zhiong, Chun Xiangmei grasped him, pleading, Village chief, our Zhila is missing. You must send someone to search. Seeing it was Chun Xiangmei, Gu Zhi, the village chief, initially wore an unwelcoming expression but restrained himself and replied, we shall discuss this later. Everyone is waiting for the ceremony. At this, Chun Xiangmei's displeasure flared. Is the ceremony more important than my son? She refused to relent. The village chief, recognizing Chun Xiangmei's unreasonable behavior, chose not to shield her family from the truth and coldly responded, your Gu Zhila has been caught stealing gold in the mountains. He won't be out for 5 or 6 years. Do you still have the audacity to cause a scene here? Taken aback, Chun Xiangmei felt the village chief was merely fabricating excuses to avoid helping her. She erupted in outrage. You wretched scoundrel! How come Gila, such a good child, engage in such behavior? You refuse to help us and instead slander him. I see you no longer wish to be village chief. I shall report you to the county tomorrow. Having diligently served the village for years, the village chief was respected by the villagers and had never before endured such insults. He stood speechless, struggling to respond to her tirade. As the villagers witnessed the village chief being berated, they began to castigate Chen Xiangmei, declaring, "Your Guzhila is no saint. Wasn't he apprehended once before?" Indeed, the murmurs of agreement echoed among them. Gu Zhixing, hearing the commotion from within the schoolhouse, ventured outside to discern the situation. Upon arriving at the threshold and overhearing the villagers' remarks, he swiftly grasped the unfolding drama. With a sardonic smile, he exclaimed, "I personally saw your Guzhila being taken away. Why do you continue this ruckus?" Chen Xiangmei and Gu Zhigang, initially skeptical, were struck with panic upon hearing Gu Zhixing's words. What shall we do now? However, Gu Zhigang, a cunning old fox, directed a knowing glance at Chen Xiangmei, prompting her to react instantly. She rushed before Gu Zhixing, clinging to his leg and wailing, "Zhixing, please help our Gila. He is a good child who has never committed any heinous acts." Qin Yexia, upon hearing this lamentation, turned his gaze, now filled with menace, towards the sobbing figure on the ground. "Are you certain he has never committed any atrocious deeds?" Chen Xiangmei recoiled in fear, glancing at Gu Zhigang, who offered her an encouraging look. "Zhixing, I am your aunt. If you do not assist me, will you help a stranger instead?" Chen Xiangmei continued her desperate cries. Hearing her words, Gu Zhixing's elongated eyes swept over her, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Which aunt are you referring to?" Chen Xiangmei, infuriated, retorted, "Your mind has been corrupted by marrying that Su. You have become estranged from your kin." The village chief, noting her increasingly outrageous claims, interjected with a cold snort. "If you persist in this, I shall expel you from the village." Gu Zhigang, responding with a sardonic tone, said, "How can you expel me when I am the captain of the production team in this village? You lack the authority to do so." The village chief was momentarily rendered speechless by this retort. Gu Zhixing, with a frosty demeanor, inquired, "If you were not the team captain, would you still be allowed to remain?" "What do you mean by that?" Gu Zhigang pointed an accusatory finger at Gu Zhixing. The chill in Gu Zhixing's expression deepened. For Gu Zhigang had been embezzling communal funds as the captain. His voice rang out loudly, prompting murmurs among the crowd. The village chief, taken aback, quickly admonished Zhixing. "Such accusations should not be made lightly. They could land you in prison." Before Gu Zhixing could respond, Chen Xiangmei, panic etched on her face, cried, "You are slandering us. We have not embezzled." Ignoring her protests, Gu Zhixing turned to the village chief. His demeanor softened from its previous severity. "Chief, shall we not simply inspect his cellar to ascertain the truth?" The village chief exchanged glances with the committee members, all nodding in agreement. "Let us go and see." The village chief concurred. Witnessing the situation spiral, Chen Xiangmei hurriedly interjected, "Gu Zhixing, are you intent on ruining our family? We are all related. Your grandfather in the afterlife will not forgive you." Gu Zhixing, angered by her mention of the biased grandfather, retorted by invoking him. "Do you not yearn for an expedited demise?" After finishing his words, he headed straight towards Chen Xiangmei's home. At that moment, Chen Xiangmei was in a state of utter panic. The deeds she and Gu Zhigang had committed were of a clandestine nature, and should they be discovered, they would surely find themselves in the clutches of the police. "Zhixing, Zhixing, Anne is wrong," she called out repeatedly, but Gu Zhixing remained indifferent, causing her to break into a cold sweat, her knees trembling in fear. The village chief and several others arrived at Gu Zhigang's residence. "Zhixing, are you certain? If this is a falsehood, let them return immediately," the village chief whispered. "I am certain," Gu Zhixing replied with a smile. "Very well, bring forth the cellar," declared the village chief, who then motioned to several young men, who used axes to break the lock and force it open. Curiosity piqued. The onlookers leaned in to peer into the cellar, only to collectively gasp in astonishment. Chapter 34. Expelled from the village. "Oh my, so much grain." This could last a year, the women exclaimed loudly. Upon witnessing the cellar brimming with provisions, the expressions of the crowd turned grim. They labored tirelessly for an entire year without sustenance, yet could never hope to amass such a bounty. It was well known that the grain within the village was to be communally shared, and Gu Zhigang, as the leader of the production team, hoarding such a quantity meant that it belonged to them all. The thought that their hard-earned harvest was denied to them, having been pilfered, ignited a fury that made them wish to exact vengeance upon Gu Zhigang's family. The collective anger reached its zenith. Your family is truly heartless. Relying on your position as the production team leader to oppress others, we have remained silent until now, but to steal from the collective? Do you have no conscience? The village children are starving. Have you not seen? You fill the cellar while neglecting to feed your fellow villagers. You sneak around like rats at night, pilfering grain, undermining our communal efforts. This cannot go unpunished. Village chief, report this to the police and let them serve time. Yes, we must report this. Voices rose in unison, each expressing their indignation and yearning for restitution. At this juncture, Gu Zhixing interjected with a smile. Village chief, see, I was not lying, was I? With his words, the clamor subsided, and all eyes turned towards the village chief and the committee, awaiting their decision. Gu Zhigang's actions undoubtedly warranted police involvement. Yet the village chief was acutely aware of the tangled web of family ties within Gu's village, especially concerning Gu Zhixing. Noticing Gu Zhixing's passive observation, the village chief surmised that Gu Zhixing would not offer assistance. Emboldened, the village chief conferred with the committee and summoned a young man to report to the county's police station, while the others encircled the couple, preventing their escape. Faced with undeniable evidence, Gu Zhigang's forehead beaded with sweat as he contemplated a desperate maneuver. If he could shift the blame onto Chen Xiangmei, he might evade punishment. Reasoning that with his son already apprehended, he could simply remarry and have another child. Gu Zhigang, in his shamelessness, concocted a plan. He immediately turned to the village chief with a sycophantic smile and exclaimed, "Chief, this matter is not my doing. I do not manage the household. How could I possibly know what lies in the cellar? It must be this woman who has been pilfering from the collective." With that, he pulled Chen Xiangmei, who had been hiding behind, into the fray. Upon uttering these words, a smug expression crossed his face, yet the villagers were taken aback by his audacity. How could someone be so brazen? The key to the granary was solely in his possession. Without it, Chen Xiangmei could not have absconded with any grain. This revelation incited the villagers to vocally denounce Gu Zhigang's shamelessness. At that moment, Chen Xiangmei, having heard Gu Zhigang's words, charged forward and slapped him. Ready to claw at him, she cried out, "Did you not instruct me to do this? You urged me to join you." Claiming that stealing some grain would enable Zhila to attend school. Gu Zhigang, refusing to back down, retaliated with a slap of his own, declaring, "You vile woman. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly have you steal from the collective? As the production team leader, it is inconceivable for me to betray my own. You must be possessed to engage in theft, and now you dare to argue? I will teach you a lesson." With that, a scuffle ensued between them. Chen Xiangmei, struck and pleading for mercy, found herself at a disadvantage against Gu Zhigang, who appeared intent on inflicting severe harm. This scene only served to further tarnish Gu Zhigang's reputation among the villagers. Although Chen Xiangmei often behaved like a shrew, ready to scratch anyone who crossed her path, she remained a woman, and thus physically inferior to a man accustomed to labor. The village chief, witnessing their altercation, shouted in fury, "Separate them at once. Gu Zhigang, do you wish to take Chen Xiangmei's life?" The villagers, hearing the chief's command, rushed forward to break them apart. Once separated, the two appeared as though they were beggars, their clothes tattered and faces filthy. Gu Zhigang turned to the chief and clasped his hands together, pleading, "Chief, I assure you, this is not my doing. I truly had no knowledge of it. Let me make amends. We shall return all the grain." Gu Zhixing, with a smile, interjected, "Uncle, are you certain you are unaware of anything?" Gu Zhigang, in a panic, retorted, "Absolutely," thinking to himself that there was no evidence against him. "Is there any sign of tampering with the granary lock?" Gu Zhixing inquired. Gu Zhigang, taken aback by the sharpness of the question, insisted, No, there is not. Then it must be the key you provided, Gu Zhixing remarked nonchalantly. Gu Zhigang was momentarily stunned by this revelation and glared at Gu Zhixing. Are you trying to deceive me? He then disregarded Gu Zhixing and turned back to the village chief. Chief, for the sake of our family name, please spare us this time. We are willing to repay the village double. Hesitation flickered in the chief's eyes. He considered Gu Zhigang's offer of double repayment and, given their shared surname, was inclined to show some leniency. Just then, Gu Zhixing spoke up again. Chief, that will not do. We all toil in the soil for our sustenance. His promise of double repayment indicates he has stolen even more. Otherwise, how could he afford to pay it back? Moreover, should this precedent be established, would it not encourage the children of our village to engage in petty theft? Village Chief, do not forget that we hope these children will excel academically and bring honor to our community. Upon hearing this, the villagers began to see the wisdom in the statement. Indeed, if he could afford to compensate double, how much had he previously embezzled? Furthermore, every household has children. If they emulate such behavior, chaos would ensue. The village chief cannot consent to this. It would lead to utter disorder. Indeed, village chief, we have several children in our family. If they all adopt this mentality of merely compensating for their misdeeds, how can we manage them? Listening to the concerns of the villagers, the village chief ceased to waver and declared, enough noise. Let's await the police and see what they have to say. With a newfound resolve, he continued, regardless of the police's decision, the Gu family cannot remain in our village. We shall expel them promptly. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhigang turned pale. Despite his desire to plead for mercy, he recognized the chief's unwavering determination and collapsed onto the ground in despair. Gu Zhixing, having received the answer he sought, refrained from further embellishment and sat quietly awaiting the police. The county was a considerable distance from the village and would take several hours to arrive. However, the villagers remained patient, awaiting their arrival. As the sun grew increasingly warm and the village children returned home, the police finally arrived. Chapter 35. A brighter future awaits. Who is the village chief? Inquired the police officers as they approached. I am Gu Zhiong, the village chief of Gujia village, replied Gu Zhiong, stepping forward to engage with the police. The individual who reported the incident stated that a production team leader from your village had embezzled funds. Is this true? The police asked earnestly. Gu Zhiong's face flushed with embarrassment. Yes, it is true. Right over there. There. The villagers collectively pushed Gu Zhigang and Qin Xiangmei forward. Take him away, commanded the lead officer, instructing his subordinates to apprehend the two individuals. Officer, are they to be arrested and imprisoned? The village chief inquired. Indeed, they have committed a grave offense by undermining the collective, and they shall face severe penalties. The lead officer replied coldly. Understood. Gu Zhiong responded nervously, relieved that he had recently consented to report the incident. Otherwise, he might have faced charges of complicity. We will also need to confiscate the stolen goods, the police stated. The villagers exchanged glances, perplexed. How could they arrest individuals and seize their goods? Those were the fruits of their labor. If taken away, they too would suffer losses. This could not be agreed upon. Village chief, we cannot allow this. Those belong to our collective. If taken, what will we eat? Indeed, I was hoping to cook that rice. They cannot take it away. Absolutely not. If they do, we might as well let Gu Zhigang compensate us with some money and leave our goods untouched. Hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, with villagers chiming in one after another. The police, upon hearing their concerns, replied with a smile, we will not take your goods without compensation. Once this case is resolved, you may send someone to the police station to reclaim them. Upon hearing this, the crowd remained hesitant, uncertain of when the case would conclude. If it dragged on indefinitely, would they be deprived of their provisions? They were eagerly awaiting rice for their pots, and among them were ill-informed women who appeared quite reluctant, almost ready to seize the matter into their own hands. Observing the impasse, Gu Zhixing interjected, urging, allow me to propose a solution. I shall contribute 300 yuan along with Jiaxiang to procure some grain from the neighboring village to distribute among us. We must not hinder the police in their duties, as we are striving for the title of civilized village. Gu Zhixing was resolute in ensuring that Gu Jigang would receive assistance today. The village chief, upon hearing this suggestion, readily concurred, emphasizing that their village was indeed in the running for the civilized village evaluation, and could not afford to tarnish their reputation further with the current incident. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gu Jigang quickly organized for the items to be loaded onto the police S-tractor. In this era, legal proceedings necessitated adherence to certain protocols, including the retrieval of evidence, which is why the police had specifically borrowed a tractor for the occasion. When the villagers learned of Gu Zhixing's intention to fund the grain distribution, there was no dissent. Receiving grain now, and potentially again once the case concluded, was indeed a stroke of good fortune. The village women eagerly directed their children to assist, hoping to leave a favorable impression that might benefit them in future endeavors. After the police departed, Zhang Jiaxiang rallied the village's young men to venture to the neighboring area to purchase several bags of rice. In the city, acquiring grain required both money and tickets, but in their rural locale, one could simply exchange money or barter goods. Few villagers frequented the supply and marketing cooperative, as tickets were often rendered useless. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Jiaxiang returned with the young men, each carrying a sack of rice, and the villagers' faces glowed with joy. Hearing that Zhang Jiaxiang and Gu Zhixing were distributing grain at Gu Jigang's home, Su Yinjin brought her daughter Zhixing along to join the excitement. As they approached, Gu Zhixing promptly embraced the two. Su Yinjin, upon witnessing this, playfully chastised, "Zhixing is quite grown now. You needn't carry her." To which Gu Zhixing replied tenderly, "Regardless of her age, she remains my daughter, and I delight in pampering her." The villagers greeted Su Yinjin with smiles, recounting the recent events. "Yinjin, Gu Zhixing is truly a good man. He has not only assisted us in capturing the rogue Gu Jigang, but also procured grain for us," a woman praised. Gu Zhixing felt a twinge of anxiety at the compliment, fearing it might displease Su Yinjin, especially considering that during these times, 100 yuan was a significant sum, and he had just expended 300. Giving back to the community after earning is merely a responsibility. "Our future will be bright," Su Yinjin replied with a smile. The village chief and Qin also nodded in agreement, with Qin reflecting on how there was no one more eloquent than Su Yinjin. As she observed Gu Zhixing cradling Zhixing, she recalled having fried some small yellow fish earlier that morning, an ideal treat for the children, and hurried home to prepare a plate. Yinran, come here with little Xingrua. I just fried some small yellow croakers for him as a snack," called out Qin. Su Yinran was initially inclined to decline, as times were tough for everyone, and she hesitated to deprive her own child for the sake of another. However, upon hearing of the delicious treat, little Xingrua eagerly jumped down, beaming at Qin and saying, "Thank you, Annie." With sparkling eyes, she turned to Su Yinran, eliciting laughter from those present. Su Yinran, both amused and vexed, replied, "You can have it." Seeing her acquiescence, little Xingrua picked one up and, without tasting it herself, handed it to Su Yinran. Suddenly, overwhelmed by the aroma, Su Yinran dashed aside to vomit. Startled by the scene, little Xingrua exclaimed, "Daddy, Daddy, Mommy is sick." Gu Zhixing, hearing the commotion, immediately set down the scales and rushed over, concerned. "What happened? Let me take you to the clinic." He swiftly lifted Su Yinran. Qin, witnessing Gu Zhixing's actions, couldn't help but chuckle. "You've never been a father, have you? How do you not know this?" With a laugh, she pried Su Yinran from his grip and steadied her. Blushing, Su Yinran lowered her head, while Gu Zhixing, perplexed, scratched his head. What does being a father have to do with this? If someone is sick, they need to see a doctor. After her laughter subsided, Qin patiently explained, "Yinran is pregnant." Upon hearing this, Gu Zhixing's mind went blank, unsure how to position his limbs. In his previous life, he had only one daughter, Gu Xingrua, and he had never paid attention to Su Yinran's condition during her pregnancy. Having had no experience with any other women, he was unprepared for the sudden announcement of impending fatherhood. "Really? Is Xingrua going to be a big sister?" Little Xingrua exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Qin affectionately patted her head, smiling. "Yes, Xingrua will be the big sister." With several grandsons in the village, but no granddaughters, Qin was overjoyed to see the adorable little girl. It was only then that Gu Zhixing realized, no, we must go to the hospital. What do we need to go to the hospital for? Su Yanran asked in confusion. With a smile, Gu Zhixing explained, when you're pregnant, you must get checked for peace of mind. Although Su Yanran had no objections to Gu Zhixing providing food and donation for the villagers, spending money on herself felt difficult due to her frugal habits. Xing, that's unnecessary. I went through this when I was pregnant with Xingra. That won't do. Times are different now. I'm working hard to earn money, and I won't let you suffer any longer. What is the point of my earnings otherwise? Gu Zhixing insisted. He had heard that the first 3 months were critical, being the time most susceptible to miscarriage. Yanran had endured so many hardships alongside him. Her constitution must surely be different than before. Seeing Gu Zhixing's determination to get her checked, Su Yanran reluctantly agreed. Gu Zhixing settled matters with Zhang Jiexiang regarding the grain distribution, entrusted little Xingrua to Qin, and returned home with Su Yanran to retrieve their savings book. Xing, there is still over 9,000 in the savings book. Su Yanran intended to inform Gu Zhixing of their financial situation. However, he, unperturbed, smiled at her and said, as long as you know, there is no need to tell me. Why do you not wish to know? Su Yanran asked, somewhat perplexed. The money I earn is solely for you and our daughter. You need only be aware of that. Gu Zhixing replied with a hint of guilt. Xing, you are truly wonderful, Su Yanran murmured softly. She carefully placed the small green notebook into her cloth bag. The couple then proceeded directly to the county hospital. Upon their arrival, Gu Zhixing efficiently registered Su Yanran for an appointment. The doctor inquired about her condition and took her pulse before issuing a requisition for an ultrasound. Go to the second floor for an ultrasound, he instructed. At that time, ultrasounds were quite costly, and Su Yanran looked at Gu Zhixing with a mix of hesitation and concern. Since the doctor has ordered it, we should proceed. Otherwise, our visit would be in vain. Gu Zhixing encouraged her. Thus, they ascended to the second floor and queued for their turn. Shortly thereafter, the nurse called out, Comrade Su Yanran, please prepare for the examination. I'm coming, Su Yanran replied as she entered the examination room. Within 10 minutes, the female doctor escorted Su Yanran out, handing the report to Gu Zhixing. With a smile, she said, congratulations. Take good care of your wife. Gu Zhixing assumed the doctor was congratulating them on Su Yanran's pregnancy and, without further thought, thanked her as he guided Su Yanran to consult with the attending physician regarding the report. The attending physician was still occupied, so they waited outside for a short while until he called the next patient. In those days, there were no automated calling systems. It was the doctor who called patients manually. Coincidentally, the next patient was Su Yanran. The doctor smiled and said, welcome. Congratulations. Gu Zhixing, puzzled, remarked. How do you know she is pregnant without even looking at the report? I took your wife's pulse, and, from the readings, it was evident she is expecting more than one child. That is why I recommended the ultrasound. Otherwise, why would I suggest such an expensive procedure? The doctor explained, taking the report and thinking to himself that he was indeed correct, given that very few women came for checkups during that era. Discovering a twin pregnancy was quite a surprise for the doctor. Su Yanran, filled with excitement, asked, Doctor, are you serious? I am pregnant and with twins? She could hardly believe it, having given birth to their daughter, Xiao Xingru, 3 years prior, and not having conceived again since. Many women in her village shared her experience. And considering Gu Zhixing's past behavior, she had not been overly concerned about having more children, fearing that more would only bring hardship. However, with Gu Zhixing's recent transformation, her anticipation grew. See, the report is right here. It cannot be false. The doctor reassured the skeptical young woman with a smile. I previously had a daughter and thought I could no longer conceive, Su Yanran admitted, scratching her head and laughing lightly. The doctor responded, that explains it. When I took your pulse, I sensed some deficiencies. Now that you're here, I will prescribe some tonics for you. As he wrote the prescription, he added, remember, you are now eating for 3. You must nourish yourself well. And you, young man, must not allow your wife to exert herself. Absolutely, doctor. I shall follow your advice without fail, Gu Zhixing declared, nearly swearing an oath. Upon witnessing Gu Zhixing's dazed expression, Su Yanran couldn't help but smile. She had never seen him like this before, either stubborn or composed, but this bewildered demeanor was rather charming, imbued with a touch of liveliness. With the medicine dispensed, the couple returned to the spot where they awaited Elder Wang's ox cart, and it was nearly 3 o'clock. Elder Wang, observing the affectionate exchange between the young couple, chuckled. "You're back so early? Not planning to linger a while longer?" Throughout their journey, they had not disclosed the purpose of their visit, and Elder Wang remained unaware of Su Yanran's pregnancy. "Elder Wang, Yanran is expecting. We want to return early, so she can rest properly," Gu Zhixing enthusiastically informed him. Elder Wang, pleasantly surprised, responded, "Oh, that's wonderful news. Your lives are improving, but you mustn't be as carefree as before. You're going to be a father of 2 now." "Uncle, not 2, but 3 children," Gu Zhixing replied with a hearty laugh. Elder Wang paused, then quickly grasped the implication, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Really? That is quite a feat. We've never had twins in our village. You're truly fortunate." By mid-morning, the entire village was aware that Gu Zhixing and his wife had gone to the county for a checkup, and eager women gathered beneath the locust tree to await their return. Upon arriving in the village, Gu Zhixing, without any hesitation, shared the news of Su Yanran expecting twins. Akin to pouring beans from a bamboo tube, the village women, gazing at the pregnant Su Yanran, were filled with envy, wondering how she had managed to marry such a wonderful man and conceive twins. After a brief display of pride, Gu Zhixing assisted Su Yanran back to their home. As they arrived, Qinshi approached, carrying a bamboo basket in one hand and holding Xiao Xingru's hand with the other. Upon seeing her mother after a long afternoon, Xiao Xingru leapt towards her, only to be halted by Gu Zhixing. The little girl, with her grape-like eyes, looked at her father as if to accuse him. "Daddy, you're so mean." This elicited laughter from Qinshi, who asked, "Yanran, how did the checkup go?" With a hint of shyness, Su Yanran replied, "The doctor said it's twins." "That's splendid. I've never seen twins before," Qinshi exclaimed with delight. "Here, these are eggs from your aunt's chickens. Keep them for yourself." "This is too much," Su Yanran remarked, eyeing the basket filled with a pound of eggs, a considerable gift in rural terms. "Nonsense. Your husband has done such great things for the village. If it weren't for Zhixing, our old man would have faced misfortune as well. You absolutely should accept this," Qinshi insisted with a smile. Hearing this, Su Yanran felt compelled to accept the gift, unable to decline. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qinshi hesitated before speaking. "I actually have something I'd like to ask you. Dear aunt, after all these years, what is there that we cannot discuss? You've always cared for our family. Please, feel free to ask whatever you wish," Su Yanran replied with a warm smile. Qinshi, still a bit shy, said, "Your uncle is the village chief of Gujia village. He is wholly devoted to helping the villagers live better lives. Today, we witnessed how Zhixing has prospered and amassed such a substantial sum. Your uncle would like me to ask if there are any other ways to assist the impoverished families in our village to also thrive." Su Yanran found herself in a bit of a predicament. After all, Gu Zhixing's mining crew was far from lacking manpower, and even if they were, they could hardly accommodate such a large number. Qin, observing Su Yanran's expression, felt somewhat embarrassed, recognizing the difficulty of the request. "Yanran, please don't feel pressured. I didn't mean to impose. I was merely inquiring. If it's not feasible, then so be it. Auntie, I understand your intentions. When Zhixing returns, I will ask him. There is no need for me to feel burdened by this. However, I must forewarn you, if there are no viable options, please do not hold it against us," Su Yanran replied with a smile. Upon hearing her words, Qin felt a surge of hope. "How could I blame you? You young folks are quite resourceful." Auntie extends her gratitude on behalf of the impoverished families in the village. Su Yanran quickly supported Qin, saying, "There is no need for thanks. We are all family here." After their conversation concluded, Qin deemed it inappropriate to further disturb Su Yanran's rest. Cheerfully rising to head home, Gu Zhixing escorted Su Yanran back home before heading to the rear mountain to check on Zhang Jiaxiang's mining progress. Recently, Zhang Jiaxiang had made considerable improvements, though the yield of gold was steadily dwindling. That evening, the brothers descended the mountain together. "Jiaxiang, come over for dinner tonight. I have something to discuss with you." "Sure, brother," Zhang Jiaxiang replied, though weary from the day's work. He was in high spirits due to the day's fruitful endeavors. Gu Zhixing engaged in some light banter with Zhang Jiaxiang before making his way home. Su Yanran, unable to contain her anxiety regarding the matter entrusted to her by the village chief, grew increasingly restless. Eventually, she decided to fetch a stool and sat at the entrance to wait. From a distance, Gu Zhixing spotted Su Yanran sitting outside and hurried home, fearing something was amiss. "Why are you waiting at the door? Has something happened at home?" he inquired, furrowing his brow. Su Yanran smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. I'll explain everything to you slowly." Thus, as they walked toward the house, Gu Zhixing lent his support while listening intently to Su Yanran's account. She recounted the events in detail. Gu Zhixing chuckled. "Is this trivial matter worth waiting for me at the threshold? It's quite hazardous to risk a fall over such minor concerns." "It's not trivial." The village chief asked Annie to come and inquire. "I couldn't refuse. However, please don't overexert yourself. If there is no solution, we shall simply decline," Su Yanran said gently. "Do not fret. I have already devised a plan. Once I clarify matters with Jiaxiang about the rear mountain tonight, I shall seek out the village chief. I will go prepare dinner now," Gu Zhixing stated, heading toward the kitchen. "Cooking? You need tea, trouble yourself. You work so hard. I can't just sit idly at home. Dinner is already prepared. I was merely waiting for you to return," she responded, instructing Zhixing to fetch Zhang Jiaxiang for dinner. Although Zhang Jiaxiang had moved next door, his parents had yet to relocate, intending to wait until Gu Zhixing's house was completed before moving together and holding a banquet. Before long, Zhang Jiaxiang was brought over by Zhixing. "Sister-in-law, I truly feel embarrassed for constantly imposing on your hospitality," he said shyly. "Not at all. Please have a seat. I prepared chicken soup for you. You've worked hard. Do enjoy some to replenish your strength," she said, serving the soup. Zhang Jiaxiang was instantly captivated by the alluring aroma, disregarding everything else as he eagerly sipped from his bowl. "Jiaxiang, drink slowly. I have something to discuss with you," Gu Zhixing remarked while eating. "Brother, what is it?" Zhang Jiaxiang mumbled, his mouth stuffed with fine noodles. "I will no longer be going to the back mountain. I wish to entrust that area to you. What do you think?" Gu Zhixing asked with a smile. "What?" Zhang Jiaxiang exclaimed, dropping his spoon in shock. "Brother, have you encountered some trouble? Speak freely, and I will find a solution," he said anxiously. Gu Zhixing found himself both amused and exasperated. He had always been impressed by Zhang Jiaxiang's understanding, responding somewhat testily. "No. What trouble could I be in? I am with you every day." "Oh, that's true. But why won't you go to the back mountain?" "It cannot do without you," Zhang Jiaxiang said, relieved that nothing serious was amiss. "Today, the village chief approached me, hoping I could assist the impoverished families in the village to prosper. After some contemplation, I believe it is feasible, especially since your capabilities have grown. The back mountain no longer requires my oversight, and we can draft a new agreement," Gu Zhixing explained. Zhang Jiaxiang, unimpressed, replied, "Then I will just donate a bit more money. You must not neglect me. It is far better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. You must understand that some of those impoverished families may be inclined to be idle, relying solely on your donations, which will not suffice. Moreover, your sister-in-law is currently pregnant, and I cannot rest easy knowing she is home alone with little Xingru," Gu Zhixing added. Zhang Jiaxiang, recognizing the mention of his sister-in-law and Xingru, reluctantly acquiesced, though still struggling to accept the situation. To uplift his spirits, Gu Zhixing quickly suggested, "What if we revise our agreement to a 50-50 split?" Zhang Jiaxiang was once again taken aback. "Brother, that is unacceptable. The mine is yours, and it would be unreasonable for me to take so much. You are in charge of the mining. I am not involved in the operations, so you rightfully deserve that share. Besides, even with a 50-50 split, I would still receive my portion," Gu Zhixing stated. Zhang Jiaxiang attempted to voice further objections, but Gu Zhixing interrupted him. Seeing Gu Zhixing's determination, Zhang Jiaxiang chose to remain silent, yet he secretly vowed to repay him without letting Gu suffer a loss. "Brother, what are your plans for those impoverished families?" Zhang Jiaxiang inquired. "I intend to guide them in aquaculture and small businesses," Gu Zhixing replied. Zhang Jiaxiang pondered for a moment and asked, "Brother, you do not mean to have them cultivate the small Ganoderma in your backyard, do you?" That is far too limited. Your aspirations seem rather grand. While eating, Zhang Jiaxiang marveled at how Gugu always took paths less traveled. Ganoderma must indeed be cultivated, but not at this moment. I must first enable them to see returns on their investments. Only then will they wholeheartedly follow my lead, Gu Zhixing asserted earnestly. Brother, how do you plan to show them returns? Zhang Jiaxiang questioned. Every household in the village possesses a few acres of land. They can cultivate rice while also farming fish and shrimp. I will begin by purchasing the fish and shrimp they currently have in their rice paddies, allowing them to have money in hand. After that, we can proceed to aquaculture, and soon they will all prosper, Gu Zhixing explained. Zhang Jiaxiang was astounded by Gu Zhixing's chain of thoughts, realizing he had never considered such an approach. However, purchasing so much is futile. Our family cannot consume it all, Zhang Jiaxiang retorted. Gu Zhixing felt a slight headache. Are you foolish? Chapter 38. Engaging in aquaculture. Brother, I'll follow you and help sell the goods. There's a fish market opened in the county town, and I plan to deliver our catch there, Gu Zhixing explained. If that's the case, I'll accompany you. You handle the goods, and I'll assist you. What do you think? Zhang Jiaxiang expressed his desire to stay by Gu Zhixing's side, wanting to support him in whatever endeavor he undertook. No need, I have Yang. You should focus on mining with the brothers on the back mountain. Gu Zhixing declined. Brother, you don't want to take me along anymore, do you? Zhang Jiaxiang protested. You're overthinking it. While you're busy on the back mountain, I'll be ahead, which won't hinder my efforts. You see? Upon hearing Gu Zhixing's rationale, Zhang Jiaxiang's eyes brightened. Really? Then I'm willing to help. Of course, you're my best brother. All right, brother, I'll follow your lead. Gu Zhixing seized the opportunity and immediately decided to visit the village chief that evening to present this profitable venture. The village chief was elated upon hearing the proposal, recognizing that not only would impoverished households benefit, but other villagers could also earn money, with rewards correlating to effort, thus preventing the idle from reaping benefits without labor, as they would with welfare. Consequently, the village chief notified each household. Some villagers inquired, can we really earn money? Will be cash on the spot. Why you care so much? You want to lose out. Just catch fish and shrimp while farming. It's a splendid opportunity to earn. You all need to work hard. Gu Zhixing has done so much for our village, and you should feel grateful, the village chief asserted solemnly. We'll remember this in our hearts. That sounds wonderful. I'll go catch some tomorrow, a villager exclaimed excitedly. Others, upon hearing the news, were so restless that they couldn't sleep, rising in the middle of the night to catch fish and shrimp. The following day, Gu Zhixing, after a hearty breakfast, set out with a Yang to begin collecting fish and shrimp. The first villager to arrive was Aunt Gu, who brought a bucket with only a few shrimp but a couple of fish weighing over 2 pounds combined. Gu Zhixing was straightforward. Shrimp at 6 mao per pound. Fish at 7 mao. Since you're the first to come, I'll offer you a total of 7 mao per pound for your catch. He then pulled out a piece of 5 mao and handed it to her. Wow, this is the first time I've seen such warm cash. Thank you, Zhixing, Aunt Gu exclaimed, as she was from a family where her husband managed the finances, leaving her without control over household matters. In this era, most women did not handle finances, so receiving money for the first time moved her deeply, leaving her a loss for words. She walked back with a newfound confidence. After bidding farewell to Aunt Gu, seeing that she had received her payment sparked enthusiasm among other villagers. Soon, more villagers came knocking. This is the eel I just caught. It's fresh. Will you buy it? Zhixing, I have 3 pounds of shrimp here. Look, they're lively and just caught. Uncle, that's great. You caught so many this early morning. A Yang chuckled as he weighed the catch and made payments. Thus, they busily continued until past 10 o'clock, when the crowd finally dispersed. Brother, everything is collected, and the fish and shrimp are sorted into buckets. A Yang wiped the sweat from his brow. All right, let us borrow Grandpa Wang's ox cart. Approximately 10 minutes later, Gu Zhixing and Yang drove their ox cart towards the aquatic market in the county town. At this moment, the market was bustling with activity, filled with a multitude of visitors. Upon disembarking from a cart, Gu Zhixing and Yang made their way directly to the management office of the market. Hello, is anyone there? Gu Zhixing inquired with a smile. The office staff, engaged in their work, responded, "Hello, comrade. How may we assist you?" Gu Zhixing stepped forward, offering a cigarette, and said, "Greetings, comrade. I wish to rent a stall at the aquatic market. Could you kindly inform me of the rental price for a stall?" "Hello, comrade. What do you intend to do with the stall?" Manager Chun of the aquatic market asked. "We have caught some fish and shrimp to sell." Gu Zhixing replied with a grin. "However, you won't have much to sell. You could easily sell out at the entrance without needing to rent a stall," Manager Chun remarked, his expression one of disapproval. In these times, people are still quite simple and do not engage in deceitful practices, he quickly advised. Gu Zhixing understood this perspective and smiled as he responded, "I am not selling solely for myself. I plan to bring along others from my village to sell as well. Our village is impoverished, and by selling some fish and shrimp, every household can gain a little extra income, making life a bit more bearable." Upon hearing this, Manager Chen looked at Gu Zhixing with renewed respect, cheerfully patting him on the back. "Young man, your heart is truly kind. You do not forget your fellow villagers while seeking your own fortune. Very well, come and select your stall. This is a newly opened area with many good locations available." Gu Zhixing shook his head, saying, "Manager Chun, I do not require a prime location. We are selling fish and shrimp, which are messy and smelly. You may assign any stall at your convenience." Seeing Gu Zhixing's humility, Manager Chun regarded him with even greater admiration, as most people would be choosy. "All right, since you are agreeable, I will offer you a discount of 5 yuan on whichever stall you choose," Manager Chun said with a smile, producing a layout of the market stalls. Thus, Gu Zhixing casually pointed to a stall, saying, "Let us take this one." Manager Chun, noticing his nonchalant choice, smiled and remarked, "This stall was originally 20 yuan, and with the discount I mentioned, it will be 15. In a society that values personal connections, where debts are acknowledged and reciprocated, Gu Zhixing accepted the terms with pleasure. After settling the payment, he instructed Yang to unload their goods and begin setting up the stall. Yang asked, "Brother, why'd you choose this stall? It seems less favorable." "It doesn't matter. We are selling fish and shrimp. If someone wants to buy, they will find us. Occupying a prime stall is of no use if there are no buyers," Gu Zhixing explained. Thus, Gu Zhixing set up the stall while Yang called out to passers-by. It was lunchtime, an opportune moment as many working individuals were preparing their meals around 11 or 12 o'clock. Amidst the throng, some keen-eyed individuals quickly spotted Gu Zhixing's stall selling fresh fish and shrimp. "Hey, young man, how much are your fish and shrimp per pound?" Yang remained silent, looking to Gu Zhixing for the answer. Typically, Gu Zhixing would do the talking while Yang handled the labor. Gu Zhixing encouraged a Yang to step forward, and with a determined demeanor, a Yang introduced the previously agreed-upon prices: fish for 10 yuan per kilogram, and shrimp at a slightly lower price of 9 yuan and 3 jiao. "Which would you prefer?" "Oh dear, how exorbitant!" the woman exclaimed, her heart aching at the thought of such costly fish as if they were made of gold. Observing her reaction, a Yang turned to Gu Zhixing for assistance. Gu Zhixing approached and said, "Annie, these were freshly caught this morning. They are quite fresh indeed. Fresh fish makes for the best soup, which is especially nourishing. Do you have workers at home who are working late? They could certainly use the nourishment. Moreover, fish is still meat and is even cheaper than pork." Upon hearing Gu Zhixing's words and recalling her son returning from a late shift, the woman steeled herself and decided to purchase a fish weighing over a kilogram to make soup. Gu Zhixing tied the fish with a piece of grass rope and selected 2 lively shrimp from the bucket. "Annie, the total comes to 18 yuan, but I will charge you only 15, and I'll throw in 2 shrimp for free. They will enhance the flavor of your congee and provide extra protein." The middle-aged woman, witnessing Gu Zhixing's generous offer and discount, immediately brightened with joy, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Once he completed the transaction, Gu Zhixing turned to a Yang and said, "Conducting business is quite simple. They enjoy flattery, so you must speak kindly to them. They love to feel they are getting a deal, so let them have a little. As long as they purchase, you won't incur a loss. In the future, I will entrust this stall to you, and we will split the profits 50-50. A Yang, startled by this statement, replied anxiously, "Brother, that one do. You're already paying me a salary. It wouldn't be right to give me more." Gu Zhixing found this amusing yet bewildering, noting how a Yang, much like Jia Xiang, was not inclined to take advantage of others. Gu Zhixing continued, "What I give you is yours. Just work diligently. I regard you and Jia Xiang as my own brothers." A Yang, upon hearing these words, felt invigorated, bursting with excitement. Unbeknownst to Gu Zhixing, it was this very encouragement that would later lead to a Yang becoming a prominent aquaculture entrepreneur. Chapter 39. Earnings and a Yang's purchase of fine grains having set the stage for his first business venture, Gu Zhixing demonstrated the process. After which a Yang took charge. Quick-witted and efficient, he swiftly adapted to the task at hand. As customers came and went, they were pleasantly surprised by the sight of fresh fish. Previously, acquiring fish or shrimp in the city relied heavily on chance, only available when vendors from the countryside set up stalls. The introduction of a fixed fish-selling stall in the new seafood market was a welcomed addition. Seeing the crowd gathering, a Yang called out, "Today marks our grand opening. Buy 1 kilogram of fish and receive 2 shrimp for free. Come take a look." The crowd, intrigued by his announcement, pressed forward with inquiries. "How much is this fish per kilogram?" "I'll take 1 kilogram of shrimp." "Give me 1 eel, please." "This looks incredibly fresh. What's the price?" A bustling throng surrounded him, chattering animatedly. A Yang, beaming with delight, responded, "Ladies, please speak one at a time, and I shall weigh each for you. We have plenty, so no need to rush. Remember, buy 1 kilogram of fish and get 2 shrimp for free. These shrimp are perfect for your congee, so the more you buy, the more you receive. It's our grand opening promotion." The crowd, eager and impatient, hastened to seize the opportunity, fearing that if they delayed, the offer might vanish. This kept a Yang quite occupied, and once everything was finished, the fish and shrimp in the bucket were nearly gone. With a mix of joy and disbelief, a Yang exclaimed, "Brother, I sold everything. I can actually do business." "Indeed, you performed admirably. A Yang, you possess a natural talent for commerce and are quite eloquent," Gu Zhixing praised. A Yang's vivacity and loquaciousness made him a rare gem, which was precisely why Gu Zhixing had chosen him for this venture. Having sold out, the two of them carried the bucket out of the seafood market and returned to the ox cart. A Yang drove the cart while Gu Zhixing distributed the earnings, totaling 10 yuan for the day. A Yang was ecstatic, and the two of them headed toward the supply and marketing cooperative with their money in hand. A Yang gazed at the cooperative's dazzling array of goods, filled with delight. He wandered around, touching various items, his eyes sparkling with desire, wanting everything. However, after a moment of contemplation, he decided to purchase only a pound of fine noodles and half a pound of milk candy. Curious, Gu Zhixing inquired Yang, "Aren't you interested in anything else? I noticed you seem to like a lot of things. Why choose just these 2? Yang replied, "Brother Gu, earning money is not easy. I want to save some for Mother's medicine. I'll just buy a bit of fine noodles to taste. And since the medicine is a bit bitter, I'll get her some candy to sweeten her mouth." Listening to this, Gu Zhixing realized that a Yang's purchase of the fine noodles was likely intended for his mother, and he felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. "A Yang, rest assured, I will ensure that you earn even more in the future." "Thank you, brother," a Yang responded with surprise, yet he still opted to pay for just those 2 items. After completing their purchases, the two prepared to return home. On the way back, Gu Zhixing made arrangements for a Yang to manage the stall alone the following day, to which a Yang readily agreed. Driving the ox cart with finesse, they arrived at the village in less than half an hour. After returning the cart, they were greeted by the fragrant aroma of meals wafting from every household. At that moment, villagers were gathered under the locust tree at the center of the village. Observing the bustling crowd, Gu Zhixing mused, "This truly is the village's information exchange hub. How many rumors has this locust tree heard?" A Yang, intrigued by the commotion, dashed over and soon returned to explain. "The village chief is reprimanding the lazy man Wang Lizi." "What did he do this time? Is he up to his old tricks again?" Gu Zhixing asked, curiosity piqued. "No, today we collected fish and shrimp from the villagers. This afternoon, everyone eagerly went out to catch more, but he stayed behind and stole fish caught by others to roast and eat. He was caught by the village chief and is currently receiving a good scolding." A Yang explained with a sense of schadenfreude. "Oh, let me go take a look," Gu Zhixing said as he stepped toward the crowd. Before he could get close, he overheard the village chief's indignant voice. Wang Lai Zi. While others are earning, you refuse to work and resort to stealing from them. Do you wish to end up in prison? The village chief was exasperated, lamenting how everyone else could improve, yet Wang Lai Zi remained unrepentant. Well, I suppose I'm just enjoying the benefits of public resources. So, thank you, village chief, Wang Lai Zi said with a cheeky grin. How can you shamelessly stand there while others work hard to earn money? Don't you feel any shame? The village chief questioned. What amount of money constitutes earning? It's all toil and no reward, Wang Lai Zi retorted. Wang Lai Zi turned away from the village chief, reclining beneath a tree to bask in the cool shade. Gu Zhixing smiled and remarked, You don't care, do you? Oh, then Ayang, tell us what you plan to eat for dinner tonight. Ayang's eyes sparkled as he replied, At our home, we'll be steaming fragrant white buns and savoring delicious braised pork. Some villagers, grasping Gu Zhixing's implication, chimed in, that braised pork truly smells delightful, glistening with oil and sweet to the taste. We're having fish for dinner, freshly caught today. It's simply delectable. Someone called out. Gu Zhixing observed the harmony among the villagers, all eagerly wishing for Wang Lai Zi to become more industrious. He chuckled, saying, Let's disregard him. Tomorrow we shall feast heartily, while some may have to contend with the wind. After this, Gu Zhixing sent the villagers home. Upon hearing their words, Wang Lai Zi's mouth watered. Village chief, Brother Zhixing, he called, but the crowd paid him no mind and continued on their way. Just a few steps later, Wang Lai Zi shouted, I'll do it. I'll do it. Gu Zhixing shared a knowing smile with Ayang. Seeing that no one acknowledged him, Wang Lai Zi felt a twinge of anxiety. He was genuinely afraid that the village chief and the others would disregard him completely. So he hurried back to fetch a bucket and basin, rushing to the river to catch fish. Wang Lai Zi, a drifter who had come during a famine and was not a native of the village, had nonetheless been taken in by the compassionate village chief who had never given up on him. The next day, Gu Zhixing and Ayang awaited the villagers once more at the crossroads to receive the fish. This time, Wang Lai Zi arrived early, presenting his bucket. Brother, these are the fish I caught yesterday. They're fresh. I specially netted them and placed them in the river. How much can I get for them? Ayang, observing Wang Lai Zi's nervousness, smiled reassuringly. What are you worried about? It's a normal transaction. I will give you a fair price. Ayang weighed the fish, totaling over 3.5 pounds. That will be $2.50. Wang Lai Zi accepted the money with a grin, exclaiming, Thank you, thank you. How does it feel to earn money? Gu Zhixing inquired. Good, very good. Wang Lai Zi joyfully replied. Remember this feeling, Gu Zhixing advised, patting him on the shoulder with earnestness. Once all the fish were collected, Ayang quickly loaded the bucket onto the ox cart and set off alone for the county town, while Gu Zhixing made his way home. Chapter 40. Are you studying? Then go study. From a distance, Su Yanran spotted Gu Zhixing returning home and immediately set down her task. Why do you always take advantage of my absence to do needlework? Be careful not to strain your eyes, Gu Zhixing chided. Su Yanran smiled sweetly at him. I can't sit idle. Now that you're back, I have something to discuss with you. Gu Zhixing helped her to a seat in the courtyard, and just as he settled down, he caught sight of a book nestled in the sewing basket. He approached and picked it up. Is this a school book? He inquired. Yes. I initially asked my mother for some elementary books to teach Xingruo, but she sent some advanced ones too, so I'm just browsing. Don't think too much of it, Su Yanran explained awkwardly to Gu Zhixing. She had secretly read books before, but Gu Zhixing assumed her intent was to leave the countryside for university. Thus, she felt a bit tense under his gaze. Gu Zhixing stood frozen, holding a book. Seeing his silence, Su Yanran expressed her concern, saying, Ah Xing, I have no intention of pursuing university. I'm merely browsing. Please do not overthink. Gu Zhixing, regaining his composure, shook his head and chuckled. You are the one overthinking. How could you, the little pregnant woman, run off with someone else? Would they really want a mother of 3? He teased her, anxious that her thoughts might lead to unwarranted worries. Su Yanran baute in discontent. All right, I won't be upset anymore, my dear. Let me ask you seriously. Do you wish to continue your studies? Gu Zhixing inquired earnestly. Not all. Having you and the children is sufficient for me. I am content, Su Yanran reflected, contemplating how, in the past, when Gu Zhixing was indifferent, she had considered leaving him for good. However, now that he had transformed, becoming both a devoted family man and caring for her and their children. Her heart, too, had changed, and she no longer dwelled on the past. Gu Zhixing, observing Su Yanran's slightly gloomy demeanor, asked Yanran, "If you had never met me and had no children, what would you be doing right now?" After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "I would probably have returned to the city and enrolled in university, albeit perhaps not a prestigious one." A smile flickered across her face as she thought of Gu Zhixing. "Now, consider it seriously again. Would you like to continue your studies? The national situation is improving, and there is encouragement for everyone to pursue higher education. Is that something you desire?" Gu Zhixing praised, compelling Su Anran to respond. With a sigh, she admitted, "Of course I would like to, but you know my parents are in the village. I cannot possibly return to the city alone to study, especially while pregnant." Upon hearing her words, Gu Zhixing's resolve strengthened further. "Yanran, I can address your parents' concerns. After you give birth, I will send you to school. All right?" he said, wrapping his arms around her. "Really?" Su Yanran exclaimed, her eyes alight with surprise. "Yes, I will take you to Sioux City for a few days. I know people there who can swiftly resolve your parents' identity issues." "Okay, let's hurry," Su Yanran replied, eager to return home and pack her belongings. Gu Zhixing chuckled, watching her actions. "Are we leaving just like that, without informing anyone? We should at least make arrangements." "All right, I was too excited and didn't think of that," Su Yanran admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed for overlooking such an important detail. "You truly become forgetful during pregnancy. How about we wait until tomorrow? I need to organize some matters at home today," Gu Zhixing suggested. "That's fine. You handle what you need to. I'll go pack. By the way, should we send Xing Ruo to my parents' place?" Su Yanran inquired. Su Yanran's parents had already moved closer to the school, residing in a new house in a pleasant environment, which reassured her about sending little Xing Ruo to them. "It won't be a burden for your parents. They are busy teaching and taking care of Xing Ruo. It's tiring for them. Besides, Yanran is old enough and has never been to a big city. It's the perfect opportunity for our little family to explore the outside world," Gu Zhixing elaborated. Upon hearing his words, Su Yanran had no objections. As a mother, she could hardly bear to part with her child, so she hurried to her room to organize things for little Xing Ruo. "Yaran, I shall seek out Master Chun. During this interval, we might as well renovate the house, and upon our return, we can settle in as per Gu Zhixing's arrangements." However, upon hearing this, Su Yaran hesitated. Gu Zhixing, noticing her unease, inquired, "What troubles you? Is something amiss?" Su Yaran shook her head. "No, it's just that leaving the house construction unattended makes me feel somewhat uneasy." "Ha ha ha, you silly girl. Do you not see our standing in the village? Who would dare to pilfer anything?" Though outsiders might perceive Su Yaran's concerns as trivial, Gu Zhixing cherished her demeanor. This was the essence of a woman devoted to the life they shared. "Indeed. Then I shall heed your words," responded Su Yaran. After the couple concluded their discussion, Gu Zhixing seized the opportunity to visit Master Chun. Before long, he arrived at Master Chen's residence. "Master Chun, are you at home?" Upon knocking, Master Chen swiftly opened the door, having recognized Gu Zhixing's voice from within. "Ah, young man, I thought you had abandoned the notion of renovation, given your absence." Gu Zhixing chuckled. "How could that be? I have been exceedingly busy. Recently, Yaran has become pregnant, and now that I have a moment, I plan to take her and the baby out for a few days. I would like to enlist your services for the renovation." Master Chun, puzzled, asked, "Are you not overseeing the house? You're all going out? Do you not trust me? As long as you are here, that suffices. Here is the money I have prepared for the renovation. Please arrange for the necessary materials," Gu Zhixing said, pulling 10 yuan notes from his pocket and handing them to Master Chun. Initially, Master Chun felt pleased by the gesture, but upon seeing the substantial amount of money, he was taken aback. It was rare for someone as carefree as Gu Zhixing to offer such a sum. He quickly replied, "Zhixing, you should keep this for now. Settle it upon your return." Understanding Master Chen's intent, Gu Zhixing insisted, "Uncle, please take it. It's not easy to run a business, and I cannot allow you to purchase materials at your own expense." Master Chun, pleased by Gu Zhixing's consideration, felt a desire to commence the renovations immediately. Gu Zhixing's house was a brick structure, and adding another floor would transform it into a 2-story building. This was a testament to the brilliance of his design. Recalling the design, Master Chen awkwardly suggested, Zhixing, your design is quite impressive, both aesthetically pleasing and functional. Many houses in our county resemble this style. Your design is bound to gain popularity. Why not sell it to me, or we could arrange a profit-sharing agreement? What do you think? Gu Zhixing, taken aback and unable to recall the specifics of his design, responded, Uncle, feel free to use it. No payment is necessary. While he had yet to remember the details of his creation, it did not hinder him from engaging in a conversation with ease. Master Chen, upon hearing this, promptly replied, That won't do. Uncle shall share the profits with you. For every house built, I shall give you 10 yuan. What do you think? Gu Zhixing, recognizing the firmness in Master Chen's words, could only nod in agreement, while his mind busied itself with thoughts of how to bring more business to Master Chen. On his way home, Gu Zhixing continued to ponder how he might assist Master Chen in garnering more clients. After much contemplation, he found himself at a loss for ideas. Realizing that in this era, wealth was scarce, and few could afford to build houses. In exasperation, he concluded that the village must first prosper before any of this could come to fruition. With no clear plan, he set the matter aside and hastened homeward. That evening, as Gu Zhixing prepared dinner, Zhang Jiaxiang and I Yang returned, one covered in mud and the other reeking of fish. Despite their disheveled appearances, both men radiated joy. Gu Zhixing could not help but reflect on the stark contrast to his previous life, where he had ascended step by step without a single true friend, surrounded instead by wolves and tigers. In this life, however, he was blessed with brothers closer than blood. Come quickly, dinner is ready. Eat first, for I have matters to discuss with you, Gu Zhixing said, closing his eyes momentarily before speaking. The two exchanged glances but thought little of it, prioritizing their meal. This bowl is mine. No, this one is for me. I want another. They bickered over Gu Zhixing's first serving. In exasperation, Gu Zhixing exclaimed, Enough! There is plenty for everyone. Eating the first bowl will not grant you ascension. Chastened, they shot each other annoyed looks, while Gu Zhixing and Su Yanran couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Soon, the dishes were ready. The two were ravenous. One had gone without food in the mountains, and the other had been reluctant to eat in the bustling market. They devoured their meal in no time. After dining, I Yang counted the day's earnings and handed them to Gu Zhixing. After deducting costs, Gu Zhixing divided the remaining profits in two and presented one portion to I Yang. I Yang, holding the money, shot a smug glance at Zhang Jiaxiang. With a scoff, Zhang Jiaxiang thought to himself, What's so impressive? Have you never seen money before? If only I hadn't given all my earnings to my mother, mine would be several times greater. Gu Zhixing observed Zhang Jiaxiang, who quickly averted his gaze. Fearing another reprimand from him, he promptly unfastened the red velvet pouch from his waist, known colloquially among miners as the golden pouch, signifying that it securely held their treasures. With a beaming smile, Zhang Jiaxiang handed it to Gu Zhixing, saying, Brother, look at today's profits. Quite good, wouldn't you say? Weigh it and see how many grams we have today. Gu Zhixing accepted the pouch, weighing it thoughtfully, fully aware of Zhang Jiaxiang's capabilities. Today's harvest is impressive. You truly are fortunate. Keep up the excellent work, Gu Zhixing encouraged with a smile. Of course, Zhang Jiaxiang replied, puffing out his chest proudly. Typically, Gu Zhixing would have taken such gold dust to the bank the following day to convert it into cash. However, this time, he weighed it and handed it back to Zhang Jiaxiang. Confused, Zhang Jiaxiang asked, Brother, why are you returning it to me? I am preparing to embark on a journey for several days. Please keep the gold I have mine during this time, or if you're in urgent need of money, feel free to take it to the bank for exchange, Gu Zhixing explained. Brother, where are you going? I want to go too, Zhang Jiaxiang said anxiously. Gu Zhixing chuckled. I am taking your sister-in-law and the children out for some fun. Do you wish to join us? Zhang Jiaxiang, somewhat taken aback, replied, You should have mentioned it earlier. In that case, I want to go. Enjoy yourselves. Gu Zhixing shot him a glare, but remained silent. With most matters settled, Gu Zhixing shooed the two away and returned inside to accompany Su Yanran. As he opened the door, a small figure rushed toward him, joyfully exclaiming, Daddy, are you taking Xingruo to a faraway place to play? Indeed, there are many wonderful and entertaining things there. Are you looking forward to it, my dear Xingrua? Gu Zhixing gently coaxed the little one. Are there big white rabbit candies? Are there skirts even prettier than Xingrua's? The soft, endearing child asked excitedly. There are indeed, and even candies that are more delicious than big white rabbit candies, along with skirts that are more beautiful than the one you have now, Gu Zhixing assured her. Ever since little Xingrua tasted the big white rabbit candy, she had been enamored by it. You've spoiled her. Who will dare to marry her in the future? Su Yanran said playfully, her expression a mix of exasperation and affection. Then she simply won to marry. I will earn money to support her. Gu Zhixing replied nonchalantly. What if I were to bear 2 more daughters? Would you still support them? Su Yanran inquired, half joking and half testing. Su Yanran felt a sense of anticipation akin to when she was expecting little Xingrua, worried yet hopeful that she might bear daughters again. Gu Zhixing, being the astute man he was, discerned her meaning immediately. He quickly moved to support Su Yanran, reassuring her, do not fret. Whether you bear a son or a daughter, I will cherish them equally. They will all be my treasures. Hearing this, Su Yanran felt a wave of emotion wash over her. With teary eyes, she thought about how fortunate she was, feeling that heaven had been extraordinarily kind to her. After comforting Su Yanran, Gu Zhixing lulled their daughter to sleep. Thus, the bustling day came to an end, and the next morning, Gu Zhixing rose early to prepare breakfast. Once the family was ready, he took little Xingrua by one hand and carried their belongings in the other, with Su Yanran walking beside him as they approached Grandpa Wang's ox cart. Upon seeing Grandpa Wang, little Xingrua's eyes lit up, calling out, Grandpa Wang, Grandpa Wang, Grandpa Wang. Delighted to see the soft and sweet little Xingrua, felt overjoyed, even though her excitement stemmed from the little calf he had just acquired. This child, for some reason, had an innate interest in small animals. As they rode in Grandpa Wang's cart, little Xingrua curiously asked questions about everything around her, eventually dozing off in Gu Zhixing's embrace. Before long, they arrived at the county seat, transferred to a bus, and then purchased train tickets to the city. The train, somewhat shaky, jostled them about, leaving Gu Zhixing feeling a bit disheveled. However, Su Yanran, for reasons unknown, gazed out the window with a cheerful demeanor. Gu Zhixing reflected on how fortunate they were to have obtained sleeper tickets thanks to the village chief's recommendation. Otherwise, their journey would not have been so comfortable. The train clattered forward, the scenery whizzing by in a blur. After 2 or 3 hours, the train gradually slowed to a halt, and at long last, they had arrived in Sioux City. Stepping off the train, everyone was greeted by a dazzling sight. The station was bustling with fashionable individuals adorned in vibrant colors. Some women even wore flowing dresses and wide-brimmed straw hats, looking utterly exquisite. The sight left Su Yanran's eyes sparkling with delight. Gu Zhixing, observing Su Yanran's admiration for the dresses, whispered in her ear, when we return, I shall take you to the mall to buy one. You would look even more stunning than they do. Su Yanran, feeling bashful from his compliment, blushed instantly. Don't say such things. Those women look marvelous, she replied. Yet, in Gu Zhixing's heart, he thought otherwise. Chapter 42. Exiting the train station with a backpack slung over his shoulder and his young daughter in his arms, Gu Zhixing urged Su Yanran to stay close. In those times, traffickers were rampant around train stations, and Gu Zhixing feared that a moment's inattention could lead to Su Yanran and their daughter being taken. Both Su Yanran and little Xingru were striking in their own right, making them prime targets for such nefarious individuals, especially with Su Yanran's newfound beauty during her pregnancy, her complexion now more radiant than that of many younger girls. As the trio emerged from the train station, an elderly lady suddenly exclaimed, Oh dear, come quickly. I've been robbed. Someone help me. Gu Zhixing turned to see a masked man fleeing with the woman's bag not far from them. The surrounding crowd stood in shock. The elderly woman feigned distress, glancing around before rushing to Gu Zhixing, grasping his arm in desperation. Young man, you are tall and strong. Please help me chase him down. Su Yanran, finally coming to her senses, reached for the burden Gu Zhixing carried, intending to relieve him so he could pursue the thief. However, Gu Zhixing gently patted her hand, signaling her to stay put. Madam, there are police around. We should report this to them, he said with a cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing this, the old woman's eyes flickered with hesitation, and she waved her hands dismissively. No, no, just help me chase him. Gu Zhixing feigned confusion. Why not report it? The police can help recover your belongings and ensure that scoundrel faces justice. The elderly lady instantly adopted a pitiful tone, lamenting, everyone has their struggles. That young man must be desperate to resort to robbery. Please, don't send him to prison. It would ruin his life. Just help me get my bag back. Madam, there are so many people around. Why should it be only me chasing him? What about the others? Gu Zhixing's words were somewhat overt, yet the old woman remained undeterred. She quietly insisted, but you are strong, aren't you? As she attempted to weave more lies to enlist his help. Gu Zhixing caught sight of a patrolling officer in white uniform approaching. Without hesitation, he set down the burden, placed little Xingru into Su Yanran's arms, and swiftly restrained the elderly lady, shouting, Police, police! Come quickly, there's a trafficker here. As the patrolling officers witnessed a dispute unfolding, they swiftly approached with their batons in hand. Upon seeing Gu Zhixing restraining an elderly woman, one officer, with a look of concern, inquired, What are you doing? Why are you holding down this elderly lady? Gu Zhixing replied, She's a trafficker. The elderly woman wailed, This is an injustice. How could I, an old lady, possibly be a trafficker? This young man must be mistaken. The officers, upon hearing her words, nodded in agreement, contemplating the improbability of her being a trafficker. However, Gu Zhixing's expression darkened. This elderly woman might deceive others, but not him. He had witnessed various human trafficking schemes in his time and saw through her attempt to mislead the police. Regardless of the truth, you can take her back for investigation. I am willing to cooperate with the police, Gu Zhixing stated coldly. The two officers exchanged glances, beginning to trust Gu Zhixing's assertion. After all, who would voluntarily visit the police station without cause? The elderly woman, upon hearing this, panicked, exclaiming, I won't go. I refuse to go to the police station. I need to return home to cook for my children. Madam, weren't you at the train station to pick someone up? Why the urgency to return home to cook? One officer questioned, confused. I wasn't picking anyone up. I was just wandering around, the elderly woman stammered, grasping for excuses. Realizing the situation, the officers quickly deduced that this elderly woman was likely a trafficker. They promptly detained her, escorting Gu Zhixing and his family to the police station. Upon arrival, Gu Zhixing succinctly recounted the events, prompting the officers to dispatch personnel to check records and pursuit orders. Shortly thereafter, a senior officer approached enthusiastically, shaking Gu Zhixing's hand. Comrade Gu, greetings. I'm Officer Yang. You may call me Captain Yang. How did you ascertain that she was a trafficker? Gu Zhixing replied warmly. It was merely intuition. Captain Yang, has she been confirmed as a trafficker? Indeed, I cannot disclose too many details about the case, but this elderly woman is quite significant. Capturing her will lead to uncovering many others. You've done well, young man. Where do you reside? I would like to present you with a commendation and a reward. Captain Yang assessed Gu Zhixing, recognizing his keen intuition as a promising trait for a police officer. Gu Zhixing chuckled, there's no need for that. I'm not from Sioux City. I was merely concerned because this woman seemed to have ill intentions towards my daughter and wife. It is nothing of great importance. Oh, so you have just arrived in Sioux City? Do you have a place to stay? I can assist with arrangements, Captain Yang offered warmly. No, thank you. We have already secured accommodations. Now that the matter is clear, I will take my leave, Gu Zhixing declined politely. As Gu Zhixing exited the reception area with Su Yanran and his daughter, Captain Yang, seeing them refuse further assistance, could only shake his head in admiration. How wonderful it would be if more individuals from Sioux City could join the police force, courageous, steadfast, and undoubtedly excellent officers. Su Yanran had just seen Gu Zhixing relay some instructions, and she hesitated to interject. However, her curiosity became unbearable, prompting her to ask, Xing, how did you recognize that old lady as a human trafficker? Gu Zhixing, with a teasing grin, replied, You wish to know? Yes, I do, Su Yanran nodded, her expression adorably naive as she failed to grasp his intentions. Then give me a kiss, Gu Zhixing said playfully. Su Yanran's face instantly flushed, and she shyly protested. Xing, we're in the middle of the street. Seeing her embarrassment, Gu Zhixing, aware of her delicate nature, quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Actually, it's quite simple. Let me ask you a question. If something of yours were stolen, and you had the option of a mother with a child nearby, or a burly man, whom would you choose to help you pursue the thief? Without a moment's thought, Su Yanran replied, of course the man. He can run faster. Exactly, Gu Zhixing affirmed. If you understand this logic, then surely that old lady does too. Moreover, when I suggested calling the police, her eyes darted away. Clearly not a reputable person. But you're also a strong man, Su Yanran pointed out, still somewhat puzzled. Oh, silly girl, at that moment I was holding Xingruo and carrying a package. With so many people around, she would have chosen me, would she? Gu Zhixing chuckled. Oh, so their target was either me or Xingruo, Su Yanran inquired, finally grasping the situation. No, it was both of you, Gu Zhixing stated with gravity. One is selling children, the other women. Both are lucrative trades they wouldn't let slip by. Therefore, you must not wander too far from me, understand? His serious tone sent a chill down Su Yanran's spine, prompting her to grip both Gu Zhixing's hand and little Xingruo's hand tightly. Do not fear. I am here, Gu Zhixing reassured her. Comforted by his words, Su Yanran felt less anxious and quickly asked, Xing, where are we headed next? To a wonderful place. Let us go, Gu Zhixing replied, holding her hand with a mysterious smile. Chapter 43. The luxurious hotel. Gu Zhixing led Su Yanran onto the bus in Sioux City, where the fare was still inexpensive, 30 cents per person, with children riding free. After paying, Gu Zhixing guided Su Yanran to a seat by the window. They chatted leisurely until they arrived at the Grand Hotel. Upon disembarking, Su Yanran was left in awe by the sight of the hotel before her. Although she was a city-educated youth and had seen more than the women from her village, she had never encountered such a majestic establishment. It was truly awe-inspiring. After her astonishment subsided, Su Yanran became troubled, pondering how much it would cost to stay in such an opulent hotel. Gu Zhixing, noticing her transition from surprise to concern, quickly understood her thoughts. Yanran, we should save where we can and spend where it matters. You need to worry too much. Besides, with Xingruo in tow, staying in a less reputable place with a complex clientele could lead to regrettable circumstances for the rest of our lives. Upon hearing Gu Zhixing's advice, Su Yanran suddenly recalled the events that transpired at the train station, and her heart became more accepting of the substantial expense for the hotel stay. She smiled and said, All right, let us proceed inside. Gu Zhixing, pleased to see Su Yanran so receptive to his counsel, smiled back and gently guided her through the grand entrance of the hotel. This establishment was one he frequently patronized during his past business trips. It boasted a rich history of many years, with service and safety that inspired confidence. As they entered the hotel, Su Yanran was even more astonished than she had been outside. The hotel was truly exquisite, radiating opulence that could only be described as resplendent. Yanran, come over here, Gu Zhixing called to her as he stood at the front desk, noticing her momentary bewilderment. After taking in the surroundings, Su Yanran's gaze shifted to the staff, all impeccably attired in formal uniforms, the young women tall and slender. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy as she compared herself to them, questioning how they managed to attain such heights. Gu Zhixing completed the check-in process and observed the slight, dejected expression on Su Yanran's face, quickly deducing the reason behind her demeanor. He glanced at the heavily made-up staff members and then back at Su Yanran, whose natural beauty resembled that of a pure lotus, and he couldn't stifle his laughter. Su Yanran, perplexed, asked, What are you laughing at? I am amused by how much you resemble a little fool, he replied, eliciting another bout of laughter from him. As he explained, Do you think they are prettier than you? Su Yanran was taken aback by his question, which struck a chord within her. Xing, you're quite perceptive. How did you know what I was thinking? Because you reside in my heart, and in my eyes, my Yanran is the most beautiful. Gu Zhixing whispered tenderly in her ear. Not wishing for her to dwell on the matter of appearances any longer, he took her and Xiao Xingru to their designated room. Ascending the stairs and opening the door, they were greeted by an environment far superior to a hostel, clean and well-organized. The bathroom was enclosed behind a small door, emanating a pleasant fragrance. Having grown accustomed to a comfortable life in his previous existence, Gu Zhixing was thoroughly satisfied with the pleasant surroundings. As Su Yanran arranged Xiao Xingru's belongings, she casually inquired, Xing, how much did we spend on this hotel? 50 yuan per day for this suite, which is indeed a bit pricier than an ordinary hostel, Gu Zhixing replied while tidying up their possessions. The price astonished Su Yanran. It was not merely a slight increase, but rather several times more expensive. However, considering the quality of the environment and the presence of security personnel at the entrance, she reasoned that they would not be staying long after their business was concluded, and since the money was not her own, she decided against further concern. Soon, the two of them efficiently unpacked their luggage. After settling down for a brief respite, Xiao Xingru looked up at Gu Zhixing and Su Yanran, her little face brimming with concern. Mommy, Daddy, are you hungry? I'm worried you might be starving. Shall we go out to eat? Gu Zhixing was momentarily taken aback by the words, but soon burst into laughter. I see. You aren't genuinely concerned about whether your parents are hungry. It is you who is famished, isn't it? Upon being exposed, Xiao Xingru quickly covered her face, giggling shyly. Gu Zhixing playfully pinched her cheek and said, Come on, let's go. Father will take you and Mother to enjoy some delicious food. He then led them down from the 4th floor to the 2nd floor buffet restaurant. Upon arriving, Su Yanran surveyed the array of dishes on the tables and inquired, Do we serve ourselves? Gu Zhixing explained, Indeed, this is the specialty of this hotel. Known as a buffet, you can take whatever you desire. But how do we pay? Su Yanran asked. Gu Zhixing chuckled. No need to worry about payment. It's included in the room rate. With such an expensive stay, will they charge for meals as well? Upon hearing this, Su Yanran's eyes brightened. Really? Gu Zhixing nodded affirmatively. With his confirmation, Su Yanran's earlier concern about the room cost dissipated, especially considering the lavish spread of dishes featuring chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Surely they could make the most of it. Noticing Su Yanran's cheerful demeanor, Gu Zhixing smiled back, aware of her thoughts. Let us enjoy our meal, he suggested. However, internally, he couldn't help but muse. You may profit, but the capitalist will never incur a loss. Yet, he refrained from voicing this to Su Yanran, wary that it might reignite her worries about the accommodation expenses. Thus, the trio settled down, securing their plates and commencing their feast. Having gone the entire day without much rice, they were all ravenous, serving themselves generous bowls. Su Yanran, particularly hungry due to her pregnancy, felt even more insatiable. Despite Gu Zhixing purchasing some snacks during their journey, she still felt an unyielding hunger, suspecting that her child might be a little glutton. After their meal, they returned to their room, where Xiao Xingru insisted on watching television. In those times, television sets were not commonplace. Only affluent households possessed them. However, as this was a luxury hotel, it was well equipped. Xiao Xingru had seen a television in one of the village homes, which fueled her eagerness to watch. Gu Zhixing turned on the TV for her. It was already past 8, and the streetlights outside had just begun to illuminate the night. After Gu Zhixing had entertained their daughter, Su Yanran hurriedly pulled him aside, asking, Xing, when shall we take care of the matters at hand? She felt a sense of urgency as it pertained to the significant identity issues of her parents. The sooner they were resolved, the less suffering they would endure. Gu Zhixing gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, there's no need to rush. Your anxiety won't hasten the process. I still need to find someone who will only be available on Wednesday. For now, let us explore Sioux City together, shall we? Listening to his words, Su Yanran felt it unwise to press further and decided to trust Gu Zhixing's arrangements. Thankfully, he seemed quite thorough in his planning, allowing her to relax. Chapter 44. The heart races in new attire the following day. Gu Zhixing planned to take Su Yanran and Xiao Xingru to the largest market in Sioux City, the Guamao Center, to enjoy a leisurely stroll. Perhaps due to the previous day's train ride and hotel stay, Xiao Xingru had grown restless. Upon hearing Gu Zhixing's intention to take them out, she erupted in joyful cheers, visibly elated. Currently, Su Yanran is just over 3 months pregnant, and Gu Zhixing is cautious, not allowing her to walk much. They headed straight to the bus station and boarded the public transport in Sioux City. The trio sat on the bus, and before long, they arrived at the Guamao Market. Unlike the supply and marketing cooperative, the Guamao Market is known for its high-end goods, frequented only by the affluent of Sioux City. However, Gu Zhixing was unperturbed, having advised Su Yanran to bring her savings book, ensuring there were ample funds to indulge both mother and daughter. Upon disembarking from a bus, they entered the Guomao building. Inside, they were greeted by a dazzling array of merchandise. Each clothing store showcased its unique offerings, and the shoe shops displayed their wares with distinct flair. Little Xingru, enchanted by the vibrant surroundings, hurried to the first shop featuring delicate floral dresses. Pulling on a dress hanging on a mannequin, she exclaimed, "Mama, come look at this, it's beautiful," just as Gu Zhixing was about to approach. Intending for Su Yanran to try it on, a sales clerk swiftly intervened, rolling her eyes at the little girl and yanking her hand down. Although it wasn't overly painful, Xingru's expression reflected her disappointment. Observing this, Gu Zhixing rushed over, demanding, "What are you doing?" The sales clerk, possessing a rather inflated sense of self-importance, scrutinized the trio's attire, which was rather ordinary, and boldly remarked, "Do you think this dress is for you to touch? If you dirty or damage it, can you afford to pay?" Gu Zhixing checked Xingru's hand, noting there were no marks or swelling, and chose not to escalate the situation, remembering they were there to enjoy themselves, not to quarrel. Su Yanran, feeling displeased, suggested that Gu Zhixing carry Xingru to the clothing store across the way, having noticed that the dresses there appeared to be of superior quality. As they entered the new store, a cheerful sales clerk approached them with a warm demeanor, far more welcoming than the previous one. "How may I assist you?" "I can offer some recommendations," she inquired enthusiastically. Gu Zhixing pointed to a dress similar to the one they had just seen and said, "Please bring that over for my wife to try on." "Certainly," the clerk replied. Su Yanran, observing Gu Zhixing's earnestness, shook her head, saying, "Ah Xing, no need. It looks quite expensive. Don't worry, just try it on. It won't cost anything to see," he reassured her. The clerk, recognizing the dynamics at play, eagerly chimed in, "Young lady, just give it a try. As your husband said, it doesn't cost anything to try. If you don't like it, you can always exchange it for something else, right?" With no other option in light of their encouragement, Su Yanran nodded, conceding, "All right, I will give it a try." She took the dress into the fitting room. Before long, Su Yanran emerged, and Gu Zhixing, holding the smiling little Xingru, was momentarily mesmerized. The simple yellow floral dress accentuated Su Yanran's fair complexion beautifully. Her long black hair cascading around her neck only enhanced her ethereal charm, perhaps due to her pregnancy. Coupled with her rosy complexion, Su Yanran appeared gentle and unpretentious. Gu Zhixing lifted his gaze to her, his breath momentarily caught in his throat. How could someone look so enchanting in such simple attire? After regaining his composure, Gu Zhixing promptly called for a sales assistant, instructing her to wrap the item without hesitation. Seeing Gu Zhixing's determination, Su Yanran quickly interjected, "Ah Xing, there's no need for that. It must be very expensive." Unable to restrain a smile, Gu Zhixing replied, "I'm buying it. It can be worn at formal occasions." He encouraged her. Su Yanran continued to persuade him, "But I'm pregnant, and soon my belly will grow, making it unwearable. Perhaps it's best not to make the purchase. Then it will be worn later." Gu Zhixing insisted, and Su Yanran, seeing his resolve, could only nod in reluctant agreement. Meanwhile, little Xingru, with her big, sparkling eyes, was darting her gaze between Gu Zhixing and Su Yanran. Suddenly, she tugged at Gu Zhixing's shirt, exclaiming, "Daddy, it's mine." Gu Zhixing, playfully teasing, responded, "What's yours?" "The clothes." Little Xingru replied, her voice soft and unclear. Gu Zhixing feigned confusion, asking, "Aren't your clothes on you?" No, it's my beautiful dress." Little Xingru anxiously clarified. Indeed, Xingru's clothes are truly beautiful. Gu Zhixing stifled a laugh, engaging in playful banter without revealing what she longed to hear. Though still quite young, Xingru was clever for her age and discerned that Gu Zhixing was merely teasing her. "Daddy is naughty. I'm not talking to you anymore," she huffed, turning her head away. Noticing this, Su Yanran quickly approached to mediate, smiling as she said, "Don't tease her. She is genuinely upset with you. You'll have to coax her now." She squatted down to speak with Xingru. "Your daddy was just playing around. We'll buy you a new, beautiful dress shortly, all right?" "Okay, mommy is the best." Little Xingru responded sweetly. Gu Zhixing leaned in to ask, "And how about daddy?" "He's good too." The child bore no grudges. She understood that her parents loved her dearly and would never hold resentment. Hearing Xingruo's response brought joy to Gu Zhixing's heart. Having a daughter was a blessing. With this thought, he swiftly lifted his little girl into his arms, completed the payment at the counter, and led Su Yanran towards the children's section on the second floor. The international trade market, while expensive, allowed direct deductions from the payment without the need for fabric coupons. As they exited the clothing store, the sales assistant across the way, seeing Gu Zhixing with a bag in hand, regretted her earlier oversight and wished she had been more attentive. She cast a sycophantic glance at the trio, eager to draw them back into the store for another look. However, both Gu Zhixing and Su Yanran found such insincerity distasteful, offering her not even a glance as they ascended to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, Su Yanran's eyes lit up at the sight of the charming little outfits, and she eagerly began to select items. Gu Zhixing playfully chided, "Why is it that you hesitate to buy clothes for yourself? You're so willing to splurge on our child. Isn't it different? It's important that the child wears comfortable and suitable clothing for her skin. What good does it do me to wear something nice if I still have to work?" Su Yanran replied with a smile, echoing Gu Zhixing's words. Gu Zhixing listened to Su Yanran's words and found her perspective rather avant-garde. He realized that ensuring children are well-dressed is indeed beneficial for their skin. Thus, he decided to purchase a few more items, including those for the two little ones in her womb. Su Yanran softly responded, and then remarked that Xingruo should also select clothes for her brothers. Gu Zhixing, wearing a serious expression, interjected with a playful tone, "How do you know they are brothers? If they are a brother and a sister or sisters, what if you only buy for the brothers? What will the sisters wear?" His convoluted reasoning left little Xingruo utterly bewildered, wondering how it pertained to her at all. Seeing her confused expression, Su Yanran chuckled and advised, "Don't mind your father's riddles. Just choose what you like. You don't need to pick for your brothers." With a cheerful, "Oh yeah," little Xingruo quickly evaded Gu Zhixing's playful grasp. Presently, she enjoyed ample food and clothing, her carefree mind racing with thoughts. Deep down, she understood that Gu Zhixing loved to tease her. Noticing that little Xingruo hadn't wandered too far, Su Yanran shyly asked Gu Zhixing, Xing, do you prefer boys or girls?" Gu Zhixing smiled, his gaze still on Xingruo. "Boys or girls, I cherish them all. They're all my treasures, just like you." Su Yanran felt a sweet relief upon hearing his words. She feared that having twins would likely result in them being the same gender. She worried that if she bore two daughters, Gu Zhixing might not be pleased, and she wished for her children to be loved by their father. After all, in this era, families with a preference for sons often left daughters with psychological scars, leading to rifts with their fathers in adulthood. She wished to avoid such a scenario, hoping for joy for both her children and Gu Zhixing. Before long, little Xingruo struggled to bring over a pure white dress, exclaiming, "Mom, this one is beautiful. Xingruo likes it. I want this." Su Yanran expressed her disapproval. "That dress is white and prone to dirt. Once you return to the village, it will surely get stained and be difficult to clean. Choose another color." Although disappointed, Xingruo did not throw a tantrum like other children might when denied their desired item. After all, she was a well-mannered child, nurtured with care by Gu Zhixing and Su Yanran. As little Xingruo prepared to return the dress, Gu Zhixing stopped her, asking Xingruo, "Do you truly love this dress?" She nodded, affirming her fondness. Gu Zhixing then patiently inquired, "If you return to the village, will you wear this dress to play in the water and mud?" "No, I will take good care of it," little Xingruo promised. Though Su Yanran was quite conservative in some matters, she was progressive in her educational approach, which was a point of happiness for Gu Zhixing. Standing nearby, Su Yanran continued to actively absorb knowledge about education, embracing new ideas, listening to the conversation between the father and daughter without interjecting. Su Yanran believed that each individual has their own method of education. If two people were to educate together, it would create a disparity in the child's character. On the other hand, Gu Zhixing heard Zhixing's response. "Then let's buy it." Zhixing's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Dad," after which she dashed off with the dress in hand. Su Yanran, somewhat puzzled, queried Gu Zhixing, Xing, isn't this inappropriate? That dress is indeed somewhat unsuitable. She won't be able to wear it back in the village." She continued, as a girl, she should be nurtured with affluence so that when she grows up, she won't be swayed by mere candy from others. At her tender age, she is like a blank canvas, and there are many lessons I must impart to her. This time, I wanted her to understand the value of integrity. If she truly protects that dress, as she claims when we return to the village, then I shall consider buying her another next time. Gu Zhixing elucidated. After pondering Gu Zhixing's reasoning, Su Yinran grasped his intentions. Recognizing this, she refrained from preventing Zhixing from purchasing the white dress and happily proceeded to settle the bill. The trio subsequently selected a few more outfits for the baby, continued to stroll around for a while, and returned to the hotel after growing weary from their escapades. Upon returning to the hotel, Gu Zhixing rummaged through his belongings. Xing, what are you searching for? I'm looking for something I brought along, related to the person I am to meet tomorrow. You should rest. I can manage on my own. Tomorrow marked Wednesday, the day when the individual frequented the black market, a fact that Gu Zhixing had learned in his previous life. Chapter 46. The Youth Office, Chun Jiangwo. The following day, Gu Zhixing awoke early, donned his attire, and set off toward the black market in Sioux City, clutching a pamphlet. Upon exiting the hotel, he glanced up to ascertain the route, pinpointed his direction, and headed straight for a narrow alleyway. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at his destination. At this hour, the dawn had yet to break fully, with a lingering mist obscuring visibility, making it the opportune moment for the black market to flourish. The individuals present at the black market were all huddled together, shivering, with their hats pulled low, fearful of being recognized. In this era, being caught trading illicit goods in the black market could be a fatal affair. Yet, families often found themselves in dire straits, necessitating their presence in such a place, which is why the black market thrived. The black market offered a plethora of goods, and enthusiasts of antiques frequently perused it, for they were not hindered by financial constraints but rather motivated by their passions. Gu Zhixing's purpose in visiting the black market was to cater to the interests of the individual he sought, namely Chun Jiangwo, who was known for his fondness for collecting ancient coins. He was responsible for gathering data related to redressal efforts, and Wednesdays marked his day off. He would dress casually and come here to scout for valuable coins to add to his collection. In this era, the trade of ancient coins was illegal, and being caught could lead to severe consequences, yet Chun Jiangwo reveled in it. Gu Zhixing, due to a serendipitous encounter in his previous life, had dined with Chun Jiangwo, who, after a few drinks, had boasted about this very passion. Fortuitously, Gu Zhixing's keen memory allowed him to devise a plan to connect with Chun Jiangwo through this shared interest. In a black market, items are seldom displayed openly. Distinct areas exist for selling rice, goods, and antiques. Gu Zhixing quickly identified the antique section and made his way there. Upon arrival, he adjusted his clothing, settled on the ground, and closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. After a brief moment, the sound of footsteps approached. Gu Zhixing opened his eyes to see a young man in his 20s with a distinctive tear mole at the corner of his eye. Chun Jiangwo had indeed arrived. Noticing Chun Jiangwo still conversing with others, Gu Zhixing promptly rose and approached him, offering a pack of dakium and cigarettes. With a grin, Gu Zhixing said, "Brother, I have something intriguing for you to appraise. If you like it, feel free to offer a price." Chun Jiangwo's interest was piqued upon hearing of the intriguing item. "What is it?" "I can't afford anything exorbitant. Rest assured, the price will surely satisfy you," Gu Zhixing replied, leading him to a secluded corner to converse. Observing that no one was paying attention, Gu Zhixing produced a small booklet he had brought and handed it to Chun Jiangwo. Upon a quick glance, Chun Jiangwo's eyes lit up, and he anxiously surveyed the surroundings, wary of revealing this treasure to others. Inside the booklet were 2 Kaiyuan Tongbao coins, securely nestled. Upon inspecting the coins, Chun Jiangwo's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Gu Zhixing and asked, "You must know me or have inquired about me, correct?" Gu Zhixing smiled. "I do not know you personally, but I have indeed done some research." He spoke candidly, recognizing that Chun Jiangwo, despite his youth, held a leadership position and was not to be underestimated. "Is there a problem?" Chun Jiangwo, a shrewd individual, understood that if something was presented to him according to his preferences, it was likely not merely for profit, but rather to facilitate his work due to his status. Gu Zhixing, sensing an opportunity, directly stated, "I wish to submit some materials for my in-laws. As I am not from Sioux City and lack connections, I have managed to learn about you and would like to request your assistance." With that, he placed the 2 coins into Chun Jiangwo's hand. "Where did you acquire these? I do not want anything that is stolen or illicit." Chun Jiangwo hesitated. Although he collected such items, he preferred them to be above board. "Rest assured, these were obtained by my brother from the local black market. They are neither stolen nor robbed," Gu Zhixing clarified. Chun Jiangwo scrutinized Gu Zhixing, deeming him relatively upright, and replied, "Very well, I will accept them. What are the names of your in-laws? I will check in the archives, and if there are no significant issues, I will expedite the process for their return to the city." Grateful for Chun Jiangwo's agreement, Gu Zhixing expressed his thanks repeatedly. "My in-laws both share the surname Su. They previously taught at Sioux City University, so it should be easy for you to find." Chun Jiangwo nodded. Looking at Gu Zhixing, "You have devised a way to assist your in-laws. You are someone worth knowing. However, I still need to pay for the items. How much do you want for these 2 coins? They're not expensive. The seller mistook them for ordinary copper coins, and my brother acquired them for just 100 yuan. Gu Zhixing responded. After listening to Gu Zhixing's words, Chun Jiangwo began to regard him with newfound respect. Chun Jiangwo thought to himself, although he could discern the future value of such ancient coins, it was evident that this individual could not perceive it at present. Nevertheless, he generously handed over 100 yuan to the collector, demonstrating his profound integrity and kindness. The more Chun Jiangwo contemplated, the more he felt that Gu Zhixing was indeed a worthy companion. Prompted by his growing admiration, Chun Jiangwo hastily produced 10 yuan notes for Gu Zhixing and, shifting the conversation, inquired, "Young brother, what is your name? Your character resonates with me. I wish to call you my friend." Gu Zhixing, having similar intentions, recognized the advantages of befriending Chun Jiangwo at this juncture. "My name is Gu Zhixing. I am aware that you are affiliated with the youth cadre office, but I am yet to learn your esteemed surname." Although Gu Zhixing knew his name, he refrained from directly stating it, fearing it might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. His awareness of Chun Jiangwo's penchant for collecting ancient coins was already a significant revelation. To utter his name outright could raise suspicions. Chun Jiangwo, understanding Gu Zhixing's inquiry, chose not to expose the truth, instead chuckling heartily, "I am Chun Jiangwo. No need for formalities. As your friend, you may simply call me Jiangwo or brother." Gu Zhixing, seeing that Chun Jiangwo welcomed the familiarity, promptly addressed him as brother. Gu Zhixing's choice was deliberate. Firstly, because Chun Jiangwo's family background was indeed remarkable, and he would require their assistance when returning to the city. Secondly, because Chun Jiangwo was undoubtedly his senior, delighted by having gained such a commendable younger brother. Chun Jiangwo patted his chest and assured Gu Zhixing that he would ensure matters were resolved. With Chun Jiangwo's promise, Gu Zhixing felt reassured. They chatted for a while longer, during which Gu Zhixing shared some personal details and suggested they meet again for a drink in Sioux City. Before long, dawn broke, and realizing that the black market was about to disperse, both men bid each other farewell and hastened to leave. Gu Zhixing retraced his steps and swiftly returned to the hotel. At that moment, Su Yanran had just finished dining with Xiao Xingru and, seeing Gu Zhixing return, eagerly inquired, "Xing, how did it go? Were you successful?" Gu Zhixing, sensing her concern, promptly reassured her, "Rest assured, this matter will surely be resolved." Su Yanran's heart soared with excitement upon hearing this. At last, her parents would no longer bear the burden of disgrace, and she would no longer have to worry about her identity affecting Gu Zhixing and the children. Seeing Su Yanran's elation, Gu Zhixing felt a surge of happiness as well. Yet a hint of worry lingered. "Yanran, come here. I need to ask you something." Curious, Su Yanran approached him. "What is it, Xing?" Gu Zhixing gently pulled her into his lap and asked, "Yanran, once your parents are vindicated, there is a strong possibility that they will return to Sioux City. Will you accompany them back?" Su Yanran, amused by Gu Zhixing's concern, burst into laughter. "Xing, what are you thinking? I am already the mother of your 3 children. It would be absurd for me to follow my parents back to Sioux City instead of staying with you." Gu Zhixing, noticing Su Yanran's words, continued to inquire. But you wish to pursue your studies. In our rural area, relying solely on yourself to study and gain admission to a university is quite challenging. How will we know unless we try? If a year proves inadequate, then we shall extend it to 2. After all, I shall cling to you. You cannot cast me away, she replied playfully, her voice resonating in Gu Zhixing's mind. With this, he felt a sense of relief. Very well, Yanran. Since you have resolved to stay with me, I shall strive to earn enough to support your education. If self-study in Gujiakan proves ineffective, we shall venture to the county. Su Yanran, upon hearing Gu Zhixing's assurance, did not take his words too seriously. She merely felt content to be with him, enjoying the togetherness of family without overthinking. Embracing Gu Zhixing, she inquired, "Ah Xing, once everything is settled, can we return home?" "Indeed, do you miss home?" Gu Zhixing asked. "Yes, I do," she replied. "Then I shall book the train tickets, and we shall go home." All right. In the afternoon, Gu Zhixing, holding the introduction letter, checked out of the hotel room, preparing to return home with Su Yanran and Xiao Xingru. At this moment, Team Leader Yang from the Su City Police Station had also gathered information about Gu Zhixing's home address and had already contacted the police station in Gujiakan. The train journey was swift, and by the afternoon, Gu Zhixing, along with Su Yanran, arrived at the county of Gujiakan. Despite having experienced 2 lifetimes, he could not help but marvel at the delightful feeling of returning home. Chapter 48. The Banner and the Reward upon disembarking from the train. The trio made their way directly to the county of Gujiakan, walking a short distance until they reached the area where Grandpa Wang conducted his business with the ox cart. Fortunately, there were no passengers waiting at that moment, and Grandpa Wang leisurely sat beside the cart, enjoying his pipe. Seeing a familiar face, Xiao Xingru was filled with excitement and dashed over. "Grandpa Wang, hello." "Xingru is back." Grandpa Wang, noticing Xiao Xingru running towards him, quickly extinguished his pipe, fearing that the smoke might trouble the dear child. "Oh my, Xiao Xingru has returned from her travels even more beautiful than before." Grandpa Wang chuckled, playfully teasing the adorable Xiao Xingru. Su Yanran approached, offering a polite smile to Grandpa Wang. "Please, Grandpa Wang, refrain from flattering her too much. Once you do, she becomes as giddy as a butterfly." Grandpa Wang glanced at Su Yanran. Freshly arrived from the train, she appeared somewhat fatigued and lacking in vitality. Concerned, he asked, "Yanran, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell?" Su Yanran's complexion appeared a touch pale as she softly replied, "It's nothing, Grandpa Wang. I merely feel a bit dizzy after disembarking. Will the ox cart be waiting for long? May I board first?" Of course. You may board the cart. We shall depart immediately, without waiting for others." Grandpa Wang hastily prepared the ox cart, anxious that Su Yanran might feel unwell if she waited too long. After securing the ox cart, he instructed Gu Zhixing to assist Su Yanran aboard, then turned to Gu Zhixing with a touch of reproach. "You, enjoying yourself, while making Yanran uncomfortable. She is with child. You must be more considerate." Grandpa Wang regarded them as his own descendants, thus offering a few more words of advice. Gu Zhixing found it rather difficult to explain their absence, as such matters are not easily articulated. He absent-mindedly touched his nose and jested, "Old man, who do you think raised you? Why are you siding with Yanran and not me? Weren't you the one who cherished me the most?" Grandpa Wang shot him an exasperated glance, pondering how this young man, now in his 20s with nearly 3 children, could still squabble with his wife. Thus, the family of 3 leisurely made their way to the village in a bullock cart. Upon their arrival at the village entrance, they spotted Ayang cheerfully collecting fish and shrimp, engaging in friendly conversation with the villagers, demonstrating his adeptness. Gu Zhixing observed Ayang efficiently weighing and paying for the catch, showing no signs of procrastination. It was evident that during his absence, Ayang had not been idle, prompting a satisfied nod from Gu Zhixing. Su Yanran, watching Ayang conduct his business, expressed her sentiments to Gu Zhixing. "Thanks to you, Ayang has taken up this venture, enabling him to be self-reliant." Gu Zhixing, not wishing to take undue credit, shook his head and replied with a smile, "It is not entirely my doing. Ayang is inherently clever. Even without guidance, he would eventually find a way to earn a living. I merely nudged him in the right direction." Su Yanran was taken aback by his humility and chuckled. Ah Xing, your modesty is quite uncharacteristic of you. You were never like this before. Gu Zhixing, feeling somewhat helpless, was at a loss for words to explain his past follies. The two exchanged knowing smiles just as a Yang happened to glance up and see them. Brother Gu, you're back. How wonderful. Upon recognizing Gu Zhixing, a Yang promptly set down his weights and rushed towards him. However, Gu Zhixing halted him a few meters away, calling out, "Don't come over." Ahyang complete. Standing still, but wearing a look of protest, as if Gu Zhixing were an unfaithful lover drifting away from him. Seeing Ah Yang's expression, Gu Zhixing sighed in exasperation, wondering if he had been spending too much time with Zhang Jiaxiang, as he bore a striking resemblance to that playful character. He quickly clarified, "You've been handling fish, and the smell is strong. Yanran cannot tolerate the scent of fish. Go on with your work and come to my house in the evening to discuss matters." Su Yanran felt a warm glow at Gu Zhixing's consideration, touched that a Yang remembered her aversion to the smell of fish. Ah Yang, realizing it was due to his sister-in-law's discomfort, ceased to feel aggrieved. He took a step back and advised, "Brother Gu, your house is still undergoing renovations. We've moved all your belongings to Jiaxiang's home. You can head there directly." Gu Zhixing nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand. I will take your sister-in-law home to rest." With that, he assisted Su Yanran as they navigated around a Yang and made their way into the village. Upon reaching Zhang Jiaxiang's house, Gu Zhixing retrieved the key stored beneath the doormat and unlocked the gate. He then settled Su Yanran and Xiao Xing in the guest room for a respite. Just as they were relaxing in the courtyard, the village chief, having heard of Gu Zhixing's return, hurriedly approached the door, knocking anxiously in a series of rapid taps. Gu Zhixing hastily struggled to his feet and opened the courtyard door. Upon seeing the village chief, he smiled and inquired, "Is there something you need, Chief?" The chief, observing Gu Zhixing's fatigue from the train journey, hesitated to disclose his purpose and instead advised, "You should rest. I shall return tomorrow to discuss matters." "What is it?" "Chief, please come in." Gu Zhixing, apprehensive that something significant had transpired in his absence from the village, promptly welcomed the chief inside. Seeing Gu Zhixing still possessing the energy to converse, the chief entered the courtyard with a hearty smile and earnestly praised, "Zhixing, you're truly remarkable." Like Lei Feng taking a train. Confused by the chief's playful remarks, Gu Zhixing asked, "What do you mean, chief? What is going on?" The chief leisurely found a seat and, with a look of pride, inquired, "Did you apprehend a human trafficker at the train station?" "Yes, chief. How did you know?" Gu Zhixing replied, perplexed, as the incident he had dealt with in Sioux City seemed far removed from Gujia village, leaving him to wonder if the trafficker had sought revenge. Before he could ponder further, the chief interrupted his thoughts. "The police station sent someone specifically to inform me. It appears the leaders from Sioux City notified the local police to present you with a banner and a reward. Now that you have returned, I will ask Old Wang to convey the message to the police when he visits the county." Gu Zhixing was taken aback. He had not disclosed his origins to team leader Yang, so how had they traced him back to Gujia village? While he found it perplexing, he was not one to dwell on such matters and decided to wait for the police's inquiries later that evening. Seeing that Gu Zhixing had no further questions, the chief cheerfully remarked, "No one from our village has ever received a banner. You are the first." Believing the chief was merely engaging in idle conversation, Gu Zhixing nodded without pursuing the topic further. Noticing Gu Zhixing's expression of misunderstanding, the chief directly stated, "No one from our village has been recognized before. Perhaps we could hang this banner in the village committee office. What do you think?" He cautiously asked, fearing Gu Zhixing might object. For receiving a banner at this time was a matter of pride that could be cherished for years. At this moment, Gu Zhixing realized the chief's intention and quickly responded, "That is perfectly fine, Chief. Take it as you wish. As for the reward, we can distribute it among the impoverished households in the village, allowing me to contribute to the community." In his previous life, Gu Zhixing had often engaged in philanthropy and had received numerous accolades, rendering him indifferent to such honors. The chief, delighted by Gu Zhixing's understanding, chuckled heartily but still insisted, "The reward is yours to keep. They are currently earning a living by fishing, and their lives are gradually improving. They should not revert to relying on aid. Labor is what brings honor. Chapter 49. The sole desire to earn money and raise children in the evening. After Gu Zhixing had finished preparing dinner, Zhang Jiaxiang and Yang were still occupied with their tasks and had yet to return. The village chief arrived, accompanied by officers from the local police station. With a cheerful demeanor, he beckoned the officers to Gu Zhixing's residence. "Zhixing, come out quickly. The police are here to present you with a banner," the village chief called out eagerly. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhixing promptly set down the dish he was holding and walked to the entrance to greet them. In a quiet village, evenings offered little in the way of entertainment, and this was the perfect time for the villagers to enjoy the cool night air. As word spread that the village chief was visiting Gu Zhixing with the police, curious villagers gathered to see what was unfolding, hoping for some good news. The officers, noticing the crowd, appeared particularly proud and self-satisfied, even going so far as to carry the banner with great ceremony. Before presenting the banner, the officer in white recounted how Gu Zhixing had apprehended a human trafficker, highlighting his cleverness in alerting the police, and praised his spirit of protecting the community, urging everyone to emulate him. His display was exceedingly ostentatious. However, Gu Zhixing remained composed as he accepted the banner, saying nothing and simply handing it over to the village chief. The village chief, beaming with joy at receiving the banner, almost seemed to accept it on his own behalf, cradling it happily while the crowd chimed in with compliments. The officers, noticing Gu Zhixing's cool demeanor, felt a twinge of discomfort, especially as the village chief appeared more elated than Gu Zhixing himself. In an attempt to re-establish the mood, the officer produced a monetary reward from the police station, shaking it slightly as if to say, "Let us see if this excites you." With a broad smile, the officer addressed Gu Zhixing, "Comrade Gu, this is a reward from Sioux City for your efforts. The individual you apprehended has been immensely helpful. Through this elderly woman, they managed to recover numerous abducted children and women. You have truly accumulated virtue." While Gu Zhixing initially remained unresponsive to the praise, upon hearing that people wished to express their gratitude, he quickly interjected, "Officer, please do not let them come here. I'm not so vain as to require their lengthy journey just to thank me." The officer's impression of Gu Zhixing improved slightly upon hearing this. He had previously delivered banners and expressions of gratitude to others, yet Gu Zhixing was the first to decline such recognition. Many before had nearly trampled the threshold in their eagerness to show their appreciation. The officer, contemplating this, nonchalantly assured him, "Rest assured, I will convey your wishes. We will not disclose your information without your consent." Gu Zhixing felt relieved by the officer's assurance. After all, Su Yanran was expecting and a crowd would not be conducive to her well-being. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, the officer shifted back to the matter at hand. "Comrade Gu, would you be interested in joining our police station? Team Leader Yang has noted your exceptional logical reasoning and physical aptitude, deeming you a promising candidate for casework." In truth, the officer in white harbored doubts within his heart. Who could possibly detect human traffickers without proper training? It was likely that he had garnered some favor through Team Leader Yang from Sioux City to gain entry into the police station. But what did that have to do with him? He merely came to discuss the matter. After listening to the officer's words, Gu Zhixing promptly declined without a second thought. "No, thank you. My wife is currently pregnant, and I must stay home to care for her. Moreover, my apprehension of the trafficker was merely coincidental. Please do not overthink it, as I have no such intentions." Although Gu Zhixing's response to the officer was somewhat dismissive, he truly had no desire to pursue a career in public service. While it was true that public servants commanded respect and admiration in this era, he had no inclination in that direction. Having been granted a second chance at life, his only aspirations were to earn a living and provide for his family, leaving little energy for anything else. The officer in white pondered, in this day and age, who does not aspire to become a police officer? Just as I was beginning to have a favorable impression of him, he turned aloof, having evidently connected with Team Leader Yang. How could he possibly refuse? What hypocrisy! If I do not handle this matter properly today, I shall face criticism upon my return. With no other recourse, the officer feigned enthusiasm and continued, "Comrade Gu, you might want to reconsider. There is no rush in your response. This opportunity is quite rare, having been specifically requested by Team Leader Yang from Sioux City. Initially, he intended for you to join him in Sioux City, but out of consideration for you, he decided to keep you at the local station. Upon concluding his statement, the officer cast a disapproving glance at Gu Zhixing, convinced that Gu was deliberately making his task difficult. The village chief, who had been cheerfully holding a banner while observing the conversation between Gu Zhixing and the officer, suddenly became displeased upon witnessing the officer's attitude towards Gu. Although Gu's outright refusal could be perceived as somewhat rude, it was not the place of an outsider to dictate his demeanor. If anything, it was the officer who should be respectful. The village chief, protective of his own, felt increasingly irate and retorted. Our Zhixing has already made it clear that he will not go. What more do you expect him to consider? Find someone else. He is currently burdened with a pregnant wife and children. How could he possibly leave? The young officer, having recently donned his uniform and still possessing a delicate sensibility, felt his face flush with embarrassment at the village chief's rebuke. Angrily, he turned and strode away. Observing this, the village chief averted his gaze, no longer displaying the cordiality he had shown earlier, and did not even offer to see the officer off. The onlookers in the village, having heard the village chief's sharp retort, exchanged glances, none daring to utter a word. This was the first time they had seen the village chief act in such a manner. He had always been amiable before. After a moment, the village chief realized his actions and nervously turned to Gu Zhixing, saying, "Zhixing, uncle, do you think my words might have caused you trouble?" Gu Zhixing, sensing the village chief's anxiety, quickly smiled reassuringly. "It's nothing to worry about, village chief. You were right. Had you not said it, he would have likely dragged the conversation on and on, making it all the more troublesome." Upon hearing this, the village chief found some merit in Gu's reasoning, and his unease dissipated. Delighted, he clutched the banner, preparing to hang it in the village committee office. Seeing that the village chief had departed, the other villagers realized there was no longer any spectacle to behold and followed him to the committee office to hang the banner. As Gu Zhixing prepared to close the courtyard gate, he had just approached it when Zhang Jiaxiang suddenly leaped out like a clay figurine, joyfully exclaiming, "Brother, you're back." Chapter 50. The devaluation of gold. Gu Zhixing was taken aback by the lively Zhang Jiaxiang, yet he refrained from commenting. After spending considerable time in Zhang Jiaxiang's company, he had grown accustomed to his exuberant nature. Compared to his previous life, marked by gloom and unfulfilled ambitions, he preferred Zhang Jiaxiang to remain perpetually spirited. Gu Zhixing chose not to respond to Zhang Jiaxiang's inquiries, for the fact that this vibrant individual stood before him was assurance enough of his return. Observing Zhang Jiaxiang's robust demeanor, he casually remarked, "Please wash up first. The meal is ready, and we shall dine together shortly." Su Yanran, likely exhausted from her pregnancy and the rigors of train travel, had just awakened. The young Xinghua, possessing remarkable recuperative abilities, also stirred at the sound of her movements. As Su Yanran stepped out of her room and spotted Zhang Jiaxiang, she promptly greeted him, "Jiaxiang, you're back. Are you tired?" She regarded Zhang Jiaxiang as a younger brother, engaging in casual conversation. In truth, she had a brother of her own, but due to her intellectual parents being compelled to relocate to the countryside for re-education, her younger sibling, who had little interest in academics, had distanced himself from the family early on, thereby escaping a similar fate. It had been quite some time since they last met. While washing his hands, Zhang Jiaxiang cheerfully replied, "Sister-in-law, I'm not tired at all. How could earning money be exhausting? How is Sioux City?" Zhang Jiaxiang had yet to visit Sioux City and was filled with curiosity. Upon hearing his question, Su Yanran smiled and began to share the wonders of Sioux City, describing its splendid environment and luxurious hotels. Zhang Jiaxiang was captivated by her descriptions, secretly vowing to explore Sioux City himself once he had earned enough money. Listening to their conversation, Gu Zhixing remained silent, as he preferred not to interject. With Yanran sharing the dialogue with Zhang Jiaxiang, it felt appropriate. Busy in the kitchen, Gu Zhixing noticed the rice was ready and quickly plated the dishes. "Jiaxiang, you must eat well today. I've specially prepared stir-fried pork and chicken soup for you. I won't trouble you for the next few days," he said while serving Zhang Jiaxiang the soup. Gu Zhixing felt a twinge of guilt. It was he who had created this large undertaking, Yet it was Zhang Jiaxiang who tirelessly assisted. As Zhang Jiaxiang savored the soup Gu Zhixing served, he remarked, "Brother, what are you saying? This is all part of our bond. We are brothers, after all. We need not keep count. Moreover, I have already received my share of the earnings, so your words make me uneasy." Zhang Jiaxiang spoke from the heart, genuinely considering Gu Zhixing as a true brother. Without Gu Zhixing, he mused, he would still be scraping by in some obscure corner, unable to spend his wealth freely even if he had struck gold. Thus, he felt profound gratitude toward Gu Zhixing. Upon hearing Zhang Jiaxiang's sincere words, Gu Zhixing felt reassured, relieved that their relationship remained intact. The family finished their meal amidst lively conversation. After dining, Zhang Jiaxiang and Gu Zhixing settled in the courtyard to enjoy the pleasant evening, engaging in discussions. The weather was still mild, making it an ideal time to sit outside. Once Zhang Jiaxiang saw Gu Zhixing comfortably seated, he retrieved the gold he had recently acquired, his expression turning serious as he declared, "Brother, the price of gold has dropped." Gu Zhixing accepted the golden nugget that Zhang Jiaxiang handed him, pondering for a moment before inquiring, "Haven't you sold any recently?" Zhang Jiaxiang shook his head. "I dared not sell. The prices have been plummeting lately. We should discuss it when you return." Furrowing his brow, Gu Zhixing asked, "By how much has it dropped?" Previously, it was refined at 20 yuan, but today it stands at merely 15. Zhang Jiaxiang also found this price shockingly low, barely sufficient to cover their daily expenses. Nodding, Gu Zhixing recalled a similar occurrence in his past life when gold prices fell sharply around this time, only to rise again shortly thereafter. Although he could not ascertain if it would happen this year, holding on to gold would never lead to a loss. As for the other costs, he could merely draw from the profits he had made previously to supplement them. With these thoughts clarified, the crease in Gu Zhixing's brow relaxed, and he spoke to Zhang Jiaxiang, "It's all right. Let us keep the gold for now and revisit the matter later." However, Zhang Jiaxiang responded anxiously, "But we need funds for our current operations. After all, if things went awry, they could end up working a whole year for nothing. No witties. Gold prices will inevitably rise again. When that time comes, I will ensure you make a significant profit, covering the labor and cost for the wool felt." Gu Zhixing reassured him. Seeing that Gu Zhixing had made up his mind, Zhang Jiaxiang ceased to press further. Deep down, he believed that if Gu Zhixing said the gold would rise, it certainly would, alleviating his anxiety. Contemplating the situation, Zhang Jiaxiang thought, although they wouldn't be earning during this period, he couldn't solely depend on his brother as financial support. He still had some savings he could contribute. After these reflections, Zhang Jiaxiang continued, "Then I'll speak with Manager Chun at the bank, asking him to notify us when the gold price rises. Would that be acceptable?" "Yes," Gu Zhixing replied. During this period, he could not attend to the gold exchanges himself, relying on Zhang Jiaxiang to liaise with Manager Chun. The two had become as familiar as brothers, and whenever there was any news, Manager Chen would send word through Old Wang. Once they concluded their discussion, Yang, who had finished his meal, approached them. "Brother Gu," he called from the doorway, appearing somewhat shy after not seeing Gu Zhixing for several days. Gu Zhixing, noticing his hesitation, waved him over to sit. "How has the fish catch been lately?" Gu Zhixing inquired with concern. Yang, excited by the question, responded, "Not bad. The villagers have been quite enthusiastic. Even Airline Z has been waking up earlier than usual to catch fish. However, the fish are becoming increasingly scarce in our area, and the villagers have to travel quite far to catch them." Gu Zhixing nodded thoughtfully and instructed, "Tomorrow, go purchase some fish fry to release into the rice paddies and rivers. Soon, we shall be able to harvest another batch of fish." Yang looked somewhat doubtful. "Brother, are we giving them away for free? Not charging them?" "Yes. This way they will be more eager to catch fish, and they will certainly feel they are getting a bargain, though in truth, it is because you are utilizing their land," Gu Zhixing explained. After hearing Gu Zhixing's words, Yang pondered and couldn't help but admire. Brother Gu's strategy is truly ingenious. The fry are inexpensive. Merely a little over 10 yuan would suffice to stock the entire village's fields, and it requires no management on our part, making it much easier. Some fish grow quickly, and within a few months, we could yield a substantial return, essentially incurring minimal labor and costs. Yang had come to a realization. increasingly convinced that following Gu Zhixing would lead to a promising future. Brother Gu, I will take care of this matter as soon as I return from the county town tomorrow, Yang exclaimed with excitement, suddenly recalling that he had yet to give Gu Zhixing the money he had earned over the past few days. He hastily pulled out a wad of small bills and handed them to him. Gu Zhixing accepted the money with a smile, indifferent to its significance, yet not wishing to dampen Yang's enthusiasm. Seeing Gu Zhixing accept the money, Yang eagerly shared, "Brother, I saved enough money the day before yesterday to take my mother to the hospital." Guess what happened? Zhang Jiaxiang, intrigued by Yang's prompt for a guess, quickly moved his stool closer. "Come on, what happened to your mother? If you're short on funds, stop playing games and just tell us," Zhang Jiaxiang urged, concerned that any delay might hinder Yang's mother's treatment. After all, she was the mother of his brother, and he genuinely cared. Gu Zhixing also gestured for Yang to speak directly, questioning the need for guessing games. Feeling warmth from his brother's concern for his mother, Yang felt a sense of comfort he had never experienced before. He then spoke up loudly. "The doctor said my mother is not ill. How is that possible?" "Yang, were you deceived?" Zhang Jiaxiang exclaimed, his jaw dropping in astonishment. He had witnessed Yang's mother, bedridden and coughing persistently. Aside from a visit with Gu Zhixing, he had gone several times to bring Yang supplies, and she had always appeared the same. Yang grinned at Zhang Jiaxiang, ready to clarify the situation. "I thought the same at first. That day, I borrowed Uncle Wang's ox cart and took my mother to the county hospital, bringing all the money I had, fearing it wouldn't be enough. Upon arrival, they mentioned an expert was visiting the hospital to provide guidance. Naturally, I was hopeful, as this person was an expert. He examined my mother and declared that she was not ill at all, attributing it to a psychological effect." Upon hearing Yang's words, Gu Zhixing nodded in understanding. Having experienced modern medical concepts himself and comprehending the notion of psychological effects. However, Zhang Jiaxiang appeared unconvinced and somewhat worried. "He claims it is a psychological effect, and you won't seek a second opinion? What if it's a misdiagnosis?" Yang slapped his thigh, feeling a sense of camaraderie. "Of course not. I thought the same way. I was ready to confront him. My mother has been unwell for so many years. How could she suddenly be fine?" Despite his confidence, I felt compelled to challenge him. So, I insisted on comprehensive examinations for my mother. In the end, several traditional Chinese doctors confirmed that she truly had no illness. Gu Zhixing inquired, "Who initially diagnosed your mother's condition?" "I'm not entirely sure. It seemed to be a traveling doctor. At the time, my mother was unwell and constantly coughing. That doctor claimed her cough would follow her for life, leading to her continued decline until she was bedridden. If I catch him, just wait and see how I deal with him. He has wasted so much precious time for my mother." Yang's anger intensified as he spoke, and he rose to his feet in fury. "This wandering doctor has gone too far. Does he really think he can deceive us without understanding anything?" Zhang Jiajun, equally incensed, slammed his thigh in frustration. He, too, despised deceitful doctors and would have his revenge if he ever caught one. However, only Gu Zhixing, shifting his thoughts, asked Yang, "How is your mother doing now? Is she in good spirits?" Upon hearing Gu Zhixing's inquiry, Yang's expression turned grave. "Brother, you have hit the nail on the head. Though she is technically no longer ill, after so many years of medication and being bedridden, she feels like a burden to me and laments daily about wanting to end her life. I have asked my cousin to keep an eye on her at home. How could I possibly resent her? She is my mother." Gu Zhixing pondered for a moment, then suggested, "In the coming days, take your mother fishing." "Why?" Zhang Jiajun asked, puzzled. "If she is lamenting about wanting to die, shouldn't she stay home quietly?" With a smile, Gu Zhixing explained, "Your mother believes she has been a burden to Yang for all these years, which is why she feels this way. If she can feel useful again, she may recover. This is not mere whimsy. I recall a business partner from my previous life whose wife fell into depression after giving birth and contemplated ending her life. The devoted husband took her to see every doctor, ultimately finding a psychologist who encouraged them to engage in business together, allowing her to find value in her life. Initially, he worried that his pampered wife wouldn't adapt, but in the end, she became a strong woman, capturing a significant share of the food market and surpassing him. Yang's eyes lit up with realization at Gu Zhixing's suggestion. How had he not thought of this? He promptly jumped up, exclaiming, I will go back and inform my mother right now. Yes, go ahead. But let me remind you of a few things. Tomorrow, make sure your mother takes on tasks without hesitation. Let her do what she needs to do, and I guarantee that in just a few days, she will no longer entertain thoughts of ending her life, Gu Zhixing advised with a smile. All right, I'm off, Yang declared, rising to head home. After Yang left, Zhang Jiejun continued to marvel at the situation, not only at the matter at hand, but also at Gu Zhixing's intellect. Brother Gu, how does your mind work? How do you come up with such ideas? Zhang Jiejun jested playfully. Gu Zhixing patted Zhang Jiejun's shoulder, adopting a serious tone as he replied, Well, you certainly won't be able to. Initially, Zhang Jiejun thought Gu Zhixing was imparting wisdom with the shoulder pad, but upon hearing his response, he froze. Brother Gu, I'm not talking to you anymore. Zhang Jiejun stood up in anger and turned to return to his sleep. Only after several brothers had departed did Su Yinjin finally emerge from the room. Just moments ago, Su Yinran had intermittently caught snippets of conversation, yet she remained somewhat perplexed. Xing, is your suggestion truly feasible? After all, Yang's mother has consistently exhibited poor health. What if she is unable to cope with further exertion? Gu Zhixing gently ruffled Su Yinran's hair and replied softly, Tomorrow, you shall see for yourself. Then, Xing, will you accompany me to take a look? Su Yinran gazed at Gu Zhixing with sparkling eyes, her tone imbued with a charming innocence. Gu Zhixing felt a stir of emotions within him, especially when Su Yinran spoke so sweetly. At that moment, if she had said, Xing, I desire your very life, he believed he would willingly offer it to her. After a brief silence, Gu Zhixing managed to suppress his rising passion and replied in a hushed voice, All right. Seeing Gu Zhixing's acquiescence, Su Yinran no longer dwelled on the matter, knowing that tomorrow would reveal the truth. She yawned and sauntered into the inner room, leaving Gu Zhixing standing alone in the courtyard, disheveled by the evening breeze. The night air was gentle, yet sleep eluded him. Chapter 52. Rising early to observe the commotion, Yang, buoyed by Gu Zhixing's idea, hurried home with a cheerful spirit. However, before he could push open the courtyard door, the disheartened lamentations of his mother reached his ears. Yao Yao, do not pull me along. I might as well perish. I have burdened Yang for so many years. And now the doctor claims I am not ill. Does that not imply I was merely pretending? His mother, resolute, attempted to throw herself against the wall. Aunt, you must not speak of such despair. If you truly sought to end your life, how heartbroken would a Yang be? Who says you were pretending? The doctor mentioned it is a psychological matter. It is the wandering physician's fault, not yours. Do not dwell on it, coaxed Gu Yao Yao, gently grasping a Yang's mother's hand. Gu Yao Yao was a Yang's cousin, summoned to care for his mother while he was busy selling fish. Given his mother's condition, he had no choice but to hire a caregiver. He had initially sought the assistance of the village chief's wife, but coincidentally, Gu Yao Yao's family had recently barred her from studying, leading to familial discord. Unable to bear the situation, a Yang called her over. Despite Gu Yao Yao's comforting words, a Yang's mother showed little reaction, continuing to cry and murmur suicidal thoughts. Standing at the doorway, a Yang listened for a while, and seeing that Gu Yao Yao had exhausted her efforts, he stepped in, his anger bubbling over as he pushed the door open and exclaimed, Mother, cease this commotion. If you possess such spirit, why not accompany me to collect fish tomorrow? His mother was taken aback, momentarily stunned. This was the first time a Yang had addressed her in such a manner, leaving her feeling deeply wronged as she gazed at him through tear-filled eyes. A Yang, witnessing his mother in such distress, felt his heart soften and continued in a gentle tone, You often say you are a burden to me. So, help me gather fish tomorrow. Consider it a favor, and it will no longer be a burden. Can I truly do that? If I go out, the villagers will look down upon me, a Yang's mother murmured softly. This hesitation stemmed from her reluctance to venture out since the doctor claimed she was not ill. In truth, she yearned to assist her son, yet she feared the villagers would think she was feigning illness to impose upon others. Yang pinched his brow and, squatting down, helplessly remarked, That is not possible. Your son has succeeded. They will be eager to curry favor with you. How could they possibly look down upon you? Speaking softly, Ayang patiently unraveled the situation and its reasoning, articulating it as if to a child, until he clarified it for his mother. Ayang's mother, having absorbed his words, nodded with a cheerful grin. All right, Ayang. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to help with the fish. Seeing that his mother had finally come around, Ayang couldn't help but smile and joked, Just remember, mother, to earn me a 3-room tiled house. His mother, oblivious to the jest, confidently patted her chest and vowed, All right, I'll put in the effort. At that moment, Ayang was unaware that his mother had taken it upon herself to ensure a house for him. Meanwhile, Gu Yaoyao, standing behind Ayang's mother and waiting for their conversation to conclude, timidly asked Ayang, does that mean I don't need to come tomorrow? Ayang shook his head, saying, You will stay here for now. We will discuss your marriage issue once your mother has annulled it. The mention of the marriage stirred anger in Ayang. The notion of a mother willing to sell her daughter for a mere dowry was truly rare in his experience. Although it didn't directly concern him, the mere thought unsettled him, igniting a desire to intervene. Ayang's mother nodded in agreement with his words. Upon hearing Ayang's defense, Gu Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with delight, her thoughts betraying her as she gazed at Ayang with bright eyes. Ayang, too, sensed her gaze, and his thoughts wandered, leaving him feeling somewhat elated. The following day, Su Yanran rose early. Meanwhile, Gu Zhixing, still somewhat groggy, instinctively tightened his embrace upon sensing her movements. Get up, it's almost time for Ayang to collect the fish. If you don't hurry, we'll miss it. Su Yanran was filled with curiosity and didn't wish to miss this event. Her delicate voice rang in Gu Zhixing's ears, and he felt no irritation. I didn't expect you, little pregnant lady, to be so nosy, he teased, still keeping his eyes closed. Su Yanran's cheeks flushed, and in a soft voice, she replied, I'm not. If you don't get up, I'll go by myself. Upon hearing her words, Gu Zhixing opened his eyes, a hint of amusement surfacing. He then affectionately patted Su Yanran's head. All right, let us rise and see this for ourselves. It will also be good for you to stretch your legs. After they got up, Xiao Xingru also woke up, insisting on joining her parents outside. At this point, Su Yanran hesitated, concerned about the cold morning air being unsuitable for a child's frail constitution, fearing she might catch a cold. However, Gu Zhixing could not resist the soft, coaxing charm of Xiao Xingru. He promptly wrapped her snugly in a small quilt and lifted her to carry her out. Su Yanran was left momentarily dumbfounded by his actions, unable to stifle a laugh. Yanran, what are you laughing at? Gu Zhixing asked, somewhat perplexed by her mirth. Upon hearing his question, Su Yanran quickly composed herself and, realizing her reaction, responded, Ahang, are you sure about this? Your daughter is nearly 5 years old, and you still wish to carry her? Gu Zhixing remarked dismissively. Even if Xingruo were to live 100 years, she remains my daughter. Su Yanran, feeling somewhat helpless, smiled slightly. All right then, let's be on our way. The Zhang family residence is not far from the village entrance. Gu Zhixing cradled little Xingruo in his arms, while Su Yanran followed closely behind. And soon they arrived at the village entrance. By this time, the village square was already bustling, enlivened by Ayang's fish catch. Every morning, Ayang rented the first ox cart from old Wang, who would deliver him to the seafood market and then use the cart for passenger transport. Just then, Ayang halted his cart at the intersection, with his mother seated atop it. Mother, please step down and help me with the weighing. I will handle the payment. Ayang called out. At that moment, he was still adhering to Gu Zhixing's advice, showing no concern for his mother, treating her with a calm demeanor. Initially, Ayang's mother felt somewhat reserved, but after conversing with a couple of villagers, she soon relaxed. Before long, with the villagers engaging in friendly banter, her movements became much swifter than when Ayang had weighed the fish earlier. Su Yanran observed the transformation in Ayang's mother with surprise, realizing that this approach was indeed effective. Zhixing, you truly possess remarkable insights, Su Yanran suddenly thought, gazing at Gu Zhixing with admiration. Gu Zhixing, feeling proud under her adoring gaze, thought to himself, being admired by one's wife is quite a delightful sensation. At that moment, Ayang's mother, nearly finished with her tasks, looked up to see Gu Zhixing and Su Yinran chatting at the intersection. She promptly tugged at Yang, who was busy calculating. Yang, hurry, Zhixing has arrived. You must call for help. Yang, startled by his mother's sudden pull, responded helplessly, Mother, who is your real son? Chapter 53. The enthusiastic mother of Yang. Yang's mother ignored his complaints and cheerfully turned to Su Yinran, expressing concern. Yinran, what brings you here? Be careful not to catch a chill this morning, particularly for the child you carry. Su Yinran, who was both beautiful and kind-hearted, had visited Yang's mother on several occasions, allowing them to converse comfortably. Initially, Su Yinran intended to leave after enjoying the lively scene, but upon noticing that Yang's mother had spotted them, she approached with graciousness, saying, Good morning, Auntie. I'm perfectly fine and do not feel cold. Auntie, little Xingrua chimed in politely. Su Yinran echoed the villager's sentiments, complimenting Yang's mother. Auntie, you are truly capable. This labor is both arduous and intricate, yet you manage it faster than Yang. Although Yang's mother had felt a bit insecure after hearing the villager's praises, Su Yinran's words instantly lifted her spirits, for in Yang's mother's eyes, Su Yinran was the epitome of sincerity, never one to speak falsehoods. Oh, not all. Being older, I cannot compare to the vigor of the youth, Yang's mother replied cheerfully. Thus, they exchanged compliments, each praising Yang's prospects, causing his ears to flush with embarrassment. Finally, Yang interjected, Mother, I am heading to the county town. You should return home. What are you busy with? I shall accompany you, his mother replied briskly. Yang, puzzled, wondered what his mother needed to do. Was there something she required? In a hurried tone, he exclaimed, Mother, what do you need? I can bring it back for you. It's quite bothersome for you to run back and forth. You rascal, I'm going to sell fish. Did you not say you would accompany me to sell them? Yang's mother, with a look of utter disbelief, felt that Yang had a truly poor memory, just like his father. After saying this, she climbed directly onto the ox cart. Yang turned to Gu Zhixing and inquired whether they could take his mother along. Gu Zhixing nodded in agreement, thinking it was for the best. He had assumed that even if he managed to persuade Yang's mother to come out to gather fish yesterday, she would not easily step out. To his surprise, Yang's mother displayed such remarkable adaptability. Seeing Gu Zhixing's nod, Yang cheerfully drove the ox cart towards the county. Yinran, do you not think Yang's mother possesses an extraordinary adaptability? Gu Zhixing asked, somewhat perplexed, fearing that he might have overstepped. After all, he had only heard of such things but never experienced them firsthand. Directing Yang in this manner was an experimental endeavor, akin to crossing a river by feeling for stones. You don't understand. Su Yinran chuckled mysteriously. Gu Zhixing recognized that Su Yinran was waiting for him to guess, and he leaned closer to her ear, whispering, Do tell, little ancestor. The moment Su Yinran heard this endearment, her face flushed crimson, her heart racing. When she finally regained her composure and looked up at the tall, handsome Gu Zhixing, she wished to scold him, but found herself once again entranced by his gentle gaze. Gu Zhixing was yet to realize the profound impact his playful teasing had on Su Yinran. Mother, do hurry and speak. Little Xingrua, cradled in Gu Zhixing's arms, did not comprehend what his father wanted his mother to say, but he felt it was right for her to speak. Oh, Su Yinran responded, regaining her bearings as she spoke softly. It is not that Yang's mother is particularly adaptable. Rather, she is strong for the sake of her child. She is merely putting on a brave front for Yang. I noticed her hands trembled while she was working. Su Yinran had only realized this after observing closely. Understanding that Gu Zhixing had grown up without parents, she recognized he might not grasp the concept of maternal strength. Yet it mattered not. As long as he felt a sense of home, she hoped he could remain carefree and at ease. Gu Zhixing, unable to comprehend, took Su Yinran's hand and said, Let us return. After we dine, we should visit my parents. We haven't seen them yet. Such ephemeral musings seemed trivial compared to the importance of a meal. Indeed, Su Yinran replied, her gentle smile revealing a hint of her dimples. As the three arrived home, just as Gu Zhixing set little Xingrua down, trouble ensued. What are you here for? Gu Zhixing said coldly. Su Yanran, taken aback by his sudden shift in demeanor, turned to see the cause of his displeasure and was equally unsettled. It was Chunhong. "Brother Gu," Chunhong spoke. Her head bowed, unable to finish her sentence due to embarrassment. Noticing this, Su Yin Ran refrained from saying more, suspecting that Chunhong had endured some grievance and had nowhere else to turn. "Come in and sit down," Su Yin Ran suggested. Gu Zhixing was reluctant to engage with her, but feared she might push Su Yin Ran again. Given that Su Yin Ran was now with child, she could not withstand any such forceful actions. As Su Yin Ran stepped forward, Gu Zhixing followed closely. She glanced at the blister on Chunhong's lip and asked, "What happened? Were you bullied?" Chunhong shook her head. "No." "What's wrong?" Su Yin Ran asked anxiously. Ever since becoming pregnant, Su Yin Ran's temperament had noticeably intensified. Chunhong hesitated, unsure whether to speak, then closed her eyes and said, "My mother-in-law asked me to come over and sit for a while." Gu Zhixing, puzzled, inquired, "What does she want you to sit for?" Hearing Gu Zhixing's question, Chunhong fell silent, lowering her head in embarrassment. Su Yin Ran, understanding the situation, smiled and said, "Ah Xing, why don't you go cook? I'm hungry." Gu Zhixing, skeptical, replied, "Are you really hungry?" Su Yin Ran blinked her large eyes and nodded. "Be careful then," he said, turning to head into the kitchen. "Can we talk now?" Su Yin Ran gently asked. Chunhong nodded. "Ma Zi's mom asked me to find a pregnant woman to sit with, claiming it would be good for my pregnancy. After searching for a long time, you're the only one who's pregnant, so please don't send me away." Chunhong pleaded with Su Yin Ran, fearing she would be dismissed due to past grievances. She had come to realize her mistakes and wished to live well with Ma Zi, raising children together. Seeing Chunhong's concern, Su Yin Ran chuckled. "What's the big deal? I thought you were being bullied." After a moment's pause, she continued, "I've never held anything against you. You've grown up following Zhixing, so you're like a little sister to me. It's just that Qin Xiangmei led you astray." Chunhong felt fortunate that Su Yin Ran was not sending her away, and she was surprised that she even offered an explanation on her behalf. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she nervously tugged at her clothes. Su Yin Ran smoothed out her shirt, saying, "Don't be afraid. Just sit here for now. You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll check in the kitchen." The two spoke loudly enough that Gu Zhixing was aware of their conversation. When he saw Su Yin Ran enter the kitchen, he disapprovingly remarked, "Why don't you let her go? She is from the same village. One should show mercy where possible," Su Yin Ran gently explained. Gu Zhixing was taken aback, recalling how in a previous life, people had said he was too rigid in his ways, lacking the persuasion of a wife. At that time, he hadn't understood what they meant, but now he began to comprehend. Chapter 54. Reconciliation. Observing Su Yin Ran's determination to keep Chunhong around, Gu Zhixing furrowed his brow and glanced at her, trying to reason, "Wife, even if she stays here for a day, if she is not meant to conceive, she won tea." Su Yin Ran smiled. "You don't really think I believe that, do you?" Shaking her head, she added, "I don't believe it either. But this is what the villagers say. While we may not trust everything the older generation claims, as long as it doesn't harm anyone, we might as well disregard it." Upon hearing Su Yin Ran's words, Gu Zhixing chose not to argue further and nodded, respecting her decision. As he served rice, he directed Xiao Xingru to bring the dishes. Xiao Xingru did not hesitate, scampering back and forth several times, reminding her father to save some food for Uncle Zhang, who was too lazy and still asleep. Finally, she helped Su Yin Ran to her seat at the table. Watching Xiao Xingru's obedient and sensible demeanor, Chunhong felt a pang of envy. Previously, she had favored sons over daughters, but now she longed for a daughter like her, who was so understanding. Although children in rural areas often matured early, it was rare to find a child like Xiao Xingru who could assist Su Yin Ran without being asked. "Sister-in-law, Xingruo truly understands. You have taught the child exceptionally well," Chunhong thought to herself and couldn't help but speak. Su Yin Ran smiled slightly and replied, "Do not praise her too much. This child is quite clever, perhaps taking after someone. She knows her father dotes on her, and whatever she desires, she simply charms him, never bothering to tell me. I believe she has inherited this from Gugu. He was quite perceptive as a child, listening to Baltona." Chunhong felt at ease enough to engage in casual conversation. "What was Gugu like as a child?" Su Yin Ran asked curiously while handing Chunhong a pair of chopsticks. "Breakfast was rather lavish, prepared with care, due to Su Yanran's pregnancy, featuring steamed white buns, congee with eggs, and 2 small dishes of vegetables. Thankfully, Su Yanran's increased appetite during her pregnancy led Gu Zhixing to prepare a bit more than usual. Otherwise, Chen Hong would have felt awkward accepting the chopsticks. Seeing Su Yanran genuinely interested, Chen Hong began reminiscing about Gu Zhixing's childhood antics. I remember once, Guga set fire to the village chief's haystack. At that time, the hay was still fresh and had not been harvested for fuel. He was fully aware that Aunt Qin adored him, so he deliberately went to work in the field for her, toiling away without a word about the haystack burning. He even directed us to help, and by the end of the day, we had cleared all the grass from Aunt Qin's field. When she returned that evening and saw the burnt haystack, what could she say? The child had done so much work for her. She simply had to let it go. Don't you think my brother was quite astute in assessing the situation? Hearing about Gu Zhixing's childhood made Su Yanran chuckle, teasingly glancing at him. Ah, Xing, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Now I truly believe Xing Ruo takes after you. Gu Zhixing raised an eyebrow, pondering, what kind of person am I? However, he kept his thoughts to himself, planning to inquire further once they were alone. Let us eat. Soon your parents must head to school for their classes, or they will be late, Gu Zhixing stated firmly, not engaging in Su Yanran's teasing. The school had been established for some time, and the village children were attending to learn their letters. There were only about 20 of them, with a couple of older students studying for university entrance exams. After today, he intended to send Gu Zhixi as well, as digging for gold was merely a means of survival, while Gu Zhixi still had the opportunity to pursue academic endeavors. Thus, the group finished their breakfast amidst lively chatter, marking a reconciliation of sorts for Chen Hong with Gu Zhixing's family. After bidding farewell to Su Yanran, Chen Hong headed home, just in time to find Heir Matzi and his mother waiting for her at the door. Did they invite you for a meal? Matzi's mother asked. Yes, Chen Hong replied, her head lowered, feeling a bit intimidated by her mother-in-law. Although her mother-in-law treated her well, providing for her needs without scolding, she still felt apprehensive. Heir Matzi's mother, seeing Chen Hong's demeanor, kindly said, lift your head. Why be afraid? They harbor no ill will towards you. From now on, carry yourself with dignity. Chen Hong suddenly raised her head. Mother, you do not blame me either? Chen Hong pondered whether, given her reputation, she would be despised by her Matzi's mother for marrying him. Her Matzi's mother chuckled lightly, saying, what reason do I have to blame you? As long as you live well with her Matzi, that is all that matters. After speaking, she ceased any further conversation with Chen Hong and promptly picked up her tools, preparing to head into the fields. Her Matzi's mother was perceptive, noticing her son standing awkwardly to the side, hesitant to speak for fear that she might mistreat Chen Hong. She urged him to move along. Once his mother left, her Matzi hurried over, taking Chen Hong's hand and leading her home. Have you eaten your fill at Zhixing's place? I saved some food for you, he inquired with concern. I'm quite full, Chen Hong replied, feeling a warmth in her heart as she looked at her caring husband. Ever since marrying this man, she had realized how misguided her previous aspirations for a higher status had been. Marrying a man means being well-clothed and well-fed. As long as I follow him and work hard, our lives will surely improve. In recent days, Chen Hong had come to understand many things. Tentatively, she asked, you don't hold any resentment towards me, do you? Resent you? For what? Yarbo no I falings. Since you have chosen to marry me, it is our destiny, and I shall treat you well, Matzi replied, scratching his head, uncertain if his words were appropriate. He worried that if Chen Hong overthought his response, he might need to return to school or seek advice from Gu Zhixi on how to articulate himself better. Ahong, I have a name now, Gu Zhihong. Teacher Su hopes I will aspire to great heights. I plan to study diligently under her guidance, and once I pass the university entrance exams and earn a living, you won't have to envy others anymore. Matzi shared joyfully, as if recalling a cherished memory. In truth, he had always been studying until the passing of his biological father led him to rebel. Despite his mother's attempts to discipline him, he became unmanageable and eventually dropped out of school. However, with the arrival of educators in the village and his newfound responsibilities as a husband, he was eager to resume his studies. Thank you, Chen Hong murmured shyly, reaching out to embrace the man before her. The unexpected affection stirred something deep within Gu Jihong. Meanwhile, Su Yanran, accompanied by Gu Zhixing, was making her way to the residence of Su's parents. Su's mother, now a teacher herself, was dressed in her finest attire, clutching a book as she prepared to head to school. Just as she was about to close the door, she spotted Su Yanran's family approaching and waited at the entrance. "What brings you here?" Su's mother inquired, her smile warm and welcoming, clearly pleased with her son-in-law. Gu Zhixing quickly stepped forward to assist Su's mother, saying, "We just returned yesterday and wanted to check in on you and father-in-law. Is he at home?" Seeing Gu Zhixing skillfully support her mother, Su Yanran felt a wave of warmth, realizing he treated her parents as his own family, which deepened her satisfaction with him. He has already left for school. Some children arrived early, so any extra teaching is beneficial, especially with the exams approaching, Su's mother explained with a smile. Gu Zhixing, understanding the situation, refrained from further inquiries and shifted the conversation to their trip to Sioux City. Su's mother exclaimed in delight, "You went on an outing to Sioux City? How was it? Has it changed much?" Su's mother, filled with curiosity, couldn't help but reflect on how many years had passed since her last visit, wondering if the places had changed. Gu Zhixing and Su Yanran exchanged glances, with Su Yanran quickly responding with a smile. "Whether there have been significant changes, you will find out once you return, mother." Sighing, she added, "At my age, it is uncertain if I can make that journey. Please, tell me more." Su's mother spoke with a hint of melancholy, yet her demeanor remained tranquil. Currently, they did not need to toil in the fields at Gu's village, and they could teach. But her only regret was not being able to glimpse Sioux City once more, especially to see that particular person. "Mother, our trip to Sioux City is for your sake. Rest assured, one day you will return," Su Yanran reassured her. With a hint of suspicion, Su's mother quickly deduced the nature of their discussion. Aside from resolving their identity issues, what else could allow them to return? "Yanran, is what you said true?" Su Yanran nodded affirmatively. "Yes, Zhixing has devised a plan, and we are united in this effort. It is indeed true." Upon receiving Su Yanran's confirmation, Su's mother felt her eyes well up with tears. She had waited many years for this day, believing it would never come. To her astonishment, her son-in-law had made it possible. One could only imagine the costs and connections he had leveraged. "Zhixing, thank you. On behalf of Yanran's father, I extend my heartfelt gratitude." With that, she knelt to bow, the only way she could think to express her gratitude. Gu Zhixing, witnessing this, was taken aback. As a junior, he could not accept such a gesture from an elder. Even in gratitude, he hastily assisted Su's mother to her feet, saying, "Mother-in-law, this is merely my duty. Furthermore, we have already been permitted to submit our materials. It is a straightforward process, nothing overly complicated. Please do not overthink it." Gu Zhixing refrained from disclosing how long he had planned and prepared for this endeavor, or that he had spent considerable time searching for those two ancient coins with Zhang Jiaxiang. Although the process had been intricate, the outcome was rewarding. Concerned that Su's parents might overthink the intricacies, he chose to withhold details about the journey. Once Su's mother was seated again, Su Yanran gently reminded her, "Mother, we are now family with Zhixing. If you act this way, how will I and Zhixing continue to interact?" Su's mother found some sense in her daughter's words, glancing anxiously between her daughter and son-in-law. "It's all right, Yanran. Please don't be upset with your mother. She is just overwhelmed with excitement and will certainly behave differently in the future." Gu Zhixing consoled the two women. Hearing this, Su's mother calmed down and nodded in agreement. Then, as if recalling something, she hesitantly inquired, "If the transfer order comes through, will you and Zhixing return to Sioux City with us?" Su's mother could somewhat guess their thoughts, but still asked with anticipation. Su Yanran smiled reassuringly. "Mother, since I married Zhixing, I have become part of Gu's village. As the saying goes, when marrying a man, one must share the burdens of life. How could I allow Zhixing to accompany you? That would make him a son-in-law living at home." Gu Zhixing was still contemplating how to decline Su's mother's suggestion when he noticed Su Yanran's direct refusal. He cast a grateful glance at her. Indeed, he could not leave at this moment. There is still much work to accomplish here. Gu family village has yet to embark on the path of modest prosperity, and he cannot simply depart with a tranquil heart. "Mother-in-law, I will accompany Yanran to see you off when the time comes." During the holidays, we shall visit you in Sioux City. Can I leave Yanran here without worry? Gu Zhixing gently coaxed. Sue's mother hesitated to agree, her thoughts unvoiced, casting a glance at the two before letting out a sigh. Then I shall discuss this with your father-in-law tonight. Gu Zhixing said nothing further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Gu Zhixing remarked, "Mother-in-law, shouldn't you be heading to school now?" Sue's mother, finally realizing, exclaimed, Yes, I must go. Please make sure to close the door behind you." As she hurried away, "Suyanran dimart Guvier Zhixing. Don't you think mother had more say?" She nudged Gu Zhixing, who, despite having a similar feeling, asked with a note of skepticism, "Why do you think so?" "Mother is not unreasonable. She has always told me to cherish our life together. Now that I wish to stay here, she seems somewhat opposed." Su Yanran expressed her confusion. Gu Zhixing chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. "Let us return for now and not dwell on it. I shall come back tonight to inquire further." "Shall I?" "All right." Su Yanran nodded in agreement, and the two of them made their way back in silence. Upon arriving at school, however, Sue's mother was met with her husband's reproach. "Why are you so late? The children have arrived, yet you, their teacher, are tardy. You set a poor example for them." Sue's mother taught the younger children their first words, while her husband instructed the older ones preparing for the college entrance examination. Though they did not interfere with each other's classes, Sue's father had a penchant for lecturing. "All right, I acknowledge my mistake, but I must discuss something else," Sue's mother said anxiously. "What is it?" Sue's father replied, seemingly unconcerned. Sue's mother recounted the matter of Gu Zhixing and Yanran going to Sioux City to submit their materials, indicating that they might return to Sioux City in the coming days. Sue's father laughed heartily. "This Gu Zhixing, I truly did not misjudge him. He had always regarded Gu Zhixing as a decent man, smart and courageous, which was why he had consented to Yanran's marriage to him. Otherwise, he feared that tarnishing Yanran's reputation would be inevitable." Sue's mother, somewhat annoyed, retorted, "You still find this amusing?" Yanran declared today that they do not intend to leave and wish to stay in Gu family village. "Have you forgotten that matter?" Surprised, Sue's father slapped the table, exclaiming, "This is unacceptable." Sue's mother quickly covered his mouth. "Do you want to attract attention with such a loud outburst?" Sue's father, momentarily choked with emotion, lowered his head and spoke softly. "Yin cannot remain here. We can only feel at ease when she is within our sight. If she is discovered, she would not survive. We have painstakingly raised her. If something were to happen, her father would have died in vain." Upon hearing her husband's words, Sue's mother nodded in agreement. "But Yin is unwilling to leave with us. What should we do? We cannot simply disclose everything to her." After a moment of contemplation, Sue's father replied, "Let's not rush. You should first attend to the children's lessons. We will discuss how to persuade them to accompany us later tonight. If our reasoning is sound, they will eventually agree to leave with us." As the day wore on, Sue's father and Sue's mother busied themselves until 5 in the evening, when they finally closed the school gate after sending off the last few children. Hand in hand, they strolled home, exhausted. Teaching is truly exhausting. Those children are so eager to learn. They wouldn't leave even when asked, Sue's father remarked, gently massaging Sue's mother's neck for relief. "You seem quite fond of it, waking up earlier than anyone else to go to school," Sue's mother replied with a playful glare, acknowledging that deep down, Sue's father, despite his sharp tongue, harbored a sincere wish for the children's success. "Ha ha ha. Let's not expose each other," Sue's father chuckled in response. Once home, they did not prepare dinner, but instead closed the door, weighed down by their concerns. "Old Sue, what shall we do? If Yin refuses to leave and those people find her, will she even survive?" Sue's mother lamented, her heart heavy with dread. She had initially thought they would never return to Sioux City and had resigned herself to marrying Yin off to Gu Zhixing. However, now that they had a chance to leave, they were deeply troubled by the thought of leaving Yin behind. Sue's father, pulling out a pipe and lighting it, sat in silence, allowing the smoke to dissipate into the air. After all, it was unreasonable to take Yin away. No justification would hold water. Suddenly, they heard a steady rhythm of footsteps outside the courtyard, followed by a series of knocks on the door. "Father, mother, are you back?" Sue's father froze, recognizing Gu Zhixing's voice. His expression darkened, This young man was astute, capable of discerning multiple meanings from a single word. Su's mother instinctively tensed and anxiously glanced at Su's father. "I didn't say much today. Do you think he will suspect anything?" "It's hard to say. Let us just open the door," Su's father replied, extinguishing his pipe, straightening his clothes, and sitting up. When Su's mother opened the door, Zhixing entered, carrying a plate. "Have you eaten yet?" "Yin made braised fish and asked me to bring some for you to taste," he said with a smile directed at Su's father. Seeing that Zhixing had merely come to deliver a dish, Su's father and Su's mother both sighed in relief. Inwardly, Su's father mused, "Zhixing has often brought gifts before. Why am I suddenly feeling so paranoid? Perhaps I am just getting older," and he chuckled softly to himself. At that moment, feeling his own hunger, Su's father turned his attention to the braised fish that Yin had prepared, intrigued by the prospect of a delightful meal. "Get up and prepare to taste the dish with chopsticks." Did Yin not mention before that she couldn't bear the scent of fish? Why is she suddenly inclined to make braised fish today? Zhixing chuckled softly. She was in a much better state than before, feeling less discomfort. "However, I had prepared the fish myself, and its faint odor, barely detectable in the dark of night, was the reason I hadn't invited her over." Upon hearing Zhixing's words, Su's mother felt that his considerations were quite thorough and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it was wise not to come over after dark. Su's father and mother tasted the fish and found it delightful, enjoying it alongside steamed buns as their dinner. Just as Su's parents were relishing their meal, Zhixing inquired, "This morning, I spoke with Yin regarding that matter. It seems my mother-in-law is not very keen on Yin staying. Could you enlighten me on the reason?" As Zhixing looked at Su's mother, the bowl she was holding clattered to the ground. "What are you doing? How can you be so careless?" Su's father exclaimed, rising to clean up the mess while muttering. Although Su's father busied himself with the broken dishes, Zhixing sensed that he was evading something significant. He remained silent, assisting with the cleanup, his gaze fixed on the couple, conveying a resolute message. If they did not speak, he would not leave. Su's mother felt her thoughts swirling chaotically, while Su's father hesitated, gripping his chopsticks. The previously pleasant atmosphere had plummeted to an all-time low. Gathering her courage, Su's mother glanced at her husband and tugged at his sleeve, suggesting, "Perhaps we should just discuss it. We cannot hide it forever." Now, Zhixing is Yinran's husband. Su's father instinctively glanced at Su's mother, but remained indecisive. Observing the somber atmosphere, Zhixing spoke again, "Dear father-in-law and mother-in-law, rest assured, whatever the matter may be, I am willing to shoulder it for Yin. I am her husband and the father of her child, and I vow to protect them with my life." Upon hearing Zhixing's words, Su's father comprehended the gravity of the situation. At this juncture, if he did not speak, Zhixing would undoubtedly investigate further. It was better to clarify things rather than let him take unnecessary risks. Rising, Su's father opened the door and glanced around, ensuring no one was present before shutting it securely. As he lit his pipe, he murmured, "Yin is in fact not our biological child." Zhixing's eyes widened in shock. How can that be? From the past until now, he had never known that Su Yin was not the biological daughter of Su's parents. They bore an uncanny resemblance to each other. Lowering his voice, he asked, "Then whose child is Yin?" "The story is lengthy. Yin was actually entrusted to us by a soldier. I remember that morning when I went out to buy groceries. A bloodied soldier handed me the child. Before I could process what was happening, he fled, and by the time I sought him out, he had already collapsed in a pool of blood," Su's mother recounted. "Did you not investigate the identity of that man?" Zhixing inquired suspiciously. "We went to the police station to inquire, but they refused to divulge any information. However, they did ask if I'd seen the man carrying the child." The officer had a sinister look, and fearing that Yin might also be in danger, I refrained from disclosing anything. At that time, I was about to give birth, and since Yin was small, outsiders assumed I had given birth to twins. After reminiscing, Su's mother found Zhixing unable to calm his thoughts. As he recalled an article he had seen in a newspaper from the future, colleagues were frantically searching for a long-lost granddaughter. How coincidental that it all transpired in Sioux City. Did anyone ever seek out Yin afterwards? Chapter 57. Likely an orphan, Part 2, Su's father's side. Indeed, during that period, there were individuals searching for the child, but most of the news seemed grim. On one occasion, while returning home from work, I overheard a group of ruffians chatting at a street corner, discussing the search for a child who had mysteriously appeared, with a reward offered, regardless of the consequences. Upon hearing this, I dared not mention Yanran's situation. I promptly decided to treat her as if she were my own daughter. Thus, the deceased soldier could very well be Yanran's father, Gu Zhixing inquired skeptically. Su's mother nodded. There are some similarities. It is indeed possible. Does Yanran possess any birthmarks or identifiable traits? Gu Zhixing asked. Su's mother recalled. No birthmarks, but she does have a gold pendant that I have kept with me. Fearing it might reveal her identity, she then rummaged through a box within the room and produced the item. This is it, Su's mother said, handing the object to Gu Zhixing for inspection. He took it, observing the glistening gold pendant, one side inscribed with the characters for longevity and the other for 100 years. Gu Zhixing's hand trembled slightly. He could imagine the significance of a golden longevity pendant being gifted to a cherished daughter from a wealthy family during those times. We have always kept it, even in our most difficult moments, hoping that one day Yanran might use it to find her family. Su's mother spoke softly. Upon hearing her words, Gu Zhixing felt a weight in his heart. He had never known that Su Yanran came from such a background. If that cheerful and radiant little girl were aware that her survival was due to her father's sacrifice, how heart-wrenching it would be for her. As he contemplated this, he raised his gaze to the solemn faces of Su's parents and offered reassurance. You have raised Yanran exceptionally well. No, it is not us. Yanran has always been understanding and obedient, Su's mother humbly clarified. After she spoke, Gu Zhixing suddenly knelt down with a thud. What are you doing? Su's mother gasped, her tone urgent. Su's father remained silent, but stood up, his expression filled with concern and confusion. Zhixing, here, I thank my esteemed father-in-law and mother-in-law on behalf of Yanran. This matter must remain a secret from her. She is with child, and I fear for her well-being. If anything were to happen, I could not bear to live. Gu Zhixing spoke with a trembling voice. Unable to bear the sight, Su's mother hurriedly helped him to his feet. We cared for Yanran out of compassion for her unfortunate circumstances, not for thanks. You need not kneel before us. Su's father, in agreement with Su's mother, shared a look of understanding. Their decision to raise Yanran was made willingly from the heart. Gu Zhixing settled back onto the bench, still holding Su Mu's hand, and after a moment of contemplation spoke. Dear father and mother-in-law, under these circumstances, Yanran cannot return to Su City. Although Gujia village may not compare to a bustling metropolis, at the very least, her life here will be secure. You can rest assured to leave Yanran in my care. I shall look after her diligently. Su Fu stroked his smoking pipe, nodding in agreement. Indeed. Now that you are aware of Yanran's situation, with you by her side, we can feel at ease. After a brief pause, he continued, you must treat Yanran with kindness. Do not think that just because we're not her biological parents, you can take advantage of her. If I find out, I shall not hesitate to use every ounce of my strength to defend her, even against you, you scoundrel. Su Mu nodded in agreement. Yes, I feel the same. Gu Zhixing smiled at their words. Of course, I will cherish Yanran. I swear it. You will always be her parents and my most respected father and mother-in-law. He then glanced at the gold lock pendant in his hand and inquired, mother-in-law, may I keep this? I wish to safeguard it for Yanran, hoping to present it to her openly one day. Su Fu and Su Mu both nodded in approval. Yes, but you must hide it well, so others do not see it. Having understood the situation, Gu Zhixing felt reassured and prepared to return home. On his way back, he found himself reminiscing about the newspaper from his previous life. He could only recall that the person seeking others bore the surname Chun, with no other details remaining. Damn it, why didn't I take a closer look? Upon arriving at the courtyard, Gu Zhixing did not enter the house, but instead sat down at the entrance. It was still early, and a Yang had not yet arrived, while Zhang Jiaxiang seemed to have wandered off somewhere. Alone in the courtyard, Gu Zhixing felt a sense of solitude. Meanwhile, inside, after soothing little Xing Ruo to sleep, Su Yan noticed Gu Zhixing sitting by himself in the courtyard. She quietly moved a stool and took a seat behind him, observing him from a distance without interrupting or speaking. Gu Zhixing was plotting for the future. He knew he must hasten his pace and grow stronger until he could protect both Su Ran and their daughter. Initially, he intended to take things step by step, but it seemed time was no longer on his side. Suddenly, he sensed a gaze fixed upon him from behind. Turning around, he relaxed his tensed nerves and asked with a smile, "Why are you still awake?" Su Ran, having been noticed, quickly approached him with a smile. "I can't sleep without you here." Gu Zhixing embraced her. "Silly girl, how can you not sleep when I'm not around? Do you have something on your mind?" Su Ran asked, her gaze steady and inquisitive. Gu Zhixing chuckled softly. "Not really. I just didn't want to disturb you and Xing Ruo by going inside, so I sat here for a while." It was evident that this excuse was rather flimsy. Su Ran did not fully believe him, but, being perceptive, she refrained from probing further. "If you have anything to say, remember to tell me. I worry that you may have thoughts you wish to share, but no one to listen," she said, wrapping her arms around him. "Yes, all right," Gu Zhixing replied absent-mindedly. Deep in thought, he silently vowed, "Yin Ran, grant me just 2 more years. In no more than 2 years, I will ensure that you can openly search for your family in Sioux City." Thus, Gu Zhixing held Su Ran for a while, allowing his emotions to gradually settle. "Yin Ran, you should rest now. Soon, Yang and Jiaxiang will arrive, and I still have some matters to attend to." Gu Zhixing gently clasped Su Ran's small hand, preparing to escort her back to her room. Just as he had seen Su Ran off and settle down, Zhang Jiaxiang burst in with a raucous cheer, calling out, Brother, I'm back. Look what Yang and I have brought you." Even before the courtyard door swung open, Zhang Jiaxiang's voice could be heard from a distance. Gu Zhixing rubbed his temples, steeling himself to see what the commotion was about. Chapter 58. An unusual cow. Gu Zhixing opened the courtyard door. And what a lively scene it was. The village children were bouncing around, trailing behind Zhang Jiaxiang and Yang, each of them holding onto a milk cow. Upon spotting Gu Zhixing, Zhang Jiaxiang eagerly exclaimed, "Guga, look what I bought for you." "Why did you buy this?" Gu Zhixing asked in confusion. He had intended to purchase some milk for Su Ran and Xing Ruo, but he had never mentioned this to the 2 boys. Zhang Jiaxiang hopped in front of Gu Zhixing, thumping his chest proudly as he said, "I thought about how my sister-in-law is pregnant, so I wanted to get something nutritious." Originally, Yang suggested buying malted milk, but when I asked my friends, they all said that milk is more nutritious than that, so I bought 2 cows. Gu Zhixing felt a headache coming on. Did they not understand the yield of a milk cow? 2 cows? Your sister-in-law can't possibly drink all that. What are you thinking? And what about Xingru? Yang chimed in. That sweet little girl would look so adorable getting chubby from drinking milk. Besides, do you even know how much milk 1 cow produces at peak? It's around 40 kilograms a day. Gu Zhixing rubbed his forehead, feeling the tension building. Gu, you're amazing to know that. Yang gazed at Gu Zhixing with admiration. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhixing felt as though the pressure in his temples intensified. Zhang Jiaxiang stood there dumbfounded. Is it really that much? The seller didn't mention that to me. Gu Zhixing raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Did you even ask him? Zhang Jiaxiang, still processing the information, instinctively shook his head. No. Gu Zhixing struggled to suppress his irritation, mentally repeating, I chose this. After a moment, he managed to quell the urge to reprimand the 2 boys. After a brief contemplation, Gu Zhixing proposed, starting tomorrow, every family with children in school can come and collect a ladle of milk. During the dry period, each family will receive half a ladle. Great idea, Gu. Zhang Jiaxiang laughed, relieved that he hadn't voiced his earlier concern about wasting the milk. All right, enough flattery. Notify the village head to inform every household, Gu Zhixing instructed. Yang had already spotted the village head approaching. Just as Zhang Jiaxiang was about to turn and find the village head, Yang stopped him. No need. The village head is already here. From a distance, village head Gu Zhiyong noticed a group of children gathered together. He promptly abandoned his work and hurried over, fearing that if he was even a moment late, the children would find themselves in trouble. The village head was met with a chorus of children's voices. The village chief, upon noticing several mischievous young boys who did not flee at his sight, but instead greeted him, felt an immense satisfaction. Clearly, their education was proving effective, and the teacher's efforts were commendable. However, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, "What are you all doing gathered here? Causing trouble?" One bold-looking child, appearing to be the leader, replied, "Village chief, we came to see the cows." Cows. The village chief looked perplexed as he glanced towards Zhixing and Yang, astonished, and pointed, "Is this a cow? A flower cow?" Yang, amused by the village chief's incredulous expression, broke into a hearty laugh, which continued until the chief's face turned a shade darker with annoyance. Once he calmed down, Yang explained, "Village chief, this is a dairy cow, used for milk production. They say that drinking milk from it is nutritious and helps with studying." Initially, the village chief dismissed this explanation, thinking these boys were merely squandering their newfound wealth. However, upon hearing that drinking milk was beneficial for scholars, Gu Zhiyong's eyes brightened. He glanced at the children before hesitantly looking at Yang and asking, "Can I buy a little for the children to try? Just a bit, not too much." He understood that this purchase was likely intended for Su Yanran, so he felt it inappropriate to ask for too much. Upon hearing the village chief's request, Gu Zhixing smiled knowingly. He had always recognized Gu Zhiyong as a commendable village leader, one who considered the welfare of the villagers in all matters. "Uncle, you need not purchase any. Yanran cannot finish it all. Just inform the families with children to come and take a ladle each day. We are all neighbors here, and we need not discuss money." The village chief, initially inclined to refuse, paused to reconsider. Ultimately, he decided it was best not to object, realizing that Gu Zhixing was simply doing a good deed. "Then I shall go and notify them now," he said, turning to approach the households with children. Meanwhile, the children who had gathered to watch the spectacle, some of whom did not fully comprehend the conversation, felt a surge of excitement. What exactly was milk, and was it more delicious than malted milk? These thoughts raced through their minds. Gu Zhixing observed the children, noticing one particularly young boy who, tempted, had put his finger in his mouth. He, unfazed, promptly said, "Please wait a moment before you leave. I will prepare some milk for you." The children exchanged glances, and under the guidance of the older boys, they collectively expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Zhang Zhixiang and Yang, witnessing this, joined in cheerfully. Inside the house, Su Yanran and Xiao Xingru had already fallen asleep, and the children, understanding the situation, refrained from entering the house to avoid waking their aunt. Thus, Gu Zhixing and his companions could only set up a makeshift stove with stones outside and began to boil the milk. Before long, the milk was ready to be placed in the pot. As time passed, the rich aroma of the milk wafted through the air, making the children salivate in anticipation. "Just a little longer. It will be ready soon," Gu Zhixing gently reassured the eager children. "Brother, you are becoming more and more like a father," Yang remarked, observing Gu Zhixing's tenderness towards the children. Zhang Zhixiang disagreed, saying, "When have you ever seen Brother Gu not act like a father? He is so good to Xingru." Yang, however, seemed eager to share some gossip about Gu Zhixing's past with Zhang Zhixiang. However, Yang was lightly tapped on the head by Gu Zhixing, who shot him a glare, effectively curbing his inquisitiveness. The past was a painful recollection, and his youthful self, filled with adolescent folly, left him feeling rather embarrassed. The milk in the pot bubbled incessantly, and soon it was ready. Gu Zhixing took a small bowl and served each child a portion, placing them on the small table he had set out. "Take your time drinking. It's quite hot," he cautioned. The children expressed their gratitude and eagerly began to sip, reveling in the joy of being able to enjoy milk, a rare delight in these times when children often lack sufficient clothing and food. Observing the village children savoring the milk, Gu Zhixing felt a wave of nostalgia. The sensation of being reborn was truly delightful, not only altering his own fate, but also transforming the destinies of these children. He settled beside Zhang Zhixiang and Yang, saying, "Thank you, brothers." Zhang Zhixiang and Yang exchanged amused glances, feeling that this endeavor was worthwhile. Just then, a figure wearing a straw hat rushed over, panting, "Zhixing, you're home. When did you return? I've been trying to find you." The newcomer was Master Chun. "Master Chun, please sit. Try this milk." It was brought by Yang and Zhixiang. Gu Zhixing courteously invited him. "Oh no, you all enjoy it," Master Chun replied. "Nonsense, there is plenty. Soon every child in our village will be able to drink it. Zhixing interjected dismissively. Hearing this, Master Chun, no longer hesitant, accepted the bowl Zhixing offered, inhaling the rich aroma of the milk. "It smells delightful," he remarked, beaming as he cradled the bowl and savored it slowly. Noticing that Master Chun was merely drinking the milk without mentioning the reason for his visit, Zhixing inquired politely, "Master Chun, did you come to discuss something?" Master Chun seemed to remember something and exclaimed, "Oh, your house is nearing completion. When would you like to schedule the roof-raising ceremony?" he asked with a cheerful demeanor. "That quickly?" Zhixing expressed surprise, recalling that Zhang Zhixing's house took over a month to build, while his had only been under construction for a mere 10 days. Master Chen raised his eyebrows, perceiving Zhixing's astonishment as a compliment. "Your house is essentially just an additional layer atop the existing 3 rooms, and with my overtime efforts, it naturally progressed faster than usual. Thank you, Master Chen. I will visit the village head tomorrow to choose an auspicious date." Zhixing expressed his gratitude and found himself eagerly anticipating his and Su Yinran's new home. After a leisurely chat, everyone dispersed. The next day, Zhixing rose early, neglecting to prepare breakfast, and hurried to the new house not far away. Gazing upon the courtyard before him, he felt an overwhelming surge of emotions. This was the new home for their family of 3, soon to be 4 or 5, and life was bound to improve without regrets. The 2-story building faced south, with the morning sun just beginning to rise and illuminate the roof. A small kitchen was constructed on one side, while the outer courtyard was coated in pristine white plaster, bright and clean. Zhixing found himself captivated by these details, recognizing this as the most prudent decision he had made since his rebirth. After a brief respite, Zhixing rubbed his eyes and hurriedly made his way to the village chief's residence. "Village chief, are you at home?" Zhixing called out excitedly. Yes, I'm here." The village chief, upon hearing a voice, feared an urgent matter and rushed out holding a bowl. Upon seeing Zhixing, he sighed in relief, thinking to himself that this lad could resolve his own issues. The village chief shot Zhixing a disapproving glance. "What is all this shouting? Can't you just come in?" Undeterred by the village chief's gruff tone, Zhixing, filled with enthusiasm, stated his purpose. "Our house is nearly completed. Village chief, please help me choose an auspicious date." As he spoke, he pulled the village chief towards the main room to consult the old almanac. All right, I can walk on my own," the village chief protested, feeling the strain of being tugged along by the energetic youth. Once Zhixing released him, the village chief consulted the almanac, inquiring, "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet. Yinran is still at home, and she hasn't eaten either," Zhixing replied. The village chief scoffed upon hearing this. "Yinran hasn't eaten? Why aren't you cooking for her? Running around in the morning without taking care of her?" Being a caring elder, the village chief often looked out for the younger generation in the village. His frustration mounted upon learning that not only Zhixing, but also his pregnant wife had gone without a meal. Zhixing felt embarrassed, scratching his head. "I'll cook when I get back." Ignoring his comment, the village chief continued to peruse the almanac, saying, "Next Monday is a favorable day for raising the beams. And so is Wednesday. You can choose whichever you prefer." Zhixing considered the options and thought that sooner would be better. "Village chief, I'll go with next Monday," he said with a cheerful grin. "Very well. Will you hold the banquet on the same day?" the village chief asked, still concerned. "Yes. The Zhixing family is also hosting their banquet that day, as we previously agreed," Zhixing explained. In these times, banquets were not managed by chefs. Rather, a group of local women would collaborate to prepare the feast. The best cook in Guja village was none other than Sister Qin, the village chief's wife. Upon hearing about the banquet, the village chief promptly called for his wife. "Darling, come here for a moment," he shouted. Sister Qin, who was in the backyard chopping pig fodder, was curious but hesitant to interrupt the men. When she heard her husband calling, she set down her work and hurried into the main room. Seeing his wife arrive, Zhixing cheerfully remarked, "Ziyuan, our house is almost finished, and we're preparing for the banquet. Please discuss the necessary items with her." Sister Qin, delighted by the good news, congratulated them and began listing the items needed: firecrackers, sweets, pastries, and meat, among others. She didn't mention vegetables, as the village was abundant with greens. Gu Zhixing smiled as he noted down Sister Qin's requests. "Thank you, Auntie. I'll make sure to compensate you for your work," he said politely. Sister Qin's eyes lit up at the mention of payment, her smile broadening. In this day and age, organizing a banquet for someone rarely comes with any monetary compensation. However, one can bring home leftover dishes to provide a little extra for the family. "This is out of the question. We are merely assisting," the village head firmly stated. "It is essential. We cannot allow Annie to toil in vain, can we?" Gu Zhixing insisted resolutely, leaving no room for the village head's refusal. Seeing no other option, the village head reluctantly nodded in agreement, and Gu Zhixing then made his way home. Meanwhile, Aunt Qin, the village head's wife, was feeling increasingly anxious, reflecting on whether she had wronged Gu Zhixing's family over the years. "You truly lack ambition. Is it so troubling to simply discuss wages?" The village head scoffed at his wife's behavior. Aunt Qin retorted, "You have ambition? Your trembling hands betray you." Their playful banter alleviated the tense atmosphere. Upon returning home, Gu Zhixing noticed the hoe was missing from behind the door, indicating that Zhang Jiaxiang and his brothers had already gone to the back mountain. At that moment, Su Yanran had also dressed their daughter, Xiao Xingru, and was allowing her to play in the yard. Xiao Xingru, having woken early and not seen Gu Zhixing, was initially displeased, but her face lit up upon his return as she rushed towards him. "Daddy, where have you been?" "I went to the village head's house." "Your mother is in the kitchen preparing dinner," Gu Zhixing replied, setting Xiao Xingru down as he headed for the kitchen. There, he saw Su Yanran in a pale pink blouse, busily working in the steamy kitchen, and for a moment he found himself captivated by the sight. Upon hearing movement, Su Yanran initially thought it was Xiao Xingru entering. When she turned and saw Gu Zhixing, she smiled and said, "Ah Xing, you're back." "Yes. I have returned to share some good news. I didn't wake you last night since you fell asleep early, so I didn't tell you. Our house is set to have its roof raised next Monday," Gu Zhixing informed Su Yanran. "That is so soon." Su Yanran exclaimed, "Her surprise evident." She felt a surge of happiness. Although living at Zhang Jiaxiang's was also a new home, it was ultimately different from their own. Indeed, Gu Zhixing replied in a low voice, recounting once more the tasks that Master Chun had accomplished for them. "We should extend our gratitude to Master Chun. I imagine he must be exhausted from the rush," Su Yanran remarked gently. "Yes, I'll make sure to draw more designs for Uncle Chun as a token of thanks." Gu Zhixing casually ruffled Su Yanran's hair. He then continued, "Let me take over the cooking. You should relax and not overexert yourself. No need for you to cook." "It's already done," she replied. "All right, thank you, my dear wife," Gu Zhixing said, causing Su Yanran's cheeks to flush. "You always know how to charm." After speaking, Su Yanran turned to serve 3 bowls of porridge, which Gu Zhixing took to the small table in the yard, while she carried out some side dishes. "I need to go to the county to buy some things for the roof raising," Gu Zhixing informed Su Yanran. "All right, just be careful this afternoon," she replied, nodding. Gu Zhixing asked, "Is there anything you would like me to bring back?" "Nothing," she answered. Su Yanran shook her head and lowered her gaze to her meal. Thus, the family of 3 finished their dinner. Su Yanran and Xiao Xingru took on the responsibility of tidying up, while Gu Zhixing made his way alone towards the village entrance. When old Wang saw Gu Zhixing approaching, his eyes crinkled with a smile. "Zhixing, off to the county town, are you?" "Yes. I must head to the county to purchase some items for the family's upcoming beam-raising feast. Do remember to come, old man," Gu Zhixing replied politely. Old Wang had long been aware that Gu Zhixing's family was building a house, and now that it was complete, he felt genuinely happy for him. "All right, I'll definitely come. What day is it?" "Next Monday. We are hosting it together with the Jiaxiang family. It will be quite lively," Gu Zhixing responded. Good. Old Wang exclaimed thrice. His ox cart did not necessarily wait for a crowd before departing. Sometimes, even with just 1 or 2 people, he would set off, especially if he was in good spirits. Thus, the two chatted amiably while driving the cart, reaching the county town in just over an hour. Following Aunt Qin's instructions, Gu Zhixing had old Wang pull the cart to the supply and marketing cooperative as they had a considerable amount of goods to transport. The sweets and pastries were only available at the cooperative, nowhere else. Upon arrival, Gu Zhixing called out to the clerk, "Please fetch me 2 pounds of sugar and fruits." along with some red cloth. At present, sugar and fruits were rare commodities, and purchasing such a quantity clearly indicated preparations for a feast. Onlookers cast envious glances at the young man, buying so much for a celebration, recognizing him as someone ambitious and accomplished, having built a house and still spending generously. After acquiring the items, as Gu Zhixing exited the cooperative, he unexpectedly encountered Officer Chun, who had visited previously for an investigation. "Hello, Officer Chun. Are you here to shop as well?" Gu Zhixing greeted him warmly. Coincidentally, Officer Chun had business to attend to in Gujia village, and, upon seeing Gu Zhixing, hurried over. "You must be Gu Zhixing from Gujia village. What a fortunate encounter. Now I need not make an extra trip," Officer Chun smiled. Gu Zhixing recalled the case involving Chun Xiangmei's family and promptly inquired, "Officer Chun, how is the matter in our village progressing? I was just on my way to your village regarding that. The case has been resolved. You should have your village head send someone to transport the grain back." Officer Chun replied, "Can I go now? Old Wang's ox cart is right here," Gu Zhixing asked. Yes, that would be fine. The police station's warehouse is an urgent need. Just sign here," Officer Chun consented. Gu Zhixing, accompanied by Old Wang and the ox cart, followed Officer Chun to the police station. "Officer Chun, what was the verdict?" Gu Zhixing inquired. For years, Officer Chun scoffed. Such troublemakers deserve it. Gu Zhixing nodded silently. As for his family's situation, he had come to terms with the present outcome. After signing, he loaded the grain onto the cart and returned to the village. Old Wang looked at the cart brimming with grain, beaming with delight. Soon, they arrived at the village head's house. "Village head, come quickly to help with the grain," Old Wang called out excitedly. The village head, puzzled by the shout, responded, "What grain?" "Haven tea, we finished harvesting already?" The village chief was the grain that the police had previously removed. Old Wang did not understand what evidence meant. He only knew that it was the same grain that had been taken away and could be returned. Upon seeing the grain, the village chief's face lit up with joy, and he hurried over to carry it. He then placed the grain in the courtyard and called upon the heads of each household to come and distribute it. Before long, all the heads of the village had arrived, accompanied by some curious women with children or busy with their tasks. It was a scene of harmony. Taking advantage of the crowd and the assistance being offered to the village chief, Gu Zhixing decided to transport the items he had purchased back home. By this time, it was noon. Little Xingru was ready for a nap, while Su Yanran sat beside her, fanning her to sleep, eventually dozing off herself. Gu Zhixing pushed open the courtyard door, set his belongings down, and headed toward the kitchen, realizing that everyone must be starving after a busy morning. He looked at the pot warming with food and felt a sense of contentment. Standing by the pot, he quickly began to eat with chopsticks. After finishing his meal and tidying up the dishes, he returned to the room. Hearing Gu Zhixing's movements, Su Yanran opened her eyes. Stretching lazily, she said, "Ah, Xing, you're back." Sleep a little longer," he replied, draping a nearby blanket over her and little Xingru. Su Yanran shook her head. "I'm not tired anymore." "Did you buy everything?" "I didn't get the meat, fearing it would spoil. I planned to order it the day before and have a Yang bring it back." "All right, you can arrange that." After chatting about mundane matters and concluding their important discussions, Gu Zhixing embraced Su Yanran. He felt a twinge of regret. His wife was so fragrant and soft. Fate can be fickle, he mused inwardly. When will the little ones arrive? Time passed quickly, and soon the day for raising the beam had arrived. Gu Zhixing had already sent a Yang to purchase several pounds of meat from the butcher's stall and had also acquired some vegetables and fruits from the villagers. Everything was nearly prepared, awaiting the next day's ceremony. The following day, before dawn, Zhang Jiaxiang appeared at Gu Zhixing's door, fully dressed. "Brother Gu, wake up." Gu Zhixing was roused from his slumber, rubbed his forehead, and gently patted little Xingru to ensure she remained asleep. He donned his clothes and stepped outside, softly saying, "Keep your voice down. Xingru and your sister-in-law are still sleeping." Hearing this, Zhang Jiaxiang, who had been excited a moment ago, immediately covered his mouth. Seeing his reaction, Gu Zhixing offered no reprimand. "Let us go. We should open the courtyard gate at the new house and wait for everyone to arrive." This time, the banquet would be held in the new courtyard of Gu Zhixing's home, which was spacious and grand, constructed with cement. "What about your parents? Didn't you go to fetch them?" Gu Zhixing inquired as they walked. I asked Old Wang to bring them over. Zhang Jiaxiang replied dismissively. Old Wang knows your parents? Gu Zhixing asked suspiciously. Yes, yes. I specifically showed him their photo. Zhang Jiaxiang explained with a nod. Reassured by this, Gu Zhixing reached the entrance, took out the key to the new house, and unlocked the door. Gu Zhixing carried a stool and settled down in front of the well to begin washing vegetables. Before long, several village aunties arrived to lend a hand. This is the beauty of rural life. When anyone is in need, the community comes together. Gujia village is particularly renowned for its warmth and camaraderie. Gu Zhixing smiled graciously, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, aunties, for coming to help. Please, have a seat while I fetch you some water. As he spoke, he rose to pour water for everyone. Observing Gu Zhixing's industriousness, the aunties felt a bit awkward to linger, so they quickly stood up and got to work. Some washed the vegetables, while others began chopping them, all busily engaged in the tasks at hand. The water Gu Zhixing poured remained untouched by the aunties. The courtyard soon buzzed with activity as everyone who was meant to be there had arrived. With preparations nearly complete, Gu Zhixing handed a red envelope to both Master Chun and his apprentices, signaling the commencement of the beam-raising ceremony. Following the familiar ritual, Master Chun recited a few incantations, instructing his apprentices to hoist the massive beam upstairs. The beams were selected from trees on the back mountain, and the villagers believed that a well-chosen beam would ensure a prosperous lineage. This particular beam had been chosen by Gu Zhixing and Master Chen together. Before long, the ceremony concluded and the feast began. Aunt Qin had just started her tasks when the guests began to arrive. At that moment, Su Yanran and little Xingrua appeared, both clad in newly tailored garments, making them the most conspicuous figures among the crowd. Among the attendees were some who had previously looked down on Su Yanran, but now, seeing her well-off status, they were consumed by envy. If you ask me, the gold mining business is like snatching money from the king of hell. Zhixing, I think it would be best for you to quit for the sake of Su Yanran and the child, a woman remarked bluntly. Her voice, though soft, was laced with sharpness. Everyone paused, turning their attention to her. Sensing their gaze, the woman raised her eyebrows with a sense of pride. Believing her words had resonated with the crowd, a thick tension enveloped the courtyard as silence fell among the guests. Gu Zhixing, not wishing to mar the joyous occasion, particularly not at the expense of a woman, remained silent, casting a cold smile in her direction. He recalled that she was Chun Xiaomei's cousin, also married into Gujia village, and it seemed she was speaking up on Chun Xiaomei's behalf. He thought to himself that once this day passed, she would have her comeuppance. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Is this Gu Zhixing's home? Gu Zhixing rose and, upon recognizing the visitor, exclaimed in delight, Chen Gu, what brings you here? Chen Jiangwo did not respond directly, but leaned in close to whisper in Gu Zhixing's ear. The approval has come through. I've been sent to deliver the order. Gu Zhixing felt a swell of emotion. It seemed improbable that Chen Jiangwo would be the one to bring such news, as this was not a task that would typically fall to him. Thank you, Chen Gu. The onlookers were taken aback by the familiarity between the two men. How did Gu Zhixing know such an important figure? Dressed in polished shoes and a crisp white shirt, the very image of a city dweller? Meanwhile, the woman who had just spoken shrank back into the corner, realizing she was in the presence of someone much more significant than she had anticipated. Clearly, one can tell this person hails from the city. Could they possibly be a high-ranking official? Chen Jingwo overheard the earlier remarks and surveyed the crowd, stating, Zhixing Mining holds a national qualification certificate for gold extraction, aimed at fostering economic development. If anyone objects, they should address the government directly rather than gossiping behind closed doors. Upon hearing his words, the woman trembled slightly, no longer daring to speak. She had never even ventured beyond the county seat, let alone approach the government. Noticing the silence among the crowd, Chen Jiangwo smiled, pleased with the effect he had achieved. Gu Zhixing pulled Chen Jiangwo aside for a private conversation, casting a meaningful glance at Zhang Jiaqing and Ai Yang to ensure they managed the ongoing matters well. Zhang Jiaqing and Ai Yang, catching his eye, cheerfully urged everyone, come on everyone, let us get busy. If we don't, We want to be able to start the banquet before noon. With that, the atmosphere became lively once more. However, the mood was much more subdued on Gu Zhixing's side. Brother Chun, where have my in-laws been reassigned? He inquired anxiously. Even if they were to be vindicated, they would likely be transferred elsewhere to teach, rather than returning to their homeland. His parents were advanced in age and longed to return home. Chun Jiangwo patted Gu Zhixing's shoulder with a reassuring smile. You needn't worry about my work. They've been reassigned back to Sioux City, and their previous residence will be returned to them. Really? Gu Zhixing exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, I have the transfer order right here, Chun Jiangwo replied, producing a stamped document from his pocket. Gu Zhixing examined the order closely and then said, Thank you, Brother Chun. It must have cost quite a bit to facilitate this. How much? I'll reimburse you. Gu Zhixing thought to himself that relocating to Sioux City and reclaiming their home must have incurred significant expenses. With me, who discusses money? Are you trying to hurt my feelings? I want to hear of it, Chun Jiangwo retorted coldly. Then, as if recalling something important, he added, I sense your in-laws possess an unusual status. I have handled similar matters before. Many petty officials expect bribes, yet this time, not a single one was required. I did end up giving a couple of packs of cigarettes to a security officer, which is rather peculiar, don't you think? Perhaps it's just luck. Gu Zhixing replied, filled with doubt. Let's hope so. Otherwise, your future may not be so peaceful, Chun Jiangwo remarked gravely. Gu Zhixing chuckled inwardly, thinking his life was never truly peaceful to begin with. Brother Gu, the banquet is starting. Zhang Jiaqing called out from the entrance, unaware of Gu Zhixing's whereabouts. Gu Zhixing smiled, tucking the transfer order into his pocket. Brother Chun, let us go. I'd like you to meet a few of my brothers. That sounds splendid. Let us proceed, Chun Jiangwo replied as the two made their way to the courtyard of the new residence. Chapter 62. Something off with Zhang Jiaqing. Gu Zhixing led Chun Jiangwo back into the courtyard, introducing him to Yang and Zhang Jiaqing. Brother Chun, these are my two brothers. This is Yang, and this is Zhang Jiaqing, Gu Zhixing announced. Hello, Brother Chun, Yang said excitedly, shaking Chun Jiangwo's hand as he realized he was being introduced to someone of considerable stature. After a struggle to extricate himself from Yang's enthusiastic grip, Chun Jiangwo extended his hand to Zhang Jiaqing. However, Zhang Jiaqing remained oblivious, his mind wandering. It was only when Yang nudged him that he snapped back to reality. Oh, Chun Gu, greetings, Zhang Jiaqing responded. Chun Jiangwo was unperturbed, replying, Hello, Brother Zhang. Seeing that everyone was acquainted, Gu Zhixing quickly arranged for Chun Jiangwo to take a seat, asking the village chief to accompany him until the meal was served. He then pulled Yang aside and inquired with concern, Jiaqing, what was that about? You seemed distracted. You weren't like this earlier this morning. Yang, with a hint of mischief, replied, It's all because of a beautiful woman. What do you mean? Gu Zhixing asked, puzzled. Your uncle Gu San has arrived, and he brought his daughter along. That young lady's beauty and figure are simply captivating. Brother Jiaqing was so entranced, but she kept her head down, avoiding his gaze. That certainly explains his distraction, Yang chuckled, sharing the amusing scene he had just witnessed. My uncle has come? I didn't inform him, Gu Zhixing exclaimed, surprised. He had assumed it was a workday for his uncle and didn't want to interrupt him. He planned to visit after his uncle finished work today, bringing along some gifts. I had no idea. Perhaps he received the news from someone else, Yang remarked nonchalantly. I'll go check on him first. You handle things here, Gu Zhixing instructed before heading directly to the main hall. In rural settings, the most esteemed guests or respected elders are usually seated in the main hall. As Gu Zhixing stepped inside, he overheard his Uncle Gu and Chun Jiangwo engaged in a lively conversation. Spotting his uncle's presence, Gu Zhixing joyfully exclaimed, Uncle, you're here. His excitement resembled that of a child reuniting with family. However, the jovial mood of Uncle Gu shifted upon hearing Gu Zhixing's voice. His expression darkened as he cast a sidelong glance at him. Good. How did you ascertain that I am well? He retorted, feeling a sudden rush of anxiety. Gu Zhixing asked, Uncle, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Uncle Gu's irritation flared. What I mean is, you didn't inform me about important family matters. Gu Zhixing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How had he misinterpreted the conversation? Indeed, concern can muddle one's thoughts. Uncle, please allow me to explain. I refrained from bothering you during your busy workdays. I thought that if I delayed informing you, it might lead to overtime, which isn't good for your health. I was actually planning to visit you tonight, he clarified. Hearing Gu Zhixing's concern, Uncle Gu's anger began to dissipate, though he still bore a stern expression. Father, please forgive him. He means well. Why can't you recognize a good heart? A young girl clad in a bright yellow floral dress chimed in cheerfully. Seeing his daughter come to his aid, Uncle Gu's demeanor softened, and he smiled. Come, Zhixing, this is my daughter, Gu Mingxian. Mingxian, greet your brother. Uncle Gu warmly introduced. Gu Zhixing, acknowledging the introduction, promptly extended his hand. Mingxian, it's a pleasure to meet you. Gu Mingxian had been studying in the county town and, with an air of unpretentiousness, extended a warm handshake to Gu Zhixing, saying, Hello, Brother Gu. Please don't take it to heart. My father is like that. He's grown old and childish. In truth, he is genuinely pleased that you're doing well. Gu Zhixing nodded and smiled, replying, Your sister-in-law is outside. Let me take you to her. It's rather dull to be alone here. The main room was filled with several respected elders, making it difficult for Gu Mingxian to find her voice. All right, thank you, Brother Gu, she responded cheerfully. Just as Gu Zhixing introduced Su Yanran and Gu Mingxian, Zhang Jiaxiang noticed them and quickly approached. Gu Mingxian did not mind and willingly exchanged a few words with Zhang Jiaxiang. Seeing her willingness to engage, Zhang Jiaxiang became even more animated in conversation. Gu Zhixing, noticing this, refrained from interjecting, thinking that if a delightful story were to blossom, it would be a positive occurrence. Should it not? Zhang Jiaxiang was prudent enough not to tarnish the girl's reputation. Outside, Aunt Qin was bustling with a large group preparing the meal with impressive speed. After a flurry of activity, by noon, the banquet officially commenced. Gu Zhixing intentionally poured wine, toasting one by one at the main table. Thank you, village chief, for taking care of our family all these years. Without you, Gu Zhixing, would not be where I am today, he declared while holding up his cup. The village chief, pleased by the compliment, responded, Zhixing, we are all from the same village. This is only natural. With that, they both raised their cups and drank heartily. Gu Zhixing poured another cup and approached Uncle Gu-san. Uncle, I toast to you in gratitude for your support. Without you, I could never have obtained my mining and production permits. Your kindness is etched in my heart, he said, gesturing to his chest. Uncle Gu-san, patting Gu Zhixing earnestly, replied, There is no need for such formalities. We are family. They clinked their glasses and finished the drink. When it came to Chen Jiangwo, before Gu Zhixing could speak, Chen Jiangwo stood up and lightly clinked his cup with Gu Zhixing's, whispering, Everything is in the wine. Gu Zhixing understood and smiled knowingly, acknowledging Chen Jiangwo's intent to avoid discussing their matters. Nodding, he tilted his head back and emptied his glass. Thus, they continued to toast each other throughout the meal, which lasted until 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Gu Zhixing engaged with guests, shared meals, and bid farewell to each one. After helping Aunt Qin tidy up the dishes and packaging the leftovers, he settled her payment before returning to Zhang Jiaxiang's home with Su Yanran and Xiao Xingrua. The new house was still awaiting its roof, but it was merely a day's work away. Upon returning to the room, Xiao Xingrua, still bubbling with excitement, scoured the new house for firecracker candy and dashed to the courtyard to play with Zhang Jiaxiang. At that moment, Su Yanran released Xiao Xingrua and sat on the bed, appearing somewhat forlorn and discontent. What is the matter, Yanran? Are you feeling unwell? Shall we visit the clinic? Gu Zhixing inquired with concern. It's not that I'm unwell. Su Yanran hesitated, but Gu Zhixing sensed her unease. What is it, Yanran? Can you tell me? Gu Zhixing gently coaxed. In Chapter 63, Zhang Jiaxiang's parents, Su Yanran expressed her concerns. I have some worries about what the villagers are saying. What are they saying? Gu Zhixing asked, before quickly realizing. He embraced Su Yanran, reassuring her, Do not fret. I will live a long life. Watching you become a mother and seeing our children marry and have children of their own. All right? Really? Su Yanran asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Indeed, Gu Zhixing replied tenderly as he held her close. Hearing his promise and feeling his warmth, she found solace. Gu Zhixing then retrieved the transfer order brought by Chun Jiangwo from his pocket and handed it to Su Yanran. What do you think this is? What? Su Yanran asked suspiciously as she opened it, her eyes instantly welling with tears. This is... She fell into Gu Zhixing's embrace, sobbing. My parents can finally return to Su City. It's really happening. Gu Zhixing gently patted her back, comforting her. No more tears. Isn't it your in-laws' greatest wish to visit Su City? Tomorrow, let us buy some things to send them off, shall we? Yes, let us go shopping together tomorrow. Su Yanran replied, wiping her tears. Then let us get some sleep. Your parents will surely wake up early tomorrow, and we must not be remiss in our duties. Gu Zhixing softly urged. He covered Su Yanran with a blanket and called in the playful little Xingru from the yard. The family prepared to rest. The next day, Gu Zhixing and Su Yanran rose early. Gu Zhixing tended to the fire while Su Yanran cooked. At that time, the earthen stove required two to prepare meals. With more family members gathered, Zhang Jiaxiang's parents had moved in, and Su Yanran had specially prepared 2 dishes. With a cheerful smile, she announced, I'm going to make a cold mixed vegetable salad and stir-fried chili with meat. We still have some leftover vegetables and meat from yesterday. After washing the vegetables, she briefly boiled them, then set them aside, drizzling them with chopped chili peppers, scallions, salt, ginger, garlic, and sesame oil, releasing a tantalizing aroma. Once the cold dish was ready, Su Yanran began to prepare the stir-fried chili with meat. The chilies were freshly picked from the seedlings she had transplanted from a neighbor's garden, and they were just ripe for picking. Just as she poured oil into the pan, Zhang Jiaxiang's mother entered the kitchen, having tidied up after breakfast. Having met Su Yanran the day before, they had become quite familiar. Seeing Su Yanran cooking, Zhang's mother cheerfully said, Yanran, take care of yourself. You're pregnant. Would you like me to help? Auntie, it's nothing. I'm just frying a few dishes. There are plenty of women in the countryside who work while pregnant, Su Yanran replied cheerfully. Being accustomed to living in the county, Zhang's mother was concerned, but Su Yanran quickly reassured her, pulling her to sit on a stool and pouring her a glass of water. Auntie, just sit back and relax. I'll let you taste my cooking later. You didn't get to try it yesterday. Upon hearing these words, Zhang's mother felt a warmth in her heart and couldn't help but reflect. Ah, daughters are truly wonderful. They possess such empathy. Zhixing, you two have risen early, even before Jiaxiang, she remarked. The thought of her disappointing son caused her some distress. It was indeed rare to encounter him in such a state. Auntie, Jiaxiang is a good lad. He is quite capable when busying himself on the back mountain. Gu Zhixing explained to Zhang's mother. Her spirits lifted upon hearing Gu Zhixing's words. Who wouldn't relish the praise of their child? It is one thing to speak of one's own, but quite another for others to do so. Before long, Su Yanran finished stir-frying the dishes and retrieved pickled sour green beans from a jar, dicing them with care. This was her personal favorite. Once prepared, she arranged the 3 dishes onto a plate. Gu Zhixing extinguished the flame on the stove, rose to wash his hands, and assisted in serving the meal. At that moment, Zhang Jiaxiang had just woken up and rushed into the kitchen, eagerly inquiring, Brother, sister-in-law, what delectable dishes have you prepared? Su Yanran responded with a smile. We've made a mixed cold vegetable dish and stir-fried chili with meat. The humidity has been quite high lately, so a bit of spice will help. That's wonderful. Just what I need. Spending all day in the mountains makes me feel so damp, he exclaimed, grabbing the dishes to head towards the courtyard. Seeing Zhang Jiaxiang's antics, Zhang's mother was filled with exasperation. She quickly stepped forward and pulled his ear, saying, All you think about is food. Do you not see your mother? Ouch, ouch. Mother, I understand my mistake. I do see you. Zhang Jiaxiang pleaded with her. Gu Zhixing chuckled at their playful banter, finally understanding from whom Zhang Jiaxiang inherited his character. Little Xingru, witnessing Uncle Zhang being reprimanded, abandoned her toys to watch the spectacle, laughing heartily. Observing this, Gu Zhixing gently grasped her waist, lifting her onto a stool, and remarked, You little rascal, so now you enjoy watching the commotion, do you? Little Xingru affectionately gazed at Gu Zhixing, her smile melting his heart, rendering it difficult for him to scold her further. Gu Zhixing then brought the dishes to the table, where Zhang's father sat, eyeing the delectable spread and swallowing hard. You two stop your antics and come eat. This food smells divine. Upon hearing this, both quickly took their seats, grasping their chopsticks as if fearing the other might take an extra bite. Zhang's father shook his head in disbelief at their antics. Oh dear, eat slowly. Who is competing with you? Dad, you don't understand. My mother is always trying to outdo me. Zhang Jiaxiang complained. She is your mother. You ought to yield to her. Zhang's father replied with a hint of irritation. Gu Zhixing found their exchange amusing, feeling akin to Zhang's father in spirit. Fearing the father-son duo might resume their squabbling, Gu Zhixing hastily interjected, Jiaxiang, how have gold prices been lately? Has Manager Qin come by? He visited a few days ago, but hasn't returned since. Why do you ask? Zhang Jiaxiang replied, struggling to swallow a mouthful of steamed bun, nearly choking. Gu Zhixing contemplated for a moment and said, That's perfect. I shall visit the county this afternoon and inquire about the recent gold prices. Brother, may I accompany you? Zhang Jiaxiang asked eagerly. Zhang Jiaxiang implored, lamenting that he had been squatting in the mountains every day, nearly transforming into one of the trees dotting the landscape, or perhaps even a mushroom. Gu Zhixing pondered for a moment, realizing that it was indeed feasible. After all, if one were to purchase a multitude of items, assistance would certainly be required. Very well, you may accompany me, but you must lend a hand. When I return, you must also return, Gu Zhixing instructed. Of course, Brother Gu, I assure you. Zhang Jiaxiang fawned. Zhang's parents observed Zhang Jiaxiang's obsequiousness towards Gu Zhixing and exchanged eye rolls. While Zhang's parents presented a facade of indifference, internally they were quite pleased, believing that since Zhang Jiaxiang had befriended Gu Zhixing would guide him onto the right path, as they had not seen Zhang Jiaxiang loitering aimlessly of late. Had Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiaxiang been privy to Zhang's parents' unspoken thoughts, they might have rolled their eyes in response, as it was merely a matter of time. Given the opportunity, Zhang Jiaxiang would still be wandering. After the family had dined and tidied up the remnants, Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiaxiang set out, first visiting the village head to inform him of the situation regarding Su's parents. Upon hearing that Gu Zhixing's in-laws were returning, the village head felt a mix of joy and concern. Zhixing, if your in-laws leave, who will teach the children in our village? The village head hesitated, for he had witnessed the children's progress and could not bear the thought of abandoning their education. Seeing the village head's distress, Gu Zhixing quickly reassured him. Do not worry, village head. The nation is vigorously promoting education. Simply report this situation upward, and they will surely send someone. If, in the end, no one comes, I can financially support hiring retired teachers from the county to come teach. Many would welcome the opportunity for additional income. The village head, feeling reassured by this arrangement, concluded that even if the authorities did not agree, Gu Zhixing would have his back. Relieved, he promptly took the village's official seal and prepared a letter of introduction for Su's parents to purchase train tickets. After Gu Zhixing reviewed the letter and found it satisfactory, he tucked it into his pocket, mindful that any issues with the letter could lead to complications. After exchanging a few words with the village head, the two made their way to the village entrance. At that moment, Old Man Wang's ox cart awaited at the village's edge. Old Man Wang sat on the roadside, leisurely smoking his pipe in the sun. Gu Zhixing approached with a smile, calling out, Grandfather, are you heading to the county town? Upon recognizing Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiaxiang, Old Man Wang eagerly nodded, cheerfully waving his hand. Yes, come aboard. He stood up slowly and deftly harnessed the oxen to the cart. As the ox cart ambled along, it soon reached the county town. Once there, Gu Zhixing did not rush off, but instead engaged in casual conversation with Old Man Wang to gather insights about the county town, waiting for more people to arrive for the cart. Noticing that Old Man Wang was becoming busy, Gu Zhixing bid farewell and directed Zhang Jiaxiang towards the supply and marketing cooperative. Old Man Wang's cart, when devoid of passengers, also made rounds to deliver goods in the vicinity, thus he was well informed about local matters. Gu Zhixing arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase canned fruits and some edible items for the train journey. Although there were provisions available for sale on the train in this era, Gu Zhixing opted for more durable options, concerned that Su's parents might not have a satisfactory meal during the journey. After all, they were advanced in age, and the train's rocking could easily cause discomfort if their nutrition was inadequate. Handing over his ticket and money to the vendor, she placed the items in a green net bag and passed it to him. "Brother Gu, why are you buying so many delicacies?" Zhang Jiaxiang inquired curiously. In his mind, Gu Zhixing was not fond of such treats. His sister-in-law was pregnant and could hardly eat, and his little niece, Gu Xingru, had been well raised, showing little desire for indulgence. Was Gu Zhixing planning to take him to meet Uncle Gu? The thought of Uncle Gu's daughter, Gu Mingxian, made him feel a surge of joy. However, Gu Zhixing shot him a cold glance, instantly discerning his thoughts. "Don't even think about it." Hearing Gu Zhixing's words, Zhang Jiaxiang's spirits plummeted. He quickly asked, "Then why the abundance of food?" The money spent on these canned fruits could feed a family in the village for several days. Zhang Jiaxiang scoffed at Gu Zhixing's extravagance, regarding him as a nouveau riche with no shame, purchasing items no one would consume. Gu Zhixing rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat helpless. He realized he needed to clarify the situation, lest Zhang Jiaxiang perceive him as nothing more than a complete parvenu. "My in-laws are being reassigned back to Sioux City, and these are for them to eat on the road. We need to head to the train station to buy tickets as well," Gu Zhixing explained. "Oh, when did the transfer order come through?" "I wasn't aware," Zhang Jiaxiang questioned. "It was delivered to me by Chun Jiangwo on the day of the meeting. Originally, the order was meant for the village chief first, but I did not wish for the entire village to know, so I waited until today to inform the village head," Gu Zhixing said as he walked alongside Zhang Jiaxiang. "Brother, you're quite impressive. How did you get in touch with Chun Jiangwo? He seems rather formidable," Zhang Jiaxiang exclaimed with surprise. "By catering to his interests," Gu Zhixing replied with a smile. Zhang Jiaxiang's interest piqued. "Brother, do elaborate." Gu Zhixing glanced at the sky, noting it was still early. "Let us walk and talk. I still need to purchase their train tickets." He headed towards the bus station, which was the gateway to the city's train station. The county was still underdeveloped and lacked a railway. The distance was considerable. They had to take a bus to reach the city's train station, following the same route as when he and Su Yinran traveled to Sioux City. On that occasion, they had bought tickets on site and fortuitously secured sleeper accommodations. This time, fearing they might not find tickets, he had deliberately gone early to purchase them. The bus fare was standardized, costing the same as in Sioux City, 30 cents. Although not overly expensive, some residents of the county hesitated to spend even that amount, preferring to take ox carts for their journeys. The bus was not crowded. Gu Zhixing paid for both of them and casually found a window seat. Zhang Jiaxiang settled in beside him, placing their items under the seat, eagerly urging, "Brother, please tell me." Gu Zhixing felt that this was akin to telling a story, so he began softly. "Do you remember that time I asked you to look for ancient coins?" Zhang Jiaxiang nodded in response to the words, recalling the incident. "Indeed. We ultimately spent 100 yuan to purchase 2 coins. In my opinion, we could have simply given that man 10 yuan. There was no need to pay so much." Zhang Jiaxiang expressed some discontent, unaware of the future value of those ancient coins, feeling only that the extra expenditure was a waste. Gu Zhixing observed Zhang Jiaxiang's forlorn expression and shook his head, offering comfort. Money can always be earned again, but seeing that man in tattered clothes with a broken leg, we might as well pity him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiaxiang also remembered the man's pitiful state and nodded. He is indeed somewhat unfortunate. He ceased to dwell on it and nodded for Gu Zhixing to continue. Gu Zhixing, perceiving Zhang Jiaxiang's inherent kindness, smiled with appreciation and recounted. "I traveled to Sioux City with Yanran, where I found him in the black market. After selling the ancient coins to him, I befriended him and learned of his identity, which later led to him assisting us." Gu Zhixing succinctly summarized the events. "Brother, how did you come to know his identity?" Zhang Jiaxiang seized upon the critical point with inquiry. Gu Zhixing, hearing this, felt a wave of frustration. "Don't ask what you shouldn't." Zhang Jiaxiang was momentarily taken aback by Gu Zhixing's seriousness, but quickly regained composure and leaned closer to whisper, "Brother, you mustn't make any mistakes. You still need to lead me to prosperity." Gu Zhixing nearly succumbed to exasperation at Zhang Jiaxiang's antics. At that moment, the train station arrived, and Gu Zhixing promptly pushed past Zhang Jiaxiang, stating, "You think too much." He then circumvented Zhang Jiaxiang and disembarked. Zhang Jiaxiang, observing Gu Zhixing's demeanor towards him, felt no anger, shrugged, and believed that Gu Zhixing had not erred. Chapter 65. The soaring gold prices. Gu Zhixing alighted and headed straight for the train station ticket window. "Comrade, please give me 2 sleeper tickets to Sioux City." "Hello, comrade. May I see your introduction letter?" Gu Zhixing hurriedly retrieved the letter from his pocket and handed it to the window. The ticket clerk took the introduction letter, opened it for inspection, and after asking a few questions and finding no issues, proceeded with the next steps. Gu Zhixing understood that this was the way things were done in this era and patiently complied. He thought to himself, "Soon, this will no longer be necessary." "What day do you need the tickets for?" the clerk inquired. "I require 2 tickets for tomorrow, specifically sleeper accommodations," Gu Zhixing insisted. The clerk nodded. "Fortunately, you arrived at the right time. There are exactly 2 sleeper tickets available for the 4 a.m. train in carriage 5. Does that work for you?" Yes, that works." Gu Zhixing thought himself fortunate for arriving early. He handed the money to the clerk, received the tickets, and expressed his gratitude. He then walked over to Zhang Jiaxiang, who was standing nearby, and said, "Let us go." Gu Zhixing, with tickets in hand, led Zhang Jiaxiang back to the bus stop. At that moment, a crowd of people, both men and women, arrived, chattering excitedly. "This must be the place." Yes, it's definitely here. We need to find a place to stay quickly." Hearing the commotion, Gu Zhixing paid little attention, assuming they were visitors from another city here to visit relatives. Just then, a bus arrived, and he promptly boarded with Zhang Jiaxiang. In that moment, the group of people, lost and aimlessly looking around, failed to keep up. Unbeknownst to Gu Zhixing, these seemingly inconsequential individuals were destined to bring him considerable trouble. Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiaxiang meandered back to the county town aboard a bus, swaying gently. By this time, Zhang Jiaxiang had succumbed to the rhythmic motion, dozing off against Gu Zhixing's shoulder. Jiaxiang, we've arrived." "Wake up," Gu Zhixing gently beckoned him. Whoa." Zhang Jiaxiang, still half asleep, blinked open his eyes, saw Gu Zhixing standing, and hurriedly gathered his belongings to follow. Noticing that Zhang Jiaxiang was in tow, Gu Zhixing said nothing as they disembarked together. Glancing at the sky, which was still bright, Gu Zhixing stated, "The day is still young. Let us inquire with Manager Chun about today's gold prices. We have accumulated quite a bit of gold at home. If we don't sell soon, we shall run out of funds." Zhang Jiaxiang nodded in agreement. "Let us go." As they turned a corner, the bank came into view. Gu Zhixing stepped inside, with Zhang Jiaxiang following suit. Upon entering the bank, Gu Zhixing approached a staff member clad in a bank uniform. "Excuse me, is Manager Chen available?" he inquired. The bank employee, a young woman new to her role, suddenly found herself confronted by a handsome stranger and blushed deeply. "Manager Chen is here. I will fetch him," she replied before darting away. Gu Zhixing, puzzled, mused, "Am I truly that intimidating? I was not even stern with her. What was she afraid of?" Zhang Jiaxiang, draping an arm around Gu Zhixing's shoulder, remarked, "Brother, you are oblivious to your own allure. You have quite the charm in the eyes of young women." Gu Zhixing frowned. "Do not speak nonsense." Zhang Jiaxiang made a motion to silence himself, internally lamenting, "If only I possessed such looks, what worries would I have?" In truth, Zhang Jiaxiang himself was not unattractive. While he and Gu Zhixing had different styles, he too was among the more striking in his own right. Or else he wouldn't have had the audacity to flirt with young women on the street. While Zhang Jiaxiang was still lost in thought, Manager Chen approached briskly. Hello, Zhixing, are you here to exchange gold?" Manager Chen inquired. "Not quite. We've come to understand the recent trends in gold prices," Gu Zhixing clarified. Upon hearing this, Manager Chen's face lit up. The gold prices have been quite favorable lately, fluctuating around 24. Today, it stands at 253. His enthusiasm for the topic was palpable, as many had sought him out to exchange gold due to the recent price surge, earning him a handsome bonus in the process. When Gu Zhixing heard the price of 253, his heart skipped a beat. In his previous life, he had meticulously studied gold prices over the past few decades, and he distinctly remembered that just before a significant surge in the 1980s, the price was also 253. if his memory served him well. The following day's price would soar to 41. His heart raced at the thought. If tomorrow indeed came to pass, he would stand to gain substantially. We shall return tomorrow to exchange the gold, Gu Zhixing declared, hastily pulling Zhang Jiaqiang along toward Wang Dajia's ox cart station. At that moment, his sole desire was to return home and refine the gold. Manager Chen observed the hurried movements of Gu Zhixing, finding them somewhat peculiar. Yet, he could not pinpoint the source of his unease, merely scratching his head before retreating further into his work. Upon arriving at Old Wang's ox cart station, he fortuitously encountered Old Wang preparing to head back. What timing! I was just about to leave, Old Wang remarked, promptly halting to allow them to board the cart. Gu Zhixing smiled at Old Wang, climbing aboard with his heart still trembling, though it had settled slightly. Brother, what's wrong with you? Zhang Jiaxiang inquired, leaning in curiously beside Gu Zhixing. It's nothing, just heading home, Gu Zhixing replied, closing his eyes to force a sense of calm. Upon reaching home, he headed straight to the storage room to retrieve his alchemical tools, saying nothing as he busied himself. Later that evening, Yang arrived, and Zhang Jiaxiang, as if he had found a confidant, expressed his suspicions to Yang. Brother Gu seems off today. What did you notice? Yang asked. Reflecting back, Zhang Jiaxiang recalled. It seemed to start when we returned from the bank. What could possibly happen at the bank? Yang queried Puzzlet. Just as he spoke, a light bulb flickered in Zhang Jiaxiang's mind, and he recounted their encounter with a young girl at the bank, recalling how she had blushed and hurried away. Yang and Zhang Jiaxiang exchanged glances, exclaiming in unison, "No way. That shouldn't be." Yang, incredulous, insisted, Brother Gu and sister-in-law are doing so well together. One may not dismiss the possibility of love at first sight, Zhang Jiaxiang asserted with a nod, considering that he himself had experienced such a phenomenon. Chapter 66. Clumsy yet simple brotherhood. Zhang Jiaxiang was no oracle, unaware of the gold prices that would emerge the following day. Otherwise, he might have been even more excited than Gu Zhixing. Hence, Zhang Jiaxiang and Yang thoroughly resolved their misunderstanding regarding Gu Zhixing. Gu Zhixing worked alone, undisturbed, his movements swift and more efficient than usual, completing the refining of all the gold in under 3 hours. Once he extinguished the furnace and allowed the gold to cool, he carefully wrapped the gold in a cloth bag. Only then did his mind begin to settle, and he proceeded to the inner room with the bag in hand. As Gu Zhixing reemerged, he noticed Zhang Jiaxiang and Yang crouched in a corner, curiosity piquing his interest as he approached to see what they were up to. Why don't you go ask him? Zhang Jiaxiang suggested. Not a chance. Do you not understand Brother Gu's temperament? If it's not true, I might get beaten. Yang earnestly rejected Zhang Jiaxiang's ill-conceived idea. Standing behind the two, Gu Zhixing raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the matter that made them hesitant to speak to him. Intrigued, he leaned against the wall, preparing to eavesdrop. Brother Gu mentioned he would be exchanging gold tomorrow. Do you think? Zhang Jiaxiang suddenly recalled a remark made by Gu Zhixing before leaving and jumped to his feet in shock. Upon hearing this, Yang, initially skeptical, was now fully convinced and stood up, equally astonished. However, unbeknownst to Yang, Gu Zhixing had merely inquired about the gold prices today, with tomorrow's exchange being entirely routine. So what should we do? Yang felt a surge of anxiety. Gu Gu must not err. His wife is now with child. Should we prevent Gu Gu from going to exchange gold tomorrow? With time, he will forget about it, and that will be that. Do you think you can stop him? Yang scoffed, not out of disdain for Zhang Jiaxiang, but because Zhang Jiaxiang appeared utterly timid in Gu Ji's presence. Gu Zhixing stood behind them. Having listened for a while without grasping the essence of their conversation, their words were shrouded in ambiguity, lacking focus. He interjected directly. Are you saying I cannot go to the bank to exchange gold? Upon hearing Gu Zhixing's voice, both Zhang Jiaxiang and Yang froze, slowly turning to face him with awkward smiles. Gu Gu, when did you arrive? Zhang Jiaxiang inquired, his tone tinged with embarrassment. It's been a while. I've heard everything that should and shouldn't be heard, Gu Zhixing replied, raising an eyebrow and curling his lips into a smile. Indeed, while Gu Zhixing had heard their conversation, it was still cloaked in confusion. His words were deliberately designed to unsettle the pair. Upon hearing Gu Zhixing's remarks, Zhang Jiaxiang felt a wave of dread wash over him, closing his eyes momentarily as he resolved, "Brother, you must not fall for another. Your wife is a wonderful person, and she is carrying your child." Fueled by alcohol, Zhang Jiaxiang's boldness surged, and I Yang, having caught on, chimed in assertively, "Yes, your wife is indeed a good person. You must not be unfaithful." Gu Zhixing, upon hearing this, observed their expressions as if they were prepared for battle, and questioned, "When have I ever been unfaithful?" Zhang Jiaxiang, seeing Gu Zhixing's denial, rolled his eyes and recounted the events at the bank along with their speculations, while I Yang could not intervene. After hearing the entire account, Gu Zhixing rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He realized that he had been careless, having grown accustomed to the dynamics of relationships in his previous life. He had overlooked the implications of such actions here. Such entanglements could easily raise suspicion. With a serious demeanor, Gu Zhixing stated at that moment, "I did not gauge the appropriateness of my actions when I pulled that young lady. In the future, should similar issues arise, please remind me directly, and I will be more cautious. Furthermore, do not harbor doubts. I will never betray your sister-in-law." Upon hearing Gu Zhixing's earnest explanation, Zhang Jiaxiang and I Yang exchanged glances and chimed in unison, grinning, "Brother, we trust you." Seeing their unwavering faith, Gu Zhixing patted their shoulders and, intrigued, asked, "Aren't you afraid I might deceive you?" Zhang Jiaxiang waved his hand dismissively, "Brother, you are incapable of lying. Even if you did, we would bring you back to your senses." I Yang, though silent, nodded gravely in agreement. Gu Zhixing instructed, "My dear brothers, should I ever betray Yanran, you have my permission to treat me as you wish, disown me, strike me, scold me, whatever you see fit." Zhang Jiaxiang, perplexed, asked why. "Simply because. Just do as I say," Gu Zhixing replied, unable to articulate the reasoning behind his request, and then turned to address another matter. Standing outside the courtyard, Su Yanran, who had just returned, was momentarily taken aback by Gu Zhixing's words, feeling a subtle warmth in her heart. "Mama, why don't we go inside?" Xiao Xingru asked, holding Su Yanran's hand and looking up at her with curiosity. Upon hearing Xiao Xingru's question, Su Yanran regained her composure, gently dabbed at the corners of her eyes, and replied softly, "All right, let us go in now." With that, she pushed open the gate and stepped inside. Xiao Xingru, upon seeing her father and several kind uncles sitting in the courtyard, felt a surge of excitement. "Daddy, uncle!" she exclaimed, and immediately dashed forward. Gu Zhixing was prepared to catch his daughter, as this was a playful routine between them. He scooped up Xiao Xingru effortlessly and, glancing at Su Yanran, who was approaching, asked tenderly, "Father-in-law and mother-in-law are aware of our arrival?" Su Yanran smiled and nodded, replying, "Yes, Mama is very happy. She can finally go back and visit. I have already purchased the tickets, and since the timing is a bit early, I also bought some snacks for them to enjoy on the way. We will go back later to help them with their belongings." Hearing how thoughtfully Gu Zhixing had arranged everything, even the food for the journey, Su Yanran felt a warmth in her heart. "Xing, thank you." Zhang Jiaxiang and Yang, unable to endure the couple's affectionate exchange, quietly excused themselves, one retreating to his room and the other heading home. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiaxiang's parents had yet to return from their stroll, seeing that the day was still young. Gu Zhixing took Su Yanran and Xiao Xingru toward her parents' residence. With the nights drawing in earlier, he felt a twinge of concern for Su Yanran making the trip back and forth. As it turned out, Su Yanran's parents were heading back to Su City, alleviating her need to travel extensively, which put him at ease. The twins were not to be trifled with. Thus, the trio made their way, Gu Zhixing and Su Yanran holding onto Xiao Xingru, becoming a picturesque sight in the village, drawing envious glances from many. Chapter 67. Returning home, arriving at the doorstep of Su Yanran's parents' home, they knocked 3 times. "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, are you home?" Gu Zhixing inquired as he peeked inside. "Yes, yes." Su's mother responded upon recognizing her son-in-law's voice, promptly stepping out from within. "Mother-in-law, we have come to help you gather your things," Gu Zhixing announced cheerfully. Seeing his thoughtfulness, Su's mother beamed. "There's no need for you to tidy up. Come in and sit for a while." In truth, they had very few belongings. Just some change of clothes. Gu Zhixing, feeling the warmth of Sue's mother's cheerful demeanor, could not help but smile. He entered the courtyard, quickly arranging chairs. And before sitting down himself, he assisted Su Yanran, urging her to take a seat first. Satisfied with this, Sue's mother nodded approvingly, feeling reassured. "Dear, no need to tidy up. Our son-in-law has arrived," she said, pulling Sue's father out. Gu Zhixing, having settled Su Yanran comfortably, then retrieved the prepared train tickets and the introduction letter from his pocket. "Mother-in-law, here are the train tickets I purchased and the introduction letter from the village chief. Please keep them safe. The train departs quite early, at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. I will accompany Yanran to the train station to see you off. Upon arriving, should you have any inquiries, feel free to seek assistance from Chun Jiangwo at the youth office." Gu Zhixing meticulously conveyed each matter to Sue's father and mother, with every word resonating deeply within their hearts, evoking profound emotions. "Thank you, Zhixing, thank you." Sue's mother suddenly rose, grasping Gu Zhixing's hand, her voice choked with emotion. "Mother-in-law, we are all family. There is no need for gratitude," Gu Zhixing promptly reassured her. Su Yanran also swiftly stood to offer comfort, saying, "Indeed, Zhixing is right. We are family, and it is only natural to support one another." Initially, Sue's father felt somewhat unsettled by Sue's mother's words and remained silent. However, upon hearing the reassurances from Gu Zhixing and Su Yanran, his troubled heart began to ease significantly. Little Xingru sat obediently beside Su Yanran, listening intently to the adults' conversation. Observing this, Sue's mother scooped Xingru into her arms, playfully engaging her. "Xingru, Grandma's going home. Will you miss Grandma?" Sue's mother cheerfully inquired, confused by her words. Little Xingru questioned, "Isn't this Grandma's home?" Sue's mother laughed heartily, her expression tender as she reminisced, "Grandma's home is not here. It is far away, where there are small bridges and flowing water, flowers and birds. When you grow up, will you come find Grandma there?" Su Yanran smiled at her mother as she spoke of their hometown, her face reflecting a sense of longing. Gu Zhixing, noticing the yearning in Su Yanran's expression, felt a heaviness in his heart and silently clenched his fists. After discussing matters with Sue's father, Gu Zhixing took Su Yanran and her daughter home. Once home, Gu Zhixing first lulled little Xingru to sleep before embracing Su Yanran, asking, "Are you still feeling upset?" "Not as much anymore. The child is not restless," Su Yanran replied, somewhat listlessly. Gu Zhixing looked at her again. "I wasn't referring to that. Do you still feel troubled about your parents returning?" Su Yanran was taken aback, realizing that Gu Zhixing was concerned about her feelings. She sighed and said, "Ultimately, they must return. It is their wish. Thinking about it, it does not feel so painful anymore." Seeing her reluctance, Gu Zhixing affectionately kissed her forehead, saying, "Yanran, trust me. I will take you back to Su City in the future." Su Yanran sensed the weight in his tone, feeling something was amiss, and was about to inquire. But Gu Zhixing interrupted, "Quickly go to sleep. We need to rise early for the train station tomorrow," with a mention of the next day's plans. Su Yanran decided not to dwell on Gu Zhixing's earlier tone. She closed her eyes, nestled against him, and began to drift off to sleep. Before long, the family succumbed to slumber. The following day, just past midnight, while the sky remained dark, Gu Zhixing quietly arose, dressing himself without disturbing Su Yanran and her daughter. He busied himself in the kitchen, having prepared steamed buns for their journey, anxious about the time and the impending departure. Having made the provisions, Su Yanran had already awakened little Xingru, dressed her, and gently led her into the kitchen, asking, "Why didn't you call me to help?" Gu Zhixing, upon seeing Su Yanran approach, promptly assisted her and smiled, saying, "There is nothing for you to do. It would be beneficial for both your health and the child if you rest a bit longer." Su Yanran playfully retorted, "One cannot be so indulged. At this time, there are countless women who are pregnant and laboring. I am merely idling about with Xiao Xingru, awaiting meals, while others undoubtedly gossip about me. In my heart, you are deserving of such indulgence, especially given your condition." Gu Zhixing whispered softly into Su Yanran's ear, his warm breath igniting a blush upon her cheeks and a flutter within her heart. Embarrassed, Su Yanran gently pushed him away, saying, "Stop teasing. Let us gather our things and go meet them. Indeed, I shall summon Elder Wang to arrange the carriage for us. Gu Zhixing nodded in agreement. After attending to some tasks, Gu Zhixing prepared to step outside to call for Elder Wang. They had previously agreed that this timing would not be intrusive. As he opened the courtyard door, he unexpectedly encountered Su's parents, who were just about to knock. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, what a pleasant surprise to see you so early. I was just about to call for you, Gu Zhixing exclaimed with delight. Su's mother replied cheerfully, we feared you might come and go, so we decided to come ourselves. Seeing this, Gu Zhixing quickly ushered the elderly couple into the courtyard to take a seat. Noticing their arrival, Su Yanran ceased her tidying and directly brought the dishes and steamed buns to the table, encouraging the elders to eat first. The couple hesitated, for in these times, fine white flour was a luxury, and it felt inappropriate to accept such hospitality from their daughter and son-in-law. However, Gu Zhixing insisted that they partake. Ultimately, Su's parents could not refuse and began to eat. Once they were settled, Gu Zhixing felt reassured and made his way toward Elder Wang's home. Su's parents did not eat much, setting down their chopsticks after just one bun each. At that moment, Elder Wang arrived with the carriage. Elder Wang, I truly apologize for the inconvenience. I'm unable to drive the ox cart myself. Otherwise, I would not trouble you to rise so early. We have steamed some buns at home. Please, have a bite during our journey. Gu Zhixing conversed with Elder Wang. Do I look like someone who would covet your buns? Elder Wang replied, somewhat gruffly. Gu Zhixing chuckled. Not at all. Our Elder Wang possesses a kind heart. He treated the exchange as one would with a child, as the elderly often exhibit childlike tendencies. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, Gu Zhixing was the first to leap onto the ox cart, calling out, Yanran, we are ready to depart. Hearing his call, Su Yanran quickly assisted her mother, saying, let us go. The ox cart has arrived. In Chapter 68, the price of gold surged dramatically, heralding the prospect of newfound wealth. Gu Zhixing helped Su's mother aboard first, followed by Su's father, and then Su Yanran. Little Xingru had been entrusted to Zhang's parents for the day, as the long journey would not be suitable for such a small child. Elder Wang observed Gu Zhixing's thoughtfulness with a broad smile. Su's parents, having imparted knowledge to the village children, had instilled a sense of propriety in them, resulting in no further instances of theft or mischief directed at them. Therefore, Elder Wang held them in high regard. Even if they were to return home now and could no longer teach the village children, Elder Wang continued to show great respect for the elderly couple. Old Master Wang observed as Gu Zhixing's family settled into their seats before promptly taking his place at the cart handle. Everyone ready? We'll be setting off now. Gu Zhixing noticed Old Master Wang begin to urge the oxen onward and swiftly steadied Su Yanran, concerned about the jolting motion of the cart. After a moment, the ox cart stabilized somewhat, allowing Su Yanran to retrieve the steamed buns and pickled vegetables she had prepared that morning, placing them in a teacup. The buns, sliced in half, were garnished with pickles and leftover meat from yesterday, exuding an enticing aroma. The idea of slicing the buns was Gu Zhixing's, making them both delectable and easy to transport. Holding one out to Gu Zhixing, Su Yanran said, Ah Xing, please hand this to Old Master Wang. You both haven't had breakfast yet, so eat up. Gu Zhixing, seated closer to Old Master Wang, found it convenient to pass the food. He accepted the offering and said, Old Master Wang, please take a bite. Don't let yourself go hungry. We still have a while before we reach the station. Initially reluctant to eat, Old Master Wang considered the preciousness of food in these times. He felt that by consuming more, he would deprive others, and despite Gu Zhixing's affluence, he did not wish to be seen as taking advantage. However, the sight of the soft white bun, the savory juices, and the flavor of the pickles wafting from the steam made it impossible for him to refuse. With a swift motion, he reached out and declared, just this one. I'll only have this one. He then eagerly took a large bite, feeling as though he had just tasted a sumptuous dish after a long fast. A sensation of utter delight washing over him. He continued to take several more bites, and Gu Zhixing couldn't help but smile at Old Master Wang's enthusiasm, though his upbringing compelled him to suppress any laughter. He waved his hand and accepted the water flask that Su Yanran passed him. Take your time, Old Master. There's water to drink, he said, offering the flask to Old Master Wang. Old Master Wang waved his hand dismissively, expressing his reluctance to drink from a young person's flask. Feeling it improper at his age, Gu Zhixing, undeterred by the refusal, set the flask aside and began his own breakfast. He took his time with the bun, savoring each bite and occasionally sipping water. In contrast to Old Master Wang's eager consumption, Gu Zhixing maintained a certain elegance in his manner. After finishing swiftly, Old Master Wang felt a mix of embarrassment and gratitude, prompting him to compliment. Yanran, your dough is truly well kneaded, and the dishes are quite commendable. You could open a restaurant. Zhixing is truly fortunate to have you. Su Yanran chuckled at this, replying, Old Master, the buns and the dishes were made by Zhixing. Both Su's parents joined in the laughter, having grown fond of their son-in-law's cooking, which they found superior to Su Yanran's. Old Master Wang, somewhat incredulous, asked, Zhixing, you can cook as well? Yes, a little, Gu Zhixing nodded, recalling that these skills were honed in his past life. He had thought he couldn't eat because others lacked culinary prowess, so he had taken it upon himself to learn. Yet, even after acquiring the skills, he still struggled with his appetite, occasionally managing to eat a bit, while at times relying on nutritional supplements. Upon hearing this, Old Master Wang praised. Your culinary skills are impressive. You could indeed open a restaurant. Upon hearing those words, Su Yanran's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming. The prospect of opening a restaurant seemed implausible, given how busy Xing was. Although Gu Zhixing sat outside, he attentively observed every movement of Su Yanran. Noticing her reaction to Old Man Wang's suggestion, he sensed a flicker of aspiration within her. While he yearned to help her fulfill her dreams, he concluded that the time was not yet ripe. They would need to wait until Su Yanran had given birth. Gu Zhixing remained silent, yet he tucked this matter away in his thoughts. After finishing the bun in his hand and taking a sip of water, he began to offer casual advice to Su's parents, urging them to rest a while longer. This time, they could not take a car, for it was too late in the day, and no one was working. They were left with no choice but to ride Old Man Wang's cart into the city. During the journey, the group took a moment to rest. While Old Man Wang and Gu Zhixing exchanged soft words, time passed swiftly, and they finally arrived at the train station. Yanran, wake up! We have reached the train station. Gu Zhixing called gently as he stood beside Su Yanran. Upon hearing his voice, Su Yanran instantly awoke. Xing, we've arrived so quickly. Yes, rise and stretch a bit. Otherwise, your legs will fall asleep, Gu Zhixing coaxed tenderly. Su's parents, alerted by Gu Zhixing's call, quickly regained their senses. What time is it? Zhixing? Su's mother inquired, rubbing her eyes. It's nearly 4 o'clock. We will just make it to the train, Gu Zhixing replied. Upon hearing this, Su's parents hastily disembarked. As they gazed upon the train station, it felt as though home was within reach, filling Su's parents with immense excitement. Noticing the time was pressing, Su Yanran hurriedly retrieved the bundle she had brought and handed it to her mother, whispering in a tone meant only for them. Inside, there is some money for you, along with some food for the journey. Please be careful and stay safe. Her voice trembled with emotion. Su's mother, anxious, replied, We cannot accept this. Take it back. Does Zhixing know about this? You risk tarnishing our family's reputation with such actions. With a calm smile, Su Yanran responded, These provisions were prepared by your son-in-law, and the money is from him as well. Rest assured, I would never bring shame to the Su family. Su's mother turned to look at Gu Zhixing, who understood her concern and nodded affirmatively. Seeing that he was aware of the situation eased Su's mother's worries. Observing the couple's expressions, which conveyed an undeniable resolve, she reluctantly accepted the bundle, holding it close to her heart. From now on, you will be on your own. Take care of yourself. If anything arises, discuss it with Zhixing. Once the child is born, send a letter to your mother, Su's mother urged, her eyes glistening with tears. Suyandra Nadith. Feeling reassured as her mother accepted the bundle, they escorted her parents into the train station and stood on the platform for a while. Let us return now, Gu Zhixing said softly. Yes, let us go back, Su Yanran replied, rubbing her tear-streaked eyes. The two took Old Man Wang's cart back to the village. As they approached the village entrance, they spotted Zhang Jiaxiang and Ai Yang squatting at the village gate. Gu Zhixing raised an eyebrow, puzzled by this unexpected sight. Is it yet another work ceremony for Zhang Jiaxiang? Each day, Zhang Jiaxiang orchestrates new rituals. Sometimes he gathers his brothers to sing. Other times they engage in the latest popular dances. The commotion from the ox cart was quite loud, and upon spotting Gu Zhixing, Zhang Jiaxiang hurriedly called out, "Brother Gu. Brother Gu, something's wrong, something's wrong." Chapter 69. Exchanging gold, sudden wealth. Gu Zhixing felt perplexed. He had only been gone for half a day. Yet something had happened to Zhang Jiaxiang. He found it hard to believe. Shortly thereafter, Gu Zhixing leapt down from the ox cart, followed closely by Su Yanran. He produced 10 yuan and handed it to Old Man Wang, who widened his eyes in disbelief at the sight of such a large sum. "I cannot accept this." "You must take it back," he insisted. Gu Zhixing smiled gently, refusing to take no for an answer. "Please, grandfather, just accept it. We will need your assistance in the future." He firmly pressed the money into Old Man Wang's hands and turned to Zhang Jiaxiang, asking, "What is the matter at home?" "Brother, nothing is wrong at home." Zhang Jiaxiang replied excitedly, yet mysteriously. "What is it then? Hurry and tell me." Gu Zhixing urged, his curiosity piqued. "Today, the gold price has surged," Zhang Jiaxiang exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement. "Oh," Gu Zhixing replied coolly, unimpressed. Zhang Jiaxiang was taken aback. "Brother, why aren't you excited? What is there to be excited about? Prices rise and fall," Gu Zhixing replied languidly. Zhang Jiaxiang thought to himself that perhaps Brother Gu was unaware of just how high the gold price had risen, which was why he was not thrilled. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. He leaned in closer, asking, "Brother, can you guess how much the gold price has risen today?" 41 yuan per gram. Gu Zhixing answered promptly. This time, Zhang Jiaxiang was utterly stunned. "Brother, did you go to the bank to see Manager Chun?" he inquired with certainty. Gu Zhixing nodded, offering no further explanation. "Shall we head to the bank or the mountains?" "Of course, to the bank," Zhang Jiaxiang exclaimed with delight, not expecting Brother Gu to take him out for an outing. He had grown weary of staying in the mountains for so long. Gu Zhixing noted Zhang Jiaxiang's restlessness. Had he not been there, Zhang Jiaxiang would have likely sought diversion long ago. It seemed imperative to find a way to extract him from this monotony soon. "All right, wait here while I take Su Yanran home," Gu Zhixing said, supporting Su Yanran as he escorted her back. This pregnancy held profound significance for him. It marked his first earnest encounter with new life, a chance for redemption, which he cherished deeply. He often felt grateful to be a single household, able to have a second child in this era. While he could afford to manage the situation financially, he could not openly indulge as he did with Xingru. Gu Zhixing settled Su Yanran comfortably at home and prepared to stay with her a while longer. However, she waved her hand dismissively, saying, "You may go about your business. There is no need to worry about me. Are you sure you can manage alone?" Gu Zhixing inquired, somewhat skeptical, as her parents had just left, and he was concerned about her emotional state. Seeing through his thoughts, Su Yanran smiled gently. "It's all right. Their departure is a good thing, and my mood is just fine." Gu Zhixing observed that Su Yanran appeared genuine, and he nodded slightly, saying, "I will attend to some matters first and return early to keep you company." "Okay," Su Yanran replied with a gentle smile, her faint dimples sweetly etching themselves into Gu Zhixing's heart. Noticing her reaction, Gu Zhixing retreated to his room to gather a few items, taking hesitant steps towards the village entrance. Zhang Jiaxiang was still waiting there. Su Yanran found Gu Zhixing's demeanor amusing and waved her hand dismissively, retreating to her room to prevent him from gazing at her, perhaps believing that this would hasten his departure. Indeed, upon seeing Su Yanran return indoors, Gu Zhixing set off towards the village entrance. Upon arrival, he found Zhang Jiaxiang squatting there, observing ants at work. "Let us go," Gu Zhixing called out. "Go." But Uncle Wang's ox cart hasn't arrived yet. Though Zhang Jiaxiang was somewhat anxious, the ox cart was still absent. "No need, we shall walk," Gu Zhixing replied calmly. "Brother, did I do something wrong?" Zhang Jiaxiang inquired, somewhat perplexed. If only he could experience modern life for a while, he might better articulate such feelings, which could only be described as akin to being struck by lightning. "No, it's just that I feel your choice of words is sometimes imprecise. This journey provides you with the opportunity to reflect." Gu Zhixing did not intend to punish him. It was merely that Uncle Wang had risen at night to see them off. and Zhang Jiaxiang had fortuitously encountered him. Gu Zhixing chose not to elaborate further and simply continued forward. With unwavering focus, Gu Zhixing strode ahead, followed closely by Zhang Jiaxiang. After approximately an hour, they reached the bank. Gu Zhixing maintained a steady breath, while Zhang Jiaxiang panted heavily. "Brother, how come you're not tired?" he gasped, leaning on his knees. "Exercise more. Avoid collapsing into sleep immediately after descending the mountain," Gu Zhixing advised, extending a hand to help him up. "Let's go inside." At that moment, the bank was bustling with activity, crowded to the point where movement was a challenge. Various patrons expressed their lamentations. Some were merely spectators, and others regretted their decisions, all gathered around a few currency exchange managers. Manager Chun, with keen eyes, spotted the tall and robust Gu Zhixing amidst the throng. Zhixing, over here," he called, gesturing for him to approach. Seeing this, Gu Zhixing recognized that the outside was not conducive for conversation and led Zhang Jiaxiang towards the VIP room. Once they entered, Manager Chun closed the door, shutting out the cacophony. He adjusted his disheveled hair and greeted warmly. "Zhixing, are you here to exchange gold today?" "Yes," Gu Zhixing replied, promptly producing the gold bars he had refined. As he unveiled one, Manager Chun gasped in surprise. Upon revealing a second, his astonishment deepened. Gu Zhixing presented a total of 5 bars, his expression remaining unperturbed. This amount had been accumulated over several months, not particularly substantial, alongside a piece of gold he had previously found. Manager Chun hurriedly fetched a scale, and as he weighed the gold, his body trembled slightly. "Mr. Gu, do you prefer cash, or would you like to open a savings account?" he asked, swallowing nervously. If Gu Zhixing opted for cash, the bank might struggle to provide it today, having already dispensed a considerable amount that morning. Gu Zhixing, noticing Manager Chen's expression, understood the situation and smiled. "Withdraw some for daily expenses. The remainder can be deposited into the 2 savings books from before." Manager Chun sighed in relief upon hearing Gu Zhixing's words. "Very well. Please hand me the passbooks. I shall attend to it now." Gu Zhixing promptly presented the 2 passbooks. "Brother, how come my passbook is with you?" Zhang Jiaxiang expressed his surprise. "I asked your mother for it. She specifically retrieved it from the box under your bed," Gu Zhixing replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiaxiang was overwhelmed with emotion, exclaiming, "Whose mother is this?" Manager Chen took the gold bars to file them away, leaving the 2 in the VIP room. Before long, Manager Chen returned with the items in hand. He handed the passbooks to Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiaxiang, prompting them to verify the amounts. Jiaxiang, please check if the numbers are correct." By this time, Manager Chun had calmed down significantly, no longer addressing Gu Zhixing as Mr. Gu, yet still smilingly ensured everything was clear to both young men. Gu Zhixing accepted the passbooks and, upon confirming all was in order, stowed them away, expressed his gratitude, and took Zhang Jiaxiang by the arm, preparing to leave. Manager Chen opened the door of the VIP room for them, watching them depart with a sense of admiration, thinking to himself how fortunate he was to have Gu Zhixing. This year his bonus would double, enough to purchase a house. Meanwhile, as Gu Zhixing led Zhang Jiaxiang home, upon seeing such a significant amount of money, Zhang Jiaxiang ceased his complaints of fatigue and curiously inquired, "Brother, why did those people look so regretful? Isn't the high gold price a good thing?" "Gold prices have been rising for a few days now. They probably sold early and are regretting it now." Gu Zhixing pondered for a moment before replying with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiaxiang's spirits lifted. "Brother, does this mean we have earned quite a bit this time?" He had not paid attention to the amounts in the passbooks earlier and had handed them directly to Gu Zhixing. Gu Zhixing considered for a moment and nodded. It should be so. After all, they have been accumulating gold for several months. With Gu Zhixing's affirmation, Zhang Jiaxiang burst into joyful laughter, feeling as if his legs no longer ached and he was no longer out of breath, ready to run another 2 miles. However, on the way back, Gu Zhixing chose not to walk with Zhang Jiaxiang, but instead waited at the ox cart station for Old Wang. After a brief wait, Old Wang arrived. "Old Wang, we are heading home," Gu Zhixing said politely. Old Wang, somewhat surprised, remarked, "Does this fellow never tire?" He has been busy since 1 in the morning and is now here in the county. Surely, he didn't walk all the way. Old Wang straightforwardly asked Zhixing, "Did you come directly to the county after reaching home? Did you walk here?" Gu Zhixing nodded. "Yes, I saw Yanran home and then came out." Old Wang disapproved. "Young man, you must take care of your health. Come, let us head back so you can rest." Feeling sympathetic towards Gu Zhixing, Old Wang did not wait for the others and took both Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiexiang in the ox cart back to the village. Gu Zhixing did not object, knowing he needed to return early to accompany Su Yanran. Once settled in the ox cart, Gu Zhixing began to feel drowsy and soon closed his eyes, pretending to doze. Observing Gu Zhixing's fatigue, Old Wang slowed the cart, steering it as smoothly as possible over the terrain. Zhang Jiaxiang was so excited that he could hardly sleep. Although Old Wang's ox cart moved slowly, it didn't take long to reach the village entrance. "Zhixing, we've arrived at the village. Wake up!" Old Wang called out loudly. "Gugu, it's time to get up," Zhang Jiaxiang urged, seeing that Gu Zhixing remained unresponsive. After a while, Gu Zhixing gradually regained consciousness and opened his eyes. Stepping down from the cart, the two expressed their gratitude to Old Wang. As Gu Zhixing prepared to head home, Zhang Jiaxiang grabbed his arm and advised Gugu, "I'm going to check the back mountain. Please tell my parents that I've returned." Gu Zhixing, somewhat surprised, asked, "Aren't you tired? Why would you go up the mountain now?" Usually, it took several calls from Gu Zhixing to rouse him, yet today he was unusually eager. "It's because I'm going to make some money. The gold price is high, and I need to seize the opportunity," Zhang Jiaxiang replied, scratching his head awkwardly. Previously, he had little concept of gold. He was merely concerned with earning money. However, today's exhilarating feeling was different. It truly felt like a pathway to wealth, an overnight fortune. Gu Zhixing discerned his thoughts and nodded affirmatively, saying, "Go ahead, but be careful and call me if you need anything." With Gu Zhixing's permission, Zhang Jiaxiang merrily bounded toward the back mountain. Gu Zhixing watched him, shaking his head with a smile at his childlike exuberance. Eager to return home, Gu Zhixing quickened his pace, taking 2 steps at a time. Upon opening the courtyard gate, he noticed that Su Yanran and their daughter were not in the yard. He turned to close the door and walked indoors, guessing that Xiao Xingru should be napping at this hour. As he opened the door, a smile crept onto his lips. Indeed, his assumption was correct. The mother and daughter were sound asleep. Xiao Xingru lay in bed, while Su Yanran was dozing on the edge. Seeing this, Gu Zhixing promptly adjusted Su Yanran's position. She stirred slightly in his embrace, furrowing her brow, and reached out to push him away. Gu Zhixing, unperturbed by her small gestures, gently patted her to soothe her back to sleep. While Gu Zhixing basked in tender affection, Zhang Jiaxiang was toiling away, drenched in sweat. He wielded a shovel, swiftly scooping up dirt, even faster than the average worker. As a result, dirt and dust covered him from head to toe. Gu Zhixing, unable to watch any longer, put down her watering can and exclaimed, "Jiaxianggu, what on earth are you doing? Have you lost your mind? What do you know? I'm making money," Zhang Jiaxiang shouted, wiping the sweat from his brow. Gu Zhixing looked on in disbelief. Among the team, Zhang Jiaxiang was the least likely to desire wealth. "Jiaxianggu, have you been stimulated by something?" she asked, puzzled. Zhang Jiaxiang, slightly agitated by her remark, replied, "Do you know how much gold costs today?" "How much?" Gu Zhixing inquired, bewildered by what could possibly motivate such a lazy person. Without further ado, Zhang Jiaxiang stated, 41 yuan per gram. Gu Zhixing was momentarily stunned, her heart racing with excitement. "Is that true, Jiaxianggu?" Zhang Jiaxiang cast a fleeting glance at Gu Zhixing, asserting, "How could that possibly be false? Deceiving you serves no purpose for me." Upon hearing this, Gu Zhixing nodded in agreement. Indeed, there was no advantage in misleading him. "Brother Jiaxiang, is this the reason behind your relentless digging?" Gu Zhixing inquired. "Well, what do you mean by digging?" "I am unearthing gold," Zhang Jiaxiang retorted defensively. Yet a hint of frustration crept in as he pondered why he had yet to discover any gold. Zhang Jiaxiang was a man whose emotions were readily apparent on his face. Noticing his expression, Gu Zhixing continued, "Brother Jiaxiang, if you are struggling to find gold, may I offer you a suggestion?" "What suggestion?" Zhang Jiaxiang asked with excitement, for in his heart, he believed that any idea from Gu Zhixing was bound to succeed. Chapter 71. The Explosive Encounter, Part 2, Brother Zhixing. There's a term in the gold mining community known as explosive encounter. Are you familiar with it? Gu Zhixing said mysteriously. Isn't that obvious? How can I not know? Zhixing replied, somewhat impatient with Gu Zhixing's roundabout manner. That's not what I meant. I was referring to. Gu Zhixing gestured towards the direction of Gu Zhixing's home. Ah, how did I not think of that? Zhixing exclaimed, smiting his palm in realization. A surge of joy coursed through him as he marveled at Gu Zhixing's cleverness. Indeed, a learned person possesses wisdom. How had he overlooked this? Brother Gu is fortunate. Wherever people are, gold follows. They can summon others to assist with the digging, which is what we miners call an explosive encounter. Without hesitation, Zhixing sprang to his feet and dashed down the mountain, shouting as he ran, "You lot, take a break and wait." Gu Zhixing rubbed the spot where Zhixing had struck him, quickly adding, "Everyone, pause for a moment. Brother Gu will be coming up soon, and there will be plenty to do." The group set down their shovels, expressing their delight. Before long, Zhixing arrived home in a frenzy. Brother Gu, are you at home?" he called excitedly. Gu Zhixing recognized Zhixing's boisterous voice, filled with joy, and felt a twinge of curiosity. Perhaps they had struck gold. Pondering this, he hurriedly stepped outside. "What is it?" Zhixing hesitated to enter Gu Zhixing's house, but upon seeing him emerge, eagerly approached and pulled him along while saying, "Brother, come with me." Gu Zhixing, puzzled, asked, "What is happening?" "Brother, just trust me. You'll understand when we arrive," Zhixing urged anxiously. Gu Zhixing, somewhat exasperated by Zhixing's impulsive nature, replied, "Let go of my hand. I will go with you, but pulling me like this will draw attention." Upon hearing this, Zhixing promptly released his grip, and the two walked side by side towards the back mountain. With their long legs and swift pace, they soon reached the mining area, where they found Gu Zhixing and his brothers sitting idly by the roots of a tree, appearing quite bored. "What happened? Is there an issue?" Gu Zhixing inquired, sensing something was amiss. These men were diligent workers, and unless utterly exhausted, they would not gather together idly. Thus, he immediately suspected something was wrong. Upon seeing Gu Zhixing's arrival, Gu Zhixing and his brothers quickly stood up. "Brother Gu, there's nothing wrong. We just need you to help us with the digging." Upon hearing Gu Zhixing's remark, Gu Zhixing found himself even more perplexed. Both Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiajun were adept at the craft of gold prospecting. Zhang possessed commendable skills and ample experience, while Gu Zhixing had also honed her abilities quite well. Thus, it was bewildering that they had ventured so far to summon him for assistance. What could be the reason? Gu Zhixing refrained from responding to Gu Zhixing's inquiry, leisurely uttering the two words he deemed fitting, suspecting that the pair was up to something. Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiajun exchanged glances, silently urging one another to speak first. Ultimately, Gu Zhixing capitulated and said, "Brother Gu, with the gold prices rising today, we merely sought to extract a bit more gold. We, unlike you, lack your fortunate touch. Every time you arrive, we experience a stroke of good luck." Upon hearing this, Gu Zhixing dismissed it as a trivial matter, reassuring himself that as long as they did not engage in reckless behavior, all would be well. He nodded affirmatively, walked over to them, and picked up the shovels they had left behind. After surveying the area, he made his way to the roots of the tree where they had previously been seated, declaring, "Let me see this." Upon hearing Gu Zhixing's command, Gu Zhixing and her companions promptly stepped aside. Gu Zhixing first scooped up a handful of soil, sifting through it with his fingers. Noticing the moisture and color were quite suitable, he stood up, cast aside the dirt, and commenced his digging. Zhang Jiajun and Gu Zhixing watched in astonishment as Gu Zhixing began to excavate near the base of the tree roots. "Are you certain, Brother Gu, that this dig will yield gold?" "I remain skeptical," Zhang Jiajun whispered to Gu Zhixing. "I am uncertain as well," Gu Zhixing replied, sharing his doubts. It was evident that while Gu Zhixing possessed far greater expertise and experience than they, he had chosen this particular spot to dig, which any seasoned prospector would know was unlikely to produce gold, as tree roots typically harbored only soil. Nevertheless, Gu Zhixing had already begun his excavation, leaving the duo hesitant to dissuade him. In their line of work, It was most unwise to voice objections. If one spoke too much and no gold was found, all they would receive in return was a mere thank you. Conversely, should the ground yield gold, it could lead to enmity. Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiajun stood behind Gu Zhixing, watching intently, afraid to make a move. After approximately 30 shovelfuls, Gu Zhixing crouched down, picked up another handful of soil, and upon examining it, shook his head and continued digging. Brother Jiajun, should we perhaps advise him? This area seems a futile endeavor, Gu Zhixing inquired softly to Zhang Jiajun. Zhang Jiajun shook his head, inexplicably sensing that Gu Zhixing had chosen a ground that would surely bear significant fruit. No, let us observe the results of Brother Gu's efforts. Before long, Gu Zhixing picked up another handful of soil, examined it, and rather than continuing to dig, called out for Gu Zhixing, "Please bring me the gold bowl for sifting." The so-called gold bowl was merely an ordinary eating bowl. However, prospectors adorned their tools with the character for gold to invite good fortune. Upon hearing Gu Zhixing's request, Gu Zhixing's eyes lit up, realizing they might have struck gold. She hurriedly fetched the bowl, eager for Gu Zhixing to test the find. Gu Zhixing held a golden bowl and scooped a handful of soil into it, instructing Zhang Jiaxiang to gently pour water into the bowl. Before long, the soil mixed with water transformed into muddy liquid, which was then poured out of the bowl. This process was repeated twice, leaving behind only a scattering of glimmering gold dust. Both Zhang Jiaxiang and Gu Zhixing leaned in to take a look, their expressions tinged with disappointment. The amount of gold was even less than before, hardly worth their attention. However, Gu Zhixing, gazing at the shimmering remnants at the bottom of the bowl, felt a spark of excitement. He exclaimed, "This time, we truly have struck a fortunate moment." Zhang Jiaxiang, feeling disheartened, retorted, "Brother, this meager gold won't even cover a day's expenses. What is the point of digging?" Given the soaring gold prices today, he lamented the potential loss of time, uncertain of tomorrow's market. Noticing Zhang Jiaxiang's lack of realization, Gu Zhixing quickly interjected, "Jiaxiang, what color did you see the gold just now? Is it not somewhat different from what you've seen before?" With a casual demeanor, Zhang Jiaxiang replied, "What could be different? It's just gold." As soon as he uttered the word gold, he froze, only to be struck with ecstatic realization. Leaping up to scrutinize the golden bowl in Gu Zhixing's hands, disbelief written across his face. "Brother, is this?" Zhang Jiaxiang stammered, his excitement overwhelming him. "Yes, it is precisely as you imagined. Hurry and dig." Gu Zhixing chuckled, unable to suppress his delight. Chapter 72. A trove of gold. Upon hearing Gu Zhixing's words, Zhang Jiaxiang immediately seized a shovel and began to excavate the earth with fervor. Observing his reckless digging, Gu Zhixing cautioned, "Jiaxiang, be careful not to scatter the soil too much. It can still be sifted for gold." "Brother, if that saying were true, would you even find this little gold worth your attention?" Zhang Jiaxiang teased while continuing to dig without looking back. Despite his jest, he complied and began to pile the soil neatly. Gu Zhixing, seeing this, chose to remain silent, pondering the worth of the gold they were extracting. After all, he had invested a considerable fortune in this land, and he felt a pang of regret. Now, gold was not as valuable as it once was, and this was indeed their capital for future endeavors. As Gu Zhixing contemplated, he picked up a scoop of water, preparing to sift for gold. Noticing Zhang Jiaxiang's enthusiasm, he did not call him over for assistance, but instead beckoned the composed Gu Zhixing to join him. "Zhi, come and help me out," he called. "Coming, brother." Gu Zhixing replied, promptly setting down her shovel, rubbing the dirt from her hands, and walking over with her shovel in hand. "What should I do?" Gu Zhixing inquired. "Use the shovel to toss the gold-laden soil onto the mat while I pour water to sift for gold," Gu Zhixing instructed carefully. "All right, brother." Having overheard the earlier conversation between Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiaxiang, Gu Zhixing sensed that something significant was unfolding. As she worked, she observed Zhang Jiaxiang laboring vigorously and couldn't help but wonder what saying had inspired such fervor in him. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Brother Gu, what was that saying you mentioned earlier?" "The saying goes, gold is dazzling, while silver is nestled." Gu Zhixing, noticing Gu Zhixing's curiosity, smiled, and shared the information with her. However, Gu Zhixing remained somewhat perplexed, inquiring, "Brother Gu, what does this mean?" Gu Zhixing raised an eyebrow and replied, "Well, that is a long story. You'll need to listen." Gu Zhixing nodded, and the several individuals mining nearby also leaned in, eager for the tale. Observing their inquisitive expressions, Gu Zhixing chuckled and said, "All right, since you're all interested, I shall tell the story, but you must complete your work diligently. If the job is not done well, I may choose not to share any stories in the future." "Understood, Brother Gu, we will certainly do our best," the group responded, recognizing Gu Zhixing's playful demeanor. Pleased with their enthusiasm, Gu Zhixing began, "This story is quite old and simple, and I cannot ascertain its truthfulness. Just enjoy the amusement it brings. It is said that there was a gold miner who had the most unfortunate luck. Whether working alone or alongside others, he could never find gold. Over time, fellow miners began to believe he was a jinx and were reluctant to work with him. Nevertheless, he persisted, even selling his possessions to pursue gold mining. One day, he finally struck upon a glimmering nugget and presented it to the others. Yet they doubted him, suspecting he had acquired it from someone else. For such shining gold was rare and typically processed. Desperate to prove himself, he led the skeptics to his mining site, albeit with trepidation, fearing they would not believe his find. Upon arrival, the others examined the earth and were met with laughter as they discovered gold. Embarrassed and furious, the miner struck the ground with his shovel, bending in the process, which startled him. Upon further digging, he unearthed a cluster of gold, resembling a nest. From that day forward, among miners, the phrase golden nest became synonymous with wealth. After the tale concluded, the listeners were left wanting more. "Is it really that simple?" Gu Zhixing questioned, puzzled as to why Zhang Jiaxiang was so thrilled by such a story. "Indeed," Gu Zhixing affirmed, "it is as straightforward as that. But why is it called a silver nest?" Gu Zhixing earnestly asked. Gu Zhixing chuckled softly. "That is merely an exaggerated expression, a metaphor for money. Don't take it too seriously. It may well have been fabricated for amusement. I only mentioned it to Zhang Jiaxiang to motivate him to work." "Oh, I see." Gu Zhixing nodded, understanding his explanation. "Brother, should we continue digging here, even with the tree roots in the way?" Came a voice from nearby. Gu Zhixing set down his water dipper and approached the roots. Upon inspection, he found the roots were not substantial, with gold-bearing soil still accessible beneath them. He quickly grabbed a nearby shovel to see if he could dig. The moment the shovel struck the ground, a loud clank echoed, nearly causing Gu Zhixing to lose his balance. Steadying himself, he focused on a peculiar, honeycomb-like mass of gold tightly encased by the roots. Zhang Jiaxiang, witnessing this scene, became exceedingly excited, exclaiming, "Nugget gold! This is nugget gold!" Gu Zhixing expressed some doubts. "Have you ever seen nest gold?" "Of course not. How could I have?" Gu Zhixing pouted, thinking to herself that she assumed he had, considering how excited he was digging in the soil. Gu Zhixing, noticing the banter between the two, quickly said, "Come over and use the shovels to sever the tree roots and extract the gold." The group feverishly dug with their shovels, and after a brief struggle, managed to break a few roots, just enough to unearth the nest gold. Gu Zhixing lifted the nest gold, along with some soil, weighing approximately 5 to 6 pounds. They had become instant millionaires overnight. "Let us head back. As per our usual tradition, after dinner tonight, there will be red envelopes for you all. This time, I'll prepare something substantial," Gu Zhixing exclaimed with excitement. The brothers tidied up the site, stashed their tools, and hurriedly followed Gu Zhixing down the mountain. They were genuinely happy for him and Zhang Jiaxiang. Although they could not earn as much as Brother Gu, they felt no jealousy. Without Brother Gu, they might still be struggling to fill their stomachs. Upon descending the mountain, the group joyfully returned home to wash up and have dinner, preparing to visit Gu Zhixing's house later for the red envelopes. Upon arriving home, Gu Zhixing quickly took a water scoop to wash the soil off the nest gold. "Brother, are we going to refine the gold?" Zhang Jiaxiang inquired. "No need. Once we clean it up, we will deliver it directly," Gu Zhixing replied, shaking his head. He was aware that gold prices would continue to decline the following day, and today represented the peak. Any refining would have to wait until tomorrow, which would be too late. Chapter 73. Local specialties from manager Chen Zhixing and Zhang Jiaxiang were drawing water from the well beside the courtyard, their voices echoing loudly, which soon caught the attention of Su Yin, ran inside the house. Just then, Xiaoxing Ruo woke from her nap, and Su Yin ran hurriedly dressed her, taking her hand to step outside for a look. As they crossed the threshold, Su Yin ran could not initially discern what Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiaxiang were washing, but as they approached, she gasped in astonishment. Hearing the sound behind him, Gu Zhixing turned around and saw Su Yin ran coming over, quickly offering a gentle smile. Yin ran, "Don't come closer. We just poured water here, and the ground is a bit slippery." Upon hearing Gu Zhixing's words, Su Yin ran stood still, her disbelief evident as she asked incredulously, "Ah Xing, is that gold?" Gu Zhixing looked tenderly at his wife, nodded, and gestured for her to keep quiet. After receiving his confirmation, Su Yin ran gazed at the somewhat honeycomb-like gold pieces before her, still struggling to believe it was gold. Gu Zhixing, seeing his wife frozen in disbelief, walked over with a knowing smile, took her hand, and softly explained, "This is Nest gold, distinct from the gold we usually sift. It is a lump formed by the accumulation of gold over time through river erosion." Upon hearing Gu Zhixing's explanation, Su Yin Ran began to comprehend that this was indeed a gift from nature. Gu Zhixing found his bewildered and enlightened little wife utterly adorable. "Yin Ran, I need to head to the county town to exchange the gold. Can you stay home with Xing Ruo?" Gu Zhixing felt uneasy about leaving Su Yin Ran alone, as this trip might keep him until nightfall. "Of course, just return early," Su Yin Ran replied softly, pursing her lips. Gu Zhixing and his wife spoke without any regard for Zhang Jiaxiang's presence. Gu Zhixing's concerns were fully absorbed by Zhang Jiaxiang, who promptly replied with a cheerful smile, "Brother Gu, there's no need for you to worry. My parents are here, so you can rest easy." He then turned to Su Yin Ran with a grin, saying, "Sister-in-law, if you need anything, just call on my parents. They are in good health, and just the other day mentioned wanting to cultivate a piece of land." Upon hearing this, Su Yin Ran couldn't help but smile knowingly. Although she struggled to articulate the unique dynamic of the Zhang family, she found them to be quite amusing. Meanwhile, Gu Zhixing silently mused, "Truly, you are a devoted son to your parents." Noticing Su Yin Ran's delight, Zhang Jiaxiang, eager to push his luck, continued his banter but was swiftly pulled away by Gu Zhixing, who wrapped an arm around his neck and said, "Enough of your chatter. Let's go." A tinge of jealousy flickered within Gu Zhixing. After all, that was his wife, and he wondered why this young man felt the need to amuse her. Once they reached the well, Gu Zhixing released Zhang Jiaxiang at his call, but after that, he did not spare him another glance. He hastily gathered the gold into a cloth bag and remarked, "Let us be off. Just in time, old Wang's ox cart is still here. If we delay, we may have to walk." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiaxiang hurriedly made his way to the gate, clearly anxious about missing the cart. Gu Zhixing chuckled at his urgency, realizing that Zhang Jia was indeed fearful of something, and quickly followed suit. Upon reaching the village entrance, they found old Wang still at his post, having not yet returned home. As night fell, few villagers ventured to the county town, but old Wang patiently awaited them for the convenience of others. At that moment, he was unloading the cart while feeding his ox. "Old Wang, we are headed to the county town. Could you give us a ride?" Zhang Jiaxiang called out from a distance. Of course, of course," Old Wang replied cheerfully upon recognizing Zhang Jiaxiang's voice. His words, though sharp, were softened by an affectionate heart, especially towards Zhang Jiaxiang, who had a knack for charming others. Once the cart was ready, Zhang Jiaxiang took a seat beside Old Wang, engaging him in lively conversation, while Gu Zhixing paid no mind and climbed into the cart with his bag. As Old Wang conversed with Zhang Jiaxiang, laughter erupted, making their journey feel much quicker. Upon arriving in the county town, Old Wang, in high spirits, dropped them off at the bank entrance, saying, "You two go ahead. I'll wait here for you to return, lest you end up walking back." Gu Zhixing raised an eyebrow in surprise at this display, suddenly realizing how likable Zhang Jiaxiang truly was. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the figure of Gu Mingxian intruded upon his contemplation, prompting him to shake his head in resignation. He felt a peculiar sentiment between them, akin to the longing expressed in the phrase. I intended my heart towards the bright moon. Brother Gu, let us go inside, Zhang Jiaxiang exclaimed, puzzled as to why Gu Zhixing stood at the bank entrance, lost in thought. To an outsider, he might appear quite foolish. They both stepped into the bank, where a manager promptly approached them, asking, "Are you two here to exchange gold?" Gu Zhixing had already made a visit earlier that morning, which had caused quite a stir. Thus, the manager approached with a hopeful demeanor, wondering if perhaps he could share in the bounty. "We are here to see Manager Chen," Gu Zhixing remarked politely. The bank manager, grinning warmly, replied, "Manager Chen is not here. You can speak with me just the same." "What business could you have with Manager Chen, if not for exchanging gold?" Zhang Jiaxiang, growing impatient with such individuals, was about to push them aside when Gu Zhixing held him back. With a smile, Gu Zhixing explained, "I brought some local specialties from home. My wife asked me to deliver them to Manager Chen." "Are you relatives?" the bank manager asked, appearing somewhat skeptical, wondering when Manager Chen had relatives from the countryside, considering his origins were from Sioux City. "Yes, Manager Chen is my wife's third brother," Gu Zhixing replied, weaving a fib without batting an eye, leaving Zhang Jiaxiang momentarily stunned, unaware that Gu Zhixing's statement held a kernel of truth. The bank manager scrutinized Gu Zhixing, realizing he might have mistaken him for the gold exchange client from earlier that morning. Zhang Jiaxiang and Gu Zhixing had hurried down the mountain in their work clothes, distinctly different from the dignified individual from the morning. "Manager Chen is at the back. You may find him yourselves," the bank manager said curtly, preparing to leave, having determined they were not clients. Gu Zhixing, unperturbed by this, saw it as fortuitous and was about to step inside when Manager Chen appeared. Upon seeing Gu Zhixing, Manager Chen's face brightened. "Zhixing, what brings you here? Are you here to withdraw money?" "No, I'm not here for that," Gu Zhixing replied with a knowing smile. "Then what is it? If you need my assistance, feel free to ask," Manager Chen suggested, recalling that Gu Zhixing had already exchanged gold that morning, thus assuming he wasn't there for that purpose. Zhang Jiaxiang, noticing Manager Chen's anxious demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Manager Chen, "My brother Gu said he came to deliver some local specialties." Upon hearing this, Manager Chen realized there was no pressing matter, and his tension eased. He then expressed curiosity about the local specialties Gu Zhixing had brought. "Oh, Zhixing, what local specialties have you brought me?" Realizing there were many onlookers outside and not wanting to elaborate, Gu Zhixing suggested, "Let's discuss this inside." Manager Chen quickly ushered them into the VIP room. Once inside, he closed the door and asked, "Zhixing, what is so mysterious about these local specialties?" Gu Zhixing, feeling playful among familiar company, replied, "Why not take a look for yourself?" Curiosity piqued, Manager Chen hesitantly opened the cloth bag. The moment he peered inside, he froze, his voice trembling. "You call this a local specialty?" Zhang Jiaxiang, finally witnessing a reaction more astonished than his own, erupted in laughter. Gu Zhixing, amused by Zhang Jiaxiang's enthusiasm, smiled at Manager Chen's reaction. "Manager Chen, please assist us with the exchange. There's no need for refinement. Just the price as is," Gu Zhixing instructed. Certainly. I will fetch the paperwork right away," Manager Chen replied excitedly, promptly exiting the VIP room to retrieve the necessary items. Zhang Jiaxiang, upon noticing that Manager Chen had departed, could not contain his curiosity any longer. "Brother, why did you prevent me from taking action just now? Surely, that would have been the swiftest resolution. Why must we coax that individual to leave? It's such a hassle." "Jiaxiang, you must understand the principle that while the King of Hell is easy to approach, the little ghosts are quite troublesome," Gu Zhixing replied. "If you had acted today, he might very well seek to create difficulties for you, for me, or for Manager Chen in the future. We are fortunate. We can simply switch banks to exchange the gold. However, Manager Chen cannot escape such entanglements. We should strive to avoid provoking unnecessary conflicts. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Gu Zhixing's words, Zhang Jiaxiang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Brother, I understand now. In the future, I shall contemplate my actions carefully before proceeding, so as not to bring trouble to those around me." "Indeed," Gu Zhixing responded, pleased that Zhang Jiaxiang grasped the concept quickly, and he fell silent. In his heart, Gu Zhixing reflected that although he might not be able to alter the course of this era significantly, at the very least, he wished to shield those close to him from the sufferings of the past. In his previous life, Zhang Jiaxiang's impulsive nature had led him into numerous predicaments. Zhixing, are you certain you do not wish to refine the gold? The price of refined gold is significantly higher than that of unrefined, Manager Chen interjected, entering the room as he spoke. Gu Zhixing glanced at Zhang Jiaxiang's watch and shook his head. It would take too much time. I fear that by midnight, the gold price will plummet. Let's weigh it directly then. Upon hearing Gu Zhixing's response, Manager Chen ceased his persuasion, recognizing that everyone has their own rationale for their actions. He promptly took up the scale and began his work, as weighing such large gold bars proved to be quite cumbersome. After a considerable time, he confirmed the weight with Gu Zhixing, and once both were satisfied with the amount, Manager Chen accepted the passbook handed to him by Gu Zhixing and exited once more. Before long, Manager Chen returned with a smile, saying, Mr. Gu, please check to see if the figures match. Zhang Jiaxiang leaned in to examine the two passbooks. Brother, why are you splitting this 50-50 with me? How could I possibly embezzle it if I claim to share it with you? Gu Zhixing retorted, somewhat exasperated. Zhang Jiaxiang, feeling agitated, exclaimed, Brother, you discovered this on your own. It has nothing to do with me. Yet it was your presence that led to this discovery on the mountain. So you share in this fortune? Gu Zhixing asserted firmly, listening to the dialogue between the brothers. Manager Chen began to comprehend the origin of the gold and could not help but feel a twinge of envy at their fortuitous bond. Despite this envy, he harbored no resentment. Rather, he respected Gu Zhixing's loyalty and character. As Zhang Jiaxiang gazed at the 5-digit figure in Gu Zhixing's account, he could not help but tremble with excitement. Brother, we are now indeed the genuine Mr. Gu and Mr. Zhang. Yes, it would seem so, Gu Zhixing replied nonchalantly. Having completed their business, Gu Zhixing felt a weight lift from his heart. He expressed his gratitude to Manager Chen and prepared to depart, only to recall the earlier warning he had overheard. Manager Chen, you should exercise caution. That tall, slender gold exchange manager at your bank seems intent on poaching your clients. Upon hearing Gu Zhixing's description, Manager Chen immediately deduced the identity of the individual in question, responding coldly, I shall certainly take heed. He then opened the door to bid farewell to Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiaxiang, as he observed Gu Zhixing settling onto Wang Deji's ox cart. Manager Chen felt that this person was indeed worthy of a deeper friendship. Despite his humble origins, his character and knowledge were commendable. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, Zhang Jiaxiang returned home, greeted everyone briefly, and retreated to his room to rest. Upon entering his own abode, Gu Zhixing found Su Yanran still awaiting his return. Unable to sleep. Why are you still awake? Be cautious. You might strain your eyes, Gu Zhixing expressed with concern, noting that everyone else had gone to bed early, and a pregnant woman ought to rest even earlier. Seeing Gu Zhixing return alleviated Su Yanran's worries. She sweetly replied, I cannot sleep until you return. This sentiment melted Gu Zhixing's heart, leaving him no room for reproach. He gently kissed her forehead and presented her with their savings book. Take a look, he urged. Su Yanran, aware that they had likely earned a substantial sum that day, was nonetheless taken aback upon opening it. How could it be so much? She exclaimed. Silly girl, have you forgotten the current gold prices? Gu Zhixing teased as he playfully pinched her nose. Realizing the implications of their newfound wealth, Su Yanran exclaimed joyfully, So we are quite affluent now. Indeed, so do not worry. I can provide for you and the little one, Gu Zhixing stated earnestly. He made this declaration because he had observed Su Yanran's cautious frugality. All right, I will heed your advice and not overthink things, Su Yanran replied, blushing as she nestled into Gu Zhixing's embrace. He then inquired, Zhixi, have they arrived? They just left a moment ago. I told them to return later. As you had gone to the county, Su Yanran replied softly. Very well, you should rest. I will step outside to await their arrival. Have the red envelopes been prepared? Gu Zhixing asked. Su Yanran promptly retrieved the red envelopes from beneath her pillow and handed them to him. They were ready long ago, just waiting for your return to distribute them. Gu Zhixing looked at his delicate wife and remarked, Next time I am away, you may take charge and distribute them as you see fit. This household is yours to manage, you know? Su Yanran smiled gently at his words, taking them lightly. Chapter 75. Gu Zixi's Journey of Learning. As Gu Zhixing set a stool and took a seat in the courtyard with the red envelopes, Gu Zixi and her brothers arrived, as if they had coordinated their timing. "Brother Gu," they called out in unison, their voices filled with delight. "Yes, I prepared these red envelopes for you," Gu Zhixing said, handing one to each of them. The children examined the envelopes in their hands, squeezing them lightly. The red paper was still thin and a bit faded, and they could easily discern the amount enclosed by the feel of it. "Brother Gu, is this perhaps a bit too much? Did you make a mistake?" Gu Zixi asked, surprised. Although they had indeed come for the red envelopes, the amount seemed excessive. "Too much? I think not. The price of gold has risen recently, and given that you all performed splendidly today, it would be unfair for me and Jiaxiang to enjoy meat while you are left with only broth. Just keep this to yourselves and refrain from boasting," Gu Zhixing replied with a smile. Gu Zixi hesitated, expressing her reluctance. "Brother Gu, we should only take what we are entitled to. We cannot accept more." "Indeed, Brother Gu, we should earn in accordance with the work we do. That way, we feel at ease." "Yes, Brother Gu, we are grateful for your generous red envelopes, but we cannot accept an excessive amount." Upon witnessing their sincerity, Gu Zhixing felt a profound sense of comfort, yet he still gestured dismissively. "Take it. If it weren't for the envy of certain villagers, I would have offered you much more. If you refuse now, what will happen in the future? The times are improving rapidly. If you work diligently with me, you will reap greater rewards down the line." The group listened to Gu Zhixing's words, deeply moved and at a loss for words. As they looked at their increasingly fine clothing and the better food at home, they silently vowed to follow Brother Gu's guidance without hesitation. Before their emotions could settle, Gu Zhixing began to usher them away, unable to tolerate their sentimental expressions. "You all should head back now. Be careful on the way. Zhixi, stay behind. I have some matters to discuss with you." "All right, Brother Gu. We'll take our leave." The others, recognizing Gu Zhixing's need to speak with Gu Zixi, promptly prepared to depart. "Brother, is there something you need me to do?" Gu Zixi inquired eagerly, her heart racing with excitement as she clutched the red envelope given by Gu Zhixing, wishing he would assign her 100 tasks. "There is nothing for you to do at the moment. Just sit down, and I will explain everything to you." Gu Zhixing motioned toward a nearby stool. Complying, Gu Zixi took a seat, waiting intently for Gu Zhixing to speak. "Brother, go ahead." "Zhixi, I must ask you, do you still wish to pursue your studies?" Gu Zhixing inquired solemnly. At this, Gu Zixi was taken aback, her heart racing with anxiety. "Brother, do you not want me to follow you anymore? Have I done something wrong?" Gu Zhixing quickly reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. "No, I am merely asking. Do not worry. Just answer me honestly." Once Gu Zixi heard his words, she calmed down and replied, "I used to want to study very much, but later I became afraid to think about it. Now that I have to earn money on my own, I have no time to ponder it." She spoke lightly, as if joking. Hearing this, Gu Zhixing stated directly, "Zhixi, I wish to sponsor your education. What do you think?" "Brother, there's no need for you to sponsor me. I have already earned a significant amount of money by working alongside you, and Mother is saving it for me. Once this busy period is over, I can pursue my studies on my own." Gu Zixi did not want to take advantage of Gu Zhixing, despite their familial ties. "Zhixi, I need someone well-educated by my side. In the future, as I expand my business, I will require someone knowledgeable to oversee it. Would you consider this? While pursuing your studies now may not yield immediate financial gain, I assure you that I will not neglect you in the future." Gu Zhixing earnestly explained to Gu Zixi. Upon hearing these words, Gu Zixi fell into contemplation for a moment. He had long discerned that Gu Zhixing was like a dragon lurking beneath the surface, destined to leave this small mountain village sooner or later. Thus, he had resolved to finish everything here before pursuing his studies. However, what surprised him was that Gu Ge would even take him along. Gu Ge truly had his best interests at heart. After mulling over these matters, Gu Zixi quietly made up his mind and spoke. "Gu Ge, I am willing to go, but where shall I study? The college entrance examination is just around the corner." "How confident are you?" Gu Zhixing inquired. He was aware of Gu Zixi's intelligence and his penchant for reading, yet he still feared that the pressure might weigh heavily on him. If there was no assurance, they would have to consider trying again next year. Upon hearing Gu Zhixing's question, Gu Zhixi smiled and replied, "Brother, I cannot claim 100% certainty, but I am at least 90% confident." With Gu Zhixi's response, Gu Zhixing felt reassured. "Then let us head to the county town. There is a teacher there who specializes in college entrance examination questions. I will pull some strings to arrange for you to meet him." "Really? Thank you, brother," Gu Zhixi exclaimed with joy. He had long heard of this teacher, but had been at a loss for how to meet him. If he could study under this esteemed educator, it would be nothing short of miraculous. However, a thought crossed his mind, and he hesitated. But what if I leave, and my mother? After all, his mother still needed him. "Do not worry. When the time comes, wherever you go, I will ensure they accompany you. There will be no separation." Gu Zhixing reassured him with a smile. Gu Zhixi expressed his gratitude repeatedly. "Brother, thank you. Thank you. There is no need for thanks. We are brothers. Now go back and have a good talk with your father and mother." The elderly are often reluctant to part from their homes. After sending Gu Zhixi off, Gu Zhixing returned to his room and found Su Yanran still drowsily awake. He gazed at her with a smile, which puzzled her. "Why are you smiling at me? Is there something on my face?" As she spoke, she instinctively touched her face. Gu Zhixing quickly approached and gently grasped her wandering hands. "Do not fidget. I was merely curious as to why our usually frugal little girl has suddenly become so generous today." Upon hearing his words, Su Yanran recalled the red envelopes, and her face flushed. "I am not stingy. They have been with you for so long, and thanks to them, we earn quite a bit this time. Of course, I should give them a little extra. And I am no longer a little girl," she added, somewhat petulantly. Gu Zhixing looked at his petite wife, who was fervently explaining herself, and his deep eyes brimmed with profound affection. He had lived a lifetime, witnessed great wealth, and experienced a life of privilege. Thus he held a different perspective on money. However, Su Yanran was different. She had endured hardship, and wealth held significant importance for her. This time, her willingness to increase their compensation was a rare sentiment, not merely monetary, but also a means of reassuring their hearts. "Yanran, thank you. It is truly wonderful to have you by my side." Gu Zhixing could not help but express his heartfelt sentiment. Su Yanran, upon hearing Gu Zhixing's sentimental words, slightly lowered her head and nestled into his embrace, as obedient as a little kitten. Chapter 76. An unexpected encounter in the county. While Gu Zhixing had completed all his tasks the day prior, the next day found him with little to occupy his time. He decided to retire early with his wife and daughter, intending to dedicate the entire following day to them. Thus, after a night of slumber, he awoke around 9 in the morning. Su Yanran and Xiao Xingru had risen early but refrained from getting out of bed, concerned about disturbing Gu Zhixing. To entertain her daughter and prevent any noise, Su Yanran held a collection of children's drawings she had made for Xiao Xingru, flipping through them as they sat together. Upon opening his eyes, Gu Zhixing was greeted by the sight of the mother-daughter duo engrossed in the artwork. This tender scene momentarily captivated him. Noticing his gaze, Su Yanran gently smiled and said, "Ah Xing, you're awake. Are you hungry? I'll get started on breakfast." Turning to face her, Gu Zhixing propped his head on his hand and murmured, "Yanran, come here." A hint of suspicion flickered across Su Yanran's face. Yet she obediently set her daughter down and nestled into Gu Zhixing's arms. "Ah Xing, is there something on your mind? How about a trip to the county later?" Gu Zhixing replied lazily, playing with Su Yanran's loose strands of hair. "A trip to the county?" Su Yanran pondered, somewhat perplexed, as Gu Zhixing typically did not take them along on his errands. "Is there nothing pressing today? I want to take you both out for some fun while attending to a matter. Please gather your identification and bank book. I need to visit the village chief first. If that is all right." Although Su Yanran was uncertain why Gu Zhixing required her identification, her trust in him remained unwavering, and she promptly replied, "All right." After finishing his words, Gu Zhixing dressed quickly and added, "Xingru, if you can dress yourself, I'll reward you with something you like. If you need your mother's help, that opportunity will be lost." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xingru eagerly asked, "Daddy, can I buy white rabbit candy and candied hawthorn?" "Of course," Gu Zhixing responded. With his encouragement, Xiao Xingru's eyes sparkled with excitement as she scrambled to get dressed, managing the task with admirable effort despite her clumsiness. Seeing the effortless interaction between father and daughter, Su Yanran felt a sense of joy, silently smiling as she watched them. "Daddy, I'm all dressed," Xiao Xingru announced proudly. Gu Zhixing, pleased with her accomplishment, nodded appreciatively and said, "Then wait here for a moment, and Daddy will take you to the county to buy your white rabbit candy and candied hawthorn." With that, he strode briskly towards the village chief's home. Before long, he arrived at the chief's residence, where the chief was leisurely seated at the entrance, preparing to smoke a pipe. Noticing Gu Zhixing approaching, he set aside his tobacco and stood to greet him. "Good morning, village chief. Are you busy? If not, could you write me a letter of introduction?" Gu Zhixing inquired. "A letter of introduction for what?" The village chief asked, his curiosity piqued, wondering why this young man seemed to be in need of such letters so frequently. Gu Zhixing gently scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, "I wish to purchase a house in the county." "Didn't you just build a house? Why are you looking to buy another?" The village chief expressed his disapproval of Gu Zhixing's extravagant spending, reminding him to be frugal, especially with children to raise. "Chief, I was thinking that as Yin Ran's pregnancy progresses, she will certainly need to give birth in the county. I fear that the time spent traveling to the hospital from the village might cause delays. It would be more practical to buy a house in the county so that when the time comes, we can access the hospital with ease. Additionally, I wish for Zhixing to study in the county for a while to prepare for this year's college entrance examination, which also necessitates residing there for a time." Gu Zhixing explained calmly. Upon hearing Gu Zhixing's reasoning, the village chief nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the younger generation often has more comprehensive considerations. He appreciated the fact that Gu Zhixing, even after achieving success, remained mindful of supporting the villagers. "All right, I will go write you a recommendation letter. Is it acceptable to write your name?" "No, please write Yin Rant's name," Gu Zhixing replied. The village chief paused, momentarily taken aback, and hesitated to voice his thoughts. Internally, he mused, everyone has their own destiny. Upon seeing the chief's expression, Gu Zhixing understood perfectly and smiled without further explanation, confident that Su Yanran would not leave him. The village chief entered the house, picked up some stationery, and began composing the letter of introduction. Before long, it was completed, written in traditional brush strokes, and needed a moment to dry. While waiting, the chief advised, purchasing a house is a significant decision. Be sure to observe and compare thoroughly. "Yes, understood," Gu Zhixing replied, noticing the ink had dried sufficiently. He promptly folded the letter, thanked the chief, and returned home. Upon arriving, Gu Zhixing saw Su Yanran and Xiao Xingrua neatly dressed, waiting for him in the yard. He scooped up Xiao Xingrua with a knowing smile, asking, "Yanran, have you brought everything?" "Yes, I brought everything you asked for," Su Yanran responded. "Then let us go." As fate would have it, just as they reached the village entrance, Old Wang was also about to leave. Spotting Gu Zhixing and his family, Old Wang quickly stopped to wait for them. Climbing onto the ox cart, Old Wang cheerfully remarked, "Off to the county for some fun. Are you?" He had discerned a pattern. Whenever Gu Zhixing took his wife and child out, it was for leisure rather than business. This young man had truly become admirable, balancing work and family life. Upon reaching the county, Gu Zhixing led Su Yanran and Xiao Xingrua directly to the home of Mr. Xie, a local realtor. At this time, there were still houses available, and the prices were quite reasonable. The listings came from local residents who roamed the streets, providing honest assessments of the properties without deceit. Arriving at Mr. Xie's residence, Gu Zhixing knocked on the door. "Mr. Xie, are you home?" Yes. Mr. Xie, noticing potential business, swiftly opened the door with a welcoming smile. "Hello, Mr. Xie. I am looking to buy a larger house in the county. Do you have any listings available?" "Ah, you've come at the right time. Coincidentally, there are others looking to buy as well. Come in and have a seat. I will share what I have, and if something appeals to you, I can take you to see it," Mr. Xie replied with evident excitement. It was rare to encounter someone seeking to buy a house, let alone two in one day. As he ushered Gu Zhixing and his family into the living room, he lavished praise upon Gu Zhixing. Upon entering the house, Gu Zhixing felt a surge of joy upon encountering an acquaintance. "Zhixing, are you renting or buying?" The individual inquired warmly upon recognizing Gu. "I am purchasing a property," Gu Zhixing explained with a smile, omitting the fact that Su Yanran's pregnancy was a significant reason behind his decision. They were not yet close enough to share such personal details. Xie Yun observed the ease with which the two conversed, resembling a familial bond, and enthusiastically remarked, "Ah, what a coincidence. Mr. Chun is Mr. Gu's brother-in-law, isn't he? I can see a resemblance between Mr. Chun and Mrs. Gu." Gu Zhixing, Su Yanran, and Manager Chun chuckled softly at Xie Yun's flattery, leaving Xie Yun bewildered by their amusement. Noticing her confusion, Gu Zhixing clarified, "We are not related. We are business partners." He felt it was best to keep their affairs discreet. "Indeed, you misunderstood," Manager Chun chimed in. Upon hearing their explanations, Xie Yun felt no embarrassment. In their line of work, one must possess a thick skin. She cheerfully offered her apologies, acknowledging the resemblance between the two. After Xie Yun's apology, Gu Zhixing promptly introduced Su Yanran, saying, "Yanran, this is the bank manager, Chun Xiujin, whom I often mention." Upon hearing Gu Zhixing's introduction, Su Yanran quickly approached with a smile, greeting, "Hello, Manager Chun. I've heard so much about you from Zhixing. Your reputation certainly precedes you." Su Yanran, a young intellectual from the city, was well-read and adept at complimenting others in a manner that was both charming and uplifting. Manager Chun, pleased by her praise, responded with a hearty laugh, "I've long heard about your remarkable intellect, Mrs. Gu, and your daughter's beauty and intelligence. It is indeed a pleasure to meet you both in person." At Manager Chen's compliment, Su Yanran smiled sweetly, revealing a charming dimple. Little Xingru, sensing the praise directed at her, clambered up from her seat and, in her innocent voice, said, "Thank you, uncle." Manager Chun beamed at the child's adorable gratitude, finding her delightful. As he adjusted his glasses, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with the smiling Su Yanran, reminiscent of someone he knew. He casually inquired, "Mrs. Gu, where are you from?" "You need not call me Mrs. Gu. That is too formal. Just call me Yanran." "I am from Sioux City," she replied graciously, displaying no embarrassment regarding her background as a young intellectual. Manager Chen was taken aback. "Oh, I am also from Sioux City. Which part are you from?" Sensing an ominous premonition from Manager Chen's question, Gu Zhixing swiftly interrupted, gently saying to Su Yanran, "Let us focus on viewing the property. The handover will take considerable time. And if we delay, Old Wong may not wait for us." "All right, let us hasten to view the property," Su Yanran agreed, dismissing Manager Chen's inquiry, prioritizing their home search and return. Manager Chun felt that Gu Zhixing was deliberately interrupting him and wanted to ask further questions. However, upon reflection, he realized that this was a particularly busy time for his family. Thus, he shook his head and chose to remain silent. Xie Yun, noticing that both parties had finished their small talk, seized the opportunity to introduce the properties currently available. "We have two districts, West City and East City. The houses in West City tend to be of better quality and have a more favorable security situation. Although the houses in East City are somewhat older, they are more affordable. Which district would you prefer to view?" "Let's start with West City," Gu Zhixing suggested, considering that after Su Yanran's childbirth, she would need a good environment for her recovery. Su Yanran nodded in agreement, as she usually heeded Gu Zhixing's opinions regarding external matters. Manager Chun had little to add. Not only was the money from his family substantial, but his recent bonuses could also afford a house. Seeing that the trio had no further objections, Xie Yun felt a surge of joy and promptly began to present several blueprints for properties in West City. "By chance, I have two adjacent houses available. The previous owner built them not long ago, but after his two sons became successful, he moved them to the provincial capital, leaving these behind for sale. One is a 3-story villa, and the other is a 2-story one, both quite suitable." Gu Zhixing became intrigued by the 3-story villa. Noting that the community was just beginning to develop, yet such villas were rare. "Could we take a look at them?" Xie Yun, recognizing Gu Zhixing's interest, eagerly replied, "Of course. It's not far. We can walk there in just a few minutes. Shall we go now?" "Yes," Gu Zhixing nodded. "Then let us be on our way." Gu Zhixing supported Su Yanran, while little Xingru, feeling comfortable, was led by Chun Xiujin. The group proceeded towards the west alley. "Look, there are those two villas," Xie Yun enthusiastically pointed out. "The walls have just been painted, and they look brand new." Gu Zhixing raised his gaze to the small villas before him. Noting the red-tiled roofs and white walls, with the yard freshly coated in white plaster. It appeared quite clean and appealing. He then inquired, "Can we go inside to take a look?" "Absolutely," Xie Yun replied, retrieving his keys to unlock the door. He felt a surge of excitement, believing that once they entered, the prospects would be promising. These villas had not been viewed in quite some time, not due to their quality, but rather because of their high prices. Upon entering, they found all furnishings were new, including a kitchen, dining room, guest room, and study. Everything was comprehensively equipped. Remarkably, the sofa was made of genuine leather, a rarity nowadays, and the bed was a newfangled mattress. Gu Zhixing and Su Yanran exchanged glances, both feeling very satisfied. What is the price of this property? Gu Zhixing turned to ask. Xie Yun's face brightened as he raised a finger to indicate 10,000. Su Yanran gasped at the figure, exclaiming, "How can it be so expensive?" Gu Zhixing also frowned at the price. Seeing their reactions, Xie Yun quickly explained, "This price includes the furniture. Although there isn't much downstairs, the upstairs is fully furnished. Please offer a lower price. If you can sell it to me, I will buy it. Otherwise, we shall continue our search." Gu Zhixing engaged in a negotiation with Xie Yun, clearly believing that in this era, the property was not worth such a sum. Indeed, a more affordable price might just lead me to secure the neighboring house if I find it to my liking, Chen Xiujin concurred. Xie Yun pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us settle on 9,500. This is the lowest I can offer, considering the original owner is out of town and it's difficult to negotiate." Gu Zhixing, after a moment of contemplation, decisively stated, "I shall not make it difficult for you. See if you can sell it for 9,000. Upon hearing this, Xie Yun felt a tightness in her chest, reflecting inwardly, how astute this person is. The original owner's minimum price left with him is 9,000, not a single cent less. With a determined resolve, Xie Yun said, "Very well, I shall not profit from this. I will go and take the electrical report to inform the original owner to arrange for the transfer." Gu Zhixing nodded in agreement. And then Su Yanran stepped forward, presenting a prepared red envelope. "I appreciate your efforts. It wouldn't be right to let you work for nothing. Please accept this." This red envelope had been prepared by Gu Zhixing prior to leaving, indicating he had anticipated this situation. Xie Yun, holding the red envelope from Su Yanran, smiled with satisfaction. It was indeed a generous sum. Chapter 78. Soon-to-be neighbor's manager Chun, upon seeing Gu Zhixing's decision, expressed his desire to view the small villa next door. "Xiejia, could you show me the house next door?" "Of course. Let us go. I have the keys with me," Xie Yun replied, her spirits lifted by the recent developments. Exiting the house, she unlocked the gate to the adjacent yard. Manager Chen stepped inside and couldn't help but admire the small pond and gazebo. Despite the approach of late autumn, the flowers were still blooming vibrantly, a testament to the original owner's diligent efforts. Noticing the satisfied expression on Chen Xiujin's face, Xie Yun quickly explained, "The family's youngest son is a scholar who adores flowers and water features. I thought you would appreciate this place, which is why I recommended it." Chen Xiujin nodded in agreement, clearly pleased. "Let us go inside and take a look," he suggested. Inside, Manager Chen examined the house closely. The structure and furnishings were quite similar to those in Gu Zhixing's home, the only difference being the yard. Gu Zhixing's yard was expansive but unkempt, while this one was exquisitely designed. Curiously, Manager Chen inquired, "Xiejia, why are the houses identical, yet the yards so different?" Xie Yun chuckled and explained, "The original owner's parents resided with their eldest son, who intended to cultivate a vegetable garden, which is why their yard remains untouched. If you fancy this style, you could certainly hire someone to create a similar setup." Gu Zhixing, though silent, had his own considerations. Su Yanran enjoyed gardening and flowers, and he felt it best to leave the decision to her. "Xiejia, what is the price for this house?" Chen Xiujin asked. "This one is a floor less than the other and is considerably cheaper. The price is 6,000, Xie Yun replied, recognizing Chen Xiujin's genuine interest and refraining from inflating the price. Chen Xiujin found the price reasonable and nodded with satisfaction. "Then this is the one. Yeah, I want to haggle with you. Please hand us the keys. We will pay the deposit, and you can contact the owner. Does that work for you?" In a brief moment, Xie Yun had secured 2 significant business deals. Thus, he directly stated, "Here are the keys. You may hold on to them while I contact the property owner. Manager Chun and Gu Zhixing, equipped with funds, promptly paid the deposit to Xie Yun. After receiving the deposit, Xie Yun hurried to the post office to send a telegram to the property owner. Once Xie Yun had departed, Manager Chun and Gu Zhixing, relieved to have accomplished a major task, engaged in cheerful conversation. Zhixing, we shall soon be neighbors, Chun Xiujin remarked casually, giving Gu Zhixing a friendly pat on the shoulder. In that case, I kindly ask for your guidance, Manager Chun. Gu Zhixing jested in response, his spirits high. Daddy, buy candy. The perceptive little Xingrua chimed in, reminding Gu Zhixing of the promise he had made to her. Buy candy? Chun Xiujin queried, bewildered by the sudden outburst from the usually quiet girl. Gu Zhixing, though internally delighted, wore a facade of feigned exasperation as he explained, this morning, I told her that if she dressed properly, I would buy her some candy. I didn't expect she would still remember after nearly an entire morning. Intrigued, Manager Chun knelt down to negotiate with the little girl. Uncle can take you to buy some. Can't he? Chun Xiujin felt a genuine affinity for this child, whom he had only briefly met. However, little Xingrua shook her head and replied, no, I don't want Uncle to buy it. Why not? Manager Chun inquired, feeling a twinge of disappointment at her refusal. It's very expensive, she stated solemnly, initially taken aback. Manager Chun chuckled and asked, does it not become less expensive if your father buys it? Daddy has money, little Xingrua replied, eliciting laughter from the group. Gu Zhixing lifted her into his arms and said, all right, Daddy will take you to buy candy right now. He bid farewell to Manager Chun and made his way to the supply and marketing cooperative. I would like 1 pound of this white rabbit candy and 1 pound of these cookies, Gu Zhixing called to the shop assistant. Turning to Su Yinran, he inquired, Yinran, would you like to look around for anything? I don't want anything. Let's just buy some for Xingrua, Su Yinran replied, still unaccustomed to spending money on herself from her years of hardship. Seeing her reluctance, Gu Zhixing decided to let it go, believing that there would come a day when she would indulge herself. Each time Gu Zhixing visited, he would request numerous items, and the shop assistant had become quite familiar with him, swiftly gathering the requested goods. Before long, everything was weighed, using the traditional balance scales, as electronic scales had yet to be introduced, and the shop assistant was exceedingly generous in her measures. After paying, Gu Zhixing turned to little Xingrua and asked, is there anything else you desire? Treating this clever girl as an equal, he engaged her in conversation. Nothing else, she replied, beaming with joy as she held her candy. Then let us head over to Grandpa Wang's and prepare to return home. Okay, little Xingrua exclaimed, Grandpa Wang, I have candy for you. She presented the candy she was reluctant to eat to Grandpa Wang. Su Yanran and Gu Zhixing exchanged smiles, enchanted by their sweet-natured daughter. Su Yanran then reached into her cloth bag, retrieving a handful of candy to offer to Grandpa Wang, saying, Grandpa, please enjoy this candy. Old man Wang found himself unable to refuse, so he accepted the offering, unwrapped a piece of candy, and savored the delightful sweetness. Are we heading back? We shall depart shortly, Grandfather, but there is no rush. We do not wish to impede your business. We can wait. Each time they arrived, Old Man Wang would leave, causing him to miss out on considerable trade, which made Gu Zhixing and Su Yanran feel somewhat embarrassed. All right, then we shall wait a moment. Gu Zhixing assisted Su Yanran onto the ox cart, and after ensuring that she and little Xingrua were comfortably settled, he turned to Su Yanran and said, once we reach the village, you take Xingrua home first. I will seek out Jiji and inform him to move to the county town for the next few days. Yes, you go ahead. Su Yanran replied with a gentle smile, wholeheartedly supporting anything Gu Zhixing chose to do. As afternoon approached, the townsfolk began to return home. Shortly thereafter, a few individuals from the neighboring village arrived, ready to board Old Man Wang's ox cart. Once everyone was seated, Old Man Wang lightly cracked his whip, and the ox began to plod along at a leisurely pace. Chapter 79. Gu Zhixing soothes the child upon arriving at the village entrance. Gu Zhixing was the first to leap from the cart. He turned and assisted Su Yanran down before addressing little Xingrua. Xingrua, please hold your mother's hand and head home. All right? Sure, Daddy, you can trust me to take care of Mommy, little Xingrua replied earnestly, patting his chest. Gu Zhixing smiled warmly at the precocious child, watching as they walked out of sight before he turned towards Gu Ziji's home. Upon reaching Gu Ziji's residence, he pushed open the dilapidated courtyard door and observed the yard, half of its walls crumbling. Shaking his head, he realized that Gu Ziji's family had indeed been saving every penny for her education. "Zhixi, are you home?" he called out, standing at the entrance since he saw no one in the yard. Hearing the voice that resembled Gu Zhixing's, Gu Ziji hastily set aside her book and came outside. "Brother Gu, what brings you here?" Today was a designated day of rest that Gu Zhixing had arranged for them, so everyone was at home, recuperating instead of going up the mountain. Gu Ziji had not anticipated her brother's visit at this hour, and upon noticing him standing, she quickly fetched a stool and wiped it with her sleeve. "Brother, please sit." Gu Zhixing felt a wave of gratitude as he watched Gu Ziji bustling around for him, convinced that all he had done for her was worthwhile. "Zhixi, do not fuss. Come sit with me. I have something important to discuss." Just as Gu Ziji was about to fetch a cup of water for him, Gu Zhixing stopped her and insisted she sit down. "Brother, what is it you wish to say?" "I have purchased an apartment in the county town. Tomorrow, you'll move there, as you will be studying in the county for a while, and it will save you the hassle of traveling back and forth." After speaking, he placed the keys in Gu Ziji's hand. She regarded the keys as if they were a hot potato, hastily responding, "Brother, I cannot accept this. Please take them back." Gu Zhixing did not reclaim the keys she offered back. "Keep them. What are you worried about? This is for your accommodation, not a gift for you." Gu Ziji extended her hand, still holding the key, resolutely insisting, "Brother Gu, please take it back. I can manage the commute. You've already helped our family enough. Accepting this would render me no different from those who take advantage without restraint." Observing her steadfastness, Gu Zhixing pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Then how about I rent you this house? After you finish your university studies, you can return and work with me, and your salary will offset the debt." Initially, Gu Ziji listened attentively to her brother's proposition, but upon hearing it, her expression turned sour. "Brother, are you trying to amuse a child? I thought we were discussing serious matters. By the time I finish my studies and return to work, the economy will have developed significantly. What seems expensive now won't appear so later, especially the rent." Gu Zhixing was momentarily taken aback by her words. Indeed, it was not easy to deceive a well-educated child. He could only respond helplessly, "What do you propose then? You certainly need to live in the county town. Otherwise, your hard work will be in vain." After some thought, Gu Ziji, unwilling to disregard her brother's good intentions, suggested, "How about this? I'll pay you a month's rent for staying here 1 month, and you can set a fair price, as long as it doesn't feel like I'm taking advantage." Gu Zhixing reflected on his own property and sighed. It seemed this boy was putting him in a difficult position. However, recalling the earnings Gu Ziji made during the past 6 months of the mine, he proposed, "All right, when renting the old houses in the village to outsiders, the price was 5 yuan a month. I'll charge you 6 yuan, considering this house is in the county." Gu Ziji found this pricing reasonable, believing that perhaps her brother was still offering her a slight discount. Nevertheless, she valued the sentiment behind this arrangement. In this era, mutual concessions fostered closer relationships. Nodding, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Brother, thank you." Gu Zhixing, unaware of her emotions, solely focused on ensuring that Gu Ziji would not change her mind, replied, "It's settled then. You promise me you won't go back on your word." Though puzzled, Gu Ziji responded affirmatively, "I won't." It was only when she saw the luxurious house Gu Zhixing had purchased that she realized why he insisted on her agreement. With a sigh of relief at her compliance, Gu Zhixing inquired, "Where is your father?" "He went to work in the fields," Gu Ziji explained. "What is there to tend to at this time of year?" Gu Zhixing questioned, noting that autumn was nearly upon them, and the fields were resting. Gu Ziji quickly clarified, "Father is cultivating some medicinal herbs. Mother has been bedridden for years due to her poor health, and these herbs are our means of survival." Recalling the untimely death of Gu Ziji's mother due to illness in his past life, though unaware of the specific ailment, Gu Zhixing asked, "What illness does your mother suffer from?" Gu Ziji shook her head, disappointment evident in her demeanor. "I don't know either. We consulted a doctor in the county, but he couldn't provide a clear diagnosis. He simply advised us to seek treatment in a larger city hospital. Are there any symptoms?" Gu Zhixing wished to learn more about Gu Ziji's mother's ailments, hoping to visit Sioux City when the opportunity arose to explore potential remedies. He did not want his brothers to harbor regrets and desired for them to live joyfully, much like Zhang Jiaqing. This had been his aspiration since his rebirth. Gu Ziji mentioned several symptoms, which Gu Zhixing did not fully comprehend but quietly committed to memory. He subsequently inquired, "Does your father cultivate medicinal herbs?" "Yes," she replied. "When my mother fell ill and we were short on funds, we grew the herbs according to the prescriptions of an elderly Chinese medicine practitioner. Later, my father gradually learned to cultivate other herbs to earn some money." "Why do you ask, Brother Gu?" Gu Ziji wondered about her brother's curiosity. "Can your father grow lingji?" Upon hearing this, Gu Zhixing recalled the languishing lingji seedlings in his backyard, those he had transplanted shortly after his return. They had initially thrived, but for some reason, they had recently begun to wilt. "I am not quite sure. You can ask my father when he returns," Gu Ziji replied, noting her brother's silence on the matter. Though perplexed, she chose not to press further, thinking it best to respond to his inquiries. Unbeknownst to her, she had never visited Gu Zhixing's backyard and was unaware of the lingji seedlings he was desperately seeking to cultivate. Gu Zhixing realized he would have to wait a little longer for her to find out whether her father could grow lingji. As Gu Ziji prepared to fetch a glass of water for him, the decrepit door of her courtyard creaked open abruptly. "Brother Gu, trouble has arisen. Your family is in distress, and sister-in-law sent me to fetch you." Chapter 80. The benefactor, upon hearing Ayang's urgent call from outside, Gu Zhixing sprang to his feet. "Ayang, what has happened?" Gasping for breath, Ayang replied, "Brother Gu, a group of strangers has arrived, insisting on meeting you. They are currently surrounding sister-in-law. She does not recognize them and hurriedly sent me to find you." Having finished selling fish, Ayang intended to settle accounts with Gu Zhixing, but was met with the sight of sister-in-law, encircled by unfamiliar individuals who demanded to see Gu Zhixing without disclosing their origins. Anxious for Su Yinran's safety, Gu Zhixing hurried home, questioning as he ran, "Are there any villagers nearby?" "Yes, my mother and the village chief are over there. I saw them, which is why I felt secure enough to come find you," Ayang quickly responded. Hearing this reassured Gu Zhixing. If he could not protect Su Yinran in this new life, it would render his existence meaningless. Despite feeling relieved, he did not slow his pace, continuing to dash toward home. Upon reaching his doorstep, he saw Su Yinran surrounded by the crowd, with Ayang's mother supporting her. The village chief, unable to approach the women, stood at a distance, vigilant for any potential aggression from the outsiders. Zhixing also stood beside Su Yinran, her demeanor alert and wary. Seeing Su Yinran and Zhixing unharmed allowed Gu Zhixing to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Su Yinran noticed that Gu Zhixing had returned and smiled at him. Gu Zhixing, seeing her smile amidst the circumstances, quickly approached her with a stern expression and said, "You, still smiling? Do you not recognize these people? Hurry back home." "Dad, I am here to protect Mom, so do not worry," Xiao Xingru, fearing that Gu Zhixing would blame her for not safeguarding her mother, explained. "I understand. Xingru is the most sensible," Gu Zhixing responded dismissively while assisting Su Yinran toward the courtyard. Once they settled her down, he turned and said, "Stay here and do not move. I will step outside to check." Exiting the courtyard, Gu Zhixing deliberately closed the door behind him and approached the group, inquiring, "Who are you, and what do you seek from me?" The leading woman, perceptive and sycophantic, smiled at Gu Zhixing and said, "You must be Mr. Gu. We have come from various cities to express our gratitude." "Gratitude?" Gu Zhixing was somewhat perplexed, as he had never ventured beyond Sioux City. "Do you recall the time you apprehended a human trafficker? We are the individuals from Sioux City who had not yet been relocated but were rescued by the local police. We heard that you are from this area, so we hurried here," the leader explained, noticing Gu Zhixing's confusion regarding their identity. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhixing remembered the incident with the trafficker. He had assumed that the matter had concluded with the presentation of the honorary banner and had instructed them not to disclose his information. Why they found him here? With this thought, Gu Zhixing's expression darkened. "Who informed you that I am from here?" The outsiders, sensing his change in demeanor, felt a twinge of fear. The perceptive woman nervously explained, "Initially, we were unaware. The police in Sioux City said nothing, and we were about to give up when a junior officer mentioned having seen you here and that you had delivered banner. Gu Zhixing recalled the appearance of that officer who had brought in the banner but could not remember much, only the impression of arrogance. Choosing to dismiss the thought, he remarked indifferently, "Since you have expressed your gratitude, you may return from whence you came." The group exchanged uncertain glances, taken aback by his response, which diverged from their expectations. Suddenly, one woman with a sharp demeanor kneeled and wailed, "Benefactor, please help us. We cannot return. We will starve if we do. Just give us a morsel of food." Gu Zhixing, startled by this sudden display, took a moment to collect himself. It had been a long time since he had encountered such theatrics, the last being when Chun Xiangmei had caused a scene at his home. Intrigued, Gu Zhixing inquired, how could returning lead to starvation? The leader, seizing the opportunity, replied promptly, "Our families will not accept us after what we have endured." Gu Zhixing understood the nature of their plight. In this era, gaining acceptance and belief from family was indeed a formidable challenge. Yet this was not a valid reason for their visit. With a cold laugh, he remarked, "You think the same way, do you?" "No, we are unlike that Wang Sani." They countered, "We simply came to express our gratitude, and after that, we will seek our livelihoods elsewhere without causing you any trouble. Please rest assured." The leading woman explained anxiously, fearing that Gu Zhixing might misunderstand them. Gu Zhixing observed the woman before him, who spoke with remarkable clarity, despite her patched clothing. She carried herself with poise and confidence. "What is your surname?" he inquired. "I am Chun, with the surname Tier," she responded candidly. Gu Zhixing found her demeanor satisfactory. Since they all needed to earn a living, he decided they might as well stay, as he had work available for them. Upon hearing this, Wang Sani quickly rose, wiping her face in surprise. "Really, we can all stay? Except for you," Gu Zhixing said curtly, striding towards the village chief. "Village chief, please rent me 2 rooms in the vacant youth station." The village chief did not respond directly, but instead advised, "Zhixing, what work do you intend for so many people? The villagers can assist as well." Gu Zhixing smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, village chief, the villagers will not be overlooked in this endeavor. By the way, village chief, please arrange for them to settle in first, and tomorrow, have them go to the Public Security Bureau to obtain identification reports. Otherwise, I cannot be at ease using them." Seeing Gu Zhixing's consideration for the villagers, the village chief readily agreed, assuring him that he would see to it properly. Meanwhile, Wang Ernie, abandoned by the others, was about to cause a scene when the village chief called for someone to take her away, presumably to be sent back by the police station. With no further matters to discuss, the village chief escorted those who remained to the youth station. Though they felt a mix of apprehension and excitement, the remaining individuals were grateful to finally have a place to stay. As they idled, they couldn't help but speculate on what work Gu Zhixing might require of them. Chapter 81. Gu Zhixing's decision after the village chief departed with the others. The onlookers dispersed, leaving Gu Zhixing to return to the courtyard and close the door. "Yin Yin, next time something like this occurs, just retreat into the courtyard. Do not take unnecessary risks," Gu Zhixing advised gravely, holding Su Yinyan's hand. Su Yinyan found his serious expression somewhat amusing. "Ah Xing, it's not that serious. We're merely hosting a few people. How can it be insignificant? This time, we welcomed those we saved, but what if next time it's someone with ill intent? Especially since these individuals were rescued by the police from human traffickers. What if there are accomplices lurking to retaliate against us?" Gu Zhixing hastily elaborated on the gravity of the situation, concerned by Su Yinyan's nonchalance. Upon hearing his analysis, Su Yinyan began to realize the potential danger. "Ah Xing, what should we do? Will those people staying in the village pose a risk?" Sitting in the courtyard, she was acutely aware that Gu Zhixing had chosen to keep those individuals. At that moment, Gu Zhixing began to regard Su Yanran with newfound seriousness. His heart softened, and he refrained from frightening her further. "Rest assured, I have arranged for those I left behind to report to the police station tomorrow. The authorities will undoubtedly monitor their movements. Thus, even if someone were to follow them, they would only find themselves ensnared. Moreover, have you forgotten what my uncle does? I shall speak with him tomorrow, so do not worry." Upon hearing Gu Zhixing's words, Su Yinran's brow instantly relaxed. Yet a hint of concern lingered as she replied. Ah Xing, as long as I am with you, I shall be untroubled. My only worry is for the child. Gu Zhixing felt a pang in his heart at Su Yinran's words, a subtle ache taking hold. How can I be untroubled? You are the most important person in my heart. He drew Su Yinran into his embrace, and in that moment, he made a decision to alleviate her anxiety. Their family must promptly relocate to the county. Initially, he had intended to wait until after Su Yinran gave birth, but given the current circumstances, her emotions were easily swayed, rendering her a fragile creature. Yinran, I will pack our belongings. We're going to live in the county. Live in the county? Su Yinran exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp Gu Zhixing's sudden shift in plans. Why the sudden move? It's nothing. We were bound to move eventually. Gu Zhixing preferred not to elaborate, aware that his sensitive pregnant wife might overthink the matter. He feared she might assume she was a burden to him, especially since he would likely be shuttling between locations. Seeing Gu Zhixing's reluctance to discuss it further, Su Yinran merely nodded and returned to the house to gather a few items. In truth, there was little to prepare. They would find everything they needed there, and she would only need to pack some clothes. As Su Yinran went inside with Xiao Xingru to gather their things, Gu Zhixing finally felt a sense of relief, leaning back against the chair and exhaling deeply. A series of knocks resonated at the courtyard door, and Gu Zhixing entered, supporting her father, Gu Jiwen. Upon seeing the elder from the village, Gu Zhixing promptly rose to his feet and greeted him politely. Uncle Gu, what brings you here? As he assisted the elder into his seat, Gu Jiwen inquired, I heard from Zhixing that you were curious whether I know how to cultivate Lingji mushrooms? Yes. Gu Zhixing nodded. Gu Jiwen adjusted his glasses, his expression serious. I do know how, but I have never practiced it. Are you interested in cultivating them? Finding seeds for such things is quite difficult. You must think it through. A wave of joy washed over Gu Zhixing as Gu Jiwen confirmed his knowledge of cultivating Lingji. Uncle, you need not search for seeds. I have some right here. Really? How do you have those? Gu Jiwen questioned, perplexed. For Lingji seeds are rare and highly sought after, tightly held by cultivators who seldom sell them. With a smile, Gu Zhixing replied, Uncle, follow me. All right. Gu Jiwen, supported by Gu Zhixing, rose from the stool. Gu Zhixing then retrieved the key from inside and led both Gu Jiwen and Gu Zhixi through the courtyard to the path leading to the back door, where he opened it. Uncle, look here, Gu Zhixing said as he gestured toward the contents within. Gu Jiwen adjusted his glasses and focused intently. Is that not a Lingji seedling? Some are larger and growing rapidly, scattering spores all around. The small seedlings appeared somewhat wilted. Gu Jiwen gazed at the scattered plants and exclaimed, Oh dear, how could such a fine thing end up like this? Gu Zhixing, observing Gu Jiwen's expression of disappointment, felt a twinge of embarrassment and scratched his head. Initially, he had thought that cultivating Lingji mushrooms would be a simple task, merely requiring some watering. In his previous life, he had seen someone successfully nurture a greenhouse full of vibrant mushrooms. He never anticipated that he would struggle with it himself. Where did you acquire these seedlings, Zhixing? Gu Jiwen swiftly redirected his attention to inquire further. I stumbled upon them by chance in the back mountain. They're all here now, Gu Zhixing replied, adding that he had gradually managed to gather more afterward. Upon hearing this, Gu Jiwen hesitated, contemplating whether to ask Gu Zhixing to share some with him, but immediately swallowed his words. The seedlings were hard to come by. Surely, he could not expect Gu Zhixing to part with them. Gu Zhixing, a savvy individual who had lived through 2 lifetimes, could read Gu Jiwen's expression easily. Uncle, I wish to entrust these seedlings to you. You can lead a few people to cultivate them, aiming for a larger harvest of spore powder next year. This could provide additional income for the villagers, improving their lives. Gu Jiwen nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment at Gu Zhixing's proposal. Zhixing, this is not feasible. These seedlings are incredibly valuable. I have no experience in cultivation. What if I ruin them? Uncle, the value of the seedlings matters little compared to the prosperity of our village. I don't mind how many seedlings I have. Even if the cultivation fails, we can consider it an experiment, and I will find another way later. Very well, then I shall give it a try. Gu Jiwen felt a surge of courage after hearing Gu Zhixing's words. Gu Jiakin had once been a notorious impoverished village, but under Gu Zhixing's guidance, many families had begun to thrive, especially his own. He felt a deep gratitude toward Gu Zhixing, since he trusted him and needed his help. He was willing to take on the challenge. If he ultimately failed, he would simply apologize to Gu Zhixing. Zhixing, who should I take along to assist with the planting? Gu Jiwen, having just returned from the fields, was pulled by Gu Zhixi to the Gu household, unaware of the outsiders visiting the village. Uncle, that can wait. Tomorrow, when Zhixi moves to the county, you can accompany her to assess whether the environment is suitable before we proceed with this. Gu Zhixing was pleased to see Gu Jiwen willing to undertake this responsibility. What is there to see? I'm not going there to enjoy myself, Gu Jiwen retorted, casting an exasperated glance at Gu Zhixi. Gu Zhixi, feeling a bit sheepish, touched her nose, silently lamenting, "What have I done wrong?" Chapter 82. Su Yanran. Gu Zhixing's lucky star. Gu Zhixing observed the father-daughter interaction between Gu Jiwen and Gu Zhixi with a sense of envy, reminiscing about his deceased parents. If they were still alive, perhaps they would share a similar bond. Though they may have argued, they would always support one another unconditionally. Despite his father's occasional criticism, he had always cared for him deeply. Now, he has acquired wealth, yet the bond of familial affection remains eternally incomplete, an irreparable void. At times, he contemplates why fate did not grant him the opportunity to be reborn before his parents' passing. However, upon reaching this thought, he is filled with gratitude towards the heavens for allowing him to once again possess Su Yanran. It is her arrival that has bestowed upon him a home, a wife, a daughter, and the promise of more children in the future. In Gu Zhixing's heart, Su Yanran has long since become his lucky star, and he dares not wish for more. Observing Gu Zhixing lost in thought, Gu Jiwen refrains from disturbing him and directly enters the field, eager to inspect the struggling little Ganoderma seedlings, examining one by one the reasons for their near demise. Once Gu Zhixing regains his senses and notices Gu Jiwen diligently at work, he opts to silently stand by and watch. It takes Gu Jiwen some time to complete his inspection. Quickly, Gu Zhixing fetches a ladle of water from the nearby tank to wash Gu Jiwen's hands, inquiring as he pours, "Uncle, have you identified the issue? Why are these seedlings languishing?" While washing his hands, Gu Jiwen nods, stating, "It's not a significant problem. Have you been watering them frequently?" Gu Zhixing responds with delight, "Uncle, you truly are remarkable. You could discern this." Gu Jiwen purses his lips, suppressing an impolite retort, and replies with a hint of annoyance, "Isn't it obvious? Some of the seedlings have rotting roots." Upon hearing this, Gu Zhixing grows anxious. "What should we do? Uncle, does this mean we cannot salvage these seedlings?" "Not to worry. They can be saved. When I return, I will brew some herbal medicine, form into pills, and bury them in the soil. In a few days, they should recover. However, you must refrain from watering them for now. If you do, it may be beyond salvation." Gu Jiwen advises, recognizing the difficulty of nurturing these seedlings in the current scarcity of resources. Every cultivator is protective of their seedlings, as they are precious. "Uncle, can herbal medicine really revive them?" Gu Zhixing asks, somewhat skeptically, having never encountered such a notion in his past or present life. Indeed, do not underestimate the herbs in the back mountain. While some may perceive them as mere weeds, to those who know how to utilize them, they are treasures. Gu Jiwen articulates confidently. He believes that if herbs can cure human ailments, they can certainly heal plants as well. All things are interconnected in a cycle of mutual reliance. Seeing that there is still hope, Gu Zhixing is relieved and promptly removes the key to the back door for his pocket, handing it to Gu Jiwen. "Uncle, here is the key for you. I entrust this area to your care. I cannot accept this. When you are home, I can simply come over. You can let me in without it interrupting your affairs," Gu Jiwen counters, concerned about the reputation of Gu Zhixing's family as one of the wealthiest in the vicinity. If anything were to go missing, he would not be able to explain himself. Though Gu Zhixing would surely not blame him, the village's gossip could lead to unnecessary trouble. Gu Zhixing chuckles and shakes his head. "Uncle Yanran and I, along with Zhixi, are moving to the county soon." "Brother Gu, really?" Gu Zhixi exclaims with delight, relieved that she won't feel so lonely in the county after all, now that Brother Gu will accompany them. "Yes, it was just decided. Gu Zhixing then extends the key forward once more. Uncle, you should keep it. Indeed, Dad, you should hold on to it. Otherwise, if Brother Gu's family's not home, how will you get inside? Gu Zhixing did not ponder too much and immediately spoke on behalf of Gu Zhixing. Gu Zhi, when hesitated for a moment, then thought of a solution. Zhixing, how about this? You can leave the key with the village chief, and if I need to come over, I will ask him to accompany me. This way, there will be someone to look after things. Gu Zhiwen felt a bit shy to mention that they would be watching over each other. Seeing that Gu Zhiwen could only accept this arrangement, Gu Zhixing replied, "All right, I will hand the key to the village chief later and ask him to help keep it safe." Noticing that her father had finished discussing matters with Gu Zhixing, Gu Zhixing said, "Brother Gu, it's settled then. I will take my father back now. I'm a bit worried about my mother being home alone." Initially, Gu Zhiwen was reluctant to leave, gazing fondly at the promising seedlings. But upon hearing Gu Zhi's words, he remembered his elderly wife at home. He quickly nodded in agreement with her. Gu Zhixing smiled and said, "Then you both should head back." He did not insist on their staying. It was well known in the village that Gu Zhiwen and his wife shared a strong bond, unwavering throughout their lives. Even if they felt obliged to stay, it would be better not to trouble them, Gu Zhixing thought to himself. Once he saw them walk away, Gu Zhixing closed the back door and cheerfully made his way home. As he hummed a tune, he entered the house, where Su Yanran immediately noticed and asked with a smile, "What's the occasion? You seem so cheerful." Gu Zhixing leaned in and pulled Su Yanran close, planting a sudden kiss on her forehead and exclaimed, "Wife, you are truly my lucky star. Ever since being with you, I feel I can accomplish anything." The unexpected kiss left Su Yanran's face flushed, and she no longer pressed him with questions, saying, "Let go of me. Stop teasing." "No, I want to let go." Gu Zhixing responded, finding it amusing how easily she blushed, resembling an unwed girl. He was determined to keep teasing her. "Xing, please let me go. It's pressing on the baby." Su Yanran feigned weakness, knowing this tactic would work on Gu Zhixing, caught off guard by her act of vulnerability. Gu Zhixing was momentarily bewildered, allowing her to seize the opportunity to break free. "Oh, so you've learned how to deal with your husband," he remarked, though inwardly he felt joyous. It was the first time Su Yanran had shed her inhibitions with him, pretending to struggle in catching her. Gu Zhixing eventually scooped her up in a princess carry, bringing her to the bed. "Wife, let us stop playing around. Be careful, let us sleep." His breath brushed against Su Yanran's neck, causing her face to redden once more, and her eyes glistened with moisture as she softly called out, "Xing." Gu Zhixing chuckled gently, realizing her sensitivity always lingered in certain spots. He tenderly patted her back, helping to soothe her emotions, and soon enough, Su Yanran fell into a drowsy slumber. Meanwhile, Gu Zhixing remained awake, left with a bitter smile and a night of insomnia. Chapter 83. The gold mine. The next day, Gu Zhixing contacted Uncle Wang early and prepared to move the family to the county seat after having hearty breakfast. At the hour when the Gu family gathered for breakfast, Zhang Jiaxiang had already led a few brothers up the back mountain, while Gu Zhixi remained at home, tidying up in preparation for her journey to the county town with Gu Zhixing. Recently, Yang, having no pressing matters at hand, and with his mother managing the fish and shrimp, decided to accompany Zhang Jiaxiang up the mountain. In the depths of the back mountain, the brothers congregated in a sizable mining pit, enjoying the breakfast they had brought from home. "Brother Jiaxiang, why do you always bring just plain buns? It seems as if there's no food at your home," one of them remarked. Zhang Jiaxiang chuckled helplessly, explaining, "If I wake my mother early in the morning to cook for me, she'll chase me around the village." His mother, spoiled by his father, had hardly ever cooked a meal in her life. Yang, uninterested in Zhang Jiaxiang's family anecdotes, busied himself feeding the leftover steamed buns to the mice in the hole. "Strange, why aren't they eating today? They're all rushing out," he murmured as he tossed pieces of bun to the mice. The others did not catch his mumbling. But Zhang Jiaxiang, with his keen ears, inquired, "Yang, what did you just say?" Not caring much for the question, Yang waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. I just find it odd that these mice aren't eating the leftovers and are in such a rush to leave. They usually fight over the food." Zhang Jiaxiang's heart raced at this revelation. "Where are they going?" he asked urgently. Yang, puzzled by Zhang Jiaxiang's sudden intensity, replied, They're heading towards the Hole S entrance. He pointed in that direction, and the others, curious about Zhang Jiaxiang's alarm over a few mice, followed suit. However, they saw nothing unusual. What was all the fuss about a few mice? Only Zhang Jiaxiang discerned the significance. We're done for today. Let's go find Gugu. Brother Jiaxiang, we can't just stop working. If we don't work today, we won't earn any money. We've already taken Gugu's wages. If we abandon our duties, it'll be a loss for him, the others protested. Zhang Jiaxiang, feeling the urgency, snapped, is money more important than your life? Hurry, let us go. Seeing that Zhang Jiaxiang was not joking, a Yang quickly pushed and pulled the others out of the mining pit. Brother Jiaxiang, now you can explain. There must be a reason for not working, one of them insisted. Zhang Jiaxiang explained. The mice are the harbingers of the mine. Their every action may signal danger. Their rush to flee today undoubtedly indicates that they sense a threat. Can observing mice really predict danger? Ahyang asked, his skepticism evident as he lacked knowledge in this area. Zhang Jiaxiang nodded. Indeed. This is why I emphasized to you all at the beginning not to harm the mice in the mine. What shall we do now? We can't determine the cause. The others conceded, no longer complaining after hearing Zhang Jiaxiang's explanation. Please return for now. I shall summon Brother Gu to take a look, Zhang Jiaxiang stated as he led the group down the mountain. Upon reaching the base, everyone dispersed to their respective homes, while Zhang Jiaxiang hurried towards Gu Zhixing's residence. At that moment, Uncle Wang's ox cart was stationed at the entrance, and Gu Zhixing was in the midst of transporting some items. Zhang Jiaxiang approached, puzzled. Brother, where are you moving? Jiaxiang has arrived. My wife and I are preparing to relocate to the county for a while, Gu Zhixing replied, setting down his belongings with a smile upon seeing Zhang Jiaxiang. At that moment, Su Yanran emerged from the house, carrying a bundle. Upon spotting Zhang Jiaxiang, she cheerfully interjected, Jiaxiang, you're welcome to visit us at our home in the county anytime. Brother, I shall accompany you, Zhang Jiaxiang exclaimed, momentarily forgetting the serious matter at hand upon learning of Gu Zhixing's move. Very well. It wouldn't be a problem to stay in the county for a time. Gu Zhixing agreed, prompting Zhang Jiaxiang to rush home to gather his belongings. Not so fast. I haven't yet inquired why you suddenly came here this early. Weren't you heading to the back mountain? Gu Zhixing remarked. Zhang Jiaxiang slapped his forehead, finally recalling his purpose. Brother, there may be trouble at the mining pit. This morning, Ayang noticed the rats fleeing from the mine. Zhang Jiaxiang recounted the events clearly, without claiming credit for Ayang's discovery. Gu Zhixing, upon hearing his words, felt a twinge of unease. Uncle Wang, please wait for me. I will cover your cart for today. It won't impede your schedule, would it? Understanding the gravity of the situation, Uncle Wang replied, You should go. I'll keep an eye on things here. Su Yanran added hastily, Xing, be cautious. We will await your return. Indeed, I shall be swift, Gu Zhixing affirmed, and without hesitation, he set off toward the back mountain, with Zhang Jiaxiang closely following. Their pace was brisk, and soon they arrived at the mining area. Brother, look, it's this very pit. Zhang Jiaxiang pointed to the mine where they had been working earlier. Gu Zhixing's section had already been partially excavated, revealing numerous tunnels of varying sizes. As Gu Zhixing approached the pit and crouched down to examine the soil, he remarked, Jiaxiang, this soil is quite moist. How can that be? Zhang Jiaxiang questioned incredulously, knowing that excessive moisture in a mine often signified the soil's instability, increasing the risk of a collapse during rain. Brother, the structures we built and the locations we chose for excavation were optimal. Surely it cannot be a problem? Zhang Jiaxiang protested, unwilling to abandon the mine, which had proven to be a bountiful source of gold for them. Gu Zhixing shook his head. The situation here is uncertain. We should refrain from entering the mine for now and avoid coming back for a while. But Zhang Jiaxiang hesitated, unwilling to concede. He was acutely aware that his fellow miners were impoverished villagers. Had they not been mining during this time, they might have struggled to afford their next meal. Their bond had deepened during this period, compelling Zhang Jiaxiang to advocate for them. Gu Zhixing understood that Zhang Jiaxiang was considering the well-being of his brothers and smiled gently. I will arrange for them to undertake some other tasks, so you needn't worry. Their salaries will continue to be disbursed during this period. and it would be a wonderful opportunity for you to join us for a brief sojourn in the county. Seeing that Gu Zhixing had made all the necessary arrangements, Zhang Jiachong refrained from further comments. Very well, let us descend the mountain. Zhang Jiachong followed closely behind Gu Zhixing as they made their way down. Upon returning home, Zhang Jiachong hurried to his room to gather his belongings. Jiachong, what are you doing? His mother, Zhang Mu, inquired, observing her son creating chaos in the room after his leisurely stroll home. I'm going to the county with Brother Gu for a couple of days. Zhang Jiachong replied excitedly while packing his things. Are you abandoning the back mountain? Zhang Mu was well aware that her son was responsible for that area, and she worried that Gu Zhixing might disapprove of his sudden departure for leisure. Do not fret, mother. I would never venture forth without Brother Gu's consent. He suggested I take a break from my responsibilities and accompany him. He explained, carefully assisting her to sit down. He felt it unnecessary to elaborate further, knowing she might not fully comprehend the situation. Very well, then you may go, Zhang Mu conceded, realizing that Gu Zhixing had given his approval. With a wave of her hand, she encouraged Zhang Jiachong to continue his preparations. Mother, will you join us? You might miss the county after living there for so long. What need have I to go to the county? If I require anything, I can simply ask Old Wang to bring it to me. You should go on your own, she replied. Having spent her life in the county, where neighbors scrutinized one another, she had grown weary of that environment and preferred the comfort of their current home. Recently, she had developed a friendship with Qin, the village chief's wife, and was eager to forage for wild vegetables later. Zhang Jiachong was aware of his mother's close bond with the village chief's wife and how they often went together to gather wild vegetables. All right, mother, just enjoy yourself and be cautious. As Zhang Mu stepped toward the threshold, she nearly stumbled over it upon hearing her son's words. What do you mean by playing? Foraging for wild vegetables is serious work. You have no idea how much your father enjoys them. Indeed, you are engaged in most serious work. Please hurry along. If you delay, Aunt Qin will not wait for you. Zhang Jiachong coaxed her out the door. Once she had departed, he finished packing, slung his bundle over his shoulder, and made his way to Gu Zhixing's home, where Old Wang was still waiting at the entrance. Old Wang, I have arrived, Zhang Jiachong called out, eliciting a hearty laugh from the elder. He set down his bundle and plopped down beside Old Wang. Have I missed Brother Gu? He's just gone to the village chief's house. He probably has some matters left to attend to, Old Wang explained. Oh, I see. Then we shall wait a little longer, Zhang Jiachong replied, understanding that Gu Zhixing was busy and not feeling rushed. He even took the time to amuse Old Wang, ensuring he would not become impatient. Meanwhile, Gu Zhixing was engaged in various tasks, finding himself somewhat occupied. As Gu Zhixing entrusted matters to the village head, the latter diligently noted down details in his small notebook. You should divide the 4 individuals among the 4 assigned to Gu Zhixi's father, allowing him to organize their tasks. I've already discussed this with him. You can simply take them over. The remaining 4 should be given to Ayang's mother, so that this group can gather fish and shrimp from the nearby villages. The fish and shrimp released in our village have yet to grow large enough for harvest, and Ayang's mother can only source from outside. However, as she is alone, her resources are limited, and now that we have additional hands, it is quite timely. While jotting down notes, the village head inquired, so what will the wages be? Are they still to be settled monthly? Although these individuals are not from our village, the village head wished to ensure their interests were well maintained. Gu Zhixi pondered for a moment, recalling that Uncle Gu paid each worker 10 yuan per month. The wages for Uncle Gu were consistent with what Zhixi had previously received. As for Ayang's mother, payment will be calculated daily, and I will coordinate with Ayang regarding the daily rate. This way, they can lend each other money for their immediate needs without relying on the village. Since Gu Zhixi is now studying in the county town, she would likely refuse to receive direct payment, compelling me to raise Uncle Gu's wages instead. All right, said the village head, recognizing Gu Zhixing's thoughtfulness towards the villagers. What objections could there be? By the way, those who have been helping me on the back mountain should take a break for a while, but their wages will still be dispersed. Later, I will have them return to work, Gu Zhixing stated, addressing various matters before mentioning the back mountain situation. Zhixing, this won't do. You would be losing money, the village head expressed anxiously. Although those individuals were from Gujia village, So is Gu Zhixing. Even with wealth, it wouldn't be just to give money away without reason. Feeling warm inside, due to the village head's concern, Gu Zhixing reassured him there will be no loss. They will continue to work alongside me, creating far more value than what I currently pay them. The village head, unfamiliar with the concept of value, simply understood that Gu Zhixing was prepared to distribute significant funds. He promptly stated, "Then I will arrange for them to assist your Uncle Gu and Yang. Would that be acceptable?" Seeing the village head's insistence, Gu Zhixing felt it unnecessary to argue further. "Very well, then let the village head decide. Thank you for your efforts." The village head chuckled. "What laborious task is this? As long as everyone's lives improve, that is what matters." Noticing that the sun was already high in the sky and that all matters had been addressed, Gu Zhixing quickly bid farewell to the village head, indicating that he could not linger any longer. The village head felt a twinge of reluctance as Gu Zhixing prepared to move. Gu Zhixing smiled, understanding the village head's sentiments. "Village head, we are not leaving for good. We will return once Yanran has given birth." "Ah, then that is fine. Off you go." The village head replied, feeling relieved at the prospect of their return, waving cheerfully for Gu Zhixing to attend to his business. Arriving at his doorstep, Gu Zhixing saw Zhang Jiehui and Gu Zhixi seated at the entrance of the courtyard. With everyone gathered, he promptly called for them to board the ox cart. "Yanran, let us set off." Gu Zhixing entered the courtyard, assisting Su Yanran onto the cart, while Xiaoxing had already settled comfortably beside Zhang Jiehui. Thus, the group boarded the ox cart, their belongings filling it to the brim. As old Wang cracked his whip, the ox cart ambled leisurely forward. The group was en route to the county town, each driven by the promise of a brighter future. Their spirits were markedly elevated, and the scenery along the way appeared exceptionally beautiful. Little Xingruo, too, was swept up in the collective joy, her exuberance evident as she did not once complain of fatigue during the journey. Upon reaching the county town, Gu Zhixing directed old Wang to head towards the west side. Before long, they arrived at Gu Zhixing's new residence, which elicited little surprise from him and Su Yanran, who were already familiar with it. However, Zhang Jiexiang and Gu Zhixi, burdened with their belongings, disembarked from the cart, jaws agape in astonishment. "Brother Gu, are you certain this house is worth my staying? I feel as though I might be at a loss here." It was then that Gu Zhixi grasped why Gu Zhixing had insisted on his promise not to have any regrets. Chapter 85. The incessant Gu Zhixing with a knowing smile. Gu Zhixing anticipated this very reaction from Gu Zhixi. "Brother, perhaps I should offer you a bit more money?" Gu Zhixi felt a pang of unease, questioning the modest sum he had contributed. "You, my dear, your dedication to your studies is the greatest gift you can offer me. Strive diligently, and do not let our village down," Gu Zhixing said, patting Gu Zhixi's shoulder with earnestness. After their exchange, Gu Zhixing was the first to enter, carrying his belongings, while Gu Zhixi silently vowed to excel in his studies, determined to repay his brother and honor their village. The trio, Gu Zhixing, Zhang Jiexiang, and Gu Zhixi, worked swiftly, soon transferring all their possessions from the cart to the yard. What had initially seemed a modest load on the cart now occupied a substantial portion of the courtyard. Gu Zhixing settled the fare with old Wang and cordially urged him, "Old Wang, please stay for a meal before you depart." No. The village chief instructed me to return with the ox cart today," old Wang replied, waving his hand in haste. Despite Gu Zhixing's attempts to persuade him, old Wang had already leaped onto the cart and cracked his whip. "Take care on your way, old Wang," Gu Zhixing called after him. "Understood," old Wang replied cheerfully. Now looking back, once Gu Zhixing saw that old Wang had ventured far, he turned to the courtyard where Gu Zhixi and Zhang Jiexiang were diligently organizing their belongings, sorting kitchen items to the kitchen and living room items to the living area. Little Xingruo followed Zhang Jiexiang, timidly clutching a broom and placing it in the corner of the yard, a charming act that brought a smile to Gu Zhixing's face. After placing important items back inside, Su Yanran emerged to assist, but Gu Zhixing gently stopped her. "Yanran, please return inside and rest. We will handle the tidying here." Although old Wang drove steadily, the journey had been bumpy, and he was concerned for Su Yanran's comfort. "No need. I'm not tired. I can help," Su Yanran replied sweetly, her soft smile almost melting Gu Zhixing's resolve, just as he felt his heart soften. A fleeting glance at Su Yanran's slightly rounded belly steeled his heart against her plea. If you're not inclined to rest, then sit over there and take a break. Ah Xing, Su Yanran playfully chided Gu Zhixing. It seems rather improper for me to sit idly while everyone else is working. Seeing her expression, Gu Zhixing understood her thoughts. You, dear lady with child, cannot be compared to us able-bodied men. Indeed, sister-in-law, let us proceed. You may rest. Zhang Jiaxiang, noticing that Gu Zhixing's attempts to persuade Su Yanran were in vain, quickly stepped in with a cheerful demeanor to assist Gu Zhixing in his efforts. Gu Zhixi, who was not particularly talkative, nodded in agreement with Zhang Jiaxiang's words and promptly picked up the largest bundle, demonstrating through action that they could manage well. All right, I shall fetch you some water, Su Yanran remarked, observing that everyone had no complaints, and thus she relinquished her insistence. The trio worked swiftly, and before long, the tasks at hand were completed, with smoke rising from the kitchen. Gu Zhixing had thoughtfully brought some vegetables from the village, intending to prepare a meal today. Otherwise, going to buy ingredients at this hour would have been rather impractical. Zhang Jiaxiang assisted in lighting the fire. Gu Zhixi helped wash and chop the vegetables, while Gu Zhixing took charge of cooking, and Xiao Xing was responsible for pilfering bites. In no time, the feast was laid out before them. Exhausted, Zhang Jiaxiang plopped down on a stool, inhaling the delightful aromas wafting from the table. Brother, your cooking is quite commendable. You could easily work as a chef in a state-run restaurant if you weren't minding. Eat up. Your chatter won't stop just because you're full. Gu Zhixing replied with mild exasperation, occasionally thinking that Zhang Jiaxiang was excessively jovial with his incessant prattle. Upon hearing Gu Zhixing's words, Zhang Jiaxiang began to silently devour his meal, not out of anger towards Gu Zhixing, but rather from a fear that further conversation might lead Gu Zhixing to deny him his food. After finishing their meal, Zhang Jiaxiang helped wash the dishes and then collapsed onto a chair. Brother, let's go to the furniture store and buy a recliner. Such beautiful moments should be spent lounging. I have to find a teacher for Zhixi this afternoon. You may go alone, Gu Zhixing replied, as this was one of the primary reasons for their visit to the county town, hoping to complete it as early as possible. Zhang Jiaxiang sighed, Brother, you truly cannot sit still. How about I accompany you to find a teacher for Zhixi first, and then you can join me in purchasing the recliner. Gu Zhixing pondered for a moment. Very well. It is still early. We should have ample time. With gifts in hand, Gu Zhixing led the two of them toward a narrow alley, which was quite close, and they arrived in just over 10 minutes. Is Mr. Yu at home? Gu Zhixing knocked on the door. Upon hearing the knock, footsteps approached, and the door swung open. Who are you? Hello, Mr. Yu. I am Gu Zhixing, here to bring a child from our village to seek your guidance, he respectfully explained. Mr. Yu glanced at Gu Zhixing and inquired, Who is it? It is a student. Gu Zhixi stepped forward and performed a courteous bow. Mr. Yu noted the child's polite demeanor with some satisfaction, recognizing that such decorum was rare in this era. Come in. I shall assess your abilities. If your knowledge is lacking, I cannot accept you. As this is preparation for the college entrance examination, I hope you understand. Certainly, Gu Zhixing acknowledged. Just as he was about to step forward, Mr. Yu added, You may return. Just leave him here. Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiaxiang exchanged glances, nodded. And Gu Zhixing cautioned Gu Zhixi, when you are finished, remember to return home. Jiaxiang, let us go and purchase the recliner you desire. Gu Zhixing also wished to acquire some furniture for his home. Very well, Zhang Jiaxiang replied, following suit. Zhang Jiaxiang was more familiar with the roads of the county town. As they exited the alley, he took the lead. Zhang Jiaxiang led Gu Zhixing through a labyrinth of streets until they arrived at a bustling furniture street, replete with both vintage furniture recycling and bespoke new pieces. The array was dazzling, with some discarded furniture nearly spilling onto the roadway. Zhang Jiaxiang's intention was to procure an inexpensive lounge chair to relax in the yard. Thus he guided Gu Zhixing directly to the largest second-hand furniture store. Master, do you have any reasonably priced lounge chairs for sale? He inquired. Indeed, I shall fetch one for you, replied the elderly craftsman, retreating into the back room. While they waited outside, several individuals approached. Master, do you accept office chairs? The craftsman emerged, dragging a lounge chair, and addressed the newcomers. "Yes, we do. Where's this office chair from?" They were cautious about accepting items of uncertain provenance, especially now that the government had just permitted trade. Any misstep could lead to complications. "It's from the government building. They are planning renovations over there, so these worn-out pieces are being sold off for new ones," explained one of the visitors. "Hello. Has there been a call for investment in the government building renovations?" Gu Zhixing interjected, recalling that during this period in his past life, a new investment model had been introduced, enriching many. "Not yet," the visitor replied candidly, and Gu Zhixing thanked him for the information before stepping back to join Zhang Jiaxiang, who was already deep in thought. It appeared Zhang Jiaxiang's earlier assertions were indeed correct. He was not one to remain idle. Zhang Jiaxiang scrutinized the lounge chair, finding it satisfactory. "Master, how much for this?" he asked. The craftsman, being straightforward, did not inflate the price upon seeing Zhang Jiaxiang's approval. "This lounge chair was brought in by Old Wang from the West City. I paid $1.50 for it upon recycling. Just $2 from you will suffice for me to earn a modest profit, considering it occupies space in my storeroom," he explained transparently. Noticing the fair price, Zhang Jiaxiang felt it inappropriate to haggle, especially since he was not lacking in funds. He thought it unseemly to take advantage of the common folk, so he promptly handed over $2. The craftsman, receiving the money, then inquired, "Shall I have it delivered to your home? Is that possible?" Zhang Jiaxiang wondered, concerned about transporting it himself. "Certainly. We have a card. I can arrange for a worker to deliver it. Just provide me with your address," the craftsman detailed helpfully. Observing the craftsman's integrity and foresight regarding after-sales service, Gu Zhixing decided he would also make a purchase. "Master, do you offer custom items?" "Custom orders are possible, though the wait time may be longer. Would that be acceptable to you?" The craftsman responded cheerfully, eager for another transaction. Gu Zhixing nodded. "Can you create a bookshelf and a desk with chairs?" He had surveyed his home and found it lacking only a study, which was becoming increasingly necessary as Gu Zhixing prepared for academic examinations. And after Yanran gave birth, she too would likely pursue her studies. With ample guest rooms available, converting one into a study seemed prudent. "Certainly, we have the blueprints here. Please come and see what is needed." The master craftsman, upon realizing that Gu Zhixing was truly intent on customizing something, promptly guided him to the tea room. Examining the blueprints would require considerable time, and the master had ingeniously established a tea room within the shop. Upon arriving at the tea room, he said, "Please sit for a moment. I shall return shortly," and stepped outside to fetch the shop's blueprints. Zhang Jiaxiang observed the master laboring alone and, with a hint of confusion, inquired of Gu Zhixing, "Brother Gu, the master seems overwhelmed with work. Why not hire someone?" Gu Zhixing replied, "Are you foolish? The nation has only recently permitted individual entrepreneurship. Who would dare?" In truth, Gu Zhixing was aware that individual entrepreneurship had been in effect for over 2 years, albeit slowly, only recently spreading to their county. The distressing experiences of previous years had instilled fear in many, and the courage to open a shop was indeed commendable. After expressing his thoughts, Gu Zhixing couldn't help but reflect on how the nation was gradually improving, hoping that as he prospered, he could contribute his modest share to the nation. "Well, I believe fortune favors the bold. Since the country has permitted it, we ought to pursue it," Zhang Jiaxiang retorted dismissively. Gu Zhixing smiled, but refrained from replying, pondering the significant endeavor he was about to undertake, and whether Zhang Jiaxiang would still voice that sentiment once he learned of it. Before long, the master returned, carrying a large stack of catalogs for custom bookshelves. Although the design of the bookshelf appeared simple, each detail and the type of wood used varied, resulting in distinct outcomes. Thus, numerous design drawings were produced. "Gentlemen, please peruse these while I attend to some matters outside. Simply call for me if you need anything," he said. At that moment, the shop was bustling, and Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiaxiang felt it inappropriate to keep the master company. Gu Zhixing promptly stated, "You may attend to your duties. I will let you know when I have made my selection." Once the master departed, Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiaxiang began to examine the catalogs. "Brother, what do you think of this one?" Zhang Jiaxiang asked, handing a design to Gu Zhixing. "This won't do. The edges are all straight. By the time your sister-in-law gives birth, these will be quite worn," Gu Zhixing replied, shaking his head at the design Zhang Jiaxiang offered. All right, Zhang Jiaxiang said, retracting the design and continuing to search. This time, he sought according to Gu Zhixing's specifications. After flipping through the catalogs without finding anything satisfactory, he tossed one aside and yawned. Brother, I doubt we'll find anything that meets your criteria. If all else fails, why not draw one yourself? The words, though spoken without intent, sparked an idea in Gu Zhixing's mind. What a splendid notion, he exclaimed, seizing a pen and paper to begin sketching. Brother, I had no idea you possessed such talent. Where did you learn this? Zhang Jiaxiang queried, astonished. He had previously known that Gu Zhixing could draw architectural plans. But furniture design was an entirely different matter. Self-taught, Gu Zhixing replied with a mysterious smile, knowing he couldn't reveal that he had lived a lifetime and seen much, which had endowed him with such skills that might frighten Zhang Jiaxiang into fleeing. Zhang Jiaxiang observed Gu Zhixing's mysterious demeanor and, with a slight curl of his lips, mused that it was undoubtedly something he had learned from his father. Having lived in Gujia village for a considerable time, he was well aware of the intricacies surrounding the Gu family. The old Master Gu was indeed a remarkable figure who had ventured eastward, possessing a plethora of diverse skills. As Zhang Jiaxiang pondered these matters, Gu Zhixing was nearing the completion of his design. When Zhang Jiaxiang approached to take a look, he remarked, Brother, your design is rather intriguing. I shall fetch the boss to have a glance at it. Hastily exiting the tea room, he returned with the boss in tow. Under the impression that Gu Zhixing had finalized the design, entered with a beaming smile and inquired, which design have you selected? Without uttering a word, Zhang Jiaxiang handed over the design drawn by Gu Zhixing. The master craftsman examined the design and noted, it is evident that this innovative design does not belong to the collection of sketches I possess. Is it feasible to produce? Gu Zhixing, perceiving the craftsman's hesitation, felt a pang of anxiety about the possibility of its impracticality. It can be done, the craftsman assured, yet he questioned, why are all the edges and corners rounded? Recalling the two unborn children, Gu Zhixing smiled knowingly and explained, there are several children in the family. Before he could finish, the craftsman understood, realizing the humanized essence of the design. This revelation sparked his entrepreneurial instincts. However, upon observing the attire of Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiaxiang, it was clear they were not short on resources. He pondered whether they would entertain a proposal for collaboration. Master, please feel free to speak your mind, Gu Zhixing encouraged. Noticing the craftsman's evident hesitation, are you willing to sell this design? The craftsman mustered his courage to inquire. Gu Zhixing, puzzled by the intention behind such a purchase, had yet to grasp the value of such designs in this era. This design you've created is quite practical. Many families in our county have children who frequently bump into things. This could serve as an excellent protective measure, the craftsman elaborated. Gu Zhixing, upon hearing the craftsman's insights, regarded him with newfound respect. Not only did he possess keen vision to identify a market opportunity, but he also recognized the absence of intellectual property awareness in this age. The design was straightforward, unlike the architectural plans he had provided to Master Chun, which were complex and difficult to replicate. The craftsman could easily produce and sell items based on this design, yet he still sought to confirm if Gu Zhixing was willing to part with it. As the craftsman awaited Gu Zhixing's response, Zhang Jiaxiang, noticing the boss's eager expression, nudged the contemplative Gu Zhixing, saying, Brother, the master is still waiting. Responding to Zhang Jiaxiang's prompt, Gu Zhixing smiled and asked, Master, how would you like to proceed with the purchase? The seasoned master, upon hearing Gu Zhixing's inquiry, sensed potential and immediately brightened. What do you think? Since I'm purchasing your creations, I shall defer to your judgment, he responded graciously. Gu Zhixing, recognizing the master's openness, decided to be forthright. In truth, I possess numerous designs like this at home. I am merely curious whether you wish to collaborate solely on this piece or if you're interested in others as well. Zhang Jiaxiang was momentarily taken aback by Gu Zhixing's bold claim. Did he truly have many such designs? He refrained from questioning further, as the moment was not ripe for inquiries. Really? The master felt a surge of joy, observing Gu Zhixing's attire. He discerned that he was a scion of wealth and had seen the world. He harbored no doubts about Gu Zhixing's assertion regarding the plethora of designs. Gu Zhixing nodded, and Zhang Jiaxiang chose not to expose him. Of course, I wish to collaborate, the master affirmed. A clever man who understood the potential popularity of such innovative and user-friendly furniture. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Zhixing proposed, "How about this? I will provide 3 design sketches each month, while you handle the wooden sales. We can split the profits 80-20, with you receiving 80 and I 20. What do you think?" The master, upon hearing Gu Zhixing's words, initially believed he was unconcerned about money. However, even if Gu Zhixing were indifferent to monetary gain, the master did not wish to take advantage of him. "Young brother, these designs are quite valuable. You may be unaware of their worth due to your youth, but even at this price, it feels inappropriate for me to accept. How about I take 60% and you 40? What do you think?" A chuckle escaped Gu Zhixing's lips. Indeed, his judgment had proven accurate. The master was genuinely earnest. This master truly regarded him as an inexperienced youth. Rising, Gu Zhixing shook the master's hand. "Rest assured, I understand the worth of these designs. I have gained wisdom through my years, and I feel undeserving of even a 20% share. Are you truly unwilling?" The master expressed disbelief, doubting that this young brother grasped the design's value. Gu Zhixing smiled and shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. He turned to Zhang Jiaxiang and called, "Let us go." Seeing Gu Zhixing about to leave, the master promptly stood, saying, "Allow me to draft the contract. My surname is Liu. May I inquire your surname?" "Gu." Gu Zhixing replied without looking back. "Once I bring the designs, we can sell a batch to see how it goes." He was somewhat apprehensive that his avant-garde designs might not be well received by furniture buyers and wished to test them first. "Let us go, boss. Don't forget to deliver my items." Zhang Jiaxiang chuckled, advising the master. All right, the master replied with a smile, waving at Zhang Jiaxiang, finding the young man quite interesting. He observed how one could be pleased for a friend as success without envy, merely pondering his own rickety lounge chair. Unbeknownst to the master, Zhang Jiaxiang's wealth rivaled that of a prosperous village in contemporary times. On their way home, Zhang Jiaxiang questioned, "Brother, do we truly have so many designs at home?" Initially perplexed, he chose not to probe further during their conversation for fear of disrupting Gu Zhixing's dealings. However, as they journeyed homeward, Zhang Jiaxiang could no longer contain his curiosity. Gu Zhixing gestured towards his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. "It's all here, brother. Why not just say you can draw instead of beating around the bush with that old craftsman about having it at home?" Zhang Jiaxiang scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. "Oh, you." Gu Zhixing dismissed the notion of explaining his intent to Zhang Jiaxiang. In truth, he feared that if pressed further, he would find himself unable to articulate a coherent response. After all, who could fathom how a person hailing from a remote and impoverished village could possess such diverse skills? He could only attribute it to his late father, deflecting the inquiry onto him. Naturally, Zhang Jiaxiang understood the implications but knew it was of no consequence. He trusted he would never betray Gu Zhixing. Upon arriving home, Gu Zhixing and Xiao Xingru engaged in playful antics for a while before hastening to their shared master bedroom, with Su Yanran eager to embark on their important endeavor. Su Yanran emerged from the kitchen and noticed only Zhang Jiaxiang and Xiao Xingru playing in the yard. "Jiaxiang, where's your brother? He was just here a moment ago," she inquired. "Brother Gu went to the bedroom," Zhang Jiaxiang replied, engrossed in watching Xiao Xingru observe ants. Seeing that Zhang Jiaxiang was entertaining Xiao Xingru quite well, Su Yanran felt reassured and promptly made her way to the bedroom, curious about what Gu Zhixing was up to. The door was slightly ajar, and with a gentle push, she entered. To her surprise, she found Gu Zhixing deeply engrossed in his drawing, completely unaware of her presence. Perhaps due to their familiarity, her approach provided him with a sense of security. Standing behind Gu Zhixing, Su Yanran's astonishment grew as she beheld the intricately designed wardrobe. On the table lay several drying design sketches, each exquisite down to the decorative edges. "How beautiful!" she unconsciously exclaimed. Startled, Gu Zhixing turned to see Su Yanran, who immediately smoothed her furrowed brow and smiled gently. "Yanran, what brings you here?" Su Yanran was taken aback, realizing she had spoken her thoughts aloud. Embarrassed, she quickly apologized. I'm sorry, did I interrupt you? I just didn't see you outside, so I came to find you. Seeing her cautious demeanor, Gu Zhixing felt a pang of tenderness. It's all right. You Haven tea disturbed me. Come, sit down. He stood and helped her onto his stool. Do you like it? Gu Zhixing tenderly brushed his fingers through Su Yanran's glossy hair, his gaze lingering on her with deep affection. Su Yanran studied the 3 design sketches on the table, one of a desk, another of a bunk bed, and a third of an unfinished vanity. I love them. What are you drawing these for? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Delighted by her enthusiasm, Gu Zhixing replied, I took on a small commission to create design sketches. He refrained from mentioning that it was a partnership with someone else, not wanting to burden the thoughtful young woman with unnecessary worries. In this lifetime, his sole desire was to ensure her happiness and peace of mind. Then go ahead and continue drawing. I'll step out to prepare a meal for you. Su Yanran insisted, eager to rise. Almost done. Just sit with me, he urged, picking up a pen once more and gently grasping her hand to complete the final touches. Su Yanran gazed at the gentle and considerate Gu Zhixing, her cheeks flushed and her heart sweetened. She couldn't help but ponder, is this what the books refer to as lifting the tray to meet the brows? How peculiar. In chapter 88, a table laden with dishes. She found it strange how her heart felt a delightful tingle. Gu Zhixing held Su Yanran's hand, and together they swiftly completed the final strokes of their drawing. Once finished, Gu Zhixing smiled knowingly. It was truly wonderful, as this was a project they had accomplished together. His initial motivation for designing the dressing table was somewhat selfish. He eagerly wished to have it ready for Su Yanran's use. The final touches they executed together held significant meaning for him. Gu Zhixing spread the finished design on the table. The brush and inkstone were remnants of the former owner, and since the new charcoal pencils had yet to arrive, the design could not be folded away just yet. Come, let us prepare a meal together, Gu Zhixing said, gently guiding Su Yanran outside. As they reached the main room, the enticing aroma of food wafted in from the kitchen. Hastening toward the kitchen, Gu Zhixing was curious to see who was cooking. Upon entering, he discovered that Gu Zhixi had returned. With a smile, he inquired, Zhixi, you are back so soon. How did your exam go with the teacher? Gu Zhixing had not anticipated that Gu Zhixi would struggle with the exam. He simply asked how it had gone. Zhixi, biting her lip shyly, replied, the teacher said he would accept me. She hesitated to share the professor's praise. Zhixi, that's wonderful. You will surely be the first university student from our village. Gu Zhixing encouraged, patting her shoulder. He recognized that the old professor was notoriously strict, requiring multiple assessments before admitting a student. The fact that Zhixi had passed on her first attempt indicated that she had diligently balanced her work with her studies, which he felt deserved commendation. Flushed with pride from Gu Zhixing's praise, Zhixi quickly lowered her head, blushing as she busily tucked dry firewood under the stove. Brother, I'll tend the fire. It's not tiring and feels just like resting. Gu Zhixing had already given her so much, and she yearned to contribute in any way she could to repay him. Seeing this, Gu Zhixing decided not to dissuade her. Denying her the chance to help would only make her uncomfortable. Observing his sister-in-law and her daughter bustling around the small kitchen, crowded yet filled with warmth, he finally understood the comforting essence of life's simple pleasures. After gathering his thoughts, Gu Zhixing smiled contentedly and began to prepare the ingredients. He picked up the pork tenderloin resting to the side and sliced it into evenly sized strips, seasoning them with various spices. Brother, what are you making? Zhang Jiaxiang asked, approaching with curiosity after finishing his tasks. I'm preparing a dish you've never tasted before, Gu Zhixing replied while marinating the meat. That's splendid. We shall have a delightful feast, Zhang Jiaxiang exclaimed with glee, well aware of Gu Zhixing's culinary skills. Whenever he prepared something delicious, Zhang Jiaxiang would devour several bowls, to the point that his mother once remarked he must have been a starving ghost in a past life. Indeed, to satiate you, I have a task for you as well. After all, one should not bite the hand that feeds. Gu Zhixing jested with Zhang Jiaxiang, saying, what is the matter? As long as you, Brother Gu, give me a word, I will do whatever you ask. There is no need to bribe me with a meal. Zhang Jiaxiang, having been raised in the ways of the world, exhibited the camaraderie of a true brotherhood. Yet, Gu Zhixing had not anticipated such a nonchalant remark. Although in a previous life they had shared a brotherly bond, in this life, their relationship had grown even closer, resembling that of family. Just as Gu Zhixing was touched, Zhang Jiaxiang blurted out, "Brother, with both salt and sugar, can it possibly taste good? If it's not delicious, I want tea work for you." Upon hearing this, Gu Zhixing felt a surge of annoyance. The heartfelt sentiment that had lingered in his heart vanished, replaced by the urge to kick this fool, though he restrained himself, not wishing to spoil the current atmosphere. Unbeknownst to Zhang Jiaxiang, his words had pushed Gu Zhixing's patience to the brink. He was still standing beside Gu Zhixing, sneaking bites of the cold dishes. "All right, eat a little less. Look at you. Everyone else is doing the same work and eating the same food. Yet you're the only one gaining weight." Zhang Jiaxiang's face froze at these words, and with a mournful expression, he lamented, "Brother Gu, you dislike me. Enough with the dislike. Just hurry and take the dishes out. We can eat freely when it's on the table," Gu Zhixing said, half amused and half exasperated. Zhang Jiaxiang, a lively character, brought laughter to everyone around. Noticing that the pork tenderloin had been marinated, Gu Zhixing hurriedly brought it to the stove, coating it in flour before placing it into the hot oil. He was preparing sweet and sour pork, a dish that even the youngest, like Xiao Xingru, would relish. Its sweet and tangy flavor was likely to appeal to both the young and old alike. The sweet and sour pork was the final dish. With the other dishes already on the table, Gu Zhixing had to expedite his efforts. Before long, the tenderloin was perfectly fried, its savory aroma wafting through the air, causing Xiao Xingru and Zhang Jiaxiang to drool as they peered out the window. "Xingru, do you think this dish made by your father is delicious?" Zhang Jiaxiang asked, concerned that Gu Zhixing might waste the fragrant meat. "Of course it's delicious. My dad cooks the best food in the world," Xiao Xingru declared, her admiration for Gu Zhixing evident, as she would not allow anyone, not even her favorite Uncle Zhang, to question his culinary prowess. With a confident pat on her chest, she proclaimed her father's excellence. Soon, after the new year, Xiao Xingru would turn 5, and her speech had become far more articulate than it was just 6 months prior. Zhang Jiaxiang chuckled at Xiao Xingru's self-assured demeanor, saying, all right, your father is the greatest." The two then returned to quietly watching from the window, as Gu Zhixing approached the final stage of preparing the sweet and sour pork. He tossed in diced tomatoes, sought ing them until soft, then added the pork to the pan, seasoning it before it was ready in mere minutes. The tangy sweetness of the dish even aroused the appetite of Su Yanran, who had recently been disinterested in food. As Gu Zhixing placed the final dish of sweet and sour pork on the table, he couldn't help but smile, reflecting, today's feast is truly abundant. Each person had contributed to the meal, with Gu Zhixing preparing the sweet and sour pork, Gu Zhixi making 2 cold dishes, Zhang Jiaxiang presenting 2 seasonal greens, and Su Yanran offering a steamed fish and a custard, creating a bountiful spread on the rectangular table. Come, everyone, take a seat at the table." Gu Zhixing beckoned to the others. He assisted Su Yanran in settling down, and upon witnessing this, Gu Zhixi and Zhang Jiaxiang also took their seats, ready to indulge in the meal. After sampling a piece of sweet and sour pork, Zhang Jiaxiang instantly fell in love with the dish, mumbling between bites, "Brother, this dish is truly delectable. How'd you prepare it? Just eat. There's no need to inquire about the recipe. Do you think you could replicate it?" Gu Zhixing replied playfully, "Hurry and finish. I have tasks for you later." "Understood, brother. I promise to complete the task." Zhang Jiaxiang grinned, nearly saluting as he set down his chopsticks. After their meal, Gu Zhixing returned to the master bedroom, where the ink on several design sketches had dried. He took the 3 sketches back to the courtyard, where Zhang Jiaxiang, having finished his meal, lay comfortably in a reclining chair, his eyes closed in a light doze. "Jiaxiang, these are the 3 design sketches I promised to Master Lu. Please deliver them to his shop first thing tomorrow morning so he can review any necessary modifications." Gu Zhixing instructed as he handed over the sketches. Upon hearing Gu Zhixing's footsteps, Zhang Jiaxiang opened his eyes, sitting up with a smile as he accepted the sketches. "All right, brother. I'll handle it first thing in the morning. You can count on me." Gu Zhixing nodded. Although Zhang Jiaxiang had a smooth tongue, his reliability in handling matters was commendable. By the way, one of these sketches is for a vanity table, which your sister-in-law is in need of. Have Master Lu create one for her, Gu Zhixing advised. Then, recalling something, he warned Zhang Jiaxiang, don't mention this to your sister-in-law just yet. Got it, brother. Are you still planning surprises like an old married couple? Zhang Jiaxiang teased. Gu Zhixing chose not to engage with Zhang Jiaxiang's banter, knowing that any response would lead to further chatter. Remember to pay. Do not take advantage of Master Lu. With that, Gu Zhixing concluded his instructions and turned to return to his room for rest. Zhang Jiaxiang pouted, realizing that Gu Zhixing had gone to sleep without replying. He too rose from the recliner, preparing to head back inside. The next morning, while dawn was still breaking, Zhang Jiaxiang got up, ready to deliver the items to Master Lu. If Gu Zhixing deemed Zhang Jiaxiang reliable, then he certainly would not waste time sleeping in on a day with important tasks. After dressing, he noticed that the household was still quiet, except for the faint glow of an oil lamp in Gu Zhixi's room, indicating she was already awake and reading. Nodding to himself, Zhang Jiaxiang exited the courtyard, closing the gate behind him as he made his way to Master Lu's shop. In those times, business owners tended to rise early, and before Zhang Jiaxiang even reached the shop, he spotted Master Lu already dismantling the wooden panels from a door. In an era devoid of rolling shutters, doors were simply constructed from several planks. Master Lu! Master Lu! Zhang Jiaxiang called out as he noticed Master Lu heading elsewhere. Seeing Zhang Jiaxiang approach, Master Lu's face brightened, realizing that the young man had come to deliver the design sketches. He quickly welcomed him, saying, "Thank you, young brother, for bringing these so early. Come inside and sit. It's quite chilly this morning. I'll brew you a pot of fine tea and warm pastries." Zhang Jiaxiang was not one to be overly courteous on the road, for it would be inappropriate to display the design blueprints in public. If others were to catch a glimpse and become envious, it could spell endless trouble. Upon arriving at the tea house, Master Lu gazed at Zhang Jiaxiang with eager anticipation, prompting Zhang to promptly present the design blueprints to him. Master Lu, seated at the tea table, scrutinized the exquisite designs, pondering aloud, "Is there anything that requires modification? My brother Gu mentioned that if there are any areas needing improvement, you should inform me, and I shall relay the message to him." As Zhang Jiaxiang savored the fine tea brewed by Master Lu, he inquired further. Immersed in the brilliance of the three remarkable designs, Master Lu soon responded, "There is nothing that needs alteration. All three are splendid. Once they are realized, I shall invite you to come and see them." "Very well. I shall take my leave then. By the way, Brother Gu expressed his desire for a vanity table first. When do you think you can manage it? Could we perhaps have one made sooner?" Zhang Jiaxiang asked, recalling that this vanity was a gift from Brother Gu to his sister-in-law, nearly forgetting its importance. Certainly. Do you have any specific requirements regarding the wood?" Master Lu inquired with attentiveness. "The finest and most expensive will suffice," Zhang Jiaxiang replied, believing that since it was a gift for his sister-in-law from Brother Gu, it should be of the highest quality. Noticing Zhang's lack of knowledge in this area, Master Lu thought of a fine piece of wood he had recently acquired but had not yet used. It would be perfect for crafting the vanity table, and he could consider it a personal favor to them. "Come, I shall show you a splendid piece of wood," Master Lu said, leading Zhang Jiaxiang with a hint of secrecy towards the backyard. The expansive yard featured a shed where all the lumber was stacked. "Here, take a look at this piece of wood," Master Lu said, presenting it. Zhang Jiaxiang, unfamiliar with the nuances of quality lumber, simply reveled in the delightful aroma. "It smells divine," he exclaimed. "This wood should suffice for the vanity table, correct?" Master Lu asked. Indeed. Brother Gu will surely be pleased. What a fine specimen," Zhang Jiaxiang remarked. "Old Lu, why are you hoarding such fine materials without offering them to me?" A sudden voice interrupted their conversation. Turning around, Zhang Jiaxiang recognized the two individuals. One was the second-generation heir of the Qian family, Qian De, and the other was the young policeman who had visited Brother Gu's home previously. What were these two doing together? Master Lu, upon seeing them, displayed an expression of concern. Qian De was notorious in their circles. His family had amassed wealth through the lumber trade and now sought to collect the finest wood for their legacy. He had snatched away valuable pieces from Master Lu on numerous occasions, and it was unclear who had leaked information about the wood's availability. Old Lu, the usual arrangement applies. This piece of wood is to be delivered to my home, and my father will settle the account with you, Chin stated. This? I have already promised it to this young man, Master Lu replied, his face revealing his dilemma. Chinda, upon hearing this, was ready to erupt in anger. Are you disrespecting the Qian family's standing? Seeing the tension, Zhang Jiaxiang interjected to spare Master Lu further discomfort. Master Lu, let us choose another piece. You may give this one to them. Master Lu, upon hearing Zhang Jiaxiang's words, could only nod in acknowledgement, though his heart ached for the young man. If only this foolish lad understood the true value of the timber, he would surely reconsider his words. Zhang Jiaxiang then selected a piece of wood that appeared quite satisfactory. Realizing he had nearly fulfilled the tasks entrusted to him by Brother Gu, he promptly expressed his gratitude to Master Lu and headed home. Upon returning, he found that Gu Zhixing had prepared breakfast. Zhang Jiaxiang plopped down onto a stool and recounted the events that transpired with Master Lu. As Gu Zhixing and Gu Zhiji listened, their expressions grew somber. Zhang Jiaxiang found himself perplexed by their sudden change in demeanor. Are you saying that little police officer was present as well? Gu Zhixing inquired. Yes, indeed, but he did not speak, Zhang Jiaxiang replied. He was only aware that the young officer had presented a banner to Gu Zhixing, but was oblivious to the subsequent incidents, having defended the officer in conversation. Chapter 90. Zhang Jiaxiang's first outburst. Brother, what is the matter? Zhang Jiaxiang, who had been advocating for the little police officer, suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. I had intended to wait until your sister-in-law gave birth before coming to the county. But due to this police officer disclosing our location, those we previously rescued have arrived, expressing their gratitude. I feared that the traffickers might follow, which is why I brought Yanran to the county early, Gu Zhixing explained, detailing the situation to Zhang Jiaxiang. While the little police officer may have acted without malice, Gu Zhixing felt it necessary to clarify the matter to Zhang Jiaxiang, fearing he might be unprepared. Brother, are you certain? How do you know this? Zhang Jiaxiang questioned, still harboring doubts. It was not that he doubted Gu Zhixing's integrity. Rather, he had always believed that those in law enforcement were righteous individuals. Those who came all said the same. It seems unlikely they were fabricating their accounts, Gu Zhixing affirmed with a nod. Brother, I will confront him. Zhang Jiaxiang suddenly stood, shouting in indignation. How could he have given such fragrant timber to them? Although I lack understanding, Master Lu's pained expression clearly indicated its considerable worth. What do you intend to confront them about? Gu Zhiji, eavesdropping on Zhang Jiaxiang's fervent words, interjected with curiosity. I will demand accountability and reclaim the timber. Master Lu stated that this wood was hard-earned, and it feels unjust to offer it to such scoundrels, Zhang Jiaxiang declared vehemently. Enough. You mentioned he remained silent. What purpose would it serve to confront him? Gu Zhixing gently placed a hand on Zhang Jiaxiang's shoulder, urging him to calm down. Brother, can we truly let this matter slide? Had it not been for your cleverness in relocating our home here and alerting the police through the village chief, those evildoers might have found our residence. Zhang Jiaxiang expressed his first dissatisfaction with Gu Zhixing's decision. Jiaxiang, please sit down and listen to what Brother Gu has to say, Gu Zhiji interjected, fearing that the two men might escalate their disagreement. Observing Zhang Jiaxiang's prolonged agitation, Gu Zhixing chuckled lightly. Come with me to the city bureau this afternoon. What purpose does that serve? Zhang Jiaxiang queried, bewildered by the abrupt shift in conversation. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Senshu held a leadership position in the city bureau, and he only recognized him as a figure of authority. You will discover the reason once we arrive. Gu Zhixing had no intention of providing an extensive explanation to Zhang Jiaxiang. Brother, I have finished my meal and shall take my leave, he stated. At this moment, Gu Ziji's primary focus was her studies. Upon finishing her meal, she hurriedly made her way to her teacher's residence. Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiaxiang had also completed their meal and were preparing to tidy up. Zhixing, if you have matters to attend to, feel free to go ahead. I will assist Xing Ruo with the cleanup, Zhang Jiaxiang remarked. Hearing Su Yanran's words, Gu Zhixing glanced at the young Xing Ruo standing beside her, silently inquiring with his eyes, "Are you able to manage?" "Dad, you need not worry. I can help Mom with the cleanup," the little Xing Ruo assured Gu Zhixing confidently. Observing the thoughtful demeanor of the young girl warmed Gu Zhixing's heart, making him almost reluctant to depart. However, he had pressing matters to attend to today. On a typical day, he would have lingered longer. Zhang Jiaxiang, witnessing the scene, was filled with envy. He then turned to Gu Zhixing, reflecting, "How is it that I have the same age as Brother Gu? Find him nearing fatherhood with 3 children, while I remain unwed." No, he resolved to hasten his pace and surpass Gu Zhixing. Just as he solidified this determination, the image of Gu Ming Xian smiling at him on the day of their gathering surfaced in his mind. "Let us move quickly. Why are you standing there in a daze?" Gu Zhixing called out to Zhang Jiaxiang as he reached the entrance of the courtyard. After speaking, he exited the gate. "Brother Gu, ISNT the city bureau to the east? You are heading west, which is the wrong direction." Zhang Jiaxiang quickly reminded him as he noticed Gu Zhixing's course. "We are first heading to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase a few items." Gu Zhixing replied. Zhang Jiaxiang thought to himself, is he truly going to the city bureau and the cooperative to deliver gifts to that young policeman? This cannot be good. Bribery is a serious offense that could lead to arrest. "Brother Gu, you must not make any mistakes. Bribing public officials is illegal." Zhang Jiaxiang whispered to Gu Zhixing, ensuring only they could hear. "I do not intend to bribe anyone, but it would be prudent for you to purchase a bit more," Gu Zhixing said with a mysterious smile. He was aware of Zhang Jiaxiang's interest in Gu Ming Xian. It would be wise to curry favor with a potential future father-in-law. However, at present, their relationship had not yet developed, and Gu Zhixing refrained from being too forthright. This time, Zhang Jiaxiang was not convinced by Gu Zhixing's playful words. It seemed evident that they were indeed preparing for bribery. He felt reluctant to buy any additional items, as he might need to cover for Gu Zhixing at a crucial moment. With a furrowed brow, he grew increasingly distressed, regretting having mentioned the young policeman and prompting Gu Zhixing's thoughts in that direction. Upon arriving at the cooperative, Gu Zhixing called for a salesperson. "Could you bring me 2 cans of fruit preserves, 2 cans of malt extract from the back, and that milk candy as well?" Before he could finish listing his requests, Zhang Jiaxiang interjected, "Let us skip the milk candy." Gu Zhixing looked at Zhang Jiaxiang in confusion, silently questioning what he was doing. "Brother, perhaps you should buy less. Purchasing so much for bribery, how many lives does he have to spare to sit in jail for you?" "Very well. Do you truly not wish to buy anything?" Gu Zhixing conceded and continued to inquire. "I will not buy anything," Zhang Jiaxiang exclaimed in alarm. Gu Zhixing was taken aback by the intense reaction. "If you do not wish to buy, then why such a strong response?" "All right, let's go," Zhang Jiaxiang whispered as he noticed the onlookers. Gu Zhixing, resigned to the situation, settled the payment and followed Zhang Jiaxiang outside. This time, they headed east. "Surely you don't think I'm going to bribe someone?" Gu Zhixing inquired, realizing halfway that Zhang Jiaxiang's thought process might lead him to such a conclusion. "Keep your voice down. Can you speak of such matters in public?" Zhang Jiaxiang covered Gu Zhixing's mouth, attempting to silence him. Gu Zhixing shot him a glare, signaling for him to let go. Zhang Jiaxiang, intimidated by Gu Zhixing's fierce look, relented but warned, "All right, I've released you. Just don't shout again." Gu Zhixing took a deep breath and nodded in agreement, deciding to remain silent and let Zhang Jiaxiang face the consequences. Thus, they arrived at the government building of the city bureau. "Hello, comrade. I am Gu Zhixing, here to see your director," Gu Zhixing politely explained to the guard at the entrance. "Hello, please register, and you may go right in," the guard replied. Gu Zhixing had visited previously, so the guards recognized him. Chapter 91. The future father-in-law, as a big-shot Zhang Jiaxiang, was taken aback to see how respectfully the guard treated Gu Zhixing. "Brother, you're quite impressive. Even the guards at the city bureau know you. When did that happen? Tell me all about it," he exclaimed, leaning in with a grin. Gu Zhixing simply smiled and remained silent, mischievously choosing not to explain. He thought to himself that when Zhang Jiaxiang learned that Gu Mingxuan's father was the head of the city bureau, he might not be so cheerful. Gu Zhixing skillfully led Zhang Jiaxiang to the entrance of his Uncle Gu's office. Gu Zhida, this name seems to follow the lineage of Gu village. Is the person you're looking for from Gu Village? Jiaxiang asked, reading the name on the door with a casual tone. Gu Zhixing face-palmed, wondering if it was appropriate to refer to his future father-in-law in such a manner. Well, sort of, he replied. In truth, Uncle Gu wasn't originally from the village. He had met Gu Zhixing's father during his ventures to the northeast and, sharing the same surname, later adopted this name. The specifics of that story were somewhat unclear to him. Come in, Uncle Gu called out, having recognized the familiar voice outside, but waiting for someone to knock. Upon hearing his voice, Gu Zhixing quickly pushed the door open and cheerfully asked, Uncle, I hope I'm not interrupting you. Interrupting? Not at all, come sit. Uncle Gu replied, raising an eyebrow as he looked at Gu Zhixing, clearly pleased by his visit. Standing behind Gu Zhixing, Zhang Jiaxiang was already frozen in shock upon realizing that Uncle Gu was the director of the city bureau. Come in, young man. Why are you standing there at the door? Uncle Gu smiled at Zhang Jiaxiang, inviting him in. All right, uncle. Zhang Jiaxiang finally reacted and hurried into the office. Zhang Jiaxiang cautiously perched himself on the sofa, observing that Gu Sanshu's gaze had shifted away from him upon the arrival of Gu Zhixing. Zhixing, what brings you here at this hour? Is there something amiss? Not particularly, Gu Zhixing replied with a smile as he set down his belongings. I merely wanted to inform you that we have relocated to the county town. It will now be much more convenient for you and Ming Xian to visit us. Zhang Jiaxiang, perplexed, inquired, what prompted such a sudden move to the county? I thought you were quite settled in the village. He was aware that Gu Zhixing had been busy managing a gold mine in the village. This abrupt relocation left him bewildered. Realizing the significance of the news regarding Gu Sanshu's unexpected position in the municipal bureau, Zhang Jiaxiang, filled with indignation, interjected, It is all due to that small-time officer who brought the banner. If it weren't for him, Brother Gu wouldn't have had to move. What do you mean by that? Gu Sanshu asked with a serious demeanor, intrigued by Zhang Jiaxiang's words. Surely, that young officer hasn't made a mistake? Not long ago, he mentioned he was heading to Sioux City for training. Coincidentally, the victim of the crime that Brother Gu apprehended was from that very police station. He inadvertently disclosed Brother Gu's whereabouts to the perpetrators, who then came knocking on our door. That is not even the gravest concern. The real issue is the possibility of unapprehended human traffickers approaching. With only sister-in-law and Zhixing at home, and Brother Gu often away on matters, it was prudent for him to find new place. Speaking of this incident ignited a flicker of anger within Zhang Jiaxiang. Gu Sanshu pondered deeply for a moment, then addressed Gu Zhixing. Zhixing, I owe you an apology. I was the first to learn about the banner delivery, and I regret not paying attention to who was tasked with delivering it. I assure you, I will address this matter seriously and provide you with an explanation. Uncle, you needn't blame yourself. The blame lies with that officer for lacking a sense of responsibility. He should be held accountable by his superiors, not you. Our discussion isn't about seeking retribution. It's about the implications for others who lack the resources to relocate, unlike myself. Gu Zhixing comforted Gu Sanshu while analyzing the situation. Seeing Gu Zhixing's lack of animosity towards him, Gu Sanshu nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly inquired about other matters. Zhixing, with your move to the county, what will happen to the gold mine? This is a crucial time for national economic development, and the support of the gold mine is indispensable, Gu Zhixing explained, as he had gradually become a leading figure among the gold mine owners in the area. If I refrain from selling gold, others will hesitate as well. They are unaware that I am currently unable to do so. Zhang Jiaxiang expressed his frustration regarding the situation at the mine. Circumstances must align perfectly. If any one element falters, we cannot proceed. I can only await the next rainfall and see what unfolds. If the mine doesn't collapse, we may continue operations. Otherwise, we will have to seek another location. When do you anticipate resuming work? Gu Sanshu, under the impression that the relocation was merely a temporary halt, sought clarification. Gu Zhixing briefly explained that work at the gold mine was contingent upon the rain. Gu Sanshu, feeling somewhat deflated, harbored a sense of urgency. Those at higher levels were closely monitoring the situation and were anxious, knowing he was Gu Zhixing's guarantor and were seeking information from him. Uncle, do not fret. If it rains, we shall continue our work. At worst, I will seek another venue if Yanran gives birth later than expected. I shall not abandon this line of work. Gu Zhixing, observing the furrowed brow of his uncle, swiftly conveyed his plans. Upon hearing this, Gu Sanshu's expression lightened, and he grasped Gu Zhixing's hand, exclaiming, "Zhixing, you must bring honor to our family." He then gestured upward, indicating their audience. In an instant, Gu Zhixing comprehended his uncle's implication, a smile blossoming on his face. He knew well that being acknowledged by those above heralded great fortune. It could potentially lead to collaboration with the state, and currently, there were only 2 individuals in the nation engaged in such partnerships, both of whom were formidable figures. Should he achieve this collaboration, many endeavors would become significantly more manageable, particularly in uncovering Yinran's true lineage. Gu Sanshu nodded approvingly, and the 2 exchanged smiles, with Gu Zhixing promptly assuring his uncle that he would not disappoint him. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiaxiang, who had been listening to their conversation, felt somewhat bewildered and began to drift off. After Gu Sanshu concluded his serious discourse, his gaze shifted to the items Gu Zhixing had brought. "Did I not ask you to refrain from bringing things in the future?" he inquired. Gu Zhixing chuckled. "These are not extravagant gifts, merely some food. Mingxian mentioned that you often neglect to eat while working, so these will suffice to satisfy your hunger." Upon hearing Mingxuan's name, Gu Sanshu beamed with pride, for she was his most cherished and only daughter. "I cannot accept this. Please refrain from sending me anything next time," he insisted, attempting to return the items to Gu Zhixing. Noticing his uncle's reluctance, Gu Zhixing quickly pulled Zhang Jiaxiang along as they made their way outside, not allowing Gu Sanshu the chance to decline. "Uncle, work is done. Bring Mingxian home for dinner," he called out while running. "You rascal, take it easy," Gu Sanshu shouted after the receding figures of Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiaxiang. "Brother, isn't it considerate of me to invite Mingxian over?" Gu Zhixing, feeling a lift in his spirits after their successful arrangement, jested with Zhang Jiaxiang. "Brother, you need not go to such lengths. Mingxian and I are not meant to be," Zhang Jiaxiang replied, a hint of despondency in his voice. "How can that be? Have you developed feelings for someone else?" Gu Zhixing inquired, puzzled by Zhang Jiaxiang's sudden despondency. "Brother, do not speak nonsense. My feelings for Mingxian are as steadfast as the heavens," Zhang Jiaxiang declared. "Then why assert that it is impossible for you to?" Gu Zhixing asked, further perplexed. Seeing that Gu Zhixing remained oblivious, Zhang Jiaxiang lamented, "Brother, think about it. Mingxuan's father is the head of the municipal police department, and she is a promising university candidate. I lack both knowledge and a prestigious background. How can I possibly be worthy of her? You possess nothing at present, yet you have the potential to forge your own path." Gu Zhixing responded, regarding Zhang Jiaxiang earnestly. "Brother, what can I create? With my intellect. My mother would scold me while I was in school, and I still failed to grasp the lessons," Zhang Jiaxiang lamented. Reflecting on the past, he mused that had he known he would develop an affection for such an accomplished young woman, he would have exerted every effort to excel in his studies. In the present moment, one can only wish to traverse back in time to extinguish the self that endured beatings and skipped school. Observing the regrettable Zhang Jiaxiang, Gu Zhixing couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Brother, please don't mock me. I am truly distressed," Zhang Jiaxiang lamented, casting a pained glance at Gu Zhixing. "You may lack knowledge, yet you possess a golden skill. You can provide Mingxian with a good life and put her father at ease. This is paramount and should be your foremost concern." Gu Zhixing reassured, patting Zhang Jiaxiang's shoulder. "Brother, can this truly work? Those in our line of work are often said to be robbing from the king of hell. Do you think Mingxuan's father might think the same?" Zhang Jiaxiang expressed skepticism towards Gu Zhixing's assertion. "I cannot speak for others, but Mingxuan's father would never harbor such thoughts. He is a commendable official dedicated to his country and people. He would be eager to have someone like you contribute to the nation. In his eyes, you shine with a certain brilliance." Gu Zhixing comforted Zhang Jiaxiang while analyzing the situation. Indeed, Gu Sanshu was a virtuous official. In his previous life, after achieving success, he connected with this uncle, only to have him meet an untimely demise at the hands of criminals, though he could have avoided the front line. Upon hearing Gu Zhixing's words, Zhang Jiaxiang ceased his self-pity. "Brother, I shall heed your advice and work diligently," striving to satisfy Ming Xian and her father. Seeing Zhang Jiaxiang's newfound confidence, Gu Zhixing encouraged. That's the spirit. Now, let's go. We must buy groceries, or your future father-in-law will arrive to an empty table tonight. Brother, please don't jest. We haven't even begun our relationship yet. We must not tarnish her reputation. All right, let's hurry. The two arrived at the aquatic market where Yang was located. Brother, isn't this the market where Yang works? What are we doing here? Aren't we supposed to go to the vegetable market? Zhang Jiaxiang recalled his previous visit to assist Yang. This market had been established by the government to stimulate economic growth. It did not exist before he moved to Gujia village. We're here to buy some crayfish, Gu Zhixing replied, scanning for vendors. He remembered that his uncle in his past life had a fondness for this delicacy. When spicy crayfish first emerged, he consumed it daily, proclaiming it to be unforgettable in his next life. Brother, why buy such things? They lack meat and flavor. It would be better to get a couple of ounces of pork from the butcher, Zhang Jiaxiang retorted. Once you taste it, you'll understand. I assure you, you'll crave more. Gu Zhixing chuckled, proceeding forward. He soon discovered a small stall selling crayfish. Zhang Jiaxiang scoffed, remaining skeptical but still hurried to catch up. Gu Zhixing approached the stall, crouching down to examine the crayfish. They appeared quite sizable. Fortunately, during this time, few people indulged in them, allowing for such growth. Gazing at the lively crayfish attempting to escape their basket, Gu Zhixing inquired, Elder, how much for these crayfish per pound? The elderly vendor, seeing a customer, promptly replied with a smile, these were originally just for my youngest son to play with. If you want them, how about 30 cents a pound? What do you think? The elderly gentleman, anxious that Gu Zhixing might not want him, smiled amicably at Gu Zhixing. All right, I shall take this. At that moment, Gu Zhixing couldn't help but marvel at how inexpensive things were in this era. In the future, such a purchase would require no less than 100 yuan. The old vendor, holding the scales high, declared, Young man, it's over 3 Jin. How about you give me 90 cents? Gu Zhixing nodded with a smile and handed over a yuan. No need for change. Given your scales, I cannot shortchange you. The old vendor, seeing this, happily accepted the money. Very well then, do visit again. Gu Zhixing nodded and took the basket. At that moment, the basket was virtually worthless, for it would soon be woven anew, and the old man had no intention of keeping the money. Gu Zhixing called out to Zhang Jiaxiang, who was purchasing vegetables at another stall. Jiaxiang, let's go. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiaxiang quickly turned to follow his elder brother. Brother, I've already bought all the other vegetables. Take a look and see if there's anything else we need. He lifted the vegetables in his hands for Gu Zhixing to inspect. After examining them, Gu Zhixing noted that Zhang Jiaxiang had indeed purchased a comprehensive selection of the market's best offerings. Let's head home. We have everything we need. The two of them set off on their way home, carrying the vegetables and shrimp. Brother, are these lobsters delicious? Should we buy some meat as well? Zhang Jiaxiang, still somewhat doubtful, anxiously inquired of Gu Zhixing. After all, we're dining with the head of the municipal bureau. Can we be so casual? Gu Zhixing sighed in exasperation. He was attempting to curry favor with his future father-in-law, even presenting spicy crayfish, and yet Zhang Jiaxiang dared to question him. Let us hurry. Ming Xian and the others are almost here. All right. Upon hearing that Ming Xian was nearing their home, Zhang Jiaxiang cast aside his doubts about Gu Zhixing and hurried off with the vegetables. Slow down. Be careful with the vegetables. Gu Zhixing called out as he watched Zhang Jiaxiang run so swiftly, fearing he might drop them. Got it, brother. Zhang Jiaxiang replied while running. Yet his pace did not diminish. Gu Zhixing could only shake his head in resignation and remain silent. As Zhang Jiaxiang dashed ahead, Gu Zhixing followed suit, their long strides quickly bringing them to the entrance of their alley. Just as they entered the narrow lane, not far from home, they heard the delighted laughter of Gu Mingxian and Xiao Xingru echoing from within the tightly shut courtyard door. It seems they have arrived. Brother, how do I look? I wish we had gotten home sooner, so I could change my clothes. Zhang Jiaxiang nervously adjusted his attire, having recognized Gu Mingxuan's laughter. You look fine. Let us go inside. Gu Zhixing replied with a smile, patting Zhang Jiaxiang on the shoulder. Here, you carry these vegetables. They mar my image, Zhang Jiaxiang insisted, shoving the vegetables into Gu Zhixing's hands. Reluctantly, Gu Zhixing accepted them, considering Zhang Jiaqiang's notion of image. Neither of them had brought keys, so Gu Zhixing stepped forward to knock, prompting someone inside to open the door. "Zhixing, you're back." Su Yanran came to the door, her face lighting up at his return. She had been fretting over not having sufficient vegetables to entertain her uncle and Ming Xian, and Gu Zhixing's timely arrival with the groceries was indeed a blessing. Gu Zhixing noticed the delight sparkling in Su Yanran's eyes, filling his heart with joy. He approached her, supporting her gently as he cheerfully remarked, "Yes, I am back. Brother, you two as a couple are quite peculiar. Despite seeing one another, you still need to ask if the other has returned," Zhang Jiaqiang said, a hint of confusion in his tone, unable to comprehend their exchange. Flushed with embarrassment from Zhang Jiaqiang's question, Su Yanran quickly snatched the ingredients from Gu Zhixing's hands and hurried into the kitchen. Observing Zhang Jiaqiang's inquiry had caused his wife to shy away. Gu Zhixing cast an annoyed glance at the simpleton, saying, "What do you know? This is about mutual acknowledgement. It is the essence of marital interaction." In his previous life, he had learned much in this regard, always hoping to reunite with Su Yanran in the next. Were it not for Gu Mingxuan's presence, he would have done more than just give him a glance. A kick would have been a mere understatement. Listening to Gu Zhixing's words, Zhang Jiaqiang suddenly found a semblance of wisdom in them, nodding foolishly as if a light bulb had gone off in his mind, inwardly lamenting how beneficial it was to be around Gu Zhixing, learning from him at every turn. "Zhixing, how do we prepare this lobster? I have never dealt with this before." Su Yanran's voice echoed from the kitchen. "Yanran, do not touch that." Gu Zhixing, fearing for her safety, rushed into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiaqiang remained at the doorway, reflecting on Gu Zhixing's casual yet profound insights. Suddenly, he chuckled, realizing that there were indeed other people in the house. "Ming Xian, you mustn't be so impolite," Gu Senshu admonished, noticing his daughter laughing at someone else. "Father, I wasn't mocking anyone. I just find Brother Jiaxiang rather amusing." Gu Mingxian replied playfully, turning to see Gu Senshu and Gu Mingxian seated in the living room, with the door ajar allowing for an unobstructed view. Zhang Jiaxiang quickly smiled and said, "Uncle, it's nothing. Please make yourselves comfortable while I see if I can assist in the kitchen." Not wishing for Gu Mingxian to be reprimanded, he hurried toward the kitchen. "Brother, let me handle it." "You teach me," Zhang Jiaxiang exclaimed, noticing Gu Zhixing crouched down, preparing to assist. "No need. I'll finish up quickly. You just wait to stir-fry the lobster," Gu Zhixing replied while washing the small lobsters. "But I don't know how," Zhang Jiaxiang exclaimed, puzzled as to why Gu Zhixing had not mentioned this earlier. Now he had no one to learn from. "I'll teach you. Uncle has a strong taste for food, and he will surely enjoy this dish. The outcome of your endeavors may hinge on this moment," Gu Zhixing said, half jokingly yet half seriously. "All right, then thank you, brother." Zhang Jiaxiang earnestly expressed his gratitude, oblivious to the teasing tone of Gu Zhixing. Amused internally, Gu Zhixing wondered why Zhang Jiaxiang was so nervous in front of a future father-in-law. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Zhixing had yet to realize how he would react upon meeting his true father-in-law. Once Gu Zhixing washed the last lobster, he began directing Zhang Jiaxiang on how to cook. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the enticing aroma of spicy and fragrant dishes. Sister-in-law, big brother, were they making? Gu Mingxian could no longer contain her curiosity. Su Yanran, familiar with the lobsters found in the muddy waters of Gujia village, had never encountered this method of preparation before and was at a loss for words. "They are preparing that lobster. You will know soon enough," came the reply. "Oh, okay." The aroma was delightful. Just a whiff revealed its deliciousness, as Gu Mingxian extolled. Su Yanran smiled gently, hesitant to respond to Gu Mingxian's praise. She was nearly in despair, bewildered as to why Gu Zhixing had decided to prepare this lobster, which no one in the countryside was accustomed to eating, let alone Uncle Gu and the others. Outside, while Su Yanran was lost in her worries, the two brothers in the kitchen were bustling with energy. "Almost done. Add that small half bowl of cooking wine in the back," Gu Zhixing instructed, tilting his head as he taught Zhang Jiaxiang how to cook while tending to the fire. "All right, cover the pot and let it simmer for a while before serving," he advised. In a short time, the fragrant lobsters were ready, filling a large bowl. their vibrant red hue pleasing to the eye. Once the lobsters were prepared, it was Zhang Jiaxiang's turn to manage the fire, while Gu Zhixing swiftly completed several other dishes. On the cutting board lay a steamed bass, spicy crayfish, stir-fried water spinach, and a bowl of crucian carp soup. Jiaxiang, you can extinguish the fire now, Gu Zhixing instructed as he finished serving the last dish. Got it, brother. The aroma of the dishes prepared by Gu Zhixing dispelled any doubts Zhang Jiaxiang had about his brother's culinary skills. The lobsters looked so festive that they must surely taste exquisite. Had Gu Zhixing known that this was Zhang Jiaxiang's reasoning, he would have been at a loss for words. All right, let us serve the dishes, Gu Zhixing urged as he noticed Zhang Jiaxiang following closely behind. After the final dish was placed on the table, it was time to eat. Everyone come to the table. Zhang Jiaxiang called out to those chatting in the living room. Uncle, please take the seat of honor, Gu Zhixing said, guiding Uncle Gu to sit down. Uncle Gu accepted without hesitation. As an elder, it would be inappropriate for him to make the younger generation uncomfortable. But Zhixing, didn't you mention that a child from his village is also studying in the county? Where is he? Uncle Gu inquired curiously. Gu Zhida had a great fondness for those who pursued education, believing they would contribute to the nation in the future. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed Mingxian, a girl, to continue her studies. He is currently studying under an elderly professor and will be home quite late. I've set aside food for him, so don't worry. Let us eat quickly, or the fish will get cold and lose its flavor, Gu Zhixing replied while serving his uncle. Chapter 94. Spicy crayfish. Seeing that Gu Zhixing had arranged everything properly, Uncle Gu felt reassured and shifted his gaze to the table full of dishes. Is this lobster? He asked, having tasted it before, but recalling that it was often scanned in meat and carried a muddy flavor. However, today it smelled extraordinarily fragrant. What could be the reason? Uncle, please eat. I assure you it's unlike anything you've had before, Gu Zhixing said with a grin. Really? Then I shall dig in. Uncle Gu began to peel the lobster, the enticing scent wafting into his nostrils. As he finally managed to place a piece in his mouth, the juices burst forth, delivering a delightful explosion of freshness, spiciness, and sweetness that was utterly delightful. Uncle Gu involuntarily gave a thumbs up. Zhixing, this is impressive, he praised, savoring the flavors. Gu Zhixing smiled and shook his head modestly. Uncle, this is not my doing. Then whose is it? Uncle Gu asked, observing the two youngsters who had entered the kitchen, suspecting no one else was involved. Surely it couldn't be this fair-skinned fool? Uncle Gu cast a questioning glance at Gu Zhixing, who smiled subtly, as if to acknowledge the inquiry. Though he had taught and prepared the dish himself, he reasoned that it could still be considered a creation of Zhang Jiaxiang. Gu Zhixing mused inwardly that this was not deceit. Impressive. Young man, not only do you possess the knack for gold mining, but you also excel in culinary skills. Any girl fortunate enough to marry you will undoubtedly be well cared for. Uncle Gu extolled Zhang Jiaxiang without reservation. In his eyes, Zhang Jiaxiang was honest, skilled, and now boasted the additional talent of cooking, making him a commendable young man. However, for Zhang Jiaxiang, these praises resonated differently. A surge of joy filled him. Did this signify that he was inching closer to Gu Mingxian? He couldn't help but reflect on the steps Gu Gu had just taught him for preparing lobster, wishing he could rush to the kitchen and whip up 10 or 8 pounds for his future father-in-law. Though he entertained such thoughts, he maintained a humble demeanor, replying, Uncle, you flatter me. If you enjoyed the lobster, please come by again. I shall prepare it for you once more. Seeing Zhang Jiaxiang's commendable behavior, Gu Zhixing felt reassured. He focused on peeling lobster for Su Yanran, gently advising, Yanran, this is a bit spicy. For the sake of our little ones, please eat a little less. If you can. Sister-in-law, are you pregnant? Gu Mingxian inquired in surprise. Upon her arrival, she had noticed that her sister-in-law appeared slightly fuller than before. Though she had hesitated to ask, she had yet to meet the family's newborn, but she adored the little one she encountered elsewhere. How delightful it would be if their child resembled her brother and sister-in-law, possessing both beauty and intelligence. As Gu Zhixing spoke, all eyes shifted to Su Yanran, who, blushing at Gu Mingxuan's question, nodded shyly. The doctor says it's twins. Uncle Gu felt a surge of mixed emotions upon receiving Su Yanran's affirmation. He believed that his brother Gu could find solace in the afterlife, knowing that not only had his son become obedient and sensible, but he was also blessed with 3 grandchildren. How wonderful! Once the babies arrive, I shall prepare longevity locks for them, Uncle Gu interjected eagerly, fearful that someone might usurp his role in this cherished custom. In their culture, the birth of children was accompanied by many rituals, one of which involved elders preparing longevity locks. With Gu Zhixing's parents long departed, it was fitting for Uncle Gu to take on this responsibility. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Zhixing nodded in agreement. Originally, he had intended to provide gold longevity locks upon the children's birth, but since Uncle Gu was eager to take on the task, he decided to forego his plans. In their community, longevity locks varied in material. Affluent families might use gold or silver, while those with fewer means could opt for a simple cloth pouch. For instance, little Xing had received a cloth pouch embroidered by Su's parents years ago. Then I shall rely on you for this, Uncle, Gu Zhixing said politely. Not at all. I am overjoyed to do so, Uncle Gu replied. As a member of Gu Zhixing's elder generation, he felt nothing but happiness witnessing his nephew's flourishing family, far from feeling burdened. The family enjoyed a harmonious meal together. Afterward, Gu Zhixing led Uncle Gu to the study to discuss the matter he had mentioned earlier that morning. Uncle, do you think there's a reason why he has taken notice of me? He mentioned that there are many like him, leading 4 or 5 people in mining across the nation. Gu Sanshu stroked his unshaven beard, having not returned home for several days, and after a moment of contemplation, he explained, I am not entirely certain, but I sense that someone is directing attention toward you. This, in fact, is not necessarily a negative occurrence. As long as you perform well and catch the eye of those above, you can boldly pursue your aspirations. Listening to Gu Sanshu's words, Gu Zhixing felt increasingly convinced that this matter was somehow connected to Su Yanran's background. It resembled the situation with Su's parents returning to the city. One could not help but ponder what lay behind it all. The two in the study fell into a contemplative silence. Yet the serious atmosphere within did not disrupt the warm scene outside. Mingxian, do you like children? Zhang Jiaxiang struck up a conversation with Gu Mingxian as they sat together. He was quite perceptive regarding his affections for young women. Indeed, my dream is to return after my studies and become a teacher, so that the children here can receive an education. Zhang Jiaxiang's face lit up with joy. Are you saying you will come back here after university? Of course. My father is here, so I will certainly return, Gu Mingxian replied matter-of-factly. Zhang Jiaxiang was elated by her affirmative response. He suddenly felt that there might be a chance for him and Gu Mingxian. After all, many educated girls were reluctant to come back to this place, much less marry a man from a small mountain village. Mingxian, do you enjoy watching movies? Zhang Jiaxiang intentionally sought a topic of conversation, secretly hoping that Gu Mingxian liked films so he could take her to the city to watch one. He was financially comfortable now. As long as Gu Mingxian did not demand the impossible, he could manage anything, even if she wished for the stars above. However, he reconsidered. If she desired the stars, he would find a way to fulfill that wish. Upon hearing Zhang Jiaxiang's question, Gu Mingxian understood his intent and shook her head. I'm not particularly fond of them. Zhang Jiaxiang felt a chill in his heart, just as he was about to inquire further. Gu Mingxian then smiled gently and continued, I prefer reading. Tomorrow, since I have no classes, I plan to visit the bookstore. Would you like to join me? Upon receiving her invitation, Zhang Jiaxiang's heart raced with excitement. He was aware of the newly opened bookstore in the county and had previously scoffed at the exorbitant prices of the books there. Who would purchase them? What a twist of fate. Yes. When will we go tomorrow? I will come to pick you up, he hurriedly replied. Chapter 95. Zhang Jiaxiang's blossoming romance. Zhang Jiaxiang's eagerness amused Gu Mingxian, eliciting a soft smile from her. How could such a charming young man exist? Mingxian, your smile is truly beautiful, Zhang Jiaxiang blurted out foolishly, utterly captivated by Gu Mingxian's radiant smile. He realized he had spoken without restraint. Gu Mingxian was momentarily taken aback by his words, but Zhang Jiaxiang quickly responded, anxious. Mingxian, I meant no offense. I just genuinely think your smile is lovely. In this era, such direct compliments to women were rare. Overly effusive praise could easily be taken as an affront, likely to upset the recipient. It's quite all right, brother Jiaqiang. It's rare for anyone to compliment me like this, Gu Mingxian remarked with a light-hearted smile. Let's meet at my house at 8 tomorrow morning, and we can head to the bookstore together. Very well. I shall not forget, Zhang Jiaqiang replied cheerfully, ruffling his hair in a rather foolish manner. At this moment, Gu Mingxuan's Uncle Gu called out as he noticed the time. Mingxian, it's getting late. Gu Zhixing also came out to see off Uncle Gu and his daughter. Upon hearing her father's call, Gu Mingxian quickly stood up. Brother Jiaqiang, don't forget. I promise I won't, Zhang Jiaqiang said with a beaming smile. As they reached the entrance of the courtyard, Uncle Gu and Gu Zhixing were still engaged in conversation, while the two young people were discussing their promises. Uncle Gu felt a pang of confusion. When did these two become so familiar? Hadn't they only met a few times? Gu Zhixing shared the same curiosity, wondering what Zhang Jiaqiang had done this time. Surely, he and T made any frivolous promises to the young lady again. They exchanged knowing smiles, silently acknowledging their mutual bewilderment. Father, let us go, Gu Mingxian exclaimed, bouncing over and wrapping her arm around Uncle Gu's shoulder. Do try to behave yourself. There's no need to bounce around while walking. Uncle Gu chided with a playful look. He then turned to Gu Zhixing with a smile. Zhixing, you needn't see us off any further. We shall be on our way. Uncle, I'll accompany you to the alley. The roads here can be troublesome. Gu Zhixing insisted, opening the courtyard gate and walking ahead, with Zhang Jiaqiang following closely behind. As Gu Zhixing walked alongside Uncle Gu, conversing about mundane matters, Zhang Jiaqiang and Gu Mingxian trailed behind in silence. Neither of them spoke, but a furtive glance exchanged between them caused both to blush and look down. Before long, they arrived at the alley's entrance. Zhixing, this is where I shall part ways with you. Mingxian and I will head on, Uncle Gu announced, halting to address Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiaqiang. All right, take care, Uncle. Do visit often, Gu Zhixing said with a smile as he bade them farewell. As Gu Zhixing and Zhang Jiaqiang watched the father-daughter duo walk away, he turned to Zhang Jiaqiang. Jiaqiang, Mingxian is different from the other girls you've known. If you make a promise to her, you must keep it. Noticing how Gu Mingxian seemed to harbor feelings for Zhang Jiaqiang, he felt it vital to impart this advice. Brother, you needn't worry. I am serious this time. I won't be as carefree as before, Zhang Jiaqiang assured Gu Zhixing earnestly. His prior interactions had not been sincere romantic pursuits. They were merely frivolous amusements. He had refrained from genuine relationships due to the fear of his mother chasing him around the village, and because he had yet to encounter